CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Pause while there is strength and breath to play again with love and death. Love and death, the two supreme games of life itself. Love, which is the only meaning of life, and death, which is the end. But can there be another meaning, or perhaps another ending? Pause. Pause, as the poet says, and listen. Our mystery drama, Don't Die Without Me, was especially adapted from the O. Henry classic for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden and Marion Seldes. Restless, shifting, as fugacious as time itself, is a certain vast bulk of the population of the red brick district of the lower west side of Manhattan. Homeless, they have 100 homes. They flit from furnished room to furnished room, transients forever, transients in abode, and transients in heart and mind. They sing Home Sweet Home in ragtime. Thus begins a tale by O. Henry, the great master of irony, which illuminates two of life's greatest ironies, love and death. Ah, but the tale is begun. Let the storyteller continue.
Hence, the houses of this district, having had 1,000 dwellers, should have 1,000 tales to tell. Yes, there must be a story behind every one of those windows. This open one on the second story, from whence comes music played on Mr. Edison's latest invention. The tune is ragtime. But does the heart beat in ragtime too? Or to the lonely listener, is it a song of love, of hate, of hope, or despair? Wait. What's that down the street? A crowd, an ambulance. And isn't that my good friend, Sergeant O'Donoghue?
All right, now move on. Don't you have nothing better to do?
Sergeant O'Donoghue.
Oh, it's you, is it?
What happened here this evening?
You spelled my name wrong. It was printed incorrectly in your newspaper last Friday.
The liner typesetter is an Englishman.
Well, that explains it.
Well, what explains this? What's taking place here tonight?
Well, now, sir, how would I know that? Just being a police officer.
Oh, come on, Sergeant. Police officers know everything, especially if they're named O'Donoghue.
O'Donoghue with a G.
I remember.
Now, sir, tell me something. Why do they come to New York town?
Why does who come to New York?
All the sweet and pretty young things.
It's the bright lights of Broadway, Sergeant. Even a police officer knows that.
Yes, like moths to the flame.
I see where this is leading.
And here this evening we had a little moth. Perhaps she believed she was a butterfly, but what does it matter? The flame consumes them all in the end.
Well, I'm certainly a man who can follow a figure of speech, but what is this flame to which you refer, Sergeant?
The flame of despair and the flame of loneliness. They sit alone in a furnished room, a stranger among strangers, and they look at the flames. The leaping yellow flames.
The leaping yellow flame?
But now it has become the flickering blue light of the gas range. They look at the light, and it's so cold and distant. A chill flame without light and warmth, like life itself, cold and dark. So they lean forward, and almost without thinking, they blow out the flame. Now, they're alone in the blackness of the night, and all is silent except for the gas. The low, soft hiss of the gas.
What you're saying is that a girl in this building turned on
The low, soft hiss, like the hiss of a snake. But a kindly snake.
She's dead then, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. May the good Lord rest her gentle.
Are they sure?
Oh, yes, the doctor was there. He passed down the word. You'll have to step out of the way, sir. They're taking her down now.
A very young doctor who rode the ambulance for the city hospital and who was still very new on the job tried to hide the horror in his heart with a look of cynical boredom on his face, but wasn't quite experienced enough to carry it off yet. He was followed by 2 orderlies who carried a stretcher. The face of the poor unfortunate was supposed to be covered, but the blanket had slipped. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of a fair young face with reddish gold hair. A beauty mark on the chin. Just for a moment. And she was gone. Into the ambulance and away. To be lost and gone forever. Yes?
I've come in to take away the breakfast dishes, sir. Well, I see I can't do that, since you've had neither a sip nor a bite.
Mrs. Paulidge, you have excellent powers of observation.
And you seem to be a bit snippy this morning, Mr. Porter.
Oh, that's true. You can't expect a man to be in a good temper all the time, especially when he's having trouble writing a story.
You're having trouble writing a story.
Oh, yes.
How is that possible?
Why would a beautiful young lady want to end her life?
There's a man in it somewhere.
Could there be another reason?
Nah, not for a woman.
Now, this young lady ended her life in a... it could be considered a theatrical rooming house. Perhaps she was despondent because her career had failed.
Nah, I wouldn't believe it. You said she was young and beautiful? Well, the world doesn't have to come to an end for that kind. No. I could only believe she'd end it all for love.
That's the only way you'd have it?
Afraid so. And you'd better stop fighting it.
The reddish gold hair. For a moment, it seemed like a halo around that angelic young face. A face I knew I would never forget. Why? Why did she do it? Who was she? I looked through the papers. Nothing, not a word. So much happens in the city, there isn't room for everything, especially the passing of an unknown, obscure young girl, even if she is beautiful. So many of them are beautiful. So beautiful it breaks your heart. Well, I would have to ask questions.
Yes?
Are you the landlady?
Yes, I am. My name's Mrs. Purdy. You want to rent a room?
About the young lady who died here last night.
What young lady?
Oh, that's what I want to talk to you about.
Are you a cop?
No.
Then what are you snooping around for, asking questions?
I'd like to know why
You got the wrong address, sir.
Now, wait, before you slam the door in my face, I'm a newspaper man.
What do you want? She was nothing. She was nobody. Who's going to be interested reading about her?
I want to ask you a few questions.
Oh, come on. Give me a break, sir. If it gets known somebody done the Dutch act in that room, nobody's going to want to rent it. Well, would you?
It doesn't have to get into the newspaper.
Oh. Well, now, you're a gentleman. Are you sure you're a reporter?
Can we talk inside? This is the room.
This is the room.
I see.
Well, what's the matter? It ain't nice. Well, I mean, what do you want for $4 a week, the Ritz?
What was her name?
I don't know her name.
Well, how can that be possible?
Well, the name she gave me was Helen Smith. Do I know if that was her real name?
What did she do?
Well, I don't know.
Where did she work?
I don't know.
Didn't you ask?
Why should I ask? Well, if they want to tell me, they tell me. Otherwise, all they got to do is behave themselves and pay the rent.
Where did she come from?
I don't know.
How long had she been here?
How long? Well,
3 weeks. Yes, I remember I was supposed to collect the 4th week's rent from her this morning.
So, you don't know who she was, where she came from, what she did, or why she killed herself?
Who knows?
What happened to her belongings?
Belongings? Oh, she didn't have none. Well, what I mean, she had the dress she was wearing and another one. A skirt, 2 blouses, some under things, and the shoes she was wearing. Oh, just a few stitches of clothing was all she had to show for the world. Poor child.
And among the things she owned, there was nothing to identify her?
No, sir.
No jewelry?
Jewelry? Oh, bless us, no.
A watch, a ring, a bracelet?
Nothing.
Who discovered her?
Oh, that was my misfortune. I was sitting in the kitchen drinking beer with Mrs. McCool, my next-door neighbour. And I said, "Is there a smell, Mrs. McCool?" And she answers, "There's a smell, Mrs. Purdy." And with that, we put down our glasses and come rushing up here to the 3rd floor back. We open the door. And there she is, poor child, laying on the bed. And...
Yes?
Well, we open the window, but it's too late. So we both ran screaming downstairs into the street.
Well, what else can you tell me?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, sir. We saw the policeman on the beat, and he sent for the ambulance. Oh, not that it done her any good at all.
And there's nothing you can tell me about the girl?
Well, I've already told you everything I know.
No.
It's lunchtime.
I don't want any lunch.
You won't write any better if you're hungry.
Confound it, Mrs. Powledge, I want to be let alone.
I made you Manhattan clam chowder.
All right, set it down. Mrs. Powledge, I'm licked. The story won't come out.
Enjoy the chowder.
Why does this story defeat me? It has everything. It has youth, beauty, tragedy, death, and yet I can't put anything together. The room, seedy and sinister. Yes, sinister. I don't know why. A dungeon, a cell of despair. She came there. She chose the place.
Why?
Why is the story? Have I lost it?
Lost what?
It, the divine it, the gift, the God-given gift to write.
I don't think so.
Who is this girl? Why did she kill herself?
You should be giving answers instead of asking questions.
I'm even asking the wrong questions. Does it matter what her real name was or where she comes from? Isn't it up to me to create all that? I've always been able to do it before.
Come in.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, why,
Sergeant O'Donoghue.
with a G.
Yes, sir. I come down here because I thought I could bring you something that might be of interest from a literary point of view.
Yes?
You remember, sir, it was just a week ago, this poor girl that done herself in.
I wish I could forget.
Well, it's happened again.
What's happened again, Sergeant?
Another one. Another one of those unfortunate situations in the same house, in the same room.
What are you telling me, Sergeant?
I suppose what I'm saying is that the room stayed vacant 6 days. Then, last night, the landlady rents it out to a young gentleman, and early this morning, he took the same way out.
Well, what are the odds? We're discussing the final desperate actions of 2 defeated young people. What are the odds that they could have chosen the same room out of so many thousands in the city? Consider the room. Is there something in the room or about the room? We try to answer questions like these in Act 2, which I shall bring you shortly. The 4 million human souls who filled the New York of O. Henry's day, with 4 million triumphs, 4 million defeats, 4 million comedies, 4 million tragedies. The shifting, seething mass of 4 million lives. Loving, hating, living, dying. And we're concerned with 2 of them. A golden-haired girl and...
He was a dark-haired young man.
What else can you tell me about him?
Well, he was maybe 27, 28.
Tell me everything.
Oh, please, sir. If this ever gets out, I'll never be able to rent that room. Never.
I want to know everything.
Well, last night, there was a ringing of my doorbell. And... Oh, please, sir.
Go on. Last night. What time?
Well, 9 o'clock, I believe.
9 o'clock. Go ahead.
I don't like to think about it.
Your doorbell rang.
Well, yes, and he asked if...
Do you have a room to let?
Well, I have the 3rd floor back.
May I see it?
It's $5 a week.
Oh, that's all right.
In advance.
I don't object.
All right, well, come along. Now, I keep a very nice, clean house. What business are you in? How long do you plan to stay there? Well, I must say you ain't very talkative.
Would she... Oh, Lord, would she have come to this? Fallen to this? No, oh, no, please.
What's that you're saying? Yeah, well, just down the hallway. Well, and this is the room.
Oh, I see.
It's a nice room. It ain't often vacant. I get the most elegant people here. There's lots of closet room. Oh, it's a place everybody likes. It never stays idle long.
Do you have many theatrical people rooming here?
Oh, they come and they go. There's a good proportion of the lodgers are connected with the theatre. Actor folk never stay long anywheres. I get my share. Do you want a room?
I suppose so.
Well, like I said, it's $5 a week in advance.
All right.
The room has been made nice and fresh. Your towels and the water pitcher's full.
Mrs.
Purdy. Oh, I didn't get your name.
Jones.
Jones. All right, we'll leave it be Jones.
Mrs. Purdy, a young girl, about 22. Would she have been one of your lodgers? Her name was Miss Fashner. Eloise Fashner.
No, I can't say I remember that name.
A fair complexion girl, medium height, slender with golden hair, and a beauty mark on her chin. Have you seen her?
No, I ain't seen her. Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, are you all right?
Huh? Oh, yes. Good night, Mrs. Purdy.
But you had seen her. You had seen her. She was the girl who...
That girl's name was Helen Smith.
The description, the golden hair, the fair complexion, the beauty mark on the chin.
Oh, there could be 1,000 girls like that.
It was the same girl, and you know it.
Please, sir, don't say that.
It was the same girl.
All right. And what if it was? Was it my place to tell him? What would you have me say? Oh, yes, sir. A young lady answering that very description turned the gas on in this room 6 nights ago. Is that what I should have said, is it?
He was looking for her.
Please, sir, don't say any more. I'm scared out of me wits as it is.
There are thousands of rooming houses throughout the city. There are tens of thousands of furnished rooms. What made him pick your place? Why did he choose your house? Why did he come to your house?
That's what he asked me.
That's what he asked. What are you saying?
Sir, well, he hadn't been in the room an hour when he came downstairs and knocked on my door. Who is it?
Open the door.
What is it? What's wrong?
Mrs. Purdy.
Yes?
Miss Bashner.
Miss Bashner?
The young lady I asked you about.
Oh, yes.
She has been in the room.
She what?
She has been in that room.
Oh, well, now, how could she, to whoever she is?
I knew it. Something drew me to this house. I spent days walking the streets of Broadway. I spoke to the managers, theatrical agents, anyone from the highest to the lowest.
Mr. Jones, it's late.
Have you seen her? And everywhere, from everyone, the answer was no. Something said to me to walk westward, toward the river. And I did. And then the same voice said, here. Turn in here. Stop here. Rest here. Stay here. Here is where you will find her. Now tell me, Mrs. Purdy.
I've already told you, Mr. Jones. I ain't seen her.
No, I can't accept that. The voice was too strong, too clear. It guided me here, to this house.
I wouldn't know about that.
And to that room. She was in that room.
No.
Well, who was in that room?
Who?
Who was the last one to occupy it?
A gentleman.
No. It was a woman, a young woman, a pale, slender woman with golden hair and blue eyes and a beauty mark on her chin. Eloise Vashner. My Eloise, it had to be. Because I had to keep my promise.
What promise?
Tell me she was here. And tell me where she went.
Well, the one you're thinking of, she was never here.
But
you just have a very great imagination.
You insist that Eloise has never occupied that room.
I don't know your young lady.
All right. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter now.
And then he went up to the room, turned out the gas light. Then he turned the handle of the jet again without striking a flame. And he lay down on the bed and...
You didn't tell him about Miss Vashner?
How could I know her name was Vashner?
Where did he say he was from?
He didn't.
And you didn't ask?
I never ask.
But did he have any papers, any identification?
No, none at all.
How do you know, Mrs. Purdy?
How do I know? Well, I looked. There was nothing.
Just as we know nothing about the girl, we also know nothing about the man. Most important, we know nothing at all of how he happened to come to this very place.
Oh, I feel sorry for them two young folk. But I don't know what can be done about it. And life goes on, sir. And I've got to get the room cleaned up and hope I can rent it out again.
You've just rented it.
I have. To who?
To me.
You... Well, now, why would you want to live in a dump like this?
I want to spend the night in the third floor back. Two people had died in that room. Were they connected to each other? My romantic writer's instinct said yes. I wanted them to know each other, to be in love with each other, and to have died because of a misunderstanding. That was the story I wanted to write. A story of star-crossed lovers in the shadow of the 9th Avenue elevated. And yet, there could have been another interpretation. The room itself. There may have been something in the room itself. Something strange and terrifying and deadly in the room itself. The only way to find out was to sleep in the room. Spend the night there. And, if necessary, fight against the room itself. Yes?
Sir, I wanted to know, is there anything you need?
Oh, no. I'll be quite comfortable, thank you. Why?
Nothing.
Well, I'm not sure it's nothing. Mrs. Purdy?
It is. It's nothing at all.
Well, then why did you hesitate before you said nothing?
Because... Well...
Yes, Mrs. Purdy. Because?
Because whatever else was true about them, the fact is the last two people who slept in this room were troubled people.
Troubled?
You know what I mean. Troubled. It's something that shows in their eyes. Oh, you can hear it in their voice. And, sir, you look like a troubled person to me.
I do?
Yes, sir, you do. And, well, maybe the room gets to be, well, too much.
Do you know what you're talking about, Mrs. Purdy?
Yes, sir. And so do you. So I'm asking you, if you're really and truly troubled, don't spend the night here.
Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Purdy.
Well, I just couldn't afford to have a third one. I mean 3. And in just about the space of a week, I'd be ruined forever.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
It might be best if I was never to rent it out again. I could use it for storage. Yes. That's exactly what I'll do. I've just decided, starting tonight.
Starting tomorrow, Mrs. Birdie.
But I won't let you stay here.
I'm afraid you have no choice. I've paid my rent in advance.
All right, sir. But after it's too late, don't say I didn't warn you.
Do these things travel in threes? Hopefully not. Will the third be our storyteller? All we know for certain is that we have a room, and the room seems to have a secret, a deadly secret. Certain also is the fact that we're on the threshold of Act 3, where all secrets must come out into the open. First, we had a golden-haired girl, Miss Helen Smith, or Miss Eloise Vashner. Then there was a gentleman whose name may or not have been Mr. Jones. Both seem to have succumbed to a fateful what? We don't know. But neither could survive the third floor back. A seedy little furnished room in a tawdry little rooming house on the west side of Manhattan. O. Henry's Manhattan. And now the master storyteller is determined to discover if he can survive it himself.
The first thing is to turn the gas up high. High, bright. Light. Nothing like bright light to dispel dark secrets. So, what have we here? A dingy, grimy little cell. But what's the story? Could it have been murder? Murder. No, rule nothing out. Suppose I were to talk with my friend Sergeant Seamus O'Donoghue, with a G. Supposing I were to say, you're satisfied with suicide?
Satisfied? Oh, bless your soul, sir. Who could be satisfied?
All right, I can understand that, but there are other possibilities.
Such as?
Murder.
Murder? By who?
Oh, we're in the realm of supposition.
I appreciate that.
Mrs. Purdy, speculate with me. Suppose Miss Smith or Miss Vashner had something of value.
Such as?
Oh, a ring, a jewel of some sort. A gift from a loved one. And Mrs. Purdy saw it. And Mrs. Purdy was tempted. And Mrs. Purdy stole into the room. She had a key. And she turned up the gas.
And your evidence?
I have none.
Well, then of what value is this theory to the police?
It's of no value at all to the police.
But then why do you present it to me?
Because I'm a writer, and everything goes through my mind.
Well, sir, going along with that theory, for the sake of argument, as it were, say she killed the poor, unfortunate young lady. How do you account for the death of the young man?
The young man knew.
What did he know?
He knew the young girl had been in that room.
How?
I don't know yet. But he knew that Mrs. Purdy had killed the young lady.
Well, but how did he know that?
I don't know that either yet. But he insisted to Mrs. Purdy that the young lady had been in that room. Mrs. Purdy was afraid of him. So, later that night, when he was asleep...
You're saying she did the same thing to him?
Yes, I believe that's what I'm saying.
Well, no, I must go back to the original question. Where is your evidence?
Unfortunately, it doesn't exist.
Well, then, sir, where are we?
We're still at the beginning of my story. What did happen to these unfortunate people? And what is there about that room? And And so, I sit here and wonder. Let me examine the room again. The room. The threadbare rug. Smudged finger marks on the faded wallpaper. The bed, distorted by bursting springs. And the room itself has been carelessly set in order. And on the dresser, a half-dozen hairpins. Discreet, anonymous. In the drawers, a fragment of a handkerchief. A broken bone button, a pawnbroker's card. 2 forgotten marshmallows. A book on the divination of dreams. And deep dust on the windowsills. And an old, dried-out, half-smoked cigar in the corner. An old cork. Broken pencil. All the debris of those who are homeless in this, their temporary home. And then I could smell something sweet and delightful. It was the smell of mignonette. It came as a single buffet of wind with such sureness and fragrance and emphasis that it almost seemed a living visitant. And then the room grew dark. I heard voices. Voices, clear. And here, in the room. I love you. I love you, Eloise.
And I love you, George.
I don't want to live without you.
Oh, George, I'm supposed to be the romantic one.
I can't conceive of life without you.
Well, you'll have to live without me for a little while, George.
Darling, I don't want you to break your heart.
Nothing. No one can ever break my heart. Except you. And you'd never do it.
The world can break your heart. Especially the world of the stage.
Oh, George, I must have my chance.
I'll go to New York with you.
No, you can't give up your job at the bank.
I can get a job at a bank in New York.
No, George, this is your bank. Here they know you and appreciate you. In 10 years, you'll be the president.
I'm in a terrible position because, well, you'll think I'm only saying this to keep you here.
Oh, no. I believe you're saying what you feel is the truth.
Don't go because you're not good enough.
Oh.
You're angry.
No, I'm not.
Darling, you're so good at our little community drama group, but I've been to New York. I've seen great actresses. Ada Ree and Bernhardt and Miss Barrymore.
I know I'm not as good as they are yet.
There are thousands and thousands of hopeful girls like you.
Oh, George, dear, we've talked about all this before.
Yes, I suppose we have.
And we agreed that I am to have my chance. And at the end of a year, if...
Darling, I want you to take this ring.
Oh, George, it must have been so expensive.
Would you, read what's inscribed inside?
Yes. Don't die without me. What, George?
Remember it.
What a thing to say.
I know how much you want to succeed as an actress.
Do you, George, really?
Yes. And, well, that's why I'm afraid for you.
George, don't be.
If New York says no, I don't want you to feel it's the end of the world. You must never...
Never what, George?
Die.
Oh, George.
I mean, let your hopes die, your spirit die. Let the brightness inside you die. Do you understand?
Yes, George.
And if you ever feel that things are too much, you must send for me. That's what it means.
Yes, George. Yes, my darling, I know.
I opened my eyes. I saw nothing. But the room was no longer dark. It was bright. The gaslight was burning cheerily. Where were they, those two people? Who were they? I'd heard them so clearly. They could have been in the room with me. George, he must have been Mr. Jones. And Eloise, of course, she had been Eloise Vashner. And this had been their parting scene. Then, once again, the stale, dank odor of the room had disappeared, only to be replaced by the sweet aroma of the mignonette. And once again, voices.
It's a beautiful ring.
I didn't say it wasn't, but it's small.
Yes, but it should be worth...
Worth what? It has an inscription, which lowers the value of the ring.
Oh, please. How much for the ring?
Huh? Where do you live?
Does it matter? On the west side.
No. Where is your home?
My home?
Well?
I don't have a home anymore.
Oh, yes, you do.
I can't go back.
You can. Now tell me, where is your home?
Why?
Because, wherever it is, I will give you the price of a railroad ticket home. Why don't you go back to him?
Who?
Him, whoever he is. Do you mean to stand there and tell me there isn't a boy back home?
He wouldn't want me now.
Well, the ring. Do you see what it says on the ring? Do you mean a boy who would have that engraved on a ring wouldn't want you?
Please, give me anything you want for the ring, anything you think it's worth.
Call him. Send him a telegram.
I can't. Don't you understand? I can't.
And once again, the voices were gone. The room was still dark, and the sweet smell of mignonette persisted. I heard a whisper at first. Then it grew louder. It was her voice. The voice of the girl called Eloise.
George. George. Are you there? Oh, George. How did you find me?
Where are you? Eloise, where are you?
Oh, George, how did you find me?
I hear you, Eloise, but I can't see you.
How I wanted you to come to me. How I longed for you. How I needed you.
Eloise, it's you, Eloise.
But I couldn't, not after what I did.
Eloise.
You were right, George. It was the end of the world. My hopes died, and my spirit.
Eloise, where are you?
And I died.
Eloise. Oh, Eloise, you forgot what I said.
No, George, I never forgot.
Why did you do it, Eloise? Why did you die without me?
You have to forget me. You're still young and strong and filled with hope and spirit and brightness.
Why did you die without me, Eloise?
Please, George.
No. You can't die without me. You can't.
No. George. Don't.
It won't take long, darling. I'll be with you in just a few minutes.
Suddenly, the aroma of mignonette was gone. In its place was another smell, a sickly, sweetish smell. And I heard it in the dark. I heard it. Sergeant Seamus O'Donoghue's deadly snake. The gentle snake that neither bites nor crushes, but who breathes the sweet and pungent air of death. Yes. The jet was turned on, but the flame was out. Quickly, because by now I was starting to cough and gasp. I turned off the jet, threw open the window, and breathed the open, life-giving air.
I must say it's a beautiful story.
You like it, then?
They both die, but since they die for love, it's all right.
Thank you.
Is it true?
True? A writer finds his own truth.
But in this case, you could find the actual truth, should you care to.
Is that a fact, Mrs. Powledge? How?
Well, we don't know if these two people actually knew each other, or anything about the ring other than your own fancy.
I did hear the voices.
But a writer always hears voices. You could ask the pawnbroker.
The pawnbroker?
Yes, he said when you were looking around the room, you found a pawnbroker's card.
Ah, yes, I did.
So wouldn't it just stand to reason?
Yes.
All you have to do is go down and see the pawnbroker. Ask if there was actually such a girl and such a ring.
I could have done that, but I didn't.
You didn't? Why not?
Because, Miss Powledge, that would have been cheating.
Which is something O. Henry would never do to a reader. And so, the master of irony and suspense was so good at it, because in suspense is how he loved to live himself. He must have been his own best reader, just as surprised by his surprise endings as you and I are. I'll be back shortly. Yes, he loved to write, O. Henry did. And his favorite theme was the one of two lovers kept apart in the maze of the great unfeeling city. Sometimes they were united in this world, and sometimes they had to wait for the next. But he always joined them together at the end. For to O. Henry, the end was eternity. For you, our listener, however, there is no end. We go on here 7 times each week. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Marion Seldes, Joan Shea, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News follows on WBBM Chicago.
CBS News. The State Department has no comment to a newspaper report about an assassination plot against Henry Kissinger. I'm Christopher Glenn, reporting on the CBS radio network. The New York Daily News says it has learned that a group of extreme right-wing Israelis paid $150,000 to one or more foreign hitmen to kill the Secretary of State, apparently to revenge what they consider Kissinger's sellout of Israel during his numerous shuttle diplomacy efforts. At the State Department, spokesman Robert Funseth was asked about a reported White House request for an assessment of threats against Kissinger's life.
We have said that we are unable to provide any details about the assessment or to comment about any specific threats. This is consistent both with Secret Service and State Department policy not to comment in any way about any threats.
Kissinger was honored by the Washington Diplomatic Corps Thursday evening at a farewell reception and by President Ford, who showed up to bestow upon the Secretary the nation's highest civilian decoration, the Medal of Freedom. Mr. Ford called Kissinger the greatest Secretary of State in the history of our republic, and Kissinger in turn praised Mr. Ford's leadership in assessing his years at the head of the State Department.
In every trouble spot. We cannot say that we have solved the problems. But I think we can say that under your leadership, we have taken the first steps, and in many areas, major steps, towards a solution.
Earlier in the day, Mr. Ford joined a presidential tradition, the ceremonial planting of a tree on the White House grounds. Mr. Ford's contribution to the executive arboretum and eastern white pine will grow between John Kennedy's Pacific Pride apple tree and Dwight Eisenhower's northern red oak. President-elect Carter has returned to Plains, concluding his last pre-inaugural visit to the nation's capital. He spent the day Thursday in consultation with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, saying afterward he had learned a lot from the 10 hours of briefings. Mr. Carter interrupted the military conversation several times to place overseas telephone calls to President Giscard d'Estaing of France and Prime Ministers Callahan of Great Britain and Schmidt of West Germany, suggesting an economic summit conference in a few months. The American Humane Association is urging the governor of Illinois and the American Legion to prohibit a fox hunt scheduled for Saturday near the town of Royal, Illinois. The local Legion post is sponsoring the event. The foxes are blamed for recent livestock losses. Participants are required to have a hunting license and a club-type weapon, apparently to be used to beat the captured foxes to death. In New York City, the ASPCA and the police put a stop to the rather droll effort to promote a so-called sporting event. Steve Reed of station WCBS reports.
There on fashionable Fifth Avenue, perched on a horse, was a man dressed as a matador, signs promoting a bullfight draped on either side of the horse. And not far away, another man tried to interest passers-by in $25 tickets. Some people chuckled, but the ASPCA was not amused. Executive Director Duncan Wright said he had been gathering evidence for 2 months.
So this is probably the ultimate and deliberate cruelty to an animal. It's planned, and it's just something we're not going to have here. The law says it's not supposed to be, and we're not going to permit it.
The plan was to ferry spectators to a makeshift arena, several barges anchored 4 miles off the coast of New York beyond state or federal jurisdiction. Authorities said that some time ago, the would-be promoter had another idea that didn't quite get off the ground: gambling aboard an airborne plane. This is Steve Reed for CBS News, New York.
And I'm Christopher Glenn, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I've been waiting for you. Welcome to the world of suspense, imagination. A world where nothing is impossible and everything is foolproof. At least that's what Peter Vincent thought, the hero of our tale. Peter Vincent is approaching middle age. Not quite there, but already beginning to experience the disillusions, the restlessness that comes from feeling we're capable of better things and fearing time will run out before we achieve them. But Peter Vincent, who lives by his wit, his charm, his cunning, hit one day on a scheme that appeared to be his great triumph. Our mystery drama, Dressed to Kill, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Robert Morse. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. And Peter Vincent is about to weave a tangled web of deception, the likes of which he has never tried before, and hopes never to have to try again. Our story begins in a cheap but clean and well-run apartment house on New York City's West Side.
Oh, Mr. Vincent.
Yes, Mrs. Gretsch.
It's the 5th of the month.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Gretsch. Do you tell the time, too?
Look, I'll thank you not to be so smart when you're late with the rent. 2 months late at that.
Only 2 months this time. Things are looking up for you.
I got my bills to pay, too, you know. And everything going up.
Everything goes up around here except the heat. I've been meaning to speak to you about that.
There is an energy crisis. I have to conserve all
You'll have your own crisis if I catch pneumonia and can't work. I shall sue you, Mrs. Gretsch, for depriving me of my livelihood.
I'd like to know just what that is.
You know what I do.
Well, you call yourself an actor. Actors act. You haven't been in a show since you started living here.
Does that make me any the less an actor? We are all acting, Mrs. Gretsch. You, I, everyone. We're playing out our roles on this great stage. We are never really ourselves. We hide behind the masks, and we act out our little lives. I mean, you're acting. You don't want to press me for the rent, but you must. It's your role in life. So you step up on the stage as you are now, the star of this mini-drama, acting the part of the miserable, harassed landlady insisting on the rent. And you do your part extraordinarily well. Have you ever thought of going on the stage?
Well, my sister was always telling me I had a nice voice.
And she's right, she is. I may speak to my agent about you, yeah. I might just be able to get you a part.
But get me the rent instead.
Beautiful, Mrs. Gretsch, that was beautiful. You have a natural sense of timing. You'll make a wonderful heroine someday. You're past the ingenue roles, but still...
You have till the 10th, Mr. Vincent, not a day after.
That's it, Mrs. Gretsch. Keep studying. Stupid old frump.
Hi, Pete.
Murray. What are you doing here?
Drinking your scotch.
I thought you were in Cleveland.
Ah, the show folded.
Oh, how'd you get in?
You gave me a key a year ago, remember?
Well, remind me to change the lock. I'm sick of your freeloading, Murray.
Look, just a couple of days till I get settled. I gave up my room when I went on the road.
You're not staying here.
Oh, come on, Pete. I'll pay half the rent.
Well, welcome home, Murray.
You're looking pretty good, Pete. You been eating regularly?
Off and on. I pulled a little flim-flam job a few months ago. Paid the back rent.
What about acting? Any leads?
No, but I'm working on something, Murray. Something really big. I'm sick of those ratty little deals for peanuts.
Oh, come on. Not another con game.
The greatest, Murray. The one that'll set me up for life on that sunny little beach in Mexico. I'm going to pull one last gigantic hoax and then retire. I mean, just settle down for life. I've been thinking about it for months.
Great. What's the scheme?
I'm going to kill myself.
Well, that's one way to... You're what?
I'm going to kill myself. But it won't be suicide.
You're going to kill yourself, but it won't be suicide.
That's right, Murray. And my wife will receive $50,000 in insurance.
Now, I know you're nuts.
I'm serious, Murray.
How can you be? You may go ahead and kill yourself, but your wife isn't going to get any $50,000. You're not even married. I'm going to have another martini while I try to focus in on this.
It has to work, Murray. It's foolproof.
Nothing is foolproof.
I've been looking at it from every angle, and the more I look, the more I'm convinced it's going to work. Now, Peter Vincent will die. His wife will disappear forever, and I'll come out of the whole thing with $50,000.
Let me get this straight. You're going to fake your own death and then impersonate your wife to collect the insurance?
Precisely. I've got a $25,000 double indemnity policy. I've had it for years. I got it back in the better days when I was working regularly and traveling a lot. My mother was a beneficiary. But after she died, I just never did anything about changing the policy. I kept it up.
You're not only out of work, you're out of your mind.
No, listen, Murray, when I thought of this thing last year, I went and changed the beneficiary on that policy. I made up a name, Tina Vincent. The beneficiary is Tina Vincent, wife of the deceased. I've just been waiting, letting enough time go by so it looks legitimate.
Well, it's a blockbuster, all right. If you get away with it, there are a lot of things to consider. How are you going to pass for a woman?
The impersonation is the main...
Yeah, that's it. Can you be convincing?
When I put my mind to something, I can be very convincing.
I don't believe it. Where did you learn to talk like that?
I used that voice in a nightclub act a couple of years ago.
Well, it's perfect. It's a perfect name. Say something else.
It was sweet of you to invite me to dinner, Murray. Oh, Murray, pay the check and let's just get out of here.
Fantastic.
Well, the first thing to do now is create, Tina Vincent. Now, will you help me, Murray?
Hey, give me that voice again. That really spooks me, hearing that dame's voice coming out of you.
Well, that's because you haven't seen me at my best, Murray. Wait till I'm dressed for the part.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, yes. I was interested in these pants suits.
Oh, well, these are on sale today. Is it a gift for your wife, perhaps?
Yes, you might say that. For my wife, yes.
Oh, well, how nice. Oh, what's her size?
The size? Oh, about, like mine.
Like yours? Oh, rather tall, then, huh?
Decidedly.
Well, let me see. I'd say about an 18 tall. And if it doesn't fit, you can always bring it back.
Fine.
Now, the suits on this rack are all size 18.
I'll take this blue, and how about that black velvet?
That was fast. You certainly know your wife's taste.
Yes, I do, rather.
All right, well, I'll have these boxed and gift wrapped. Will there be anything else, sir?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she's been wanting a new wig.
Oh, yes, sir. Step this way. Next counter down. Now, what does she wear? Blonde, brunette, black?
Oh, dear me, yes. Funny, I've never really noticed.
Oh, well, what's her coloring like? Fair? Dark?
Fair. Like mine, almost.
Oh, uh-huh. Oh, this frosted blonde would be perfect. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah.
Yes, I think that would do.
Oh, here, just for fun. You try it on. Huh?
Oh, come on.
You say her coloring is like yours.
No, please, that's silly.
Oh, here. Let me just slip it over your head.
Ow.
Adjust it a little and... Why, it's incredible, sir.
What's incredible?
Well, I don't know, this wig, Well, I hope you'll forgive me for saying so, but with that wig on, you could pass for a rather attractive woman.
Really?
Yeah, except for one thing.
And what's that?
Well, your mustache.
Well, Murray, how do I look?
Like a tall Doris Day.
Come on, will you? Come on, what have I forgotten? What is wrong with this whole image?
Nothing. I gotta admit, it's perfect.
Yeah. Have I got on too much makeup?
No, I don't think so. Lots of women go in for heavy makeup.
Well, there's only one sure way to find out. The acid test.
Go out in public.
Precisely, because I've got to be convincing as a woman before I've gone too far.
Where are you going to start?
Well, first I'm going to open a bank account. I've got to establish some sort of identity for Tina Vincent. Just impersonating a woman isn't good enough, because when I get down to the final act, applying for the insurance, I've got to prove that I really am Tina Vincent. I've got to have identification.
You sure have thought this thing out, Pete.
I've been planning it for almost a year. Well, I'm going to start with the bank. Oh, lend me $50, will you? No, I promise you, you'll get it back in spades when this whole thing's over.
Yeah, when you're in Mexico, you mean.
Come on, Murray. Be a patron of the arts, huh? Where's your imagination? Now, come on, don't let a little thing like a few bucks keep us from carrying out one of the greatest schemes of all times.
No wonder you don't have to work. Okay. Here.
You won't regret it. You want to come along and watch the fun?
I wouldn't miss it for the world. I paid $50 for that reserved seat. Stage fright?
No. At this point, I have nothing to lose. Let's call it a first read-through.
Okay, give me that Tina voice again. You gotta get in character.
Good afternoon. I'd like to open a savings account.
Perfect.
Is the wig straight?
Yeah, everything looks fine to me.
Okay, Murray. All right. All right, here I go. I beg your pardon?
Good afternoon, madam. May I help you?
Yes, I'd like to open a savings account.
Certainly. Sit down, please. Will this be an individual or joint account?
An individual. I'm starting to save a little for a surprise vacation for my husband in Mexico.
Well, that's very nice, very nice. May I have your name, Mrs.
Vincent. Tina Vincent.
All right, Mrs. Vincent, if you'll fill out both these cards. Name, address, social security number.
Social security number?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, a little catch in the throat. No, a social security number. No, I don't have one. I mean, my card must be at home. I haven't worked for so many years.
I see. Well, you can always send that in to us later.
Oh, thank heavens.
How much would you like to deposit?
Well, $50.
Very well, Mrs. Vincent.
You should have seen his face when I dropped back to my own voice for that horrible second.
Did he realize?
I don't think so. He was startled, but I carried it off. I have to do better than that, though, when I face an insurance company. I've got to be totally convincing.
Well, you just need more practice.
You're right, Murray. I've got to try and live an entire week as Tina Vincent. Everywhere I go, everything I do will be Tina Vincent.
Yeah, but I got my doubts, a lot of big doubts.
Why?
Well, maybe you can talk like a woman and dress up like one for a while. But I don't think you can keep up the pose. Sustain it, I mean.
That's what I want to find out. And I've got a great idea. This will be the test to end all tests. If I can fool that hawk-eyed superintendent, Mrs. Gretsch, the toughest insurance man will be a pushover.
Yeah, how are you going to do that?
Another brilliant piece of business, Murray. I just hope I can keep from laughing in her face, because I've got to fool her in order to live here this week as Tina Vincent. In fact, she doesn't know it, but she's going to be an unwitting supporting player in our little drama. And I do mean supporting, particularly if there should be an insurance investigation later.
Yeah, and that's a very likely possibility. I've been wondering how you plan to stage your own death.
That's Act 2, Murray. Now, let's establish the bereaved beneficiary first.
But there's got to be a body.
Yes, it is customary.
Insurance companies don't pay out until they're sure the policyholder is dead.
That's right, Murray.
Then, as I see it, if you're going to get away with this thing, you've got to get away with murder.
Indeed. Get away with murder. And get away with being a convincing Mrs. Tina Vincent. In order to get away with $50,000. A tall order for even the best actor or female impersonator, particularly when someone else is in on the whole scheme. But first things first. Let's see how well Peter Vincent makes out spending a week as Mrs. Vincent when we return shortly with Act 2. Peter Vincent, con artist, sometime actor, is preparing what he considers the greatest scheme of his career, impersonating his own beneficiary, Mrs. Tina Vincent, to collect his own insurance. But first, he must prove to others and to himself he can carry out the impersonation. So, for the next few days, Peter Vincent will disappear, and Mrs. Tina Vincent will take over.
Who is it?
I'd like to see the superintendent.
What do you want?
I'm looking for a man named Peter Vincent. I was told he lives in this building.
Well, his name's on the mailbox, 2A. But I don't think he's in. I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Well, would you be kind enough then to let me into his apartment?
Oh, certainly not. I don't know you.
I'm Mrs. Vincent, his wife.
His wife? Hey, I didn't know he was married. He's lived here 2 years.
We're separated, but I'm still Mrs. Vincent.
Oh, glory be. What next from that man?
I know Mr. Vincent wouldn't mind your letting me in. He doesn't know I'm in town. I want to surprise him.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. How do I know he'd be glad to see you? Look, if he wants you in his apartment, he'll be the one to let you in.
Well, of all...
Well, how'd it go?
Smooth, Murray, smooth. The old crow didn't bat an eyelash. To her, I'm a perfect stranger. If he wants you in his apartment, he'll be the one to let you in. That's just what she said. Come on. We have to arrange for my wife's lodging.
Where now?
That phone booth there. Lend me a dime, Murray. I've got to make a call.
I'll put it on your bill.
Consider it an investment. I told you, you'll share in the spoils.
I hope you know what you're doing, because I sure don't.
Another scene in our little drama, Murray.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Gratch. This is Peter Vincent.
Oh, Mr. Vincent, where are you?
I'm out of town, Mrs. Gretsch. I had an unexpected chance for a part, and I won't be back for at least a week. Would you keep an eye on my apartment for me?
I've done that already. There was a woman here not 5 minutes ago and said she was your wife.
Tina? Tina was there?
Oh, that's what she called herself. Is she really your wife, Mr. Vincent?
Yes, we're separated. I haven't seen Tina for years.
Oh, well, she wanted me to let her into your apartment to surprise you, but I wouldn't do it.
Oh, Mrs. Gretsch, I wish you had.
What? You mean it's all right?
Well, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing. Tina and I are the best of friends, Mrs. Gretsch. Look, if she should come back, if you see her again by any chance, please, let her in. In fact, she can stay there until I get back. Let her use my apartment, if she likes.
Well, all right, if you say so, Mr. Vincent. I hope you have a good run.
A what?
Oh, just a little show talk I picked up. You did say you're in play.
Oh, yes. It's going to be a very good run, Mrs. Gretsch. In fact, it seems to be going beautifully.
Oh, just a minute, sir.
Yes?
I know you've been staying with Mr. Vincent, but now things have changed. He's out of town.
Yeah, I know.
And Mrs. Vincent is occupying the apartment.
Tina? You mean Tina's here?
And with Mr. Vincent away, I don't think it's...
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Gretsch. You didn't know. I'm Peter Vincent's brother-in-law.
What?
Yeah, Mrs. Vincent's my sister.
Oh. Well, I hope she's not here to make trouble. Mr. Vincent said they were separated.
Oh, don't worry. It's probably a reconciliation. They've always admired each other, even though they couldn't live together.
I certainly hope so.
Stupid old biddy. Tina, it's Murray.
Murray, surprise!
When did you get into town?
Just today. Come in. Oh, good show, brother dear.
You know, I'm beginning to enjoy this part.
Yes, keep you in practice.
And what's next for you?
Us, Murray. We're going out on the town tonight.
What?
That's right. We're going to an East Side bar, and here's what I want you to do. Another martini, Murray, please.
Bartender, a martini for the lady. And let's make this the last.
Oh, Murray.
You've been drinking too much, and you know it.
Murray, please.
Look, I know when you've had too many martinis. I don't know why I'm sap enough to keep ordering them for you.
Murray, I am all right. You're the one.
I'm the one. I'm as sober as a judge, and I can see what's happening to you.
Murray, this is very...
Murray. That's all I ever hear from you. I'm getting out of here. I'm sick of you whining and complaining. Goodbye.
Murray!
Hey, honey.
What?
He ain't coming back. What are you drinking?
I don't drink with strangers.
I'm Harry Watson. How do you do? You see, now we're not strangers.
No, I'm not interested.
Come on. Good-looking dame like you. Man runs out on her. Come on, let's have a little fun.
No, please, you don't understand. It's not like that at all.
Baby, I know all about what it's like. Believe me. And you're something.
Oh, you really think so?
Baby, I know so. What's your name?
Oh, well, Tina.
Tina what?
Oh, just Tina.
Pretty name. Come on, let's have another drink and let's get acquainted.
Well, all right. Maybe just one.
Hey, bartender, another... What are you drinking?
Martini.
Yeah, a martini.
Harry, do you really think that I'm attractive?
Sure I do. Would I be buying you a martini if I didn't?
You're not just feeling sorry for me.
Nah, of course not. You're interesting. And I wouldn't be surprised if things got more interesting later.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Harry. Would you ever be surprised?
And then what happened?
I drank the martini and left. I proved my point. Tomorrow I'm going to apply for a Social Security number and keep on good terms with Mrs. Gretsch. She's going to be important to us later on.
Look, Pete, don't you think you've carried the joke far enough?
What do you mean?
Look, you've proved you can be a convincing dame. It's been fun and funny. But you're not really serious about knocking some guy off and trying to make the insurance company think it's you.
Of course I'm serious. I might add that I am dead serious.
But that's murder.
Not really. Not with what I have in mind. Now stop worrying so much. Just think about that $50,000, and it's a lot closer than you think. I don't have to prove myself anymore, Murray. I can carry off the masquerade. The time has come for Act 2.
Act 2?
The victim. I have to find my corpse. We have to plan this carefully because when I leave here, I'll never return, you see, as Peter Vincent. And I want you to get a hotel room. Some sleazy, out-of-the-way place where we can get past the desk clerk without being seen.
Whereabouts?
Near the Bowery, but not actually on it. Now, call me from there. I've got some preparations to make here because today, Peter Vincent meets with his accident. Hello?
Pete?
Where are you, Murray?
The Hotel Matador, room 218.
I'll find it. Now, I'll meet you there in about an hour. Drop off the necessary things, and then, Murray, we'll go shopping for a corpse. What a neighborhood. Perfect hunting ground.
Yeah, if we get out alive.
They're all too drunk to care about anything but where their next drink is coming from. Look at that creature there. Let's try him.
You'll never get him on his feet.
You. Hey, wake up. Wake up. How would you like to make $10?
What, $10?
Enough to keep you in Muscatel for 2 weeks.
Hey, what do you guys want?
A little of your time.
I don't know you.
You will shortly, and all your troubles are going to be over.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Now just come on. Come with us. We'll make you nice and comfortable. Isn't he perfect, Murray? He's so disgustingly depraved.
Yeah.
$10 for what?
For doing us and yourself a favor.
What's that?
Just please, come with us. Take it, Murray. Take his arm. Take his arm. All right. Let's get him to the hotel. Can you see anyone in the lobby?
No, just the clerk at the desk.
Do you think you can distract him?
Well, what's the difference? This place is full of guys in this condition.
I don't want any suspicions aroused. I want to get up to that room and out again without being seen.
Hey, wait a minute. The clerk's going toward the elevators.
Hey, what's this all about?
Shut up.
He's gone up.
All right, now. Come on, move.
Let's take the stairs. It's only one flight up.
I hope that clerk hasn't gone to the second floor. If we do meet anyone, just keep going.
I can't.
Shut up and keep moving.
All right, now, wait a second. I'll check the hall.
Okay, stop it now.
Okay. I'll run ahead and open the door.
All right.
I don't see how anyone who doesn't eat regularly could have so much weight. $10, huh?
Well, we made it.
All right, get him into that chair.
Yeah.
All right, now get the hot water going. My case has shaving cream, soap. I'll get these foul clothes off him. Oh, phew. A second, Murray, I'll run the tub. You undress him.
I'd never have believed it.
All it took was a shave, some cleaning up, my best suit, and he looks like a human being.
What's this all about?
It's just a joke on a friend. Now, look, here's a wallet. Now, lend me a 10 spot, will you, Murray? We did promise him. Now, here's your $10 in this wallet, see? Now, we'll just put it inside your coat like this, and you can keep the wallet, too, and the clothes. And there stands Peter Vincent. My clothes, all my identification, and heading for eternity. We'll wait till 5:15, the height of the subway rush hour.
This looks like home.
Move to the rear of the platform, Murray. That way, when the train passes us, it'll be going full speed.
Look, this is ridiculous, Pete. We got 200 witnesses.
Safety in numbers, Murray. We're lost in the crowd, and not one of them will know what's happened till it's all over. A man falls in front of a subway train. There'll be 30 different versions of what happened.
We should have done this at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, then we would have witnesses. We stand out like a red nose. Edge a little closer.
I want to lie down.
You will very soon. Murray, just before the train reaches the platform, let go of him. We both step back. When he totters and falls, we lose ourselves in the confusion.
Isn't there an easier way?
It has to be an accident to collect the double indemnity. And I don't want any body left to identify. Just the wallet and my identification.
Here it comes.
All right, a little closer to the edge. Now step back, Murray. Hey, what's Look, Murray. I'll meet you back at the hotel. Have another drink, Murray. You'll feel better.
Oh, it seemed kind of cruel.
He was standing too close to the track. He was unsteady on his feet.
Yeah, we put him there.
Look, will you forget him? That was Peter Vincent who went under the wheels of the train. If you want to feel remorse, just remember it's for your brother-in-law. Your dear sister's husband.
All right, don't worry. I'll play along.
Look, we're really in this for keeps, Murray. We have to go through with it all the way because Peter Vincent is dead. I can't ever be Peter Vincent again without admitting to murder.
Well, what do we do now?
Act 3, brother dear. Tina's going to get dressed, go back to her husband's apartment, and wait to be told she's a widow.
Peter Vincent has certainly got himself into a tangled web. But that unabashed self-confidence of his has seen him through many a tight squeeze. Let's see if it carries him through this one final scheme, his greatest hoax, as he calls it, to set himself up for life. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. So, Peter Vincent has been conveniently disposed of, to all intents and purposes, under the wheels of a speeding subway train. And now, Tina Vincent is back at the apartment, nervously awaiting the news of her husband's death.
Hello?
What's the word?
I told you not to call me tonight.
Well, I just want to know if anything's happened.
No, nothing yet. Now, I'll be in touch with you. Stay at that hotel. Look, there's the door. I've got to go. Who is it?
Police.
Police? What is it, officer?
I'm Detective Sergeant David, ma'am. Is this the apartment of Peter Vincent?
Why, yes, it is.
You are Mrs. Vincent?
Yes?
There's been an accident, Mrs. Vincent. I'll have to ask you to come down with us to headquarters.
Wait, what is it? Has something happened to Peter?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell me.
He fell in front of a subway train at the Times Square station. I know this is painful for you, Mrs. Vincent.
Yes, this is Peter's wallet, all right. The cigarette lighter I gave him for his birthday. And this is all that's left.
Well, there's no use asking you to identify the body.
What happened?
Well, until we find the complete report, there's nothing official. The witnesses' stories differ. Now, all we know is that he fell in front of that train. We don't know how or why. Do you know where your husband was going?
No, not really. He just said he was heading downtown.
Did he often do that? I mean, go without telling you where he was going.
Well, Peter had been drinking heavily for several days.
Oh, well, that's important. It may have a strong bearing.
Do you suppose he passed out?
We'll have to hold judgment on that, Mrs. Vincent. We may need more information from you.
Yes, of course.
Oh, that's all for now. We'll get you back home. Unless there's some other place you want to go. A friend's, perhaps.
No, thank you. I'll go back to the apartment. Call my brother to be with me.
Stop worrying, Murray. You're absolutely in no danger. I'm the one with my neck out. Suppose there is some way to identify that bum. Well, there isn't. The police told me that themselves. There wasn't enough left to identify. That's exactly what I wanted. Besides, it's been 3 days. Hold it.
I've got to get in character. Hello?
Mrs. Vincent? Sergeant David again.
Yes, Sergeant.
We're closing the file on Mr. Vincent. Several witnesses corroborated the fact that Mr. Vincent was unsteady on his feet. And the lab report showed a high level of alcohol in parts of the body. Death was accidental, with inebriation a contributing factor.
I see.
If you'll come down to headquarters and sign a few papers, we'll release the remains for burial. And you'll receive the death certificate. You'll need that for any insurance Mr. Vincent may have had.
Yes, thank you. I'll be there this afternoon.
Thank you, Mrs. Vincent. And I'm sorry.
Case closed. Witnesses said he was unsteady on his feet. Death was accidental, etc., etc., etc. Hey, we have to arrange for my burial, Murray. We've got to go all the way to keep up appearances. But, hey, look, Murray, do me a favor. Make it simple, Murray. A simple burial. I really would have wanted it that way.
Yes, who is it?
I'm from the Independent Insurance Company. I'm looking for Mrs. Tina Vincent.
Oh, just a minute. I'm Mrs. Vincent.
May I come in?
Yes, certainly.
Richard Stevens, Mrs. Vincent, my card. First, I want to offer my sympathy.
Thank you.
I know these times are hard to live through, but the living must go on living.
Yes.
Mrs. Vincent, you made a claim on your husband's policy with our company. Term life policy number H22098, $25,000, double indemnity.
Yes, is anything wrong?
Oh, no. The death certificate was in order, premiums were up to date. I'd just like to ask a few questions, if you don't mind.
I'm afraid that I don't understand.
Well, you see, Mrs. Vincent, in accidents of this kind, we just want to rule out certain exigencies.
Well, if you have any questions about my husband's death, I'm sure you'll find the answers in the police report.
Not all of them. Was your husband given to heavy drinking, Mrs. Vincent?
Mr. Vincent drank at times, yes.
Was he disturbed about anything in particular?
Mr. Stevens, if you're trying to suggest my husband's death was a suicide, you are very mistaken.
Well, we always try to get to the bottom of accident cases when there's double indemnity involved. But I think you have a legitimate claim.
There's no further problem, then?
I don't think so. I'll be running along.
When can I expect the check?
Well, we'll have it out to you before the end of the week. Good day, Mrs. Vincent.
Goodbye.
Oh, excuse me, E. You've been to see Mrs. Vincent. Are you a doctor?
No.
Oh, well, I'm Mrs. Gretsch, the superintendent. How is she? She seems to have held up well so far, poor thing.
Oh, she seems well. How long have the Vincents lived here, Mrs. Gretsch?
And who are you to be asking?
I'm investigating her insurance claim.
Oh. Well, if it'll help Mrs. Vincent get what's coming to her, I'll be glad to help, too. I guess it won't hurt to answer your questions.
Was Mr. Vincent a heavy drinker?
Oh, not that I know of. Of course, I don't snoop into the tenant's business.
How about Mrs. Vincent?
Well, I don't know much about her. She only just got here.
What do you mean?
Oh, you see, they've been separated. She only arrived here a week ago for a reconciliation, her brother said.
Her brother?
Yeah. He and Mr. Vincent are good friends.
I see. Well, thank you, Mrs. Gretsch. You've been very helpful.
Calm down, Dick.
Hank, I just know this dame and her brother did that Vincent guy in for the insurance. It all adds up. They were separated. All of a sudden, she shows up on the scene. Boom, he's dead, and she's 50 grand richer.
Where's your proof?
I haven't got any. But I'm going to do a little checking on Mrs. Vincent.
The guy's death was accidental. Now, how can you prove she had anything to do with it?
That's what I'm paid to find out.
This is the first time I've seen you lose your cool.
I'm sick of hanging around like this, but I don't dare let down the masquerade. I want to get that money and get out of here.
Maybe you should have gone down to the insurance company. Shh.
Yes? Who is it?
Richard Stevens from Independent Insurance.
Just a minute. Come in.
Thank you.
This is my brother, Mr. Wilcox, Mr. Stevens.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm, sorry for the delay, Mrs. Vincent, but as I said, we have to be careful.
When can I expect the money, Mr. Stevens?
Well, in the next mail. Now, if you'll just sign this form.
Oh, very well. Anything to get this over with.
I'll sign here and here.
I hope this is the end of it.
So do I. Oh, my pen, please.
Yes.
I hope I haven't inconvenienced you, but you do understand.
My sister's been under a great strain, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, I imagine she has. Well, good day, and good luck.
There's something in his manner I don't like.
He's paid to be suspicious.
Well, he's sure earning his money.
Murray, here it is, the check, $50,000.
I don't believe it.
Mexico, here I come, Murray. I'm on my way to the bank. Make me a plane reservation for Acapulco. And I'll be right back to give you your split. And then I'm splitting for Sonny Mayo.
No, we're going to the bank.
You don't trust me, eh?
Not at this point in time, no.
You know, you are totally unprincipled, Murray. But what would I have done without you? Come on. I'm not even packing. You're welcome to the apartment, the furniture, and Mrs. Gretsch.
Thanks.
Now for my final performance.
There you are, Mrs. Vincent. 50,000 in 50s and hundreds. And I can't tell you how sorry I am about your husband. You were saving for a vacation, weren't you?
Yes, I'm surprised that you remember.
Well, again, my sympathy. And good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Vincent.
Oh, Mr. Stevens.
Did you cash the check, Mrs. Vincent?
Why, yes.
Okay, Hank.
You're under arrest.
What is this?
We'll talk about it at headquarters. You're under arrest for suspicion of fraud and murder.
You can drop the pose now, Mrs. Vincent.
This is preposterous.
Yes, it is. And so is this.
Stop my hair.
Your wig, Mr. Vincent. And my compliments. You're a most convincing actor.
I was afraid of this.
How did you know?
We were ready to pay the claim until I learned that your wife had just arrived in town.
Mrs. Gretsch.
Yeah, some support.
I thought Mrs. Vincent and her so-called brother here had to kill you for the insurance. So I decided to do some checking up on Mrs. Vincent. I needed her fingerprints, and I got them from the pen she, or rather you, signed these forms with. Remember?
Yes.
Now it happens that in checking out the deceased Mr. Vincent, I learned he applied for a passport some years back. I had his fingerprints, too. And what do you think I discovered?
I can hardly guess.
That the prints on both Mr. Peter Vincent and Mrs. Tina Vincent were identical.
How extraordinary.
So I knew what your hoax was, Mr. Vincent, because no matter how much a man and wife share in a marriage, they can never share the same fingerprints.
Peter Vincent's greatest hoax indeed proved to be his last. It's too bad he cashed that insurance check, because until then, it was really only attempted fraud. But then I wonder if that isn't exactly what the insurance man wanted him to do. And, of course, there was murder to answer for. If there is a lesson here somewhere, I suppose it's always be yourself. Unless, of course, you know where to pick up an extra set of fingerprints. I'll be back shortly. All the world's a stage, and we men and women merely players. Sometimes we have our choice of roles. Sometimes the role is forced upon us. Peter Vincent chose his role, and if you'll pardon the expression, it was curtains for him. Our cast included Robert Morse, Michael Tolan, Bryna Rayburn, Dan Acco, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News. Secretary of State Kissinger is back home, sounding optimistic and not stopping after his marathon mission in the Middle East. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Kissinger arrived back in Washington just over an hour ago, sounding pleased with his success in getting a troop pullback agreement between Israel and Syria. Bernard Kalb reports.
Back in Washington finally, after 33 days of shuttle diplomacy in the Middle East, Secretary of State Kissinger, walking off his plane at Andrews Air Force Base shortly before 2 a.m. Eastern Time, with an assessment of the mission that brought a troop disengagement between Israel and Syria.
We all take some pride in the fact that it was the United States that could play the role of mediator, and that it was the United States which was trusted by both sides to interpret the views of each side to the other with fairness.
Kissinger has time only for a nap, then a busy day ahead of him explaining the disengagement agreement in person. According to the schedule, first to the President at 9 a.m., then a White House meeting with the congressional leadership, then a midday conference with UN Secretary General Kurt Waldheim, and in mid-afternoon behind closed doors with members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Bernard Kalb, CBS News, Andrews Air Force Base.
The agreement Kissinger helped work out is to be signed in Geneva at ceremony starting 3 hours from now. Syrian and Israeli military officers will sign it. The House Judiciary Committee has a meeting scheduled for Friday to discuss whether it should make public all of the Watergate evidence it has gathered so far. Thursday, the committee voted to subpoena 45 more presidential conversations for its impeachment inquiry. The committee also sent President Nixon a letter saying his refusal to comply with its subpoenas could be grounds for impeachment. Presidential lawyer James St. Clair says Mr. Nixon will continue to withhold subpoenaed evidence in the Ellsberg break-in case, even if it means criminal charges against 2 former Nixon aides will be dropped. Involved are charges against John Ehrlichman and Charles Colson. The president, according to St. Clair, does not want the charges thrown out without a full and fair trial, but will not turn over evidence he judges vital to national security. The Baltimore Sun reports that former Vice President Spiro Agnew has paid his back taxes to the Internal Revenue Service, including interest and penalties. The paper said it could not determine just how much money Agnew paid. Agnew resigned as vice president last October after pleading no contest to a tax evasion charge. In New York Thursday night, a spokesman for Pan American World Airways said the company paid about $50,000 to crime syndicate figures for the return of 2,000 blank airline tickets stolen from Pan Am. The spokesman says stolen tickets have cost the company losses running into the millions of dollars. Pan Am says it bought back the stolen tickets with the knowledge of authorities and with their approval in hopes it could result in the arrests of leaders of the stolen ticket ring. The man considered to be the dean of American newspaper publishers died late Thursday night in Oklahoma City. Dead is Edward King Gaylord, who was 101 years old. Up until recent weeks, Gaylord had been working regularly. A family spokesman says he apparently suffered a heart attack. Gaylord was the editor and publisher of the Daily Oklahoman and the Oklahoma City Times. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I am neither judge nor jury, but I can state categorically, as a purveyor of tales and histories, that no one is all evil, or to the contrary, all good. We are the sum of what all our attributes add up to, and we can only be judged by our peers, or if that seems too literate, by the people who have to live with us, or whose lives may depend on us. That is the substance of the story of Harry Taylor.
Yes? Yes, of course. Send him in. Come in, Harry.
Thank you, Warden.
It isn't the first time you've been in this office.
No, sir. And with due respect, I hope it's the last.
So do I. Harry, I'm not a judge. You were sent to this penitentiary through the due process of law for killing your wife. You've done your time and are now being released on parole. Harry, you've been a model prisoner. I wanted to say goodbye personally.
Thank you. And I hope it is goodbye. I won't harp on the past, but for 25 years, society shut me up for something I didn't do. I just hope to God, and I mean this from the heart, Warden, that I'm never tempted to get even.
Our mystery drama, For Tomorrow We Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Beatrice Straight. If any one of us was unjustly accused and sentenced, upon gaining freedom again, what would our state of mind be? Would we accept injustice as one accepts a major illness? Or in this case, since man was the villain, would we be inclined to think that we had a ticket to retaliation, a right to hit back at society? Was Harry Taylor unjustly accused and sentenced? And did he try to get even? Let's find out.
Just the mail, Mom. I'll get it.
Oh, fine, Pesh. And give Don a call. I'm just about ready to put on the eggs.
I will. Donald Craig, now hear this. You get your rear out of a sling and get downstairs. This is the captain speaking. Repeat that. Your wife.
Your slightest command is my wish. You want me as I am, all wet and dripping from the shower, or should I stop to put on at least a towel, Captain Sir Wife?
I'll take you as you are, you gorgeous, able-bodied hunk. But give Mother a break and put something on.
A fine way to talk. I gave up men with your father.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to change your mind this late. I was just kidding.
Oh, I know, honey. But while you're on the subject of kidding, don't be so smart. There's juice in this old prune yet.
Why, Mom, you know that's kind of embarrassing.
Well, so it evens us up. You've never liked your nickname, but you learned to live with it.
Oh, well, come on. Precious? That's a name for this century?
We shortened it to Pesh. You'd rather go with your grandmother's name, Gertrude?
Oh, no. I'll take Pesh and climb out easy. Here's the mail.
Oh, big thrill. Amanda's boutique has a sale. The Fortune supermarket is reducing all the stringy meat they couldn't sell last month. The oil company's sending a bill you wouldn't believe it. Wait a moment. I hit the jackpot.
What?
A real honest-to-God person letter.
Oh, from who?
A writing I don't recognize. A New York address. The Waldorf Plaza Towers. And...
Oh, what is it?
I don't believe it. Well, I just don't believe it.
Mom, don't believe what?
Harry Taylor. Well, it couldn't be the same Harry Taylor, could it?
I don't know, Mom. Who is Harry Taylor?
Well, if I hadn't married your father, he could just as soon have been your father.
What?
Harry Taylor. Oh, all the years. You go get your husband out of the shower. I'll hold breakfast and let me read this letter to myself. Dear Jessie, I suppose it will seem sort of incredible to you hearing from me after all these years. The reason I'm writing is that I might be making a business visit your way to Cincinnati. The street, Wall Street that is, has been very kind to me through the years. My wife died many years ago, and I was wondering if I could run up to Dayville and take you out to dinner while I was passing through. Unfortunately, time is, like they say, of the essence, so if you could drop me a line in return, I'd know whether I was welcome to call on you or not. You can write me at the above address with fond memories, hopefully, Harry.
Mom, are you all right?
It's not anything sad, or anything like that. It's...
Well, then what's with the tears?
Just nostalgia. Because this letter took me back so far back.
Is it really from some old beau that you were serious about?
Oh, yes. I sort of broke his heart. Oh, and speaking of that, let's get those eggs broken into the pan before we burn up all the butter.
Well, I'll get the eggs. You're the coffee pourer, Don.
Great. We'll let Jessie handle the toast. And I'll bet that's just what she was 25 years or so ago, the toast of the town.
Oh.
A femme fatale who remains forgotten by a rich New Yorker.
What does he have to say to you, Mom? This old flame?
Well, he's a Wall Street broker, and his wife died many years ago, and he has to come through Cincinnati on business, and he wanted to stop by and say hello. He wants me to write and tell him if I'd like him to.
Oh, are you going to?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe not after all these years.
Oh, you're not that old. You just told me there's life in the old prune yet. In the Waldorf Plaza Towers. Well, he must be really rich. And you know what, Don?
No.
Well, Mom told me this morning when the letter came that this Harry... what was his name, Mother?
Harry Taylor. Pass me the butter, please, Don.
Harry Taylor. If Mom hadn't married my dad, it could have been him. Bacon coming up.
He was a boy who wanted to marry me. Oh, go ahead and you start with the toast and eat, Don. You have an office to go to.
Bacon, everybody. Oh, not just any boy, though.
Oh, no. Matter of fact, we were sort of engaged. Oh, till I met your father. Oh. Was Harry mad? He was ready to go fight with Jim over me.
I only need one guess why he didn't.
Oh, Jim wouldn't have hurt him. You know how gentle he was.
Oh, sure. But Still a jolly green giant. I wouldn't have wanted to tangle with him, I'll tell you.
Oh, Jim would never have hurt a fly, but... Well, Harry...
What about Harry?
What a temper he had. I remember...
Remember what?
Well, he kind of scared me. I mean, when he realized he couldn't take on Jim. He had a temper. Oh, the way he carried on, he even threatened to kill me.
Mom!
Oh, of course, he didn't really mean it. But he was a wild one. And kind of sweet. So easy to hurt. Poor boy. Wall Street. Well, he always did have a head for figures.
Yeah, and an eye for him. Jesse, Mama, maybe you'd better let him pass on through and not rake over any old coals.
Well, there might just be a little fire left in them.
Well, it might be just what I need to shake me out of a rut.
Oh, you don't like it here with Don and me?
Oh, of course I do, dear. I have plenty of money to go live by myself if I want to, and I did have an idea that I was going to be useful around here as a built-in babysitter.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, Mom. You won't have to worry till things get a little more unscrambled here. Oh, which reminds me, I've got to scramble, too. I'm due at the store in 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, now, my boss is out of town, so I can be a little late. I'll circle around in the car and drop you off.
Look, Mom, if you want to have your old love here, go ahead.
I never said he was my old love.
Well, I didn't mean it the way that sounded. I just meant your old high school sweetheart or whatever he was.
Yeah, I'd like to get a look at the guy myself. What he could have that Big Jim didn't, I'd like to see.
Why do you think I married Jim, you lunkhead?
Just so you could have Precious here for me to marry.
I told you if you ever called me that name, I'd leave you.
Okay, Gertrude. Bye, Mom.
Oh, you crumb. Bye, Mom. Just call me by my own name.
Oh, yes, Pesh. Sounds like a breakfast cereal. But it's good for you.
Do I really want to see him again? I've lived my life, and it's stopped with Jim 5 years now. But I'm not all that old.
Dear Harry, what a surprise to hear from you again after all these years. You didn't mention any children. I have one. A girl married to a lovely boy practicing law. I mean, he's already a lawyer, but just beginning. If you are coming so near the old town, why don't you stop by for dinner? Or if you like, we have a guest room. Well, it's like in the rumpus room, but the bed is really comfortable, and the kids love to have guests. Please consider yourself one, and this is an invitation. Let me know. I'd love to see you again and renew old acquaintance for old Lang Syne, Jesse. For old Lang Syne. Yeah. If you hadn't turned me down, Jesse, I'd never married Flo. And if I hadn't married that drunken... Well, I might just take you up on that invitation, Jesse. Maybe we could wipe the board clean.
Hi, Jess. Where's my frau?
In the kitchen.
Oh, boy. Long day. How was yours?
How different can they be, Don? Tuesdays and Thursdays, the hospital service. Friday, bingo. Sunday after service, the women's auxiliary group. Coffee and cookies, courtesy of the membership. The other days passed by without much interruption. Except...
Yes?
That's Harry Taylor. You know, my old boyfriend?
Oh, yeah.
I wrote him and said I'd be glad to see him, and I even said he could stay overnight in the rumpus room if he needed a place. I hope you don't mind.
Don't mind? Why would I mind, Jess? This is your house.
Oh, don't be silly. Sure, it's in my name because that's the way Jim left it, but you know everything I've got is yours and Pesh's. I'm just living out my 70 and trying to keep out of your way.
Hey, is that you, muscle man?
Here I come, isolating my stomach muscles.
Well, you better start isolating them. You're getting a touch flabby.
Don't feed me so good. Hey, I hear we may have a visitor.
Who?
Your mom's old boyfriend.
Well, why not? Do you mind?
Oh, not me. I just wonder what kind of old fogey he is.
Well, whatever he is, how much can he mean in our lives? If Mom wants a nice sentimental moment of nostalgia...
If she is entitled. I just hope he won't be a bomb.
Please define that.
I mean a splat. Yeah, nothing. A big bore. What did you have in mind?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a female animal with funny vibes. I just have a silly hunch it would have been better if he'd never raised his head out of the past. But, like you say, it's Mom's house, and she's entitled to her own guests, no matter how far they climb out of the past. Oh, I just hope he won't be a specter at the feast.
If Pesh Craig could have heard that earlier muttered remark by Harry, maybe we can wipe the board clean. Or if she had known that he was a man who spent nearly half his life in jail for killing a woman, she might have paid more attention to those vibes of hers. But she didn't really take them seriously, nor did her husband Don until later. Or perhaps too late. I'll return in a moment with Act 2. We've all been guilty of such phrases as, I could have killed that wife of mine, or I could have cut his throat for doing that. Typical overstatements, which of course we don't really mean. That is, most of us. Some of us must, because people do kill other people in the heat of anger, and sometimes even in cold blood. Once, Harry Taylor told Jesse Dingman he was ready to kill her for jilting him. But does a man hold that thought, nourish such a grudge for nearly 3 decades? How can one really be sure? Particularly since he spent all that time behind bars for the murder of another woman.
Harry Taylor arrived on a Saturday, so we were all 3 at home to meet him. His arrival was quite something, I might add. Don had offered to drive Mother down to pick him up at Cincinnati Airport. But that's quite a haul from our little town, and he'd called up and said he wouldn't hear of it. He'd rent a car. But, brother, we didn't know he meant a limousine with a chauffeur who ran around to open the car door for him. Old Mrs. Johnstone across the street pretty near put her sharp old nose right through the window, particularly when the chauffeur followed him with a box of flowers big as a coffin almost, and a straw basket full of champagne bottles.
Holy cow, you look at that coat with a fur collar.
Probably lined with mink. Mom?
Yes, dear?
Daddy Warbucks is here.
Who?
Your old flame, I guess. Isn't that Harry Taylor coming up the walk?
I don't know. Well, he's not like the Harry I remembered. Come away from the window. Don't let him see you're staring.
See, you don't suppose this is a case of mistaken identity, do you?
Well, we'll soon find out. You want me to open the door, Mom?
No, let me.
Hello, Jesse.
Harry, it is you.
I guess I didn't age as well as you. I'd have known you anywheres.
It wasn't that. It's just that you were always in jeans and a windbreaker, and I never saw you in a hat. I'm sorry. Come in. Come in, Harry. It's good to see you.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Jesse. Just kind of took me a while to make up my mind.
Well, I'm glad you did. Oh, won't you ask your friend in?
Oh, that's my chauffeur. Hey, Brody, I'll take the flowers. Jesse, would you show Brody where the kitchen is? I guess that champagne ought to go in the icebox or something.
Champagne?
Well, sure. You know, like the old song or whatever. Eat, drink, and be merry.
For tomorrow we die. Kind of by reflex action, my mind completed the old quotation as Jess brought Harry Taylor in to meet us, while Pesh took the chauffeur out to the kitchen to put the champagne away. And just for a moment, while we were being introduced, looking at the guy, I got some strange vibes myself. I mean, it was his skin tone. He looked sort of dead white, like you think of a corpse. But there was nothing dead about his handshake. That was firm. Matter of fact, since I wasn't expecting it, he almost cracked my knuckles.
I'm pleased to meet you, son. You sure got good taste in mother-in-laws.
Thanks, sir. I feel the same way myself.
Oh, now, don't call me sir. Make it Harry, hmm?
Would you like Don to go out and get your bag from the car?
Hmm?
Well, aren't you going to stay with us?
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't want to put you out like that, Jess. I've got some rooms at the hotel.
Oh, but we made plans, and we expected you for dinner.
Oh, that part's all right. That's why I brought the champagne. And then tomorrow I thought you and me could take a ride in the car, or maybe walk down memory lane. Have lunch out at the carriage house.
Oh, but that's so expensive now.
Yeah, it always was. Never could afford it before. That's why I checked to make sure it was still in business. I have a reservation.
Oh, my. I don't think I have anything to wear.
Well, if you haven't, we'll go out in the morning and buy you something.
The champagne's all put away, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Brody wanted to know if you needed him for anything else.
Oh, no, he can go. What time do you think I ought to have him come back and pick me up, hmm?
I don't know. You sure you don't want to stay?
I don't want to be any trouble, Jesse. Just give me an idea.
Look, Mom, I can drive Mr. Taylor.
Harry, please.
Yeah, Harry, back to the hotel. It's only a few blocks.
Well, I'll settle for that. We'll give Brody a night on the town, hmm? Although, what he's going to do with it in Dayville, I don't know. If you'll excuse me, I'll just make sure he's got enough money to let him go.
Oh, the good Lord bless us. If I didn't know that was Harry Taylor to look at, I wouldn't believe it.
He is a bit overwhelming. I mean, well, I guess it comes from being rich. And he's real nice, don't you think, Don?
Yeah. He sure is trying to stir things up around here. I don't know if it's good or bad.
Well, what do you mean?
No? It's sort of up to Jess. You may have a kind of hot potato to handle, Mom. Maybe you better watch your step.
With Harry Taylor? Oh, don't be silly. Anytime I can't handle Harry Taylor. Oh, you young sex maniac. Don't feed me any of your 1970s flack. Harry Taylor is nothing but an old friend. It was a lovely evening. I cooked the dinner, but Don and Pesh served it. And by the time dessert came along, lemon meringue pie, that I remember was Harry's favorite. It was almost like Jim was alive again. The room was full of fun and love.
Oh, that pie, Jess. Just like old times.
Say, what firm are you with, Mr. Harry?
Firm?
Yeah, aren't you a broker? I mean, on Wall Street?
Oh, I was, but I sold out.
Well, kind of a bad time.
Well, not if you know the tricks of the trade.
Yeah, I guess you were smart enough to anticipate the bull market and sell short.
Yeah, that's the notion, but, if you don't mind, I don't want to talk business. I've got to admit I'm a little tired after the trip from New York. I think maybe I should get back to the hotel early and plan to be rested for a big day tomorrow. I thought maybe after I take your mother to lunch, you could all be my guests at the hotel for dinner.
Oh, I don't see why we should butt in.
Oh, it might be nice for you to have a night out, Pesh. They do have dancing.
Oh, well, yes, that would be nice if we don't make it too late. What's with you, Don? You got some kind of chip on your shoulder?
I can't put my finger on it all the way. It's just a lot of little things.
Like what?
I mean, 3 dozen American Beauty roses to a small dinner in the suburbs?
But I thought he was real cute about that. I mean, 1 for every year we haven't seen each other, and 1 extra to grow on.
4 bottles of champagne for a meatloaf dinner?
Mom made the meatloaf especially for him. When she wrote and invited him, she said she would.
It isn't that, Pesh. It's just... Well, everything's out of whack. Now, he says he's a stockbroker.
Right.
Does he talk like one?
Well, I don't know. I never went to one. How does a stockbroker talk?
Yeah, in his hands. You get a good look at him?
I suppose so. But what if
Those aren't the hands of a guy who sits behind a desk all day. Those are working man's hands. I mean, they're rough and calloused. Baby, your nice old Harry Taylor is a phony.
But he can't be. He couldn't fool Mom about who he is. She remembers him.
No, I don't mean about who he is. I mean about what he does. Or has been doing. He's no stockbroker.
How could you tell?
Because you don't sell short in a bull market.
I don't even know what that means.
The important thing is neither does Mr. Harry Taylor. That was obvious when I asked him that question at dinner.
Don, maybe he wasn't paying any attention. He only had eyes for Mom. I don't think he heard half the things we said. And that's why I don't think we should go out to dinner with them tomorrow night.
Look, I asked him a couple of other questions while I was driving him to the hotel. Honey, I've got this gut feeling he's up to something. And I don't want to take any chances on anything happening to Jess.
Oh, Don, now what are you talking about?
I think he's putting on some kind of an act.
Oh, honey.
Yeah, look, the limousine, the roses, champagne, money splattered around like it was going out of style. You know, your dad left your mom pretty comfortably off. And if this should be some kind of sharper who's looking for a lonely widow to keep him comfort for the rest of his life...
Brother, you've been spending too much time around the courthouse. Well, at least I'm glad you didn't come out with what I thought you were going to say.
What?
Well, the way you're acting, you're just kinky enough to come up with some crazy notion that he's fattening the victim for the kill.
Now, what are you talking about?
I mean, what Mom said about 35 years ago when she picked Dad instead of Harry Taylor. The first off, he was going to kill Dad, and then he said it would be Mother.
Now, that's really way out. People don't hold grudges for 35 years.
Well, that's what I say. And anyway, you know he never meant it. It's just talk. That kind of thing. Will you leave Mom and Harry alone?
Honey, I'm only trying to protect her.
Well, then butt out, Sir Galahad. Mom doesn't need you. Oh, honey. Did you look at her face tonight when Harry and she were talking old times? Oh, it was lit up like with 100 candles.
Look at the menu, Jessie.
I don't know what I want. You order, Harry.
Well, my eyes are not so good anymore, Jess. Just pick the most expensive and order that. The most expensive everything.
Oh, it won't be too hard. Everything costs an arm and a leg, Harry. I don't want you wasting all your money on me.
Oh, now, there's plenty more where that came from. I got enough to last more than the rest of my life. Nothing to do with it but spend it on you.
Oh, Harry, that was sweet. But money doesn't mean all that much to me.
Spend it while you got it, is the way I figure. You ain't gonna have a chance to all that long, Jessie.
I guess you gotta leave pretty soon,
Well, kind of depends on the way things work out. Come on, let's order that lunch. Like I keep saying, eat, drink, and be merry. Because tomorrow you could die.
And still the ambivalence remains. Is Harry Taylor the friendly man he seems to be, renewing a fond and old acquaintance? A wealthy and lonely man who recently struck it rich? Or are Don's suspicions warranted? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. One thing you may have noticed about Harry is that he tends to harp on the subject of death. Eat, drink, and be merry. That first time, he did not complete the saying. The second time, in completing it to Jessie, he said, "For tomorrow, you die." Was that just a misquote, a misuse of the pronoun? A few nights later, Harry is bringing her back from the local movie in his limousine.
I'm sorry you have to go back to New York, Harry. In more ways than one.
Like how?
Well, I've been wined and dined and entertained and fussed over and spoiled, I guess, more than in my whole life. But it isn't the money. It's been good to see you again. I'm glad you had business out this way.
Sort of unfinished business. I could maybe stay a little longer.
Oh, but I wouldn't want to put you out. I'll miss you, of course, but...
You really mean that?
Well, I have my life here, my little activities, and someday I guess the kids will get old-fashioned enough to provide me with a little grandson or granddaughter, but it's been nice to have a beau again. I do get lonely. All of us do at our age, I guess.
Look, Jessie, I've got an idea. I do have to get back onto New York for a reason, but I got a great idea. Why don't you come with me?
What?
Oh, no. You know what I mean. I don't mean anything wrong. We'll get you a room of your own at the hotel, but New York's where it's at. I mean, we've done Dayville. I took you near everywhere in Cincinnati. But in New York, we got the nightclubs, the musicals, the places to eat, and everything like that. Why don't you come back with me, Jessie?
Oh, I've never been to New York. I've never been much of anywhere, I guess, but imagine Park Avenue, Fifth Avenue.
With all the big stores.
And Rockefeller Center, and all the museums, and Lincoln Center.
And the Statue of Liberty, and Staten Island Ferry. Come on, Jessie. Say you'll go, huh?
Oh, you are tempting me, Harry Taylor. You are tempting me. But if I did, it would only be on one condition.
What's that?
That I pay my own way.
Ah, no, come on,
I
Jessie.
can afford it.
Please say yes.
Well, I'll talk it over with Pesh first, but... Oh, it would be fun to have one fling, since it probably will be my last one.
I think it's crazy. It's even kind of indecent.
What's indecent about it?
I mean, you know, at their age, I mean, it isn't exactly like they're...
brother, listen to the voice of the establishment talking. Is that what I married?
No, it isn't even that.
Oh, honey, I wouldn't worry. My mom may be right with it, but she isn't that far out. And even if she is...
Look. You know what's worrying me? This guy. I'd like to check him out first.
How? Don't tell me private citizens have now got a pipeline to the FBI and the CIA. Oh, stop being such a poop. And if my mother wants to kick up her heels a little, you just get your nose out of the way.
Yes, Miss Bunny. Fine, I'll take it right now. Hello, Waldorf Plaza Towers. This is Mr. Don Craig. I'm a lawyer calling from Dayville, Ohio. What? No, I don't want a reservation. I wanted to talk to one of your permanent guests, Mr. Harry Taylor. Beg pardon? Oh, I see. Well, he might possibly have checked out about a week ago. Would it be possible... Yes, I understand. But, as I said, I'm a lawyer. This is a rather important pending case. Wouldn't want to have to drag the Towers into it. Of course. Yes, I'll be at this number all day. Please call me at the first opportunity. Pesh!
you here? Mom, Jess?
For heaven's sakes, Wildman, what is it?
Where's Mom? Jess, she didn't leave yet?
Yes, they took an earlier plane. I tried to reach you at the office, but you were on the phone.
You mean they've left for New York?
Well, they should be there by this time.
But that's... Okay. Okay, Miss Wise
What
Guy.
is it?
Now, let me tell you something. I got a complete checkout from the Waldorf Plaza Towers, and nobody named Harry Taylor ever lived there.
Oh, no. There must be some mistake.
Not the way I see it. Pesh, I'm scared. Look, was Harry here before they left?
Yes, he brought some champagne, and we all had a glass, and wished you were here.
Yeah. Did you wash those glasses yet?
No.
You remember which one was Harry's?
Yeah. The one, right there on the secretary. He said he was the only one who finished his. Mom and I were too excited to take more than a sip.
Yeah, fine. At least we have one lead.
Now, what are you doing?
Wrapping this carefully in my handkerchief, taking it down to police headquarters.
Police headquarters?
That's right. I've got friends down there. We can lift the prints off this glass, check them out.
What?
I've got a real sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. I just woke up to why Harry looked as if he might have been sick.
What do you mean?
That white fish belly color is what you get in a security prison. I get some awful feeling that Harry Taylor is an ex-con.
What?
Yeah, and a long-termer at that. Don Craig here.
Mr. Craig, this is Pete Lasher down at headquarters.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. Good to hear from you.
Sorry it took a little time to get back to you.
Uh-huh. You find anything?
Yeah. We got a make for you on those prints you handed us. Right out of Central File. Harold Alpha Leslie Taylor. Booked for murder of his wife, April 45. Tried and sentenced for first-degree murder of his wife, Florence Taylor, née Hayward. Sentenced life and committed to security prisons till the year 1971. Released on parole September of that year. No further violations.
Good Lord. How did he murder her?
Drowned her in the bathtub.
And the motive?
According to the transcript, for her money. The dame was loaded. Of course, he never got any of it. That's all I got. Any help to you?
Yeah, thanks, Pete. I don't know how much help it is, but it sure lights a fire under my tail. I'm leaving for New York on the next plane.
Oh, yes. You are the one who called me from some little town in Ohio.
Yeah, that's right. Now I'm following up in person. Are you sure you never had a Harry L. Taylor registered here in your tower apartments?
Good grief. We've been through all of that.
Or anywhere in the hotel?
No.
Or a Mrs. Jessie Lipscomb?
Really, Mr. Craig, you're causing a disturbance, and we just don't tolerate that at the Waldorf.
Any trouble, Miss Grambling?
Well, this man is rather abusive. I have told him we have no record of a Harry L. Taylor at this hotel.
Guest?
Well, of course.
Now, wait a minute. I took it for granted he must be, but you... look, I'm a county assistant DA from Ohio, officer. Do you have any knowledge of a Harry L. Taylor that's connected with this hotel?
Let me see your ID.
Yeah, here.
Okay. Yeah. Harry the horse.
The what?
Let's go over in the corner, Mr.
Mr. Drake. Now, this is important.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll tell you what I know. He was an ex-con. Quiet fella. Never bothered anybody. Night porter on the 60th Street side. All he cared about was keeping his nose clean and handicapping the ponies.
He's still here?
No. You wouldn't believe it, but about 3 weeks ago, he hit the biggest super exacta since the OTB began. He was up to his ears in dough. Well, he treated everybody around here, and then he took off. I ain't seen him since.
So, that's where the money came from. You wouldn't know where he lived, would you?
No, wait a minute. That night he was buying everybody drinks. He gave me his address.
Who is it?
This is Don. Jessie, is that you?
Don? What are you doing in New York? Wait a minute, I'll buzz the door for you. Come on up.
Jessie, are you all right?
Just come in quietly.
Oh, you don't know what Pesh and me have been through.
It works at both ends. Just relax. There's nothing wrong. The doctor's with Harry.
Doctor?
Come in the living room with me a moment and I'll try to explain.
So, that's why I came hightailing to New York.
Oh, you're a sweet boy and I love you. But just let me tell you, it's all right, everything you learned. And I can't prove anything except I believe what Harry finally told me. By the time we got here to New York, he was nearly blind, and his sense of balance was gone. Well, that hasn't anything to do with the past. Flo, his first wife, committed suicide or drowned while she was drunk. She was an alcoholic. So the family didn't want Harry to get her money, and they had a lot of pull, so they pushed homicide against Harry. The poor guy had no one to protect him. So he was put away all those years.
But the law,
Oh, the law is a wonderful thing if you can get it on your side. Harry, poor dear Harry, is one of life's losers. He just can't win anything. He lost me, for what that's worth, and he lost his freedom for 25 years. And a short while after he came out, he lost his health.
How do you mean?
This is my son, Dr. Hirschfeld. I should say my son-in-law. Could you explain to him about Harry?
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Taylor has one of the rarest diseases in the world. Actually, there are only half a dozen recorded cases. The Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. It's a sudden and virulent disintegration of the nerve elements. It's irreversible, and it is implacably lethal in an incredibly short time. 3 months is the best prognosis. It can start with blindness. Mr. Taylor is almost blind now. It's just a matter of time. And that time is already well extended. Mrs. Lipscomb has offered to attend him with whatever other help is needed. A wonderful woman. And that's all I can tell you. Must excuse me now. Unfortunately, life goes on. Or doesn't. There are other patients waiting for me.
Thanks, Doctor. I'll be here when you need me.
I wish there were more like you. Bye.
I can take care of myself, Don.
Yes. Yes, I should have realized that.
No. Oh, no, I'm glad you're here. And you can go back and reassure Pesh. And as long as Harry lasts, I can do the same for him. Incidentally, I should tell you that I married him.
You did?
At his request. Oh, and it did give him a little lift. Maybe just an extra lease on life after losing so much of it. And he's still quite active and full of fun. So maybe we still have a little chance to eat, drink, and be merry.
And not to finish that quote till it finishes itself.
Oh, you're a good boy, Don. I'm glad you married my daughter.
As it happened, Harry lived quite a bit longer than expected. And Pesh, joining them in New York, was able to appreciate not only the excitement of the big city, but the gentle appreciation of a new father. Harry died quietly in his sleep, not troubling anyone. But at the last, his life was not in vain, because he borrowed his own immortality in the memory of 3 people who loved him: Jessie, Pesh, and in the end, the doubting Thomas, Don. I'll be back shortly. There isn't much to say about a story like this, except whatever doubts we may have about human nature are fortunately balanced, at times even to our shame, by its resilience and its essential morality. If you don't believe such a statement, heaven help you. And if you do, then there is no question that he will. Our cast included Beatrice Straight, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, Russell Horton, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a strange and evil story for you. A story of intrigue and murder. A story of brilliant scheming and double-cross. And finally, a shocking surprise. Sound interesting? Philosophers have told us that the desire that remains in the human mind and heart, long after all other desires have turned to ashes, is the lust for money, for gold, for the power it gives. Our mystery drama, Goodbye, Benjamin Flack, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars Howard Da Silva. Guthrie Flack took no pleasure in his luncheon meeting with his attorney, Ramsay Powell, at the expensive restaurant which had been his favorite eating place for many years. He wondered if they would still accept his signature on the check. He was stone broke, and everyone knew it. All his charge accounts had been canceled. His bank had warned him of the dire consequences of writing any more rubber checks. In short, Guthrie Flack had discovered that life was anything but pleasant. How different it had been, he thought, just a few short months before. He worked his way through the diners, ignoring the cold stare of the maître d', toward the table occupied by Ramsay Powell.
Oh, there you are. Sit down, Guthrie. Sit down.
Thanks, Ramsay. I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, I thought you might not come at all.
That had occurred to me. Rather unpleasant to have the welcome mat pulled out from under your feet. The look I got from the maître d' froze the blood in my veins.
Well, you do owe them quite a tab.
Over 4,000, isn't it?
Over 5. They carried you for a long time.
When I had it, I spent a lot here.
You spent a lot everywhere. I was going over your accounts this morning. The corporation, of course, is bankrupt. Have you any idea what you owe besides that?
I know I can't stop you from telling me.
Well, your personal indebtedness runs into a neat 6 digits. $105,074.31.
That much, huh?
And that doesn't include my fee. Or what your ex-wife ran up on farewell presents for herself just before she left the sinking ship.
Sinking ship is right. You're the only friend I've got left. No wife, kids, relatives. Not even a dog. Dora took the poodle with her. Good thing. Couldn't even afford the dog food.
Tell me what you're going to do, Guthrie.
Well, my resume. I'm almost 45. I've been a big shot, a wheeler and dealer since I was 23. I made and lost $12 million. And I'm washed up.
Oh, nonsense. Utter nonsense. You're still a young and clever man. You can make a comeback.
How? With what? I haven't a dime.
Oh, that reminds me. Now that the divorce is final, we'll have to change the beneficiary on that life insurance of yours.
See, I forgot about that. $2 million, isn't it? Huh. Any cash value there?
I've been paying the premium for years.
Well, I checked into that for you. Let's see. I have the figures here with me. Yes. Cash value to you, $107,000 and some change.
Just about bail me out of my debts.
Well, it's too bad you can't collect on the policy as beneficiary.
Yeah, $2 million. That'd give me the kind of stake I need to make a comeback.
Well, stop dreaming. Oh, here comes the waiter to take our order. Too bad you can't collect on the policy as beneficiary.
I made and lost $12 million. $12 million.
$2 million to the beneficiary. $2 million.
I would collect the money if I were dead.
How do you do, sir? May I help you?
I wish to arrange for a funeral.
I see. Now, this coffin is $5,000.
Bigger, better, more expensive. Money is no object.
No object? May I ask the name of the deceased?
Yes, you may. But he is not yet deceased.
Not yet? I don't understand.
I am to be the corpse. I am preparing for my own funeral. Preparing for my own funeral. Hello?
Guthrie?
Who is this?
Guthrie, are you all right? This is Ramsey Powell.
Oh, Ramsey. Why are you trying to sell me a casket?
What? What are you saying? Well, you sound groggy.
I don't know quite what I'm saying. I took a couple of sleeping pills and I had the strangest dream.
I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but I've been trying to reach you all day.
I've been out.
We've got to do something about the life insurance.
Yes. Yes, I'd like to collect it myself.
You're not making any sense, Guthrie.
Or maybe I am. I had this dream. I was going to die. I was preparing for my own funeral. Well, don't you see, Ramsey? I can collect my own life insurance. I can be my own beneficiary.
What do you want?
I'm looking for a Benjamin Flack.
No one here by the name.
Hey, wait.
Get your foot out of the door.
Wait, please. You're Ben, aren't you?
He ain't here, left.
Ben, I've got to speak to you. I'm your cousin.
No.
Your cousin Guthrie.
No.
The last time I heard from you was 6 years ago. You called me and asked me for money, right?
You didn't give it to me. I needed it.
Look, open the door. I want to talk to you.
You got any money with you?
Plenty, but not with me.
Come in. You got something to drink, Annie?
No.
I'm dying for a drink. I got the shakes.
I'll buy you what you want, but you got to listen first.
I'll make it fast.
How would you like to split $2 million?
Are you crazy? I'm a wino, a drunk, a black sheep of the family, but I ain't a thief.
If you inherited it, would you call that stealing?
Who's gonna leave me that kind of cash? That's almost funny. Me inherit. Family wouldn't even admit I existed for the last 10, 15 years.
I'm going to leave it to you, Ben. I have a big policy. You're going to be my heir. $2 million. You're the only relative I've got.
What kind of game are you playing with me? You're a lot healthier than I am. You'll outlive me by 20 years.
I don't intend to. I'm going to let them think I'm dead. You, as my heir, will collect $2 million, which we will split 50-50.
You figure you're gonna disappear, play dead, and I'm gonna get the big bread, huh?
That's right.
Well, maybe I'm not very smart, but I know that you've got to be gone for 7 years before you are legally dead.
Right.
And we'd have to wait 7 years.
I've got plans to take care of that long wait. Plans to shorten it considerably. But first, we're going to put you back on your feet. Get you straightened out, some decent clothing, medical attention. And, by the way, you need a dentist.
What?
Need a lot of work on your teeth.
Yeah. Give me a lot of trouble.
Well, that'll be our first step to get your teeth taken care of. You don't realize how important that is.
Hello?
Hello, Ramsey.
Guthrie. Good Lord, where have you been? I've been trying to reach you. The phone at your apartment was cut off.
I had to give up the apartment. Too much rent.
Oh, well, where are you?
I'm calling from Ferndale. I'm staying in the little shack in the woods.
But that belongs to Dora. You gave it to her as an anniversary present the first year you were married.
Well, Dora's in Europe. I have a key.
She won't like that when she finds out.
We won't be here when she gets back.
We?
My cousin Benjamin is staying with me here.
I never knew you had a cousin. You said you had no relatives.
Well, family didn't like to talk about it. Ben never brought much honor to the family name.
I see.
No, you don't see. I can tell by the way you said that you're puzzled.
Well, as a matter of fact, I am, but having known you all these years, I've come to expect...
The unexpected.
Yes.
Well, you said I needed a new beneficiary for my $2 million insurance policy. I have one. My cousin, Benjamin Flack. I just signed the form, put it in the mail. Any objections?
No, none. Just what have you got on your mind, Guthrie?
On my mind? I don't understand.
I think you do. I must warn you that fraud is a very serious crime.
Just remember, Ramsey, you are my attorney, and the conversation between attorney and client is privileged, confidential, not to be repeated.
What about the attorney's personal thoughts?
I can't keep you from thinking, Ramsey, but your thinking had better not be put into words.
Oh, dear Cousin Guthrie. Beautiful day, isn't it?
You took your time about getting back here.
Well, after the dentist, I felt rotten. I thought he was going to drill right through my jaw.
So after you left him, you went looking for a little liquid refreshment.
Right. I even had 1 or 2 nips to brace me for the pain before I went in.
I see. What else you do in town?
Say, that reminds me. Why did I have to give your name to the dentist? Pretend I was you?
Did you give him my name?
Yeah, because you told me to. Why?
Well, you see, my credit is still good out here. They don't know how broke I am.
So?
Well, I figured if you used my name, they wouldn't know you and ask for cash. We're a little short of cash, as you know.
What about the old car? Why don't we sell that? We need cash.
It isn't mine, it's Dora's.
Uh-huh. Say, you want to know something?
What?
I just thought of it. You and me look very much alike. Look in the mirror. Come on. Stand next to me. Look. Don't we?
Yeah, well, we're about the same age.
Oh, 6 months. I'm almost 6 months older than you are.
Yeah, I remember.
Hair the same color?
I've got a little more than you.
No, you haven't. Say, I just remember something. Your mother and my mother, they used to call us the twin cousins when we were kids.
I don't remember that.
Oh, sure. My mother used to say to me, we're going to visit your twin cousins. She always called you that.
Yeah, well, maybe she did. I don't remember.
Oh, she did. They're dead now. All of them dead. Except us.
You're getting too gloomy. Stop talking about the dead.
Yeah, you're right, Cousin Guthrie. I'm going to cheer me up with a drink. Yep. You and me look very much alike. I notice you're even parting your hair on the right side now.
I always parted it on the right.
Oh, no. You wore it straight back.
Well, maybe I did. I don't remember.
Well, I do.
By the way, I've been having a little trouble with a filling in one of my back teeth. A dentist any good?
Oh, great. Just great. Grate. You going to see him yourself?
Yeah, I think I'll go tomorrow.
Well, who are you going to tell him you are? Me?
Not a bad idea. I'll be Benjamin Flack, recommended by my cousin Guthrie Flack.
Yeah. You know, somehow or other, I don't like the sound of that.
No. It's all part of the plan, Ben. You're going to collect $2 million.
When you're dead?
When they think I'm dead.
How are you going to make them think you're dead?
I don't know yet. I still have to work that out.
You got to find a body to have real proof. You know what I think?
No, what do you think?
I think you already have that all worked out.
I wish I did.
What if you became me? Like you're trying already. Changing the way you comb your hair?
Oh, no. Don't talk nonsense.
Nonsense, huh? Look, you become me, Ben Flack. I become you. Now I'm Guthrie Flack. And I died. So you're now Ben Flack. You collect your own insurance, and I get nothing. You know why? I'm dead. You killed me.
Do you think
For $2 million? Oh, yeah. So would I.
You got it all figured out.
And I should have guessed it from the beginning, cousin. I was slated to become the corpse to get you the insurance money.
That's very clever of you to work it all out. What are you going to do now? Yell for the police?
Oh, no, cousin. We're going to go ahead with your plan. But with different results. You are going to be the dead one. Ben, stop! I'll kill you. No, you won't.
Ben, good Lord. I killed him.
So Guthrie Flack's diabolic plan succeeded. The one item in his deliberations that had made him hesitate was now accomplished. He had to murder his cousin so he could assume his cousin's identity and collect his own insurance. But is the road ahead open and clear of all obstacles? What will Guthrie Flack discover when he tries to put his hands on his insurance money? I will return in a moment with Act 2. Guthrie Flack, in a cool, orderly way, set about establishing the accident that was to be reported to the police. He exchanged clothes with his dead cousin, careful to leave all of his, Guthrie's, identification in the pockets of the dead man. Then, putting Ben's body in the old car, he drove to a spot on the edge of a steep embankment, set the car in drive with the dead man at the wheel. With a stick, he jammed the gas, sent the car crashing.
Hello, police. I just witnessed an accident. I was driving on Route 43B about 10 minutes ago. I saw this car ahead of me weaving all over the road. Man must have been sick or drunk. Then he crashed through the guardrail. Car went down an embankment, exploded. I couldn't do anything for him. I called as soon as I could get to a phone. Just a minute.
Police.
Anything wrong, officer?
Well, there's been a bad accident. A man killed. The car was traced.
Killed?
Burned in the crash. We were able to find some identification. Do you know a Guthrie Flack?
Guthrie? He's my cousin.
Your name?
Benjamin Flack. I was staying with him here.
I see. Well, would you mind coming with me to make identification?
No. So as soon as I get my clothes on here, I've been asleep. Mr. Ramsey Powell?
Yes. Come in, Mr.
Flack. Benjamin Flack.
Sit down. Sit down, Mr. Flack. Pardon me for staring. You look so much like your late cousin.
Yeah, we used to be called the twin cousins. Actually, I'm somewhat older than my cousin was.
Unbelievable. You're so much like him.
Oh, yeah. You wrote that you wanted to see me, Mr. Ramsey.
Powell. My first name is Ramsey.
Oh.
Yes, I am the executor of your late cousin's estate. You're his only heir.
Estate? I thought he was broke. That's what he told me. He said he lost everything and he owed money.
Well, that is correct. His estate owes over $100,000.
I sure don't want to inherit his debts. So if you don't mind, I'll be going.
Well, there is an insurance policy. You are the beneficiary.
Oh, how much?
$2 million.
$2 million?
My congratulations. You're a very lucky man, Benjamin Flack.
Mr. Flack, Mr. Benjamin Flack.
Yeah, that's right.
May I introduce myself? I'm Gloria Danners. I'm an investigator for 50 States Insurance Company.
Oh, yeah. You're the young lady who called yesterday, aren't you?
Yes. May I come in?
Please. Sit down, won't you?
I prefer to stand, thank you. I don't have much to ask you. The late Guthrie Flack was your cousin?
Yeah, the first cousin on my father's side, yeah.
I understand you'd not seen each other for many years.
That's right.
He wasn't very friendly to you.
No. As a matter of fact, no one in the family cared for me. I was the black sheep, so to speak. Something of a drunk, I suppose.
Well, I didn't intend to...
Embarrass me? I'm sure you knew all about me.
Well, you must understand that the questions I'm asking are just routine.
Well, why are you asking them then, Miss...
Danners, Gloria Danners.
I've got a great idea, Miss Danners. Why don't we go out, find a nice quiet place where the food is good, and there you can ask me all about the unsavory story of my life. What do you say?
Well,
If you don't come, the interview ends right now. Well, now that we've ordered our dinner, I'll give you just 30 seconds to ask me the rest of your routine questions.
30 seconds? Did I show you the list requested by the company?
No, and don't do it now and spoil my appetite.
You must answer them, Mr. Flack. You want to collect the money, don't you?
Very badly. I'm tired of rubbing a nickel and a dime together in my pocket.
Perhaps it was a mistake taking me to a place like this. It must be very expensive.
Oh, I had a little money stashed away, hidden from my creditors, I mean.
Creditors?
Oh, well, everyone has creditors. Especially heavy drinkers like me.
I think your drinking is quite moderate, Mr. Flack. One cocktail since we've been here?
Well, I've decided that since I'm going to be a very rich man, I'd stop trying to ruin my liver.
Oh?
Well, now that I have something to live for.
The inheritance?
Yeah. Any question? Am I not getting it?
No, none that I can think of. But if you didn't get it...
Why should I not get it? My cousin Guthrie died. I was his beneficiary, so his insurance goes to me.
No, you misunderstand. I was merely asking, what would happen to you if you didn't get it?
Happen? It would be the end of the world for me, Mrs. Danners.
My married name isn't Danners, Mr. Flack. I took my maiden name back.
Oh. Well, I've got a good idea now how we can avoid the formality of this insurance business of yours. My name is Benjamin. My friends call me Ben. According to your card, your name is Gloria. May I call you that?
Of course, Ben.
Well, come in, Mr. Flack. Sit down, won't you?
Sure, Ramsey. I mean, Mr. Powell. Confusing when you got a name like that. First name and last name sounding like the last name. You know what I mean?
Yes. Common mistake. You may call me Ramsey if you like. Your late cousin Guthrie did.
You worked for... you know Guthrie for quite a while, huh?
Ooh, period of over 20 years. He was more than a client to me. I thought of him as my friend.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I miss him, Mr. Flack. Your cousin was a very interesting man with a very exciting imagination.
Yeah? I didn't know him too well when he was way up there. I only got to know him the last few weeks of his life.
Do you know why he sought you out, Mr. Flack?
No. I hadn't seen him for 5-6 years, and then...
Please. Why don't we drop all this nonsense? This play acting, Guthrie?
What? What'd you call me?
I called you Guthrie.
Oh, yeah. We do look alike, huh?
Yes, I know. Twin cousins. Well, let's drop all that, Guthrie. You told me too much about your plans to think you can fool me now.
I don't understand you, Mr. Powell. I think I'll go now.
Very well, if you're intent on continuing this charade...
A good day, Mr. Powell.
Wait. Shut that door unless you want my secretary to hear what I'm going to say.
Go on.
I want you to know that the insurance company is not going to be too easy to manage. $2 million is a lot of money. They're not going to hand over that kind of money without an investigation in depth.
Well?
They've had an autopsy performed on the body of the victim.
What did they find?
Not very much. When the car crashed over the embankment and burned, most identifiable characteristics of the dead man were obliterated.
Then they can't prove who the dead man was.
They have one solid proof. Only the man's teeth gave any clue to his identity. Don't you think that fortunate?
And it was Guthrie Flack.
It was Guthrie Flack. Or so the dentist who had worked on the victim just the day before the accident testified at the coroner's inquest.
Well?
I don't believe the dentist was correct.
You think he was bought off?
No, I think he was deceived by a very clever man. You.
Mr. Powell, I'm doing my best to control my temper and answer your accusations. First, I would like to point out that Guthrie owed you a considerable amount of money, right?
Yes. What's that got to do with the question in hand?
A great deal. If I am really Guthrie, then the dead man is Ben. Do you follow?
Go on.
Guthrie, if he is alive, has no market value. He's broke. He owes over $100,000, right?
That's correct.
I am Benjamin Flack, Mr. Powell. I, as the beneficiary of my cousin's policy, intend to pay all his debts in full. All his legal fees and obligations.
Is this in the nature of a bribe?
Just a statement of my intentions, Mr. Powell.
Yes. I'm an old man. I've done very well in my profession. I don't need any more money. I have no use for it. If you think you can influence me...
Damn it, Powell. I'm still young. I want to live. I want the things money can buy, and I want the money. And no one is going to stop me.
It's truly amazing, Mr. Flack.
What is?
The way you resemble the late Guthrie Flack. You've even taken over his manner, his drive, his arrogance, his ego. If you are in truth Benjamin Flack, there's been the most incredible transference of character.
And what are you going to do, Mr. Powell?
I don't quite know. I shall have to take the matter up with my conscience. I would advise you to do the same.
Conscience? Does a man like Guthrie Flack have a conscience? There can be no doubt in his mind that Ramsey Powell sees through the deception. What does a man in his dilemma do? Does he confess? Does he run? Be assured Guthrie will not confess, and he will not run. It isn't in his nature to surrender. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3. Guthrie Flack's well-laid plans are beginning to come apart. He is still relying on his old friendship with Ramsey Powell to keep him from talking. Also, he has another ace up his sleeve, the rule of confidentiality between attorney and client. He is also depending on this ancient law to protect him, to prevent Ramsey from going to the police.
Penny for your thoughts, Ben. Well, ever since I got into the car, you've dropped into a deep hole. Not a word.
I'm sorry, Gloria. I don't mean to be rude.
When you called me and asked me to go out with you, you sounded worried. Is something bothering you?
No. Well, yes. I had a little argument this afternoon with my attorney.
Something to do with the insurance?
Well, yes, in a way. You see, I'm getting a bit strapped for funds. I've been living a little higher than I should since I found out about the inheritance.
Then your argument was about money,
Well, not quite an argument, but it was about money.
Perhaps I can help.
How?
Perhaps I can persuade the company to advance you some on account.
You could?
Well, I can try.
If they would be willing to do that, it'd mean that they were satisfied that everything was okay with my claim.
Not exactly.
What does that mean?
Well, they were trying to contact Guthrie Flack's wife.
Ex-wife? They were divorced. She has no claim on the policy. She was dropped as beneficiary at the time, replaced by me.
And the company thinks she may want to contest it in the courts. Say that you put undue stress on Guthrie Flack to get him to name you as his heir.
Oh, that's a lot of malarkey, Gloria. The divorce was final.
She can still go to the law.
Well, let her. She hasn't got a leg to stand on.
No, I agree with you.
You do?
Mm-hmm. The form to change the beneficiary is in perfect order, notarized, and the signature attested to by Mr. Powell.
So they're dropping that idea of bringing her back, huh?
I haven't definitely said so, but I think they will.
Then the road is clear. No obstacles. And I have you to thank for it, Gloria.
Oh, I was only doing my job, Ben. It's my duty as an employee of 50 States Insurance to see that claims get processed quickly and economically. It would cost quite a bit to bring Guthrie Flack's ex-wife back. And actually, what she wants to do about the matter legally is her own personal problem.
Not the company's.
Definitely. However, there is something else they want from you. More proof that you really are the man you say you are.
Proof? I've produced papers, documents. Not much, but it's all I've got.
They want Benjamin Flack's fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
Well, surely you must have some official record of your fingerprints.
No, I don't. I was never in the service, refused for medical reasons, never in the government job, never arrested for anything more serious than drunkenness.
Well, you might have difficulty in establishing your identity. Mr. Powell, your attorney, assured the company that you could produce fingerprints.
How could he say that? He doesn't know.
Well, don't be angry with me, Ben.
I'm not. I'm sorry, Gloria.
There's something else you should know.
What?
Your wife, Mrs. Benjamin Flack, has been found. Your estranged wife.
Wife?
She is coming back here to identify you.
Coming back? Whose idea was that? Yours?
Oh, it was your attorney who suggested it. Ramsey Powell. He said he thought it would be the quickest way to bring matters to a conclusion. And I think he's right. Don't you, Ben?
I've been on this phone trying to reach him for 2 days. When will he be back? Well, how ill is he? This is important. I'm a client of his. A serious matter has come up, and I must... Yes, I've tried him at home, but his servant or nurse or whatever tells me that he can't speak to me. Well, I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your valuable time.
Henry. Oh, dear, he said he was going out for a while. All right. I'm coming.
I've been trying to reach you for 2 days, Ramsey.
Oh, Mr. Flack, I'm sorry, but I'm not well enough to talk to you.
You damn well better make the effort. I've got to talk to you.
I've been ill, quite ill, my heart.
You've really decided to cut me down, haven't you?
I don't know what you mean.
It was your suggestion to have Mrs. Benjamin Flack brought here to identify me.
I thought it would expedite matters.
You thought it would put the finish to my plans. That's what you wanted to do. As my attorney, you couldn't accuse me. You couldn't violate the confidentiality of client and attorney. But you could get me by bringing her here to identify me.
Mr. Flack, why should having your estranged wife here upset your plans?
Okay, Ramsey, let's cut out the pretense. You know I'm Guthrie. You've known it all along.
Yes.
You know what'll happen when Ben Flack's wife sees me?
Yes. What is the old expression? The jig will be up.
You're going to keep that from happening.
How? They've already sent for her.
You're going to say that I am really Ben Flack, no matter what she says.
I can't help you, Guthrie. You've committed murder. Cold-blooded, premeditated murder. And for what? For money.
No, you got it wrong. It was self-defense.
Well, however it happened, you committed murder. You planned to kill him. And you succeeded.
If you turn away from me, Ramsey, I'm finished. What can I do?
Well, if you can pray, if you have a God, pray for forgiveness.
No, listen, Ramsey, please. You've got to help me. For all the years we've known each other.
For all the years. But actually, Guthrie, I haven't really known you at all. Not at all. You're not the man oh, my heart. Guthrie, the pills. In the top drawer of that desk. Get them quickly.
This what you mean?
Yes. Give them to me.
If I do...
Guthrie, please. I can't bargain with you. I'm dying. Please give me the pills.
Get them yourself.
Come in, Ben.
Your secretary told me to go right in.
Yes. She's here. Your wife.
So she's here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care. Well, I mean, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Oh, not at all. It's a simple matter. She identifies you as Benjamin Flack, and the company pays you the money.
Well, what if she doesn't make positive identification?
Well, why shouldn't she, Ben? A wife should be able to say almost immediately.
Well, it's been 5 years, Gloria. A person changes in 5 years. Ages, hair turns.
Well, I'm going to send her in alone. You two must have a lot to say to each other after all that time. If you still want to stay together, all well and good. If not, you must make arrangements. When you're ready for me, I'll come back and we can get the business end finalized in minutes. Okay?
I guess so.
I'll send her in. Hello, Ben.
Gloria, you back? What happened? Where's she?
Well, she's here. Look at me, Ben. Don't you recognize me?
No, you're Gloria Danners from the... What is this, a game?
I didn't tell you my married name, did I? It's Mrs. Benjamin Flack.
No. It's a lie, a trick. This has all been set up to trap me.
You trapped yourself. You never really knew Ben's wife. And that's who I am.
I'm getting out of here. I'll see my lawyer.
Your lawyer is dead, Guthrie. Didn't you see the papers this morning?
Okay, Gloria. You outfoxed me. You're a clever woman, very clever. but I would like to point out a few facts that I think will make sense to you.
Does this concern me?
It does.
Let's have it.
Ben is dead.
You killed him.
In self-defense. But what difference does that make? I couldn't prove it. Now I am Ben Flack. I have assumed his identity and will get the $2 million insurance money.
You said it concerned me.
Half of that is yours, Gloria. I will give you a paper assigning half to you if you definitely identify me as Benjamin Flack.
And if I say no, that you are Guthrie Flack, masquerading as my husband, whom you have murdered,
then I shall go to trial for his murder, be convicted, it's an open and shut case, and spend the rest of my life behind bars.
Well?
But you're too smart to do that, Gloria.
Why?
Because the entire $2 million will be lost to me and to you. Now, here's the deal. If you say I am Ben, if you identify me as Ben, you will get $1 million. Just a simple, direct sentence. Yes, that is my husband, Benjamin Flack, the beneficiary of the late Guthrie Flack.
You have it all worked out, and quickly, too. I can see how you made all your money.
And lost it, Gloria. This is my last chance to get back. And it means a life of ease, of luxury for you. $1 million for you.
No deal, Guthrie.
You'd throw away $1 million?
Yes. Because I want it all. I won't share.
But you can't get it. If you refuse me, if you intend to expose me as a fraud, a murderer, you won't get anything. Guthrie Flack will still be alive, therefore, no beneficiary.
No, you are wrong. I will identify you as Ben. And you will give me all the inheritance. And do you know why?
You'll turn me in if I don't. So what? It's your word against mine.
No, my side is stronger. The insurance company knows I am Mrs. Benjamin Flack. That's why they hired me. To find out if you were an imposter. And what's more, I've just recorded our entire conversation, just for my own protection. Very incriminating.
Recorded?
So, if I use the tape, you will stand trial for murder. I shall not use the tape unless you force me to.
I see.
Just one more thing before I positively identify you as Ben Flack. This paper. It turns the entire inheritance over to me. Would you please sign it?
Do I have a choice now?
None. And now, goodbye, Benjamin Flack.
The tables have been turned. The cheaters have been cheated. Guthrie's punishment is to him even greater than if a court of law had sentenced him to life imprisonment. It is not in his nature to accept defeat and poverty, and that is all he has. In the final analysis, Guthrie Flack actually killed himself. Guthrie is officially dead, and a Ben Flack in his body haunts the streets of Skid Row asking for a handout. I'll be back in a moment. One last word about our story. What now happens to Gloria? Is the $2 million she will receive free from sweaty sordidness? After all, she was also guilty of perpetrating a fraud. Ramsey Powell told Guthrie to consult his conscience. Perhaps a bit of soul-searching might change Gloria. But that is another story. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Joan Lovejoy, Court Benson, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
potent, beautiful music. KIXI, Seattle.
CBS News. President Ford is back in New Hampshire campaigning as that state prepares for the nation's first presidential primary of this election year on Tuesday. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. The president will stay in New Hampshire until Friday afternoon. The president would like a victory in that state, but the polls indicate such a victory over GOP challenger Ronald Reagan is far from certain. The president made some sharp criticism of Reagan's proposals on Thursday. Mr. Ford also took part in a so-called Citizens News Conference held in Keene, New Hampshire. One of the questions was about the wisdom of the president's controversial pardon of former President Nixon.
As far as penalty is concerned, the former president obviously resigned in disgrace. That's a pretty severe penalty. 1 out of 37 presidents to have that happen to him. Number 2, as long as that situation festered, there would be continuous problems developing from the special prosecutor and so forth. The only way to get rid of the problem was to do as I did, so we could concentrate on the problems of the economy and strengthening our efforts to achieve and to maintain peace.
Mr. Nixon on Friday leaves for another trip to China. The former president will board a Chinese airliner in Los Angeles for a flight to Peking. His arrival in China is scheduled to coincide exactly 4 years to the day he went to Peking in 1972 and helped reopen relations between the United States and China. The U.S. government has emphasized that this time Mr. Nixon is going as a private citizen invited by the Chinese government. Congress has upheld President Ford's veto of that $6.2 billion public works bill. The House had enough votes to override, but the Senate was 3 short. Senator James McClure of Idaho, a Republican member of the Senate Public Works Committee, talked about the bill and the need to create more jobs.
It is true that unemployment is down, but it's not down as much as we would like, and that there's a great deal that we can do to ease the plight of those who are unemployed. But I think we can do it in a much more precise fashion than we did in this bill, and we can put the money to better use than this bill would have done in alleviating the unemployment problems where they exist.
Supporters of the Public Works bill contend it would have created 650,000 new jobs. The AFL-CIO said the death of the bill is a tragic loss to unemployed workers. In Britain, the Labour government has announced plans for the biggest government spending cuts in English history. Public spending will be trimmed by almost $10 billion over the next 3 years. Chancellor of the Exchequer Dennis Healey said the goal is to put a brake on runaway public spending. The government also said the cuts are part of a program to put Britain's inflationary economy back on a sound footing. Former Pennsylvania Governor William Scranton confirms that President Ford has been talking to him about becoming U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Scranton says it's now up to the president whether the job will go to him. The Agriculture Department on Thursday reported that food supplies are good, and therefore food prices should not rise rapidly, at least through the first half of this year. Officials say prices will probably rise about 1% in each of the first 2 quarters of 1976. The U.S. State Department says it deeply regrets the breaking of diplomatic relations between Britain and Iceland. Iceland took the action, a result of a lengthy dispute over fishing rights in the North Atlantic. Iceland also says it is reviewing its membership in the NATO alliance. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of fantasy that is your imagination. What am I saying? One's imagination a fantasy world? Nonsense. Rubbish. I should have said the world of reality. For what can possibly be more real than that which the imaginative powers of the brain conjure up? You question that? Consider then what happened to lovely, imaginative Nicky Carpenter. mystery drama, Murder to Perfection, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge and Joseph Campanella. Few will deny that what we call imagination is the greatest creative, yes, and destructive force known to the human race. The paintings of the Sistine Chapel existed inside the head of Michelangelo before he expressed them on canvas. Bach, Beethoven, Brahms heard their music in imagination before setting the notes to paper. This being so, you will understand how the story I am about to tell you, though bizarre, strange, macabre in the extreme, is true in every detail.
Nicky, dear.
Yes, Bill?
It's 11:30. The funeral chapel. They'll be closing it for the night in half an hour. Albert going home.
Alicia looks so lifelike there in the casket. I find it so hard to believe she's dead.
I know.
He murdered her, Bill.
No, Nicky.
Yes, he did. I know you think the sun rises and sets on your brother, but he murdered my sister. He murdered Alicia as surely as she lies dead in that coffin.
Nicky, dearest, you're tired and overwrought. You've been here all day, all night. You're exhausted thinking things that simply can't be so, saying things that make no sense. Guy loved Alicia. Why, in the year of their marriage, he was the most devoted husband a wife could ask for.
Oh. Excuse me.
Oh, Guy, come in.
Bill, Nicky, I thought everyone would be gone by now, that I could spend a little time alone with Alicia.
We were just leaving, Guy.
No, I'm not. I want to be with Alicia as much as possible until she's buried tomorrow.
That's exactly the way I feel.
Oh, you liar.
Nicky.
You killed her. You murdered her in cold blood.
Nicky's overtired, Guy. Overwrought.
Yes, of course, but even so, I don't understand. I mean, to say a thing like that.
Well, it's true. You know it is.
Now, look here, Nicky. Alicia fell or jumped from our apartment window. There was no one else in the apartment at the time, not even me. I was at my office downtown, so just where you get this crazy, wild idea that I killed her, I don't know.
Well, you will.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going to prove that you murdered her. If it takes every cent I have in the world, if I have to dedicate the rest of my
Bill,
life to it.
Take her home and call a doctor. She needs sedation.
Yeah. Come on, Nicky. Nicky, sweetheart, haven't you looked at her long enough?
Guy will pay for killing you, Alicia. I promise you that. I promise. Yes, Nicky Carpenter. Oh, hello, Jacques. No, I'm not ready to announce my latest designs yet. Denim and suede combo. Where did you hear that? I'm sorry, Jacques. I'm not telling. Not this early. Yes, just as soon as I'm ready to announce, I'll make sure that you're the first one to know. Bye. Yes. Oh, of course. Bill, darling, what a lovely surprise.
Hey, I'm not interrupting you in the midst of a creative brainstorm, am I, dear?
Oh, the man I madly love and am going to marry could never be an interruption. But this visit is unexpected.
I've got something serious to talk over with you.
Oh,
It's about my brother Guy.
Yes.
I find this a little awkward, Nicky.
Awkward? Why?
Well, you and I are engaged, and that Guy, he's my brother. So the whole situation. Nicky, have you hired a private detective agency to check up on Guy?
Yes.
But why?
Because he murdered my sister, Alicia.
And I intend to prove that he did.
Oh, come on now, Nicky. How can you go on saying such a thing, thinking such a thing? Whatever gave you the idea in the first place?
Guy, for one.
Guy?
I don't like him. I never have. Charming, yes, loaded with charm, and handsome and witty, and in my opinion, a deceitful fraud.
He just rubs you the wrong way. Even if everything you say is true, it doesn't make him a murderer.
Well, I think differently.
But you must have a reason, something more than just disliking someone.
I have. Alicia fell or jumped to her death from the window of their 12th-story apartment.
Accident. Suicide, perhaps. Not murder.
Yes, murder.
But how in heaven's name can you say...
Because Alicia was scared to death of heights in all her life when we were kids together. She wouldn't dare go near an open window more than 2 stories above the ground. So what was she doing at that open window 12 stories above the ground?
I don't know. But it certainly doesn't make a murderer out of my brother.
Not on the face of it, no.
Guy loved Alicia. Why would he murder her?
For the $250,000 he got from her insurance.
Honey, you're letting that imagination you're so famous for run away with you.
I may be known for my imagination, but the private detective I hired isn't.
What does that mean?
I didn't know that Guy had lived in Europe for nearly 15 years. You never told me.
Never came up. But what's that got to do with...
He was out of touch with you, completely, totally out of touch all those years, right?
Well, yes. I had no idea where he was.
Did you know that he'd been married twice while living abroad?
What? No.
And that both wives died under what is usually called mysterious circumstances, leaving your brother more than $500,000 in cash?
Lord, no. I never knew this. Guy has never told me anything about any of this.
Well, maybe you ought to ask him about it.
Well, to be honest about it, Nicky, I've never cared much for Guy either, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, I think it is. And it certainly confirms my feelings about him.
Feelings aren't facts. And it's facts that stand up in a court of law, and that's where you're going to find yourself if you don't drop this whole ridiculous thing. Guy intends to sue you if you don't. Sue you for defamation of character. And as a lawyer, I can tell you, he'd win, hands down. Unless you could prove your accusations, hands down.
Well, then I have nothing to worry about. He murdered his first 2 wives. He murdered my sister. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And before I'm through, I'll prove it. What do you want?
I don't think it's a matter of what I want, but what you want. May I come in?
There's nothing I want from you, Guy.
Oh, you do. Believe me, you just don't know it. Yet. However, if you're not interested...
No. Wait. Come in.
I knew you'd change your mind.
You seem very sure of yourself.
Well, I'm sure of you, anyway. You see, Nicky, you're gifted with a vivid imagination. At least, so they say in the fashion column.
Well, they have to manufacture news. They exaggerate.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. They don't exaggerate in the slightest. I just proved that.
You proved it.
I knew once I had something you wanted, your imagination would invent all sorts of interesting possibilities, and you'd be unable to turn me away until you found out.
You're very clever. Well, what do you want? I beg your pardon. What is it I want?
Well, one thing you want is peace of mind, the ability to do your work. Another thing you want is to go on living in this very swank penthouse apartment, enjoying the fruits of the fortune you possess. Nicky, I can take all of that away from you.
Oh, can you?
And will. Unless you, as they say, call off the hounds.
The private detectives.
The private detectives.
There'll be no calling off of the hounds, Guy.
All right. Then I shall sue you for defamation of character. Sue for every penny you possess.
I have not defamed you. Neither I nor the private detectives have said a word to anyone.
But I have.
You?
Of course. I knew you were taking precautions to keep your skirts clean until you could prove your suspicions. So, I upset your precautions merely by dropping the right words in the right place. Amanda Jordan being one of the right places.
That poor, sad alcoholic.
Alcoholic. Yes. Sad? Yes. Poor? No. Dripping with money. That's why I'm marrying her on the 10th.
You are marrying...
You object? Save your breath. Do you no good. The point is, being alcoholic, Amanda talks so strong. She also gets around. What you're doing to me, Nicky, or trying to do to me, is all over town this very minute, and in the right places. If we went to court tomorrow, I could prove on unimpeachable evidence that you have hired detectives to dig into my past to substantiate false accusations you have made against me. Accusations, I may add, which happen to be anything but false. But you can't prove them, Nicky, and never will.
Are you standing there telling me that you did? That you are?
A murderer? Oh, yes. Oh, you're altogether right. I did murder them. All three. Your sister Alicia included.
Oh.
But, you see, all three murders were so cleverly engineered and executed that no one would ever believe I had done them, let alone succeed in proving that I had.
My God. To stand there and tell me to my face that you're a murderer, that you murdered my sister.
As I shall murder Amanda Jordan, thus executing another perfect crime. A murder to perfection, you might say. What are you doing?
I'm phoning Amanda.
Phoning Amanda? To tell her that I'm going to kill her? Please, don't be a fool. Put the phone down.
No.
All right, go ahead.
Amanda, this is Nicky Carpenter. Nicky Carpenter. Yes, Amanda, are you... Oh. Amanda, can you understand me?
Smash, I could have told you that.
Amanda, listen to me.
That'll be the day.
Amanda, please listen carefully now. Guy is here with me in my apartment, and he has just told me that he intends to murder you. Yes, I know you're going to marry him. That's the point of what I'm telling you. He's... No, I'm not inventing it. I am not a jealous fool. She
didn't believe you? In her hazy, alcoholic way?
You are evil. You are a devil.
I haven't hesitated to tell you what I do, Nicky, because there's no way ever you can prove anything. But there's every way I can prove that you've damaged my career and altogether left yourself open to what are called punitive damages. A great big lump of punitive damages.
You evil...
And if what I've told you fails to persuade you to call off the hounds, I can still take one more step.
One more step?
Kill you, Nicky.
Oh.
Kill you. And no one the wiser.
Imagination. It plays like heat lightning in dark and ominous skies inside the heads of two people, Nicky Carpenter and Guy Weston, each seeking to combat, to outwit the other. The imaginative force within Nicky is good, that within Guy, evil. Certainly at the moment, it would appear that Nicky is helpless, that Guy has her where he wants her, that she must lose the battle. He win. Well, we'll see when I return shortly with Act 2. No such thing as the perfect crime. If that's what you've always thought, think again. For it certainly appears that Guy Weston knows how to murder to perfection. He is so sure of himself that he's candidly told his brother's fiancée, Nicky Carpenter, that he not only murdered her sister, but two previous wives. Furthermore, he's freely admitted that he intends to murder his next wife, Amanda Jordan, and may even do away with Nicky.
Do you mean to say that he stood there and confessed to you?
Not confessed. He bragged. He boasted. Flaunted their murders in my face and said he intended to murder Amanda after they're married.
Oh, I can't can't believe this, Nicky. I just can't.
He's hit on a way of committing the perfect murder.
Nonsense.
Bill, listen to me.
No, Nicky, you listen to me. I don't know what's caused all this. I know you're overtired. I know you're knocking yourself out to get your next fashion show ready. But whatever it is, Nicky, dear, stop it.
Stop what?
These imaginings of yours, these wild accusations about my brother being a murderer, a perfect murderer yet.
Bill, he killed Alicia.
He did not kill Alicia. Alicia fell or jumped from a 12-story window when Guy was in his office miles away. So how in heaven's name could he have killed her?
I don't know. That's what I'm hoping the private detective I hired will come up with.
You're still using a private detective?
Of course.
I warned you, Guy will sue you for everything you've got on grounds of slander, defamation of character, and win.
I know. He told me that himself. He also said that if I push him far enough, he might even murder me.
I'm just not going to believe this. I can't believe it. I'd be an absolute nut to believe it. As nutty as...
As me? Huh? Is that what you're saying? I see. Well, in that case, Bill, I think I'd better give this back.
You're giving me back our engagement ring?
Yes.
Nicky, you're...
No. I am not overtired. I am not letting my imagination run away with me. I did not create or invent what I just told you about Guy coming to see me. It's true, every word of it.
Nicky.
Please. He will kill Amanda if I can't stop him. And he'll kill me if, as he puts it, I don't call off the hounds. Well, Bill, I may be a nut with an imagination that's running wild, but I'd say Guy wants me to call off the hounds because he's scared to death they'll run him to the ground. And I'm betting that they will. Betting everything I have. My fortune, my career, my life.
You ask me, she needs a psychiatrist. She's just terribly tired, exhausted. So because she's tired, I'm supposed to let her slander me? Wreck my career, my life? Do you know that because of that crazy phone call Nicky made to Amanda almost called off our engagement? Well, she didn't. You're married. No harm done. Hello, Amanda? Nicky. Amanda, I'm just calling to tell you that Guy is going to murder you after you're married. Now, that's a hell of a thing to say. I mean, that's just a plain hell of a thing. And when that tape is played in court... Tape? What tape? Oh, Amanda had a tape recorder hooked to her phone. Automatically taped messages. She's an alcoholic, you know, and most of the time she can't remember who called her about what, so she records all conversations. Guy, do me a favor, will you? Destroy that tape and call off your suit against Nicky. Oh, Bill, I can't. The accusations she's made, everybody knows about them. Nobody believes them, of course. At least, I hope nobody believes them. But she's made a laughingstock of me, Bill. I just can't sit back and do nothing to protect myself. I suppose not. Well, thanks for your time, Guy. I'll see you. Wait a minute. Yes? Oh, well, hell, you're my brother. I'll do it for you. You will? Yes, but with one proviso, Bill. Name it. One more word out of her about me. One more crazy accusation, and I'll nail her to the wall. So help me, I will. There'll be no more accusations. I'll see to that. Somehow, I'll convince her. Excuse me. Yes, Miss Mason. Captain? The police? We shall, of course, put him through. Now, what can this be about? Yes, Captain, this is Guy Weston. You're calling from my home? But what are you doing? Of course I can come home right now, but what's happened? Captain, stop beating about the bush. What the hell has happened? Wait. What? You're sure? Yes, I'll be there as fast as I can make it. Amanda dead. Dead? Amanda? He said the captain, the combination of alcohol and sleeping pills. Oh. Easy. Oh. Look, I'll go home with you. Yes. Please, get my hat and coat. Here, your coat. Let me help you. Thanks. Oh, Bill, I guess you know this means I can't call off my suit against Nikki.
Because Amanda's dead?
Nikki's accusations, everybody will believe they're true now. Well, I've got to prove they're not. I'm going through with the suit, Bill. I have no option.
What do you want?
Wait a minute, Nikki. Don't close the door. Let me in.
I'd as soon let in a snake.
If I was afraid of snakes, I'd want to keep an eye on them. Know what they're up to. You better let me in, Nikki.
All right, Guy. Make it quick. No, don't sit down. You won't be staying that long.
Oh, I think I will. I got a lot to say to you, Nikki.
Well, then say it and get out.
First thing I want to say is that, of course, Amanda's death was no accident.
I know that.
The second thing I want to say is yours won't be either.
What?
You've gone white. Well, I can't say I blame you. I'd be scared, too, if someone told me I was going to kill myself.
Oh, I'm going to kill myself. Commit suicide, just like that.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
And you're going to see to that.
I am.
And what reason will I have for taking my own life?
Guilt. Shame.
Guilt? Shame over what?
Of making false accusations against a certain Guy Weston. Me.
The accusations I made against you were true, not false. So why should I feel any guilt or any shame?
Yeah, Nikki, you are going to murder yourself, so to speak, just as my European wives did. As Alicia did. As Amanda did. Since you're going to be my next victim, I should think you'd like to know how it's all going to be accomplished.
I am not in the least interested.
I'm going to tell you anyway. I've said this before, and I apologize if I bore you. But I am quite possibly the only person in the world who has discovered how to commit the perfect murder. Would you believe that I found myself taking karate lessons in Japan when I was there? Now, so help me, I did. And suddenly, one day, the thought crossed my mind, if you can use an opponent's physical strength or weakness against him, why can't his mental strength or weakness be used against him as well? The answer quite simply is, of course, it can.
I don't see how.
You will. You will, my darling, you will. Now, consider Alicia. I had only to find her weakness to ensure her death. And I did. Her weakness was agoraphobia. That's the intense fear of heights. The reason such people fear heights is because they have a powerful, often overwhelming compulsion to throw themselves off into space. Well, such was Alicia's weakness. The weakness that I turned against her.
How?
Simply by laughing at her, showing contempt for her fears, taunting her for her inability even to go near a high window. I needled her, goaded her, irritated her until, to strike back at me, to prove me wrong, she would go to that 12th-story window of our apartment again and again, and open the window and stand looking down at the traffic far, far below and say to me, "See, I can do it."
Oh.
And she did. Until the day I knew would come sooner or later. The day her nerve broke, compulsion overcame her, and she threw herself to her death.
Oh, you...
Now, wait, no, claws. Please. Don't you try your claws on me. Don't you try your claws on me again. Now, as for Amanda, her weakness was alcohol and sleeping pills. My first step in murdering her was merely to replace her pills with placebos, which of course had no effect. Now, when she complained, I told her she probably needed stronger sleeping pills, and saw to it that she got them, along with plenty to drink, you understand. Her death was a foregone conclusion. Once again, using my victim's weakness against her, she killed herself. Huh? And I, the real murderer, remain scot-free.
And I am your next victim.
You are. You'll be dead within 2 weeks. In fact, you don't know it, but you've already written your suicide note. On this.
That's one of those shirt pocket tape recorders.
That, as you see, I was carrying in my shirt pocket.
Huh?
Everything we've said to each other since I came through that door has been recorded on this tape.
Yes, but I did not record a suicide note.
Correction. You will have, once I have edited and altered the tape. Then we recorded it. I'll let you hear it. And that's the least I could do.
And perhaps you'd be good enough to tell me what strength or weakness of mine you intend to use against me.
With you, no weakness. Strength.
Which is?
Come on, you know your strong point as well as I do. You tell me.
It's my imagination.
Precisely. Within 2 weeks or less, Nikki, you're going to be dead.
Huh?
Murdered. By your own imagination.
Murdered by her own imagination? How in the world can that be done? Come to think of it, people have been killed by terror, by sudden fear, overwhelming panic. But it can't happen that way with Nikki. She's too strong, too self-controlled. What way, then? What plan has Guy in mind? We'll find out shortly when I return with Act 3. Can your imagination kill you? Murderer Guy Weston says it can, and since he's been eminently successful in doing away with a number of victims, it would appear that Nikki Carpenter is about to become his latest. He won't kill her. Oh, no. She will kill herself. The instrument of death being her own imagination. Up to now, Guy Weston has murdered to perfection. Up to now.
Hello?
Hello, Nikki. This is Guy. No, don't hang up. I want to play your suicide note to you.
If you think you can scare me...
Scare you? That's not my purpose at all, Nikki. I simply want to keep you in touch. Now then, here's the first step to your murdering yourself. Listen.
The accusations I made against Guy Weston were false. I feel guilt, shame. I'm going to kill myself. Commit suicide.
There it is, Nikki. Your suicide note in your own voice, recorded by you on the tape recorder that will be found in your apartment.
You vile, evil...
Bye for now, Nikki.
Now, Nikki.
Bill. Oh, Bill, you've got to help me.
Of course I will, sweetheart.
I'm so sorry I broke our engagement. That was stupid of me. But I was so upset and frustrated.
Don't you think I realize that? The nice thing about a broken engagement is that it's easily repaired by putting the ring back on the girl's finger. Now hold out that pretty hand of yours, young lady.
Oh, Bill.
And now a kiss to make sure the repair holds. That's a repair that'll hold forever.
It will, my darling, it will.
Now then, new fashion season or no new fashion season, you're going to take a week off.
A week off?
At least a few days. Get away from work, out from all the pressure you've been under.
Bill, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I'm going to take you up to my place on the lake for a long weekend. See that you rest, relax, and recuperate from the heavy workload you've been... Oh, what is it?
You haven't believed a word I said.
Well, now, Nikki...
No, everything I've told you. Guy admitting he's a murderer, saying he's going to see that I kill myself, the fake suicide note he tricked me into taping. You don't believe any of that.
Nikki, sweetheart, we've been through all this. But you broke your engagement to me because of it. Now, don't...
Please, will you believe me? Will you please believe that what I'm telling you is true? Your brother Guy is a murderer. He murdered my sister Alicia by tricking her into jumping out of a window. And he murdered Amanda, as he said he would. And as I told you he would.
Amanda died from combining alcohol with sleeping pills.
Sleeping pills that were any number of times stronger than anything she ever took before. Your brother murders people by tricking them into murdering themselves. And he's told me that he's going to do the same to me.
By maneuvering you into killing yourself with your own imagination? Nikki, be reasonable. You know you'll do no such thing. Sure. You're a highly imaginative woman, but you're also a very practical, down-to-earth woman.
If only I could convince you
Let me convince you of something. Convince you that one of the best things you could possibly do would be to...
Yes? To what?
Have dinner with me tonight, then go to the theater afterward.
Oh, Bill.
Look, I'll pick you up at 6:30. Cocktails, dinner, and any play or musical you want to see. Date?
Oh. Date.
Oh, excuse me. My name's Bill Weston, and I believe I have a date for dinner in the theater with a very charming young woman.
Yes, you have.
And is she ready?
Just about. All she has to do is put on her hat and gloves.
Not before she gives her husband to be a kiss.
What? Spoil my makeup? You have to wait till we get back.
Something to look forward to. Hey, snazzy hat. You do something for it.
Thank you. Ouch. Ooh. There's something in the finger of this glove. Look, my finger's bleeding.
Let me see. Oh, your finger's cut.
Well, how could I possibly cut my finger on a glove?
Just a sec. Turn the glove inside out. Well, how did this get inside your glove?
What? What is it? I don't see it.
Oh, it's so small you can't hardly see it. A tiny bit of glass.
Oh, how could anything like that get inside my glove?
I don't know, but...
Oh, dear. Excuse me. Hello?
Guy, Nicky.
Yes.
Brother Bill told me he's taking you to dinner in the theater tonight.
So what of it?
Nicky, don't wear gloves tonight.
Don't wear...
Oh, dear. I'm too late. You've already put them on, have you? And cut your finger?
Yes.
Oh, well, just a scratch. I mean, nothing to worry about. Unless the bit of glass inside your glove was poisoned.
Poisoned? Hello? Hello?
Honey, what is it?
He hung up.
Who?
Your brother Guy. My murderer.
Nicky? How do you feel?
Sick. My head aches. My stomach's upset.
But if Dr. Welch said he could discover no signs of poison...
He won't be sure until he's tested the blood sample he took. Why doesn't he phone? Here.
The devil. All right, with the doctor. Hello? Yes, doctor. Oh, good. Well, doctor, we appreciate your coming over and all you've done. Thanks again, doctor. Not a trace of poison, Nicky.
Well, then why do I feel so awful?
I guess because you thought you might have been poisoned. But you weren't, honey. It was just all in your...
Say it, Bill. It was all in my imagination.
Then you admit, Guy, you telephoned Nicky last night.
What is this, Bill? Some kind of inquisition? You walk into my office the first thing in the morning and start shooting questions at me as if I were guilty of something. Yes, I did phone Nicky last night. What about it?
What did you phone her about?
To tell her I was withdrawing the suit I brought against her for defamation of character.
You are withdrawing it?
Yeah, I know I said I'd have to go through with it, but, well, you are my brother. And she is your fiancée, and well, hell, I just couldn't go through with it, that's all.
And that's what you phoned her about?
What else would I phone her about? Well?
Forget it, Guy. Forget it.
What could be... Well, it's 3 a.m. Who can be calling? Hello?
Nicky, listen. The accusations I made against Guy Weston were false. I feel guilt, shame. I'm going to kill myself. Commit suicide. Pleasant dreams, Nicky. Pleasant dreams.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I ask you, all of you, who you think you are. I mean, I am Nicky Carpenter. I created the Nicky Carpenter collection and not you.
Nicky,
oh, shut up. I've heard enough out of all of you. Now, you listen to me. When I ask for black mousseline, I want black mousseline. And when I ask for white file, I want white file. I don't care what your reason is. Don't change my orders. Now, get out of here, all of you, the lot of you. Get out. Get out. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Please. Please, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, please. Please.
Yes? Yes, put him through. Yes, Dr. Welch. Well, I'm worried about her, too. She's not sleeping, not eating, a bundle of nerves. I'm wondering if you could recommend a good psychiatrist. Why? Because I think she's in need of psychiatric help. Huh? Well, I'll certainly come to see you. When? Right. Be in your office in half an hour.
Hello.
3 in the morning and you answer at once? Not sleeping, Nicky?
Oh, what do you want?
Question is, what you want. What your imagination has brought you to wanting. Death.
I won't listen to you.
No need. Listen to your imagination. That's what you've been doing. Imagining how, just quite how, you'll reach the point where you'll kill yourself.
You, myself.
The gun is in the drawer of your night table.
Oh.
Save yourself a lot of agony, Nicky. Use it tonight. Now.
Bill.
Yes, Guy?
It's late. They'll be closing the chapel in half an hour. Everybody's gone.
I want to stay with Nicky, be with her as much as possible. Until she's buried tomorrow.
There's no good to punish yourself, Bill. She's gone. Nothing you can do now.
But could I have done something before?
Before?
Listen to her fears, her worries. Guy?
Yes?
I'd like to look at her before... Could you ask someone to come in and open the casket?
You don't want that.
Yes.
No.
Guy, please.
Bill, she isn't presentable. You know, a gun to the temple.
Yes. All right. But I'll stay till they close the chapel at midnight. I won't do the same for you, though, Guy.
You won't? For me?
When you're lying in your casket to be buried next morning, I'll not sit with you, keep no vigil for you. Not for a murderer.
You're saying some very funny things, Bill.
I know you killed Nicky.
You what?
I know you killed her, made her kill herself, drove her to it.
Bill, I think you could use a drink.
You can use a lawyer. Get yourself one. I've got you with the goods, brother.
What are you talking about?
I was there in Nicky's apartment when you called and told her about the gun. I heard every word on a phone extension. I made a point of staying with her constantly. After a little conference I had with Dr. Welch, Nicky's physician, who convinced me that she was as sane as I am, living on the edge of nerves rubbed raw, driven to the end of her rope, her emotional rope, and imagining things.
You were there when I phoned?
Oh, what's within that guy? I went to your place, found the original tape, the one you recorded her suicide note from.
You're lying.
Am I?
You couldn't have found the original tape. I destroyed it.
And there was an original.
What?
You just admitted there was an original tape from which you recorded, edited, altered, and re-recorded Nicky's suicide note.
All right. You're so bloody damn smart. All right. I did kill her the way I killed the others, by using their weaknesses, their strengths, so they would kill themselves. So do me something. Huh? Prove something. So I slipped. I admitted there was an original tape, so what?
Who heard me say it? You? Me? Her? She's dead.
No, Guy. I'm alive. I'm very much alive.
Nicky?
You have been tricked this time. I did not kill myself. It was all faked.
Once I was convinced Nicky was telling the truth, trapping you, Guy, was simple.
Trapping me? You haven't trapped me.
But we have. You've admitted everything.
Who heard me? You? Her?
And you, Guy. You.
You think I'd testify against myself in a court of law? Testify against myself?
As a matter of fact, you will.
You're crazy.
But this isn't.
A tape recorder. A shirt pocket tape recorder.
You used this same little device to drive Nicky to suicide and failed. I'll use it to send you to jail. And Guy, I'll succeed.
And so, imagination. This time not only Nicky's, but Bill's imagination, the most powerful force on earth, for good or ill, brings an insidiously clever murderer to ground. I'll be back shortly. When you first joined me, I spoke of imagination as a world of fantasy, then corrected myself to say it is a world of reality. I'd like to correct myself again. It is truly a world of fantasy and reality. Question is, which is it? When? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, John Newland, and Joseph Campanella. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News. President Ford says he will appear personally before a congressional committee to testify about why he pardoned former President Nixon. I'm Jim Kilpatrick reporting on the CBS radio network. The presidential decision came in a letter to House Judiciary Subcommittee Chairman William Hungate.
He indicated a willingness that he would like to come up and answer these questions, and the privileged resolution asked them himself. And that this hearing would be arranged at a mutually convenient time in the next 10 days.
Congressman William Hungate of Missouri. Only Presidents Lincoln and Washington testified before Congress while in office, and Theodore Roosevelt did so after leaving the White House. President Ford says he will respond personally to the 14 questions raised by 2 resolutions before the subcommittee. The questions center around whether former White House Chief of Staff Alexander Haig suggested the pardon for Mr. Nixon, what agreements were made in connection with it, and whether Mr. Ford's granting of the pardon was based on knowledge of Mr. Nixon's mental or physical health. White House aide says Mr. Ford expects to appear in an open hearing, and it would be up to the subcommittee to decide whether to permit live broadcast coverage. More CBS News after this.
Time magazine. What's in it for you this week? Cover story. The relentless ordeal of political wives. Even before her present illness, Mrs. Gerald Ford has had to endure other psychological pressures. The all-pervasive tribulations of the wife of a politician. This week, Time studies the lives of the women who have had to be wife, mother, cook, chauffeur, advisor, campaigner, and sometimes TV personality as well. It's a revealing story of the physical and mental strain of life in a fishbowl. In the economy, summing up the summit. Who said what to whom and what it all the cheese. Substantively, not much, says Time, but it did give the public a much-needed lesson in economic reality.
This week, Time also takes you to Washington for the first shots of what observers are beginning to call the energy war.
To China for a sweeping survey of the 25 years of Chairman Mao.
And to Bonn in Paris, where the rapport between West German Chancellor Schmidt and French President Giscard d'Estaing brings new life to the old dream of a united Europe.
It's all in Time this week.
Pick up a copy today.
For Time makes everything more interesting,
including you.
Jury selection begins Tuesday in the Watergate cover-up trial. There are now only 5 defendants. Former White House aide Gordon Strong was granted delay because of legal tangles. Former President Nixon has been subpoenaed to appear as a witness in the trial, which is expected to last possibly 3 months. But Mr. Nixon's doctor said in California Monday the former president would be unable to travel for a month to 3 months. Mr. Nixon is expected to leave the hospital by this weekend. Lawyers for defendant John Ehrlichman are reportedly demanding that if ill health prohibits Mr. Nixon from appearing personally at the trial, that a deposition be taken in California and videotaped so that it can be shown to the jury on closed-circuit television. The foreign minister of oil-rich Kuwait says the inflation plaguing industrialized countries is not a result of oil prices, but rather their inability to manage domestic affairs. Secretary of State Kissinger had the foreign ministers and ambassadors of 16 Arab states to dinner Monday evening at the U.S. mission in New York. Richard C. Hotelet reports.
One would never have guessed that the men on both sides are engaged in some of the most complex and delicate negotiations of this decade. The substance of these talks came up only indirectly. On the question of Middle East peace, Kissinger mentioned his new journey to the area on October 9th to see if the negotiating process could be started again, remarking, "The U.S. has seen that stalemate creates constant tension." Lebanon's foreign minister Fuad Nafar, replying for the Arabs, spoke of the need for intensified efforts to find a real peace based on the principle of right and justice. Without mentioning the word oil, Kissinger stressed the interdependence of the world community and the U.S. desire to avoid confrontation. Nafar seemed to link oil and peace, replying that in an interdependent world community, right and justice have their place. Richard C. Hotelet, CBS News, United Nations.
The Gulf Oil Company has raised wholesale prices of gasoline and home heating oil an average of 1.5 cents a gallon. The increases are effective immediately. Standard Oil of Ohio has dropped the price of gasoline at some of its stations 1 cent a gallon.
President Ford spent an hour and a half with his wife on Monday night at the Bethesda Naval Hospital. Mr. Ford said that she is feeling much better after her operation on Saturday for removal of a cancerous right breast. John Meyer reports on results of tests on some of Mrs. Ford's lymph tissue.
A final pathology report on the lymph tissue removed during Mrs. Ford's mastectomy shows cancer in 2 of the lymph nodes, but the pathologists note that 28 other nodes showed no evidence of cancer, and also that there was no involvement in local blood vessels. They say that considering this, plus the fact that there is no clinical evidence of cancer spreading to other parts of her body, they are optimistic for Mrs. Ford's prolonged survival. Both the President and First Lady are said to be pleased by this optimistic outlook. Mrs. Ford spent a quiet day here with no visitors. The doctors say she now has good mobility of her right arm and even placed her hand on top of her head without significant difficulty. She also was taken off intravenous feedings and has been started on a diet of tea, chicken broth, and crackers. In addition, she walked a bit and sat for short periods in a rocking chair. Her discomfort is said to be steadily decreasing, with correspondingly less medication needed for pain. The doctors describe Mrs. Ford's spirit as beautiful. John Meyer, CBS News, Bethesda Naval Medical Center.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of your over-self. What is the man talking about? Over-self? What's that? Well, you might say it's that part of you where your imagination resides. The truth is that, according to any number of religionists, you don't exist at all. Only your imagination. When you refer to myself, You are actually talking about an illusion created by your overself. Confusing? Certainly is to me. And it was more than confusing to Amanda Phillips. Our mystery drama, Picture on a Wall, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Diane Baker. No, I didn't say you don't exist, that you are not really yourself. Those who devote lifetimes to the study of what we are and why we are here, who try to understand God and our relation to Him. I'm talking, of course, of priests, ministers, Buddhist monks, even philosophers. They say it. They say that the self is your conscious, the overself your subconscious, and the super-self your unconscious. You understand? If you do, you're far more knowledgeable than I am, because I don't understand at all. And as I said earlier on, neither did Amanda Phillips.
Well, here it is, Amanda. Hope you like it.
Gil Franklin, it's beautiful.
I figured it would grab you, even though you did say you wanted to live in Greenwich Village.
Well, yes, I did. All my life in Gladesville, Iowa, I've yearned to be an actress living in Greenwich Village. But this, it's so lovely. What? May I come in?
Oh, Mrs. Broley, of course. Let me introduce you. Amanda Phillips, rising young star of the Broadway Theater, or soon to be anyway. Mrs. Broley, landlady.
Delighted to meet you, dear. Is everything all right?
Oh, it couldn't be more so. I never expected to find anything as, well, really enchanting as this. Not at what I can afford to pay anyhow. It is only $45 a week, isn't it?
Yes.
How can you afford to let it go at that? A place like this, furnished so nicely, those beautiful paintings on the walls, especially that big one over the fireplace, and the garden. You can walk straight from this room into the garden. It's just lovely. I should think you could rent this for 2 or 3 times what you're asking.
Perhaps so, but... Yeah, well, you see, dear, I'm not only extremely old, but I'm extremely particular about whom I rent to. And as your fiancé will tell you...
Mr. Franklin isn't my fiancé, Mrs. Broley.
Oh, I thought...
I have hopes, Mrs. Broley. High hopes.
Well, now, you're such a nice man. I hope you realize them. Because certainly Miss Phillips is a most attractive and desirable... something wrong, Miss Phillips?
That smell.
Smell?
Aroma, I should say. A scent. The scent of lavender.
Why, it's a cologne I use. Yes, a cologne, lavender. Now, if there's anything I can do to help you get settled in, dear, anything you need, you just pick up the telephone.
Just to pick it up?
It connects to a switchboard. I'll answer. Well, make yourselves comfortable.
Strange.
What?
The smell of lavender. I didn't smell it until at least several minutes after she came in here. And another thing, it seemed to come from that direction, out there in the garden. And Gil?
Yes?
She's gone, but the scent, it's stronger.
You're imagining things. I don't smell anything. And no, I don't have a cold.
Very strange.
Look, I've got to get back to the office, or the law firm of Belding and Maxwell will be firing their youngest partner. But I'll see you for dinner tonight, okay?
Very okay.
Pick you up at 7.
Well, better unpack my bag, put things away. That scent. It must be coming from the garden. Locked. And no key.
Yes, Miss Phillips.
Mrs. Broley, the French doors into the garden, they're locked.
Yes, dear. I keep them locked.
You do?
For your protection. You see, anyone who wanted to could get over the fence around the garden and, well, an ounce of prevention, you know.
Yes, but I want to use the garden. What I can see through the French doors, it's enchanting. The fountain.
The fountain doesn't work, I'm sorry to say. Hasn't in years.
Oh, even so, it'd be a nice place to sit. Those stone benches and everything. Would you bring me the key, please?
Why, yes, if I can find it.
Find it?
I'm not quite sure what I did with it, but don't you worry now. I'll do what I can to find it. I certainly shall.
Well, I never. I just never.
Never what, man?
Oh, what? Who are you?
Norcross is my name. Morley Norcross. Do please forgive me. I had absolutely no intention of startling you.
I turn around to find you leaning casually against the French doors. The open French doors. And you... How? How did you get here?
Over the fence, you might say.
And how did you open those locked doors?
I didn't find them locked.
Well, I did.
Perhaps it's one of those knobs. You can open them from one side, but not the other. Let's have a look, shall we?
I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry. You're angry with me. I've offended you, Amanda.
You know my name.
Tit for tat. You know mine.
But you told me yours.
Then it's altogether possible that that rather huge label on your luggage told me yours.
Of course.
See?
For a moment well, you won't believe it, but I thought you might be some kind of ghost or something.
I believed. Might I have the pleasure of showing you your garden? If you will step through your French doors into your garden, then, Miss Phillips, you can all but smell fall in the air.
And lavender. Yet I don't see any in the garden.
My cologne, I dare say.
You use lavender cologne?
Yeah, old-fashioned, isn't it? For a man, I mean.
Why, perhaps, but I like it, Mr. Norcross.
Oh, I say, call me Morley. If we're going to be friends, that is. And I hope we are. Do you?
Why not?
Why not, indeed?
Beautiful fountain, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it's beautiful. It's simple. A peasant girl holding a tilted pitcher on her shoulder. A pitcher from which the water used to pour into that large stone basin at her feet.
Used to?
60 years ago, or so, yes.
60? Well, how do you know that?
Oh, how do I?
Well, yes. You can't be more than, 40, say.
Thank you, my dear.
So how would you know that this fountain hasn't, fountained in more than, 60 years?
16 years, I said. 16. And, well, I know because I once lived where you're about to live.
In that service flat, living room and kitchenette?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what did you do? What kind of work?
I was a dramatic coach.
You don't mean it. A dramatic coach?
An excellent one, I might say.
Would you, well, I hardly dare ask this, but, would you coach me?
Of course. I fully intended to.
You?
Yes.
Oh, now, Mr. Norcross.
Morley?
Morley. Well, you might have got my name off the luggage label, but you couldn't possibly know that I want to be an actress.
No?
No. What is it?
Ever read Sherlock Holmes stories?
No.
That's too bad. They're fascinating. Fascinating. Holmes could look at someone he'd never seen in all his life before and tell him everything about himself. I was an avid reader of Holmes, and somehow I picked up the technique. For example, your makeup.
Oh, what about it?
Unless I'm mistaken, on your cheeks, that's panistic rosy glow, isn't it?
Yes.
And a touch of daylight orange in the corner of each eye.
You're amazing.
Of course, on stage, you'd use vermilion, but for daytime wear, you're most astute. And then, of course, your clothes are a dead giveaway. To say nothing, my dear, nothing of your walk.
Unbelievable, Morley.
Elementary what? Elementary.
Would you like some tea?
Do you have any? I mean, you just moved in.
In my suitcase.
Then I'd love it.
Come along inside.
No, I'll sit here. I'll sit here. It's such a pleasant afternoon.
I'll be as quick as I can. Yes? Come in. Oh, Mrs. Brawley.
Found the key to the French doors, my dear.
Well, thank you. Though I am not sure I'll need them now.
Oh, I'm glad you've decided to leave them locked. Much safer.
But I haven't decided to leave them locked. As you can see, the doors are...
As I can see what?
Closed. I didn't close them. And if Morley had, I'd have heard him.
Morley? Did you say Morley?
Mr. Morley Norcross. He's sitting in the garden by the fountain.
There's no one sitting in the garden, Miss Phillips.
No one? Why, he's gone. And the door's locked.
Of course.
Why are you looking at me like that, Mrs. Brawley?
Miss Phillips, finding this key put a very old woman to considerable trouble. Now, I don't mind that. I'm accustomed to it and delighted to make my tenants as comfortable as possible. But I don't like having games played on me, Miss Phillips. I don't enjoy being made a fool of. There are the keys you asked for. Please take care to lock those doors before retiring at night.
But Mrs. Brawley...
Amanda, you were dead tired, beat. You probably stretched out on that couch to rest and fell off to sleep. You dreamed it all. You had to.
I don't remember lying down, Gil. I didn't. I started to unpack, and then the scent of lavender came to me even stronger than before. It came from the garden. I tried to go into the garden, but found the doors locked. And so I called Mrs. Brawley.
Yes, you told me all this. But, sweetheart, it couldn't have happened. It just couldn't.
Well, if it didn't... Oh, I don't know. I just don't know.
Neither do I. One thing I do know, though. I'm taking you out for the best dinner you ever had. You need it.
I guess I do. Won't be a minute. Put on a new face.
Okay. Know something?
What?
I did all right by you, finding this place. Comfortable, homey. Even the paintings on the wall. Not the usual crummy stuff you find in a place like this. Pretty good art. This one over the fireplace is a knockout.
I haven't had a chance to look at it, really.
It's by, I don't know, some name here at the bottom. Can't make it out. Dated, I can make that out. 1909. It's called The Dramatic Coach.
Oh?
Shows him, the coach, teaching a girl how to act. Very handsome guy. Tall, wavy chestnut hair, worn kind of long. Blue eyes, I think. Gray at the temples, strong nose. Very strong nose. Oh. Ready so soon?
Let me see that.
The painting?
Yes, the... Huh?
Amanda, what is it?
The man in the painting. The dramatic coach, Gil. That's Morley Norcross.
Well, we may be talking about the self, the over-self, and the super-self, but so far as I'm concerned, Morley Norcross is a ghost. Now, maybe he isn't. Only my opinion. But the things going on in that 9th Street flat, the things that happened to Amanda in that garden, you ask me, they're more than strange. They're uncanny. I wouldn't be concerned, except I remember Amanda saying she felt scared. I don't like that. It worries me. I'll be back shortly for Act 2. We're involved with an experience having to do with the occult, the esoteric. Or rather, lovely young Amanda Phillips is. As we know, she has come to New York City from Gladesville, Iowa, hopefully to become a successful actress. One can expect all sorts of things to happen to one in the Big Apple, of course. But what has already happened to Amanda on her first day is, well, to say the least, odd.
The man in the painting is Norcross? The man you think you met out there in the garden?
Gil, I know you think I'm spaced out.
No, I just think you dreamed it all. Fell asleep and dreamed.
Dreamed about a man who was the living image of the man in that picture? A dramatic coach to boot?
Well, it figures, doesn't it?
What do you mean it figures?
Well, there he is in the painting. The painting is titled The Dramatic Coach. Your eyes may have just glanced at it, but your brain, it registered it clearly. You were tired, worn out from your trip. You stretched out to rest, fell asleep, and, well, dreamed of the man in the painting. The man who said he was a dramatic coach.
Well, I don't remember falling asleep. But, what you say makes sense. That's what must have happened, I guess.
Sure. And speaking of getting rest, young lady, you've had a long, tiring day, so, I'm going to split.
Oh, it's only 10 o'clock, Gil. You don't have to...
No, you're tired. And now that I've got you here in New York, you can count on seeing a lot of me, if you want to.
Oh, of course I want to.
You sound as if you really mean that, Amanda.
Oh, Gil. Sweetheart, you know how I feel about you. It's just that...
The Great White Way beckons. It's a career on Broadway or nothing.
No, a career on Broadway or marriage and kids. Oh, Gil, darling, look, I've got to try it first. I've got to satisfy myself that I've got talent or I haven't. That I can make it or I can't. That... Look, I've just got to have my chance. Be patient, please.
For you will outdo the patience of Job. Good night, honey.
Good night, my darling. Oh, I am tired. Into bed, Ethel Barrymore Phillips. What? Lavender. The scent of lavender again. From the garden. He's there, sitting by the fountain, and I'm not sleeping, not dreaming. Oh, locked. Keys. Morley?
Amanda.
What are you doing here at this hour?
It's such a beautiful evening. Full white moon.
Yes.
Isn't it an enchantment? The jet black buildings tall against the night sky. Lights shining yellow and orange in windows here and there. And here, right here in the midst of it all, a small oasis of peace and quiet, loveliness.
You keep talking like that, Morley, and you will cast a spell over me.
I will, won't I? Amanda, do you mind my coming here of an evening, now and then? I won't, if you say no.
Well, no, I suppose it's all right. You come when you want to.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you.
Morley?
Yes?
There's a painting over the fireplace. It's called The Dramatic Coach. And the man in the painting, the coach, looks exactly like you.
Yes. Yes, he does. It was painted by Scott Costain in 1909. The man in the painting is my grandfather, whose name was also Morley Norcross.
Oh.
You didn't... You didn't think...
Yeah, I'm afraid I did.
No, you couldn't have.
But, look, if you haven't lived here in 16 years, you said?
Yes, 16.
Well, what's the painting doing here now?
You have no doubt heard of actors being forced to leave their luggage behind because of non-payment of rent.
And you? Oh, Morley.
Well, it's quite all right, Amanda. It's quite all right, especially since I can look at it almost as much as I want to. I can take a peek now and then through the French doors.
You poor man. You love that painting, don't you?
You're very perceptive. Yes, I do love it. As much as I loved this fountain.
The fountain?
Yes. Did Mrs. Broley tell you? No. I don't suppose she did. There's a legend goes along with this fountain.
A legend?
It's rather tragic.
All the better. The more romantic.
Perhaps. A man, someone who lived in that flat where you live now, as I lived, a man committed suicide at this very spot.
Oh, no. Why?
I think the phrase of the time was unrequited love.
Oh, Morley, that is romantic.
It didn't seem so then.
What?
I mean to say, the man must have felt the very depths of misery, experienced the most frightful emotional horrors to kill himself. He committed the greatest sin known to man. Oh, God.
Suicide.
No. Despair. And in despairing, renounced his faith in God. No one who believes in God, truly believes, can ever give way to despair. Amanda, you remember that.
Yes, Morley, I shall.
As for the legend, the fountain ran red with blood, his blood. And then it stopped flowing, just stopped. They've tried to get it flowing again and again, but they have failed every time. According to the legend, it never will flow again until someone, somewhere, sometime, does something so supremely unselfish, so totally and completely selfless, that the sin of suicide committed here is paid for.
Beautiful. So beautiful.
And when that happens, if ever it does, the fountain will gush forth once more. I was wondering...
Yes?
Would you have any objection if I came in, only for a moment, to have a closer look at that painting?
Why, of course not. Come along.
Thank you, Amanda.
Your grandfather, was he a dramatic coach, too? Or did he just pose for
No. He coached actors and actresses just as I do.
Well, there it is.
Yes, there it is.
Amazing, the resemblance.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Was your grandfather, was he the man who killed himself in the garden?
Yes.
And she, the girl in the painting.
Oh, he loved her. He loved her. And she loved him. Or so she let him believe. She was one of his pupils. Beautiful. Talented. I can't tell you how beautiful. How talented.
Oh, I shouldn't think you could, since you weren't born yet.
Yes, that's quite true. It's only hearsay.
Well, what happened?
Well, she began to get rather good parts and began to be known. And, well, she met a wealthy man and fell in love with him. Or some said his money.
Oh, dear, it must have been tragic.
It was more than I could bear.
You?
Oh, my grandfather, of course.
But you said more than you could bear.
My imagination. I have a flair. I have a talent for placing myself in a situation of becoming the people involved. I imagine myself. Well, you've played the game called imagination, of course.
No, I've never even heard of it.
It's a wonderful game. And incidentally, extremely helpful to an actor or actress. Would you care to play it?
Well,
Let's do it. Now, let's imagine ourselves to be, well, those two people in the painting.
All right. How do we go about it?
First, look closely at the painting.
Mm-hmm.
Try to see every detail. For instance, the furniture.
Old-fashioned. High-backed couch with brocaded upholstery and animagassers.
That's right.
And the table lamps. Beaded lamps, they call them, I think.
That's right. And the gas jets on the walls. Notice?
How could I help but notice? I feel as if those lamps are actually lit. As if the gas jets are really glowing. As if
Yes.
I'm in the room with him. His arms around me, his lips close to mine.
Go on.
It's all so real. I am that woman in the painting.
You are. You have become her. You have become Iris Jordan.
Iris Jordan?
That was her name. Is her name, because you bring it to life again. Iris. Oh, Iris.
No.
Iris,
What are you doing?
Darling,
Let me go.
I love you.
Morley. Mr. Norcross.
Please, Iris.
Unhand me, sir.
Iris.
You hear me, sir? Unhand me.
Please.
I've told you I no longer love you. I love another, Thomas Broley, and I'm going to marry him.
Don't do this to me, Iris, I beg you.
Miss Phillips.
I beg you,
open the
don't.
door.
I can't bear it. I can't
Miss
bear it.
Phillips.
I'll kill myself. Do you hear me? I'll kill myself.
Miss Phillips.
Miss Phillips.
What is...
Why were you crying out like that?
I guess I got carried away, but we were only playing a game.
A game? We?
Morley Norcross and... Why, he's not here. Mrs. Broley? Broley? Is your first name Iris?
Oh, what if it is?
Were you the girl in that painting?
Well, you know, I think you're out of your mind.
You were the girl in that painting, weren't you? You were an actress. And you were in love with Morley Norcross, but you jilted him for a man named Broley. Thomas Broley.
Miss Phillips, I will ask you to vacate these premises in the morning.
This room, that garden, they're haunted, aren't they?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Not only the room and the garden, but that painting, all haunted by the ghost of Morley Norcross, the man you loved and then jilted more than 60 years ago. That's why you rent this place so cheaply. $45 a week. Tenants just don't stay here very long, do they? How long has it been since the last tenant, Mrs. Broley? How long?
Well, more than a year.
I see. What happened to the last tenant?
Dead. Found dead in the garden. She'd been strangled.
And that's why you weren't able to rent the place?
No. The tenant before...
Found dead? Strangled?
Yes, Oh, my dear child, I only pretended to be angry with you and demanded you to leave to save your life.
After letting me rent the place?
I hoped the haunting was over, but I see now it isn't. Morley's ghost will haunt this place, haunt me till the moment I die. You must go in the morning.
No.
No.
I'm not afraid of ghosts, Mrs. Broley. But more than that, I don't want to leave. Don't ask me why. I don't know.
I'm afraid I do.
What?
Because you've done what I'm almost sure the others did. They couldn't bring themselves to leave either. And they didn't know why. Nor did I then. But I think I'm beginning to know that. You've fallen in love with Morley Norcross, Miss Phillips. You've fallen in love with a ghost.
Well, there's a twist for you. Has Amanda fallen in love with the ghost of Morley Norcross? Or is some other power, some other force at work? Let's not forget that we've been talking about not ghosts, but the baffling, the mysterious complexities of the human mind. I'll return shortly with Act 3. To fall in love with a ghost. That surely must be a curious experience, to say nothing of a dangerous one. Especially when, if previous tenants of Amanda's little apartment did the same thing, they were strangled to death as a result. But why? Morley Norcross, his ghost, that is, seems a charming, gentle, anything but violent spirit. So why? Amanda certainly has no answer. As for Gil, the man who hopes to marry her...
I just don't plain believe it. This story of yours of what happened here last night.
True, Gil, every word of it. You can check it out if you want to. You're a lawyer. Go to police headquarters or wherever you go. Find out if 2 women were strangled here or not.
If you believe all this, what are you staying here for?
Mrs. Broley says, thinks, I've fallen in love with Morley.
Now I've heard everything. You in love with a ghost. Amanda, you don't think you are, do you? If you think that, then you need help, sweetie. You need help in a bad way.
Now you're telling me I'm crazy.
Well, if you're not, you certainly sounded.
I think you better go, Gil.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, Gil.
I take time off from the office to come down here and drive you to a tryout, your first audition for a Broadway play, and now you tell me to get lost.
I'm sorry, but you get me so upset, so angry with you, and we've never quarreled like this before, never.
Oh, sweetheart, I'm sorry. I really am. Now, come on now. Dry the eyes.
Oh, Gil.
I can't believe you're in love with a ghost. But you wouldn't be in love with another man, would you?
Don't be silly. Let's go or I'll be late for my audition.
Belding and Maxwell.
Gilbert Franklin, please.
One moment.
Hello?
Gil? Amanda. Oh, Gil, I'm so excited.
You got the part.
Not the little part, the walk-on. Gil, they listened to me for the ingenue lead. And I got it. I got it.
Ingenue lead? Hey, that's fantastic. I can't believe it.
I can't either.
Well, this calls for a celebration. I'll take you out to dinner tonight. A champagne dinner.
No. Let's celebrate here.
At your place?
I haven't cooked in a week. I'll go out and do some shopping.
Okay, and I'll bring the champagne. Enough for the three of us.
The three of us?
You, me, and your ghost boyfriend.
I don't think that's very funny, Gil.
Uh-oh, I put my foot in it again. Forgive me. Now, come on, tell me you forgive me.
I forgive you.
And, honey?
Yeah?
Ask Morley Norcross to forgive me, too.
Well, I just never.
I just never. You know, Amanda, that's virtually becoming a cue line for me.
Morley?
Why have you gone so white? Why are you trembling so?
I know now that you're a ghost.
Oh.
It makes me feel scary.
Oh, please, no. The last thing in the world I want is to frighten you. That you ought to know that. Particularly since I did all I could today to help you get the ingenue lead in Hope Springs Eternal.
You?
Didn't you know?
Yes, I did. I felt something. Something that lifted me above myself, above my talent. That made me act as I've never acted before. But I didn't know it was you.
It was. I was there all the time, coaching you. Now, still frightened of me?
No, not really. Only...
Yes.
Did you strangle them, Morley?
The two women who lived here before you? Yes. I confess it, I did.
Why?
The painting there above the fireplace. I didn't tell you the whole story behind it.
Why not?
I was ashamed.
Ashamed?
Of what I did to Iris, or tried to do. You see, my dear, she didn't leave me for Thomas Broley just because she'd fallen out of love with me. I was the reason she fell out of love. My ungovernable temper.
Temper?
Rage is a closer word. Violent rage. Another word for it would be ego. My ego that demanded its way, or I would fly into an insane fury. Iris, yes, the withered little woman who was your landlady, feared me, loved me, but feared me. And that is why she left me. That is why, let me also confess, I killed myself out there by the fountain. Not from despair, as I told you. Not from misery. But from sheer, limitless, violent rage. And I have been paying for it ever since.
Oh, Morley. You helped me today. How can I help you?
Amanda, are you sure you want to?
Oh, yes.
Very sure?
Very sure.
Then meet me by the fountain tonight at 10 minutes of 12 tonight.
10 minutes of 12?
That was the hour I took my life. Promise you'll be there.
I'll be there, Morley. I promise.
All right, Amanda. All right, I'll leave.
Gil, don't be angry.
What'd you expect me to be? I invite you to dinner to celebrate. You say, oh, no, come to my place, I'll make dinner. I come, I bring the champagne, and from the minute dinner is over, you keep suggesting I leave.
Gil, it's late.
11:45 midnight is late?
It is for me. I've had a long, nerve-wracking day, and
Okay, I'm going. You want to know something? I may not be back.
Oh, Gil. scent of lavender coming from the garden. Yes, Morley. I'm coming. Coming.
Yes? Yes, who is it?
Gil Franklin, Mrs. Broley.
Oh, just a minute. Just a minute. What do you mean, disturbing an old woman at this hour of the night? I need my rest.
And I need my girl, Mrs. Broley. The girl I intend to marry.
Oh, what's that got to do with me?
Maybe nothing, maybe everything. All I know, there's something queer going on here, especially tonight. And I intend to get to the bottom of it. Mrs. Broley, I want to know the whole story. The whole story, you understand? Of what's happened in that room since Morley Norcross committed suicide over 60 years ago.
Amanda?
Morley.
I startled you again.
Not really. It's just 10 of 12.
And a beautiful moonlit night.
Very beautiful.
You're ready. You're sure you're ready to keep your promise?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What do you want me to do?
Amanda, you think of me as a ghost.
You are.
Ghost, it's only a word, my dear, because I am dead doesn't mean I don't exist. I do. I am as alive as you, only I live on a different plane of existence now.
A different plane of existence?
You might even say a different level of consciousness.
I don't understand.
No mortal does. No mortal can.
Oh, try.
It's as simple as this. Nothing is. Nothing begins, nothing ends. It's all the same. A continuum. Only on different levels, varying planes of life, of living. To sum it up, my darling, there is no such thing as life. No such thing as death.
I guess I don't understand.
You know, the level I'm on, I don't understand all of it either. This only do I know. The world that was once mine and is now yours is nothing but illusion. Illusion, my dearest. That is all it is. So it will be only an illusion you leave now.
Leave? My world?
To enter mine.
Oh.
You promised. Remember, you promised.
Yes, but... Oh, Morley, how can I leave it? My world?
Illusion.
Illusion, reality, call it what you like. I don't know. But Morley, I'm going to be the ingenue lead in a Broadway play. It's what I've wanted, dreamed of, yearned for since I was a child. I can't leave that.
You must.
I can't.
I tell you, you must. Can't you understand? What you're leaving is nothing. Nothing to what you'll find on my plane. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm giving you everything.
But what I want...
You promised. You promised. Rotten hell if you didn't promise.
You're strangling me.
You promised.
Morley,
you promised me.
And I'll keep my promise. I didn't say I wouldn't. Only that I wanted something else. So much. So much.
You wanted it? That much? You want it? That much?
Yes.
But you would give it up for me?
A promise is a promise.
Oh, and a selfless act is a selfless act.
What?
Amanda? Amanda?
She's not here in the room. The girl...
Look, Amanda. Look. And listen.
The fountain. It's flowing again. And birds singing in the garden at midnight.
Remember, I said the fountain would never flow again. The birds sing no more until someone, somewhere, sometime did something so supremely unselfish, so totally and completely selfless that the act of suicide committed here, my suicide, would be painful. Oh, Amanda. Amanda.
Amanda?
I knew it would be you. I knew it.
Amanda?
And I was right. Amanda.
Gil! Oh, Gil!
Darling.
The fountain. Oh, my God, the fountain.
Yes, it's flowing again, Mrs. Broley, and the birds are singing.
I don't understand.
Don't try. Just don't bother trying, Mrs. Broley.
But I must, because I've always had the feeling that if ever the fountain started again, I would stop.
You would...
Oh. Gil, catch her. She's fainted.
No, Amanda. She's dead.
Not dead, Gil. Alive. Very much alive. On another level. Another plane of existence. And oh, God, make it a happier one for her. And Morley.
Planes of existence. Levels of consciousness. The self. The over-self. The super-self. What do I know? Comes to that, what do you know? We don't. Because if what I read, what they tell me is so, our brains simply aren't equipped to understand. I once asked a Buddhist monk about this, and he said, you mustn't try to understand. Just experience. That says it all, I guess. I'll be back shortly. Amanda Phillips didn't become a Broadway star. She became Mrs. Gilbert Franklin. Oh, she played the ingenue lead in Hope Springs Eternal, all right. But the play folded in New Haven. Well, if Morley Norcross was right, it doesn't much matter. After all, the world we live in, you and I, nothing but illusion. Some illusion. Our cast included Diane Baker, John Newland, Ann Seymour, and Dennis Cole. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We call a concept fantasy when it fails to fall within the pattern experience has led us to expect. Fantasy, then, is unnatural, supernatural, if you like, because the road it takes is heretofore untraveled. Considered in that light, this adventure of Ralph and Wilma Albertson's is fantasy. Ralph and Wilma have had their fill of the city's turmoil. Some years ahead of the customary retirement age, Ralph is leaving his post at the university as professor of American history to write a book on the development of the New England states. He and his wife are about to depart on a meandering tour of New England in search of a home in which he may work congenially.
Ralph, will you come and sit on this suitcase so I can get it closed?
Well, if you didn't feel you had to take a lifetime supply of everything...
A little harder.
Phew.
If you'd make up your mind where you want to go, I'd know what to pack. Don't you have any idea where you want to end up?
Well, we'll travel the back roads, move and when and where whimsy directs.
That's all very well, but where are we going to get to?
Some backwater town where they still think the world is flat if I have my way.
What you're looking for is a ghost town.
Well, if the ghosts are quiet and mind their own business, why not?
Our mystery drama, Sleepy Village, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Norman Rose and Martha Greenhouse. There are few places in the world better designed to encourage wanderlust than the northeastern section of the United States, especially in early autumn. Ralph and Wilma, half forgetting the real object of their quest, find themselves at mid-morning in the mountainous wonderland of Vermont.
I can taste the color, Ralph.
Yeah. Can you imagine this country before the white man got his gadget-building hands on it?
Well, there haven't been any gadget-building hands messing around with this section much. If they hadn't put a little blacktop on this road, I'd still call it a wagon track.
Cow path before that, more than likely.
Do you expect to find a town on this road?
I don't know, but if I do...
Hey, we just passed the sign. Stop the car. If there's a town around here, we don't want to miss it.
Well, I'll back up.
Now, what's it say? It's half hidden behind that bush.
Sleepy Village. Population 364. I'd call that small enough, at least.
Well, if there's anything at all in a name, you've found what you're looking for.
Can't call it a ghost town. It's got people in it. I saw at least 3 men hanging around outside the barber shop.
Oh, yes, and they saw us, too. I think it's just about the most beautiful little town I've ever seen.
Well, now, I'll remind you that you said that. Wow, that must be the town hall.
You know, I don't see a real estate office.
Are you serious?
It's a perfect little gem of a town, Ralph. Let's park and ask somebody. The town's only about 4 blocks long. I'll wait here. You go ask one of those men in front of the barber shop.
Okay.
You know, you look like an awful city slicker.
I am a city slicker. Excuse me, I wonder if you might tell me where to find a real estate dealer?
Fella sells houses and all?
That's right.
Man you'd want to see, I expect, would be Ellis Perkins. He's the mayor.
Oh, where would I find him?
Ellis, right over yonder in the village hall. It might be there. Might not.
Well, I'll have a look. Thank you very much. We have to see the mayor.
The mayor?
He must sell real estate on the side. Mr. Perkins?
Yes, come right in.
Oh, thank you. There wasn't any receptionist outside.
No, never felt the need for one, really. People just walk in and out. My name's Ellis Perkins.
Oh, I'm Ralph Albertson, Mr. Perkins, and this is Mrs. Albertson.
How do you do? I am pleased to meet you. Sit down, please sit down. You wouldn't believe how rare a stranger is.
Yeah, well, I'll get right to the point, Mr. Perkins. We've been looking for a place like this, a quiet little place, you know, to settle down in, permanently.
Have you now? Well, there is a house available, just one. You quite sure that you want to be this far removed from worldly things?
Well, that's exactly what we do want.
Yes.
Peace and quiet. I find the city lately it's just too much for me.
I see. Do you feel the same way about it, Mrs. Albertson?
Oh, why, yes. Not as strongly as my husband, perhaps, but now I've seen your town.
Yeah, good. Well, it's just about lunchtime.
Oh, well, if you have an engagement...
No. Nothing of the sort. You can come to my house and have lunch with me, of course.
Oh, no, really? We couldn't impose on you.
No. We'll get a bite somewhere and meet you later.
No, I won't hear of it. You're coming home with me. We'll enjoy a good country lunch. As we call it, dinner, you know.
Oh.
And then we'll proceed to a discussion of whether or not our Sleepy Village is the place you're looking for.
Oh, dear. I may not eat again for days.
Do you always eat like this at lunchtime? Ham steak, home fried potatoes, green beans.
Well, it's really the main meal. Supper isn't quite as elaborate, except on occasion.
Well, it certainly was delicious. I'd be fat as a pig if I had a lunch like this every day.
Everybody ready for the apple pie?
Oh, my goodness.
Too much?
Oh, yes.
No, Lucas. I guess you better save the pie for supper.
Want me to bring the coffee in here, Mr. Perkins, or in the sitting room?
In the sitting room, I think, Lucas. Where should we go in? More comfortable talking in there than around the table.
Now, if Lucas does everything else as well as he cooks, he's really a gem, Mr. Perkins. Does he live in?
Oh, yes, has for 10 years or more now. Take that chair, won't you, Mrs. Albertson?
Thank you.
Yes, used to be my dear wife's favorite.
Want me to pour, Mr. Perkins, or just leave the tray?
I put it on the coffee table here. I'll pour. You go have your dinner now, Lucas.
Want anything, just holler.
Yes. Lucas is the only family I have since my wife passed over. He gets restless sometimes, talks about leaving me, but I don't think he ever will. I don't know what I'd do if he did. Cream and sugar, both of you? Real cream?
No, thanks. We both take it black.
What a pity. Well, now, let's get down to the business of finding out whether or not you and Sleepy Village would suit each other.
Well, the town suits me fine. We'll have to look at the house, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. What is your profession, Mr. Albertson?
I was a college professor, American history.
Oh.
But I decided to leave that and, work on a book I've had in mind.
Good, very good. The village could use a good historian. Interesting history this place has. You'd be fascinated.
Yes, I can imagine.
Lucas makes good coffee, too.
Well, now, I don't mean to pry, but are you people who have a great many friends? That is, to whom old friends are terribly important?
Oh, well, we have an average number of friends, I suppose, although I can't see what...
Well, living in an isolated place like this might be...
Well, if we miss them, we'll ask them to come and see us.
Yes. But you are looking for a place where you can get away from people, and I assume that includes friends as well as strangers.
Mr. Perkins, I don't understand what difference all this makes to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I haven't offended you. It's a very small village, Mr. Albertson, and, the relationships are very close. Intimate, you might say. We find we have to make sure we're getting the sort of people who will blend.
Oh, I see. A sort of gentleman's agreement. Is that what you mean?
Oh, no. Nothing like that at all, no. Nothing whatever. It's just, how can I make you understand? It's just that come-ins and go-ins upset our people terribly. We can't have people moving in and then just packing up and moving out again. It's, that's quite impossible.
I think perhaps the best plan would be not to move in the first place.
Oh, dear. I've done this very badly. I've given you the wrong impression altogether.
Ralph, don't you think... Well, it's such a sweet little place, and maybe the reason we like it so much is that Mr. Perkins does make sure he has the right people before going on with it. Not just anybody would fit in here, you have to admit that.
Would it help, Mr. Albertson, if I said I'd be very happy indeed to have you and Mrs. Albertson come and live in our community?
There. You see, Ralph?
Well, all right, at least we'll look at the house.
Splendid. Well, I'll go and make the arrangements right now. Before you have a chance to change your minds. I'd just like to make a phone call, if you'll excuse me. Please help yourself to more coffee.
Wilma, didn't you think that was a bit much?
Well, except he's right. A little village like this is quite a different proposition from a big city. It wouldn't be a good thing for either the villages or us if we moved in and then all hated each other.
I suppose not, but it's very strange all the same.
Oh, Lucas. I was just telling Mr. Perkins the coffee's up to your standard. Very good.
May I speak to you in confidence?
What? Oh, well, yes, of course.
Have you decided to stay?
Well, nothing's been settled yet. Mr. Perkins is making arrangements now for us to see the house.
Oh, but that don't mean, does it, that you're dead set on staying?
Oh, no, of course not. The house may not be suitable at all.
Although I'll be surprised if it isn't.
Well, if it does work out so that you can't stay, I'd like to ask
wait just a minute. Can't stay?
Well, I mean to say, if it works out so as you don't, I'd be most beholden to you if you'd let me come with you when you go.
Oh, well, of course, if you want to ride, we'd be perfectly willing to take you along.
But Mr. Perkins was just saying...
Oh, he don't want me to go. I know that. But it's not fair, is it, to keep a man against his wishing? I'll talk to you again after you've... I'll talk to you later on.
All right.
Don't tell Mr. Perkins we spoke.
Well, that was pretty spooky, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Lucas has been watching too many late movies.
You know, this whole setup seems... I don't know. We'll see the house at least.
Oh, we're going to like it, Ralph. It's going to be just what we're looking for.
Well, splendid. Couldn't have worked out better. Oh, I know you're going to love it here.
Mr. Perkins, when can we see the house?
In due time.
What do you mean in due time?
Well, what I arranged for just now on the phone was for you to meet the village fathers. It was a lucky thing. Having a meeting anyway this afternoon on another matter, and...
Why should we meet the village fathers?
Oh, didn't I mention it? Well, you'll have to appear before the village fathers before you can consider settling in Sleepy Village. You'll have to be approved.
If a man wants to buy a house in a town that he finds attractive, if he has the money to pay for it, even if one house comprises the entire market, doesn't it seem odd to ask him to appear before the town's governing body and establish his worthiness? But Sleepy Village is a place of many, many odd characteristics. We'll encounter more of them when I return shortly with Act 2. Wishing to escape the overcrowding, the noise, the pollution, the tension of the big city is quite common these days. But perhaps there is such a thing as going too far in the other direction. Ralph Albertson is beginning to think that's just what he and his wife have done. They found a place aptly named Sleepy Village, but the mayor, Ellis Perkins, has told them that they must appear before the village fathers and be found acceptable before they may consider settling down.
Of all the nonsense I have ever been subjected to, this has got to be the most ridiculous.
Unusual, perhaps, Mr. Albertson, but not ridiculous. There are elements involved here that I'm not free to explain to you at this time.
Wilma, let's get out of here.
Oh, Ralph, not before we see...
Before we what? Appear in supplication before a bunch of small town... No, I won't do it, Wilma.
You'll be treated with the utmost dignity, Mr. Albertson. Please believe me.
What have you got going on here, Mr. Perkins, that you're so careful about? I mean, you don't screen people like this unless there's something going on that you can't afford to let become generally known.
Well, you're quite wrong about that, Mr. Albertson. We're very proud.
I don't see why you have to be so suspicious, Ralph. They just want to make sure we're compatible.
Exactly. She said it exactly, Mr. Albertson.
And we have nothing to lose.
Wilma, are you really so taken with this place?
I guess I really am.
All right. All right, for that reason and no other, I'll talk to your village fathers. But don't either of you expect me to get down on my knees.
Me meeting starts promptly at 3:30.
Oh, Ralph, surely you don't think...
I think we're damn fools for having any part of this, if you really want to know what I think.
Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Lucas?
Feller on the telephone wants to talk to you.
I didn't hear the phone ring. Who is it?
Wouldn't tell me his name, just said it was almighty important. I told him I'd tell you that.
Oh, dear. I mustn't be late for the meeting. Well, I won't be a minute.
Wasn't no call on the telephone, you know. I just told him there was.
Lucas, why did you do that?
Want to have a word with you. You ain't really figuring to stay in Sleepy Village, are you?
Well, we're going to see the village fathers. We don't know yet whether we're going to stay or not.
Well, I wouldn't. Indeed, I wouldn't, Mr. Albertson, if I was you.
Why not, Lucas?
Lots of reasons. Well, if it turns out you don't have to stay, you promised to take me away with you, remember?
What do you mean, if we don't have to stay?
Well, the way it works out sometimes. Oh, here he comes. I better get...
Lucas, there wasn't anybody on that phone.
There wasn't?
No, there wasn't.
Was when I talked to him, that's all I know.
Well, no time to worry about that now. Are you ready to go?
As ready as I'll get, I guess.
Mr. Albertson is an historian of considerable repute. Now, as you all know, the village records have been gathering dust in the archives for too long. Sleepy Village has a proud past. I have no doubt whatever that Mr. Albertson could be prevailed upon to go through those records and put them in order and set them down in readable form for all to enjoy. I feel no hesitation whatever in recommending them wholeheartedly as future citizens of Sleepy Village.
I never heard of such a thing. I just never in my whole life heard of such a crazy thing.
Well, it did seem... Well, I thought it was sort of funny.
Funny?
Ralph, why don't you just sit down and relax, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, Wilma. No reason why I should take it out on you.
Well, it is sort of out of proportion. I admit that. But then there can't be many places like this left in the whole world, do you think? The way things are today. And to keep it this way, I guess they'd have to protect themselves. Otherwise, it would be just like any other small town.
Well, I don't like to be interrogated.
Congratulations! Oh, I am so pleased. They've accepted you, unanimously, not one single objection. Well, I can't remember the last time that happened.
Okay, so can we go and see the house now and get that over with?
What? Oh, the house. Well, now, don't worry about that. I think this calls for a celebration first, don't you?
No, I honestly don't, if you want my opinion. Now, what we better do is take a look at the house and then do something about finding a place to spend the night.
Now. I'm not going to listen to any arguments about it. You're just going to have to leave everything to me.
Well, you have to say one thing for this town. It's not short on hospitality.
Mr. Albertson, I know that today has been an upsetting experience for you, appearing before the village fathers and all, but that's all in the past now, don't you see? You're one of us now, or same as. You and Mrs. Albertson belong here. It's been decided.
Oh, decided. Now, look, you and your village fathers have spent the day checking us out. Has it occurred to you at all to wonder how you look to us? I'm as fussy about who lives next door to me as my next door neighbor is.
Ralph, please, don't you think...
And I don't like people prying into my business. I don't like people sitting in judgment, deciding whether or not I'm good enough to mingle with.
You use the word neighbor, Mr. Albertson. That's not quite the right word. We're closer than neighbors here. We're more in the nature of a family. Let's say you were considering adopting a child. Now, you'd want to know something about him, wouldn't you? His background. What it'd be like living in the same house with him.
Mr. Perkins, I did not come here to be adopted. I came here thinking that maybe, just maybe, I I might want to buy a house and settle down here. But at this moment, it doesn't seem like a very good idea.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Albertson, you don't feel the same way your husband does, do you?
Not as strongly, I guess, but I can see his point.
Well, it'll work itself out. Would you two care for another sip of brandy before bedtime?
No, thank you. If we're going to find a motel with a vacancy, I think we'd better start looking right now.
Oh, no. That won't be necessary. Nearest motel that I know of, it's just the other side of Morebury anyway, and that's close onto a 50-mile drive.
All the more reason for starting now.
And my guest room upstairs is a good deal more comfortable than any motel room you're apt to find around these parts.
Mr. Perkins, I really do appreciate your hospitality. I don't want you to think that I don't, but I'm sorry, but this is nonsense. This just isn't the way things are done.
You'll find that things are not done in Sleepy Village the way they're done outside. Really, Mr. Albertson, we're exactly what you came looking for. And now you're resisting it. Why? If you can believe that such a place might exist, believe it strongly enough to set out on a journey looking for it, why do you find it so difficult to believe that it does exist once you found your way to it?
You know, he's right, Ralph.
There's just something creepy about it. All right, we'll spend the night here. Mr. Perkins, I'm sorry if I've seemed rude, but no, it's very kind of you, I'm sure. Yes, thank you. We'll stay.
Lucas? Oh, Lucas?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I was just about to go on upstairs to bed.
Come in here for a minute, please, will you? I want to talk to you. Oh, sit down, will you? You don't have to act like a servant.
Well, as long as I am one, reckon I might as well act like one.
Lucas, you're not planning to do anything foolish, are you?
I don't know what you mean, Mr. Perkins.
You remember the Collinses? The night they spent here before they moved into the old Bradley place?
Oh.
And I wouldn't want a repetition of that. The Albertsons have seen the village fathers and been accepted. It's all settled. You'd be very unwise to interfere.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that, Mr. Perkins. That there with the Collinses, that was a long time ago. Before I'd got rightly settled in, you might say. You don't have to worry.
Good. Because it wouldn't work anyway. I give you my word. It wouldn't work at all.
Wilma, I suppose you think I've overreacted, but this is the damnedest thing I ever heard of.
Yes, but it's kind of sweet. Don't you think, Ralph?
I might think so, yes, if it weren't for the village fathers and their interrogation. I didn't like that, Wilma.
No, but once we're part of the village...
I still won't like it. I'm not at all sure yet that we're going to be part of the village.
I have a feeling, though.
No, there's more to this than old Perkins has told us. There's some kind of a catch. I get a wrong feeling.
What was that?
How settling. Or somebody knocking at the door.
Somebody knocking?
I'll see who it is. Oh, yes, Lucas.
I have to talk to you.
Well, we're all ready for bed. Can't I wait until morning?
Oh, I got to get it settled tonight, Mr. Albertson. If I can, I got to. Can I come in and shut the door?
It's okay, Ralph.
Okay. All right. What is it, Lucas?
You folks don't really want to stay in this place, do you?
Well, we haven't decided yet.
We haven't seen the house. We like the town, all right. But, of course, we can't decide anything definite until we've seen the house.
House ain't got nothing to do with it, Mrs. Albertson. Nothing whatsoever.
Of course it has. We'd be living there.
Lucas, do you have something to tell us? Is there something about this place that we ought to know before we make up our minds?
There sure as shooting is. But I don't know if you're going to believe me when I tell you. The Collinses didn't.
Collinses?
Last folks come looking for a house to live in here before you. Been, 8-10 years now.
8 or 10 years since anybody's been here asking about a house?
Out of the way place, this. More'n you know. You don't just stumble onto Sleepy Village. You got to be, I don't know, led, I guess. I told the Collinses that, but they wouldn't believe me.
No, wait a minute, Lucas. Led by whom?
Well, I couldn't say. I asked the Collinses to take me away with them, too, but they didn't go. They stayed. Still here. Always will be now, of course.
I can't understand why you keep asking people to take you away with them, Lucas. And if you want to leave Sleepy Village, why don't you just leave?
Oh, no. Wait, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't if I tried it all by myself. I think you ought to make up your mind to get out of here, Mr. Albertson, not just so as you can take me with you, but for your own good. Maybe they'll still let you go.
Let us go?
Well, damn well let us go if we want to go.
I sure hope so. We could still leave tonight. Better chance to get away after dark than in the daytime.
Now, look, you're going to have to explain that, Lucas. If you want us to take you away with us in case we go, well, you're going to have to tell us what is going on here.
Well, they're all dead, you know. Not me. I don't think. But all the rest of them's dead as dead can be. Been dead for years.
A village full of dead people? People who walk the streets, speak with a down east accent, overeat at dinner time, quarrel, behave, in other words, as we expect living people to behave? Well, to clear that one up, it would be necessary to define death, which would involve defining life. Would you care to try? Perhaps the definitions will be forthcoming when I return shortly with Act 3. One of man's major preoccupations, ever since he became man, has been with life after death, and the form it will take. That it will take some form, he must believe, for the mortal span is too brief to be acceptable as the entire package. He delves, seeks, and pries, and sometimes, at strange moments snatched from the commonplace, he seems to get a glimpse.
Oh, but you can't possibly go. It's never happened before.
Then this will be the first time, Mr. Perkins, because we are going.
Well, now, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go and have a look at your house and then come back here and discuss it over a good, hearty breakfast. How does that strike you?
Well, frankly, it leaves me cold. We'll get our breakfast along the road somewhere.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Albertson?
I have to agree with my husband. It seems a shame, but I don't see how we could possibly be happy here. Not that I believe what Lucas says for a minute, but...
What does Lucas say?
Oh, that's not important. We're grateful for your hospitality, Mr. Perkins, and we both agree that you have a beautiful little village here, but, well, it's just not for us. Now, we're all packed. We'll be out of here in a few minutes.
Oh, it's going to be hard. Hard to find another place we like as much.
You'll never find one as spooky, if that's what you mean.
Ralph?
Yes?
Do you believe what Lucas says?
Well, that everybody in town is dead?
What's that up ahead?
I can't tell. It looks like a tree across the road, or a telephone pole, maybe.
There's a man there. See? Off to the right.
Oh, good. The two of us ought to be able to clear that thing off the road without too much trouble.
Ralph, he's got a gun.
What the hell?
Can't get through this way, mister.
Sure we can. The two of us can move that log.
Ain't nobody moving the log. Or driving through. Better just turn back. Only thing you can do.
Let's turn around, Ralph. The way he's holding that gun...
Hey, what is this, a roadblock? Are you trying to force us to turn back?
Got this shotgun here, Mr. Albertson. Sure hope I don't have to use it.
I was waiting for you to come back. When I do sit down, I know you're angry.
Angry? You don't know the half of it.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Well, I intend to explain everything. You mentioned earlier that Lucas told you something, Mrs. Albertson. Do you mind telling me what it was? What did he say?
He said you're all dead. He said everybody in the village is dead, except him.
Yes. Well, he is too, of course.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's quite true. We're all changed over. We're all dead, if you want to use that word, although, as you can see, it isn't accurate. We've finished with the life you're experiencing now and gone on to the next.
Oh, cut it out, Perkins.
Ralph, you wanted him to explain?
Thank you, Mrs. Albertson. It isn't an easy thing to give credence to in the beginning, I know. Continued existence after what you think of as death is as natural as your having been born in the first place. People are not simply extinguished when they finish the first phase.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Perkins, but I just don't buy it.
Why would you want us to settle in your village? We're not dead. 2 living persons in a village full of dead people. Why?
A sleepy village is not the place you drive to. It's a place you think yourself into when you're sufficiently repelled by the society, the circumstances, which is to say the life in which you find yourself trapped. Then you find your way to Sleepy Village. Once you've done that, you become candidates for residence.
Then what you mean is
candidates for death. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, now, it isn't death as you think of it, Mr. Albertson. You'll have to change over, yes, but you'll hardly notice it.
Dead is dead as I see it, no matter what comes after.
The very fact that you found us, found your way to our village, implies a natural readiness for the change. It's... well, don't you understand that it's more than half done already? You're here. That says all that needs to be said.
Mr. Perkins, I think I'd like to be alone with my wife for a while, if you don't mind. Will you come with me, Wilma? A remarkable thing is about to happen to us, and we need to make ourselves ready.
Yes, that's very good.
Well, I'm not ready. I won't be ready. You know, I don't understand you at all, Ralph. Why do you suddenly...
No, please, Wilma. We want to make the change gracefully, don't we? We need to prepare ourselves. Wilma, do you think for a minute that I'm going to...
you said...
No way. I just realized that they have to be humored, that's all. Now, look, we've somehow found our way into a village full of nuts. That's what's happened. Now, look, we've got to play it their way if we hope to get out of here in one piece. Because that idiot downstairs means what he says.
Lucas. Where's Lucas? He must know how to get away.
I don't know. I think he expected to ride out of town with us in the car.
All the same, I think we ought to see if we can find him.
Well, let's give him a little time. I have a feeling he'll come to us. There, that'll be Lucas. Lucas, come in. Where is Perkins?
Went out a while back. I waited a few minutes before I come up just to make sure he wasn't still snooping around. I expect he's making the arrangements about you folks right this minute.
Arrangements?
Well, you know, they won't want to waste any more time than they have to. Well, you folks been cutting up.
Lucas, can you get us out of here?
I think I can sneak us out all right. Ain't gonna be easy, though.
Lucas, if you knew the roads would be blocked, then you weren't expecting just to ride out of town with us in the car, were you?
Might have yesterday. Hid in the trunk or somewheres.
Well, if it's just a matter of walking out, not going by car, why haven't you done it long ago? Why wait for somebody to take you?
Well, it's a funny thing. I've gone as far as the village line 100 times or more. But I just don't seem to be able to push my way across it somehow, standing there all by myself. I can't say why.
Well, what makes you think it would be any easier if we were with you?
I always figured if I had somebody there with me, holding my hand, as you might say, I could make her. Never do it without, I know that.
All right. Can we leave now?
Have to leave your car behind and your suitcases and them things.
Well, we'll come back for them. I intend to come back here with the police and clean this place out.
Yep. Well, I wouldn't count on it if I were you. Now, just walk along natural, talking and going on like I was showing you around. Here's how we'll do it. We'll go over and cross the line right in back of the church. Village ends right there, back of the church.
Yeah, won't they be patrolling there?
I wouldn't think so, no. The village folk don't go in back of the church. Never.
Why not?
Something back there scares them off, seems like.
Lucas, you say everybody in the village is dead. Everybody but you.
Yep.
How does it happen you're not?
Wondered about that a good deal myself. Come to the conclusion it just slipped their minds. I wasn't important enough for folks to take much notice of when I showed up.
How did you happen to come here in the first place?
I can't hardly recall anymore. I was hitching at the time.
Hitchhiking?
Yep. Mr. Perkins put me right to work as soon as the village father said it was all right. His wife had just made the second change, and he needed somebody.
The second change?
Oh, well, they die. Well, they don't live forever here in the village. Second changeover, they call it, and I reckon that's what it is.
Oh, they're dead, all right. Everybody but us.
That's the line. Right there, at the foot of that old oak tree. Other side of the oaks, out of the village.
Well, why do we have to hide here? Can't we just walk across the line and be out of the village?
Not and be sure somebody won't take a pot shot at us. We can't. Ain't nobody ever got out of this village, to my knowledge, once they've been accepted by the village fathers. I ain't sure I can make it.
What? What do you mean?
Well, if I get to holding back, now you just take my hands and pull. You hear me? No matter what I say, you drag me on across that line, past that old oak.
But if you ask us not...
Don't pay me no mind. Drag me over by the heels if you have to. Well, time to go, I reckon. Here, take me by the hands, both of you.
What, well, you're shaking like a leaf.
Ain't never been so scared in my whole life. You two just walk on up to that tree and across.
Come on. Come on, don't hang
I'll
back.
just stay on here. See that you two get across all right, but I'll just stay on here.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Changed my mind, Mr. Albertson. Reckon I'll just stay on here.
No. Now, we're taking you with us whether you like it or not. That's what you asked us to do, and that's what we're doing.
Well, that was a while back, Mr. Albertson. Fella can change his mind.
I'm sorry, let's go.
Let me go. You let go of me, you hear? I'll yell for Eddie Grafton if you don't. What I said before don't make no difference. You let go of me.
You come on, will you?
Ralph, I ain't a-going. Ernie, down here, back in the church.
Shut up, you damn fool. Up, Wilma, push him. Push him, get behind him and push him.
If he doesn't want to.
All he's been talking about for the last 24 hours is wanting to get away. Now, come on, you.
Lord, help me.
No,
There. We're out of their miserable village. We're across the line, Lucas. Lucas.
Ralph. He's not here.
Of course he's here. Lucas!
Ralph. Look around you. For heaven's sake, look around you.
I am. Where the devil did the idiot get to?
I don't mean that. Look what this is we're standing in.
It's just a... Oh, it's a graveyard. I didn't notice it before.
Oh, it wasn't here before. Ralph, read that on the headstone. Go ahead, read it.
Ellis. It's almost worn away. Ellis Perkins, 1834 to 1904. But...
And this one, over here.
Lucas Madison, 1897 to 1963.
Ellis Perkins died in 1904, and Lucas Madison in 1963. Well, that's what it said on the headstones. And when Ralph and Wilma looked for it, the village wasn't there. They found nothing but wasteland and an old church, crumbling from age and disrepair. I'll be back shortly. Wilma and Ralph Albertson found a fine old colonial house eventually in a lovely little town in Connecticut. And Wilma says dreamily sometimes as they sit down to lunch, I wonder what Ellis Perkins is having for dinner today, and who's fixing it for him. Well, sleepy villages may come and go, but Mystery Theater will be back with another account of the improbable, but not the impossible. Our cast included Norman Rose, Martha Greenhouse, Kurt Benson, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As he looks into the face of death at the hands of his enemies, Shakespeare's young King Richard II says, the love of wicked men converts to fear, that fear to hate, and hate turns one or both to worthy danger and deserved death. We're about to see how a kind of love became so poisoned with fear and evil that it became transformed into brutality and hatred, and finally, a kind of death. Our mystery drama, The Corpse That Would Not Die, was adapted from the Émile Zola classic Thérèse Raquin, especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss, and stars Patricia Elliott. The year is 1865. The scene, the left bank of Paris during the last few years of the reign of Napoleon III. The Passage du Pont-Neuf is a dark and gloomy corridor, no more than 30 yards long, a block away from the River Seine. The air is the wet, chilling air of a vault, for the sun never touches the Passage du Pont-Neuf. A row of run-down, dismal shops fronts on either side of the narrow street. One bears the sign, Raquin, dry goods. It is evening. Inside, by the gloomy light of a flickering oil lamp, the proprietress of the musty little shop, Madame Raquin, a plump old lady in her late 60s, is seated in a wheelchair. A huge red cat snuggles on her lap.
Camille, my dear?
Yes, Mother.
You've locked the iron shutters over the shop window?
Yes, I have, Mother.
Therese, you've put away the needles and thread Madame Grivet did not purchase?
I have, Madame Raquin.
Is my cup of chamomile tea ready, Therese?
Here it is, Madame.
Ah, what a wonderful fragrance chamomile has. I think I would never have a night of peaceful sleep without my cup. Will you join me, Camille?
Each night you ask, each night I answer. No, thank you, Mother.
Now, I think only of your good, my precious boy. You are not the strongest man in the world.
Tell me again, Mother, for the 10,000th time. I know.
You must not mock your mother. Your mother loves you. If I didn't see that things were done for you, who would?
Do you forget? I now have a wife, have I not, Therese?
Yes, Camille, you certainly have a wife.
And you're as strong as I am weak. And beautiful, what's more? What else could a man ask for?
What I do, Camille, I do.
For my own good, I know.
Oh, Francois, you're getting heavier every day. Oh, you've grown to be the biggest cat in the neighborhood. And the handsomest. Well, thank goodness tomorrow is Thursday.
I'll have to put more oil in the table lamp.
Oh, and have you seen that there's enough firewood for a really good fire? Inspector Michaud likes a warm fire.
Yes, there's plenty of wood.
We mustn't let Police Inspector Michaud think we're pinching pennies.
Not with your 40,000 francs in the bank, we mustn't.
I'll take your cup, Madame, if you're finished.
By the way, I've asked a friend of mine to join us at Domino's tomorrow night. Fellow employee at the office.
Who is he? What's he like?
Tall, handsome. Name's Laurent Duchesne. The women can't keep their eyes off him. Or their hands. Fancies himself a portrait painter. You'll like him, Mother. So will you, Therese.
I look forward to meeting him.
10 o'clock, bedtime. Therese, whenever you are ready to lift this poor cripple out of her wheelchair and up into her bed.
I'm ready.
Thank you, my dear. Up, Francois. Off my lap.
Dreadful animal.
You said something.
No, nothing.
Is there anything I can do to help?
As always, just stay out of the way. Now, here we go, Madame. Your right arm round my neck.
I'll go up ahead. I think the door to Mother's room is closed.
If only Camille were well and strong, he would carry me to my bed.
We both know that, Madame. As his wife, I have learned to live with it.
The door was open all the time.
There you are, Madame. I'll be back to undress you in a moment. May the time come when I shall carry you to your bedroom for the last time.
What was that, Therese?
Only that someday soon may the good Lord see fit to put life back into your limbs. Is there anything else, Madame?
No, thank you. I'm quite sleepy. Good night to you both.
Sleep well, Mother.
Good night, Madame.
I heard what you said to my mother. Why do you hate her so?
No more than I despise you. I made my bed without realizing what I was getting into. Now I have no choice but to lie in it.
I am your husband. This is your home.
So you keep telling me. But for me, this is no home. It's more like a chilling, newly dug grave.
Therese.
Don't touch me. The touch of your hand turns my stomach. Oh. Yes, by all means, bring your friend tomorrow night. It will be refreshing to have a man in the house.
Shut your ugly mouth.
You slapped me. You dared
dead. You little weakling dead.
No, stop it, Therese. Now put down that poker. You'll kill me.
If I did, it might be the best thing that could happen to both of us.
You're sure you won't join us at Domino's, Monsieur Laurent?
Not till I finish Camille's portrait.
As you please. I have a 3 blank, which I place here. What do you say to that, Camille?
Blank 4 here, Inspector Michaud.
4, 6 here.
And double 6 here. My game again. This has been my night for dominoes.
The tea, madame, if you are ready. Oh, Monsieur Duchesne, time for a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Oh, thank you, madame. In a moment. A few more strokes around Camille's eyes, and his portrait will be finished. And do call me Laurent, won't you?
Oh, if it pleases you. Inspector Michaud, your tea. And do finish your story about this, Bernard.
Thank you. As I was saying before, this chap Bernard got away with murdering 2 of his wealthy wives. In both instances, he came up behind them while they were taking a bath in their big tin tubs, held their heads underwater until they were quite dead. It wasn't until he killed the 3rd that we caught up with him. That was his big mistake.
Are you saying, Inspector, that he should have done away with each of them by, varying the pattern of his murders?
If he had, it might have taken us a bit longer to find him. You brew a tasty cup of tea, Therese?
Thank you, Inspector.
Laurent, when may we look at my portrait?
After we've had our tea, dear friend. I think you'll be pleased.
You paint from models, of course.
Oh, of course.
Women models?
Well, certainly. Mostly what I suppose you might call, friends of mine.
You mean women come to your studio and pose for you in the, without clothes?
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, that must make you feel ever so funny. I know it would make me feel strange. I wouldn't know where to turn my eyes.
Really, Camille? Your tea, Monsieur Laurent.
Oh, thank you. You know, I once had this lovely redhead as a model. Beautiful features, firm white flesh, gorgeous body. And I was right in the middle of...
Oh, dear, what have I done? Oh, I am so terribly sorry.
Oh, you spilled the whole cup of tea all over Laurent's trousers.
Therese, how could you be so awkward?
Here, let me wipe your trousers with this cloth.
No, it's really all right.
Oh, my hand is still shaking. Oh, please do forgive me.
As though it had never happened, my dear Therese.
Francoise, the cat, happened to brush by me as I was handing you the cup.
No, not another word. You know, when you look at me with those big, sad, beautiful eyes, I feel that I am the one to blame.
You're very kind.
Oh, Therese, would you get a couple of more logs from outside? The fire's getting a bit low.
Yes, madame.
Yes, madame. Don't you call her mother?
I do not. Excuse me.
Let me help you with the logs, Therese.
Oh, there's no need, Laurent. She is strong.
I can carry them all alone, but if you wish...
I insist. Now, let me go with you, please.
The domino pieces are set up for another game. May I help myself to another biscuit?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Oh, what a charming man, your painter, Camille.
Yes, I'm very fond of him.
He makes Therese a little nervous.
Is that why she spilled the tea over him?
Of course. Didn't you see that?
Her hands are as steady as a rock. Not a nerve in her whole beautiful body.
Inspector Michaud, you see everything. Even sometimes when there's nothing there.
Perhaps.
Now, you see? You were wrong, Inspector. They seem to be getting along quite well. She's not a bit nervous.
And here, madame, are your logs.
Thank you.
Will you permit me to place one or two on the fire?
Oh, thank you, Laurent. But isn't it time we saw the portrait you've been painting of Camille?
Why not?
Turn up the lamp, Therese.
I turn the easel so, and there it is.
Oh, no. I can't believe it. I really don't believe it.
Is that how I look to you, Laurent?
But that's not you he's painted, Camille. Why, the features are twisted and distorted. The hair's soaking with water. And the color, the greenish,
The look of a man who's been drowned. Laurent, what have you done?
Well, an artist only paints what he sees.
But that is not a portrait of my son. What you have painted is the face of death.
Laurent, my darling. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here in your little studio.
How happy I am that you're here.
Oh, if you could only know what I've been through these past few months. Oh, buried alive in that horrible shop. And when he puts his cold, clammy hands on me, my blood freezes.
But we're changing all that, aren't we? You and I.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are, my darling. Oh, Laurent, I love you so.
And I love you. There's a cloud of fire that surrounds you. It burns into my body. I could never...
What's wrong?
These stolen moments are too few, Therese. They're not enough for me.
Nor for me.
I want to sleep the whole night beside you and be awakened in the morning by your warm kisses.
Oh, I want that too, my love. But how can we?
Accidents happen every day. Do they not?
Laurent.
A foot may slip. A tile could fall, and the only guilty party would be the wind.
But how, Laurent? How?
Trust me, my angel. I shall find a way. Did you hear anything?
Outside the door. It sounded like Madame's cat, Francois.
How could that be?
He may have followed me here.
Shh. Quiet, quiet. Nobody. It's not a thing. It was only in our imagination.
But why should we have both imagined the voice of Francois at the very same moment? Hold me close, Laurent. I'm very afraid.
Ralph Waldo Emerson, a wise man that he was, observed that whenever a man commits a crime, God finds a witness. That every secret crime has its reporter. Laurent and Thérèse Raquin have already committed one crime, adultery. They are contemplating still another. Was there a reporter to their first act? Where will their dark plans lead them? To Act 2, of course. I shall return shortly. It's a Sunday afternoon toward the end of September at Saint-Ouen, a beautiful wooded section on the outskirts of Paris, along the River Seine, where the less fashionable Parisians of 100 years ago gather for their picnics. On this particular morning, Thérèse Raquin, her husband Camille, and her newly acquired lover, Laurent, are in a narrow little rowboat they have hired. They've spotted a tiny island in the river away from the Sunday crowds, where they can set up their picnic lunch in a clearing among the trees.
There, we shouldn't have too much farther to go.
A few minutes, no more, and we should be there, Laurent.
Well, take your time. We're not in all that much of a hurry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep the boat steady, please.
I will.
Now, remember, I can't swim, not a stroke. When I was a child, Mother never allowed me to swim. Of course, you, on the other hand...
Like a fish, Camille, like a fish.
We're going to have the island all to ourselves.
Oh, the water looks so cold and forbidding. This must be the deepest part of the river.
Since we're in no particular hurry, is it all right if we just drift for a while?
Well, why not? Just don't move about, either of you, please.
Oh, everything is so beautiful. So quiet and peaceful.
We can hardly see the people on the shore, and nobody can see us. It's our own little world.
Oh, floating here on the river with my wife and my best friend. Oh, I wish this moment would never have to come to an end.
Yes, but like everything else, dear friends, it must. In fact, it has. For you, Camille.
What are you doing? You'll upset the boat. We'll all fall into the river. We'll drown.
No, not all of us, Camille. Not all of us.
Stop him.
Stop him. Therese, stop him. Hold on to yours, Therese. I've got him. He can't get away.
He's holding onto the side of the boat.
We'll take care of that. I put on his fingers. So. And now, over the side, my boy, into the... He stuck his teeth into the flesh of my neck. Let go, Camille, let go. Now, into the river, my friend. Start rowing, Therese, while I hold his head under the water. So. Are you all right, Therese?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, then don't waste a moment. Slide over the side of the boat into the water quickly.
Right.
From this side. And then I've capsized the boat and joined you. Help!
Help!
Help! Somebody help!
Help!
We're drowning, all of us! Help! And that, Inspector Michaud, is exactly what happened. When the boat overturned, I reached first to save Therese, and by the time I'd rescued her, it was too late, alas, for poor Camille. He disappeared under the waters of the Seine.
Dear me, how dreadful. Monsieur Laurent, how shall we break the news to his dear mother?
That's exactly why I came to you, Inspector. You, as a former policeman, as well as one of Madame's oldest friends...
You did well, Monsieur Laurent. Poor Therese, so young and a widow. What will become of her, I wonder? Who's to console her?
It would be an honor and a privilege to do whatever I could for the widow of one of my dearest friends.
So?
I apologize to the memory of Camille for what I'm about to say at this sad moment. But if Therese would accept me, I should be very proud to be her husband.
You're a fine fellow, Laurent, and most understanding. Tomorrow, the salvage men of the police will drag the river for the body.
Drag? Of course.
There must be a proper certificate of death issued by the city coroner at the morgue, because officially, legally, where there's no body, there is, of course, no death.
Good morning, monsieur. You're bright and early, as usual.
I must find the body of Camille Raquin.
So you say each morning you come here to the morgue to visit my unfortunate guests.
Oh.
Still not used to it after coming here every morning for, what is it, over a week?
Well, it's the smell, the dampness of the walls, the rows of gray stone slabs.
Yes, takes getting used to. This way, please. Here. Would this one be your friend?
Well, it's a little hard to tell. The flesh is so decomposed. That's him. That's Camille. They found him at last.
No, don't take it too hard, monsieur. We all have to go sometime, sooner or later.
The eyes. The lids are wide open. The eyes are staring right at me.
Easy, monsieur. You're sure he's the one?
Oh, yes, I am.
But all you have to do now is to swear to the identity of the corpse, and a legal certification of death will be issued to the police.
Thank you, monsieur. And, for your trouble?
Oh, the gentleman is most generous. Thank you, monsieur.
Not at all. That certificate of death may well be worth some 40,000 francs.
Laurent, are you all right? Wake up. Wake up. You're shivering.
Oh, Therese, I managed to doze off for a moment. I had another horrible nightmare.
So did I. Tell me, what was yours?
It was before we were married. It was a dark, starless night. I'd left my studio, was running through the streets to you in your bedroom. I got to the passage, to the back door. I lit a match to light my way. It went out. I lit another. In the dim, bluish light, I heard weird voices. I thought I saw monstrous shapes against the walls. It was hard to breathe. I climbed the steps. I opened the door, which you had left unlocked. I quickly undressed. I got into bed where you, all white, were waiting for me. I started to kiss you.
Yes. What then?
It was not you, but Camille, as I had seen him in the morgue, green, disfigured, his hair plastered to his face by the waters of the river.
Oh, how dreadful.
The corpse held out its arms to me, cackling hideously, poking out a stump of a black tongue from between its white teeth.
Oh, Laura.
And then a moment later, I was standing in front of a cracked mirror looking at the red scar on my neck, the one Camille had ripped into my flesh with his teeth. And as I looked, with Camille's grinning face behind mine, the wound grew larger and larger, eating a black hole into my neck on fire. And always his twisted face behind me, mocking me with his dead yellow eyes.
Oh, Laurent, go back to sleep, if you can.
Tell me what you dreamed.
Oh, it was much worse. Much more frightening. I, too, dreamed of a time before our marriage.
What happened?
Well, it was a time when I loved you and you loved me. A time when the touch of your lips on mine, your body against mine, was the only reason for my being alive my entire life.
What happened in the dream, Therese?
You embraced me. You kissed me. We became one.
And then?
Then I awoke, and I found myself biting into my pillow to stifle my sobs as I used to when Camille was still alive. Oh, how long has it been since you wanted to touch me, Laurent? How long has it been since I wanted to touch you? Why is it? Since the day we murdered Camille, we've never once desired each other.
I don't want to talk about it.
To me, that is the most horrifying thing that could have happened to both of us. Because now, Laurent, we are both murderers, with nothing to hold us together.
How long have you been sitting there, staring into the flames?
I couldn't sleep. I was cold. I got out of bed and lit a fire. We killed Camille. His corpse is always here between us. His dead body is turning our limbs to ice.
Therese, look.
Where? What is it?
There, in that shadowy corner over there. He's followed us here. It's Camille.
Where?
Don't move, Therese. How green his face is and how thin. How yellow those staring eyes. He's come back from the grave.
Quiet, Laurent. You'll wake Madame Raquin.
What shall we do?
You fool. Look closely. Have you forgotten?
Wait. It's only his portrait.
The one you painted that Thursday night, the first time we met.
Of course. His portrait. By the light of the fire, it looks so... Turn it to the wall, Therese.
No, I can't. I can't go anywhere near it.
Then I will. I'll do even better.
What are you looking for?
My large hunting knife.
It's there, on top of the dresser.
You remember how upset the old woman was when she looked at the portrait the first time?
She said it was not Camille's face you had painted, but the face of death. Mm-hmm. How right she was.
Now neither she, nor you, nor I will ever have to look at it again.
Laurent, what are you doing?
Never again. Never. Never. Never.
You've ripped the portrait to shreds.
And with it, the last memory of Camille. For both of us, I hope.
In the writings of an ancient Roman philosopher, we find these words. A man who has done another man an injustice can receive no greater punishment than to have done the injustice. And however harsh his punishment, no penalty can be more brutal than the whipping he takes from his own guilt. True. I shall return shortly with Act 3. What a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. The guilt starts piling up and in the end destroys us. Therese and her husband Laurent have already wrecked what love there ever was between them by the murder of Camille. How much further will their guilt lead them? It's another Thursday evening. In the dingy little room behind her tiny dry goods shop, Madame Raquin sits in her wheelchair, the cat Francois on her lap, playing dominoes with her old friend, Police Inspector Michaud.
And I place my double blank here, Madame, next to your 6 blank. What do you say to that?
I say, Inspector Michaud, that you remained a bachelor all your life because you couldn't be all that lucky, both at love and at domino.
10 o'clock, Madame. Time for bed.
Oh, already? Well, so it is, so it is.
Would you like me to carry you upstairs, Mother?
Oh, that's very kind of you, Laurent, my boy, but Therese is used to it by now.
Up we go. So...
Good night, Michaud. Perhaps I'll have better luck next Thursday. Good night, Laurent.
Good night, Madame Raquin.
Sleep well, Mother.
The old girl is slowing down a bit, I fear.
Yes, I'm afraid so. That case you were telling us about before, I didn't quite follow you. The young woman who was drowned.
Oh, that one. Not a trace of water in her lungs, which led the authorities to believe she had died of natural causes.
And, what made them change their minds?
A person can drown or be drowned if he's taken by surprise. Surprise suffocation, we call it. Not a drop of water in the lungs. It all happens
Madame
when...
Raquin gets heavier and heavier every time I carry her up and down those stairs.
Oh, time for me to go. Must get my 8 hours. Keeps me young and spry. I'll say good night to you two.
Good night, Inspector.
Until next Thursday.
Until next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
That stupid, boring old fool.
Oh, why can't we just pack up and leave? Start a new life somewhere. Anywhere.
Well, what would we use for money? When that miserable old woman signs a paper handing over her 40,000 francs to us, we can think about going away. But not before. But even if we were to...
Yes, Laurent?
Even if we went to the ends of the earth, he would follow us.
Camille.
Who else? When we lie awake at night in our bed, you near one edge, I near the other, he lies there between us.
Stop saying those things.
No, I tell you, Therese, I can hear him breathing. I can feel his cold, wet body next to mine, turning the sheets to ice. Therese, you're not really a widow. You never were.
What are you saying?
You're still married to the man we drowned. There's somebody at the front door. Do you hear it?
Who could it be in the middle of the night?
Don't move. I'll see.
Oh, it's Francois. I didn't know he was still out. I thought we'd already let him in.
That cursed cat. Go away. Away.
Soaking wet, dripping with water.
And it's a beautiful night out there. The sky is clear and filled with stars. Shh. Don't you jump onto that table. Give me that iron poker, Therese. No, get down off that table.
Look out, Laurent. He's getting ready to spring at you.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's going to spring for your neck. Watch out.
Look at those unblinking yellow eyes, how they stare at me. And why does he drip with the smell of the river?
Put down that poker, Laurent. Look out. He's going for your throat.
I know who you are. Camille! I killed you once. Now stay dead, Camille. Die.
Let him be, Laurent. Your neck is bleeding where he bit you.
Let it bleed. It's bled before. You know something, Therese?
What?
The day I first set eyes on you, I cursed that day.
And so do I, Laurent. That was the blackest day of my life. Laurent, why did you throw the painting to the floor and the easel?
I'm disgusted with the whole thing. I do nothing but paint, and look at them. Every one of them.
They're not bad, Laurent.
That's not the point. Look, here's Monsieur Tristan, the tobacconist, and here Madame Colombe, the greengrocer, and there the 3 children of the postman. Can't you see what's wrong? Are you blind?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look at the eyes, the texture of the skin, the expression on the faces. They're all the same. Every face I paint has his expression. Some feature of Camille's. On every face a look of agony and terror.
I begin to see what you mean.
In spite of everything I do, the mouth of each of them is distorted into an ugly grimace. The same look that was on Camille's face when we drowned him.
When you drowned him.
What?
You picked him up. You stepped on his fingers when he clung to the side of the boat. You threw him into the river. You pushed his head into the water and kept it there as he choked out his dying breath.
Therese, you're as guilty as I am of Camille's death.
It's your word against mine.
You liar!
No!
We planned every step of it together.
Take hands off my throat. I can't breathe.
I murdered Camille, and so did you. We did it together. Say so, Therese. Say so.
All right. We did it together. You and I, we both murdered. Madame Raquin, what are you doing here?
I heard every word you said. I was here in my wheelchair, in the doorway. Your backs were to me. You killed my son, my only son. I shall call the
What's wrong with her?
Her body's gone rigid. Her hands and feet are stiff. She doesn't move. Only her eyes. We must call a doctor. She's had a stroke.
Easy with her now, Laurent.
Now, hold the chair still while I put her into it. There.
Oh, look at her eyes. You see us, hear us, don't you? But you can't speak a word, can you, dear madame?
Nor lift so much as a finger of your dying old body.
She says everything with her eyes. She accuses us with her eyes.
Isn't it a pity, old lady? We murdered that miserable son of yours, Therese and I. We drowned him in the river. And nobody will ever know, except the 3 of us.
I curse you from the bottom of my soul for what you've done.
Maybe it would be wiser if she didn't sit here tomorrow night when Inspector Michaud comes.
Well, what harm is there? He'd ask for her, surely. Besides, the doctors told us there's no hope for her. If she ever manages to speak again, it'll be the last breath she ever takes.
Shall we wait for Therese?
She'll be down in a moment. Let's set up the pieces for the game, shall we?
And how is my old friend, Madame Racan? Ready to watch our dominoes game for the championship of the evening? I can see the light of anticipation shining in your eyes. And how is the good Francois?
Unfortunately, Inspector, the poor creature is still limping from whatever he did to his leg.
He sits there like some red-haired monarch, silent on Madame's lap, glaring at you, Laurent.
Sorry to delay the game, Inspector Michaud.
Ah, there you are, Therese. We're all set.
I'll sit here, between you and Madame.
You begin, Laurent.
All right, I begin with a 4-3 piece.
Followed by my 3-5 piece here.
Mm-hmm. And a double 4, so.
Wait. Laurent, Therese. Look.
Well, what is it?
Madame Racan. Her right hand. It's moving. Ever so slowly. With the greatest effort. She's forcing it up the leg of the table.
Well, this is the first time she's moved since her stroke.
Look at her eyes.
She's moving the tip of her index finger.
Trying to get our attention. Yes, Madame, what is it you want? What can we do for you?
If my strength holds out, you'll know. Just watch my finger. I'm trying to trace a letter on the oil.
She's made a T. And an H.
And an E. Now, an R. T-H-E-R.
She's spelling your name, Therese. Go on, Madame. We're following you. Therese and... Therese and... L-A-U-R. Now she's spelling your name, Laurent. Therese and Laurent. Don't stop now, Madame. Go on.
My strength is leaving me. I don't know if I can go on.
She's getting tired.
H-A-V-E. Therese and Laurent have what?
Her finger stopped. Her hand has slipped off the table and back into her lap.
Has either of you any idea what she might have been trying to tell us?
No, not the slightest.
Therese?
I wouldn't know.
What could she have meant? Therese and Laurent have what?
Therese and Laurent have murdered Camille. Drowned him. That's what I am trying to tell you. Drowned him.
I'm going up to sleep, Laurent. It's late.
How can you even think of sleep after what we saw her do tonight? We'll never be safe now. If she did it once, she could do it again.
Sooner or later, Michaud will learn the truth. She'll find a way to tell him.
Just being here in the same room with her is enough to make me sick. With her and with you.
You are sick, both of you. Poisoned with guilt and by each other.
You know how I despise you, Laurent. And myself.
Good. Loathe each other. Torment each other from morning till night. Keep digging your own graves, then bury yourselves alive in them, while I watch you destroy yourselves and each other. And that, my dear children, that is your punishment. Camille will be avenged.
Stiff and silent, Madame Racan sits in her wheelchair, the big red cat in her lap, feasting her eyes on Laurent and Therese, eyes that crushed them with brooding hate. Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. You suppose Emile Zola, at age 26, as he wrote the final page of his story, remembered those lines of Shakespeare? I shall return shortly. Emile Zola made this comment about Thérèse Raquin, one of the first of his many great novels. I looked at myself as a scientist. I applied to two living bodies, Thérèse and Laurent, the same method that a surgeon would apply to corpses. This in order to discover how conscience can drive a criminal to despair and madness, to degradation and moral decay. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, William Redfield, Mary Jane Higby, Roger DeKoven, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Bright and beautiful music. This is KIXI, Seattle.
And the time at KIXI now 11 o'clock.
CBS News. 4 bombs exploded late Monday night in Chicago's Loop and on posh Michigan Boulevard. 5 people were hurt, none seriously. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. With details of the Windy City explosions, here is CBS News reporter Jackie Castleberry.
4 locations in Chicago were bombed tonight within 20 minutes of each other. The first explosion occurred on the ground floor of the 100-story John Hancock building. The second exploded at the First National Bank of Chicago. 4 passers-by suffered minor injuries as they strolled by a city trash can where the bomb was hidden. The next target was an Israeli bank close to City Hall. The last bomb hit the city Central Police headquarters. There was only minor damage, but officials have blocked off the area and restricted access to 5 other governmental buildings. Bomb and arson crews are now at the 4 locations hit, but there is no word on the type of explosives used or any clues as to who planted the bombs. Jackie Castleberry, CBS News, Chicago.
More CBS News in a moment.
Hi, I'm Flip Wilson, TV luminary, whatever that means.
And I'm Johnny Bench, baseball superstar, according to the bubblegum cards.
And I'm Geraldine Jones. You can call me anything you want, sugar. I love ball players.
Did you ever go with one?
My boyfriend Killer told me he was a catcher with the Dodger organization.
Was he?
Well, I went to Dodger Stadium and Killer was catching all right, selling beer and catching nickels and dimes.
What did you do?
I threw him a high inside knuckleball across the lips. I teach that turkey to lie to Geraldine.
Geraldine, I heard you're a crusade chairperson for the American Cancer Society.
Well, you heard right, honey. My fellow workers made me office chairperson because of my charm and powers of persuasion.
Well, you don't have to persuade much to get help in the fight against cancer.
No, mostly I make sure all those people who say they gave at the office actually give at the office.
If you haven't already given at the office, send a check to your American Cancer Society. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
If you're feeling generous, folks, don't fight to feel it. And that goes for you too, John.
And now the waiting game begins for the presidential candidates. They've made their last pitches for votes prior to the Tuesday Big 3 primaries in California, Ohio, and New Jersey. President Ford wound up his campaign with a motorcade tour of half a dozen Ohio towns, picturing challenger Ronald Reagan as a can't-win candidate. Reagan, having completed his stumping of Ohio Sunday, was back in California. The former governor's aides were trying to buy radio and TV time to counter the Ford commercial campaign, charging that as president, Reagan might start a war. Democratic frontrunner Jimmy Carter wrapped it all up in New Jersey, trying to convince voters not to cast ballots for uncommitted delegates backing California Governor Edmund Brown Jr. and Hubert Humphrey. Brown also was in New Jersey, trying to convince the uncommitted delegates to support only him. In Ohio, Frank Church conceded he does not expect to win there, but said he hopes to get a few delegates. Also in the Buckeye State, Morris Udall wrapped up 4 months of competing in primaries without winning one. He says he still hopes Ohio may give him his first victory, but at the end was talking of his quest for the presidency in the past tense. Many of the residents of southeastern Idaho, listed at first as missing in the flood spawned by the crumbling of the Teton Dam, have turned up alive. The latest casualty toll lists 7 confirmed fatalities, 522 injured. Authorities say between 30 and 40 people still are listed as missing. John Mangan of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation says this week a top team will begin investigating the dam collapse.
We will go into it very thoroughly. It's the first dam that we've lost in 72 years of dam construction. There have been other dam failures for various reasons. So we will examine this one very carefully, and to say what happened now would be pure speculation.
No figures are available yet on estimates of total damage incurred in the flood. CBS News continues following this.
I'm George Herman, CBS News. This Tuesday, the presidential primary race winds up with elections in California, Ohio, and New Jersey. My colleague Neil Strauser and I will anchor CBS News coverage on the CBS radio network, with special broadcasts throughout the evening, on hourly news broadcasts, and with net alert bulletins when the developments warrant. Follow the trends and the results of the final presidential primaries with CBS News Tuesday night on the CBS radio network.
I'm Charles Osgood, CBS News. Join me on Newsbreak, mornings on most of these CBS radio network stations, as we explore this curious world of ours. Some days, I'll pick a major news story to explore in further detail. Other days, it may be a person who did not exactly make the headlines, but whose story is noteworthy in the course of human events. Newsbreak, one of the many broadcasts of news and commentary, along with hourly CBS News, updates to the minute, on most of these CBS radio network stations.
It's up to President Ford now whether the United States will go to war against an aggressive strain of bees. The House Monday completed congressional action on a bill to ban the importation of honeybees except under specified conditions, and authorized the Agriculture Secretary to cooperate with farm organizations and other governments to eradicate and control the so-called Africanized bees. The bees were created in Brazil by interbreeding with a strain of honeybees imported from Africa. A 1972 National Academy of Sciences report said because of its unprovoked mass stinging and frequent swarming, the Africanized bee is dangerous to people and animals. The Academy says the bees are moving north at the rate of 200 miles a year and, unless checked, could reach the U.S. border in 4 to 6 years. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
CBS for Seattle, this is KIXI.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some very strange things are about to happen, wherein the basics of normal living are drastically altered, and 2 people become lost in... well, you'll hear. It'll all come out as we go along. Norma and Hal, he's Harold Glenford III, have inherited an ancient brownstone on New York's East 58th Street. Hal hasn't seen the house or the uncle who left it to him since he was a little boy. He doesn't know what to expect any more than Norma does, as they inspect the old house now for the first time since it became their own.
Yeah, you need a machete to get through these cobwebs.
Well, nobody's lived here in 10 or 15 years, you said. But it's going to be beautiful. A little belt tightening, maybe, but we can make it.
Don't advise tightening your belt. No kidding, Norma. The baby's due in April. You're going to have to stop working pretty soon. It's not going to be easy on my salary alone.
Well, nobody said it was going to be easy.
And there are the ghosts, of course.
cut it out.
Well, now, according to Uncle George, that's the reason nobody's been living here. The ghosts drove Uncle George himself out. That's what he said. And he couldn't keep the place rented, so he just gave up.
Okay. A house like this needs a ghost.
Our mystery drama, The Fatal Connection, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Jennifer Harmon and Nick Pryor. Many scientists and philosophers see time as a road along which we pass, or a river along which we drift, the future waiting for us just around the bend ahead, the past obscured but not obliterated by the turn we just made. The rest of us, ordinary mortals that we are, find the moment in which we are currently trapped just about all we can handle. Norma and Hal Glenford have moved into their old house on East 58th Street. The furniture from their former 3-room apartment only half fills the first floor. The second floor and the attic-like third floor will have to wait.
Except how we'll have to have a nursery. You know, our baby's bedroom.
You stand there, the living proof of it.
And there's no place for it on the first floor, so we'll have to find a place on the second floor, right?
Logical.
Then our bedroom will have to be on the second floor, too, don't you see? I mean, we have to sleep on the same floor with the baby.
Hey, you're right. I hadn't thought of it before.
The back room on this floor makes a very small bedroom anyway. We could use it as a sort of, I don't know, music room or study or whatever.
You make us sound very prosperous.
We will be. Lawyers are always rich when they get a little older.
I like the sound of that, Norma. Doesn't make any sense, but I find the simplicity of it comforting.
So shall we go upstairs and see what there's for a bedroom and a nursery?
Okay. I'll go first and clear away the cobwebs.
Oh, we'll carpet this stairway. Later, of course.
When we're rich. That's an old bedroom, as I recall. One of the doors is a linen closet. There are 5 doors, so that leaves just 3 rooms.
One more than we need. Well, this would be all right for our bedroom. It's much nicer than the little room downstairs, don't you think?
Okay, bedroom here. That takes care of us. Now about Junior. Hey, this door's locked.
Well, just stuck, probably.
No, it's locked. Why would anybody lock an inside door? That's odd. Where did I put that bunch of keys the lawyer gave us?
In your jacket pocket, dummy. You think maybe there's a treasure hidden in that room?
Or ghosts. It's been locked for a while.
It's all furnished.
Son of a gun. Right out of the 19th century. It looks like what used to be an upstairs sitting room or something of the kind.
Oh, Hal, just look at that secretary. It must be 100 years old, and it looks just as solid as...
Oh, my gosh, a telephone.
One of those old wall phones. I've seen pictures of them. Shouldn't it have a crank? Oh, I'd like to furnish the whole house just like this. You know, everything to match the house itself. I wouldn't change a thing in here.
Well, I could live without the cobwebs and the dust.
Well, I'll speak to the upstairs maid about it. Good help is so hard to come by lately, my dear. Have you noticed?
Oh, I have indeed.
It's the times, I'm afraid. Everything seems to be going to pot. What? Darling, would you believe it? The butcher today wanted 18 cents a pound for steak. Just plain old beef steak. 18 cents a pound.
Well, we might as well eat at Delmonico's if it costs that kind of money to cook at home.
Oh, let's, shall we?
This evening? Well, why not? I'll order a hack. Excuse me, my dear. Operator, I'd like a hansom cab sent to 621 East 58th Street at once. At once, understand? We'll be going to Delmonico's. Let's go back downstairs where the 20th century is and see if there are any hot dogs in the refrigerator.
Actually, though, I guess 18 cents was hard to come by in those days, as $2 is today.
Not for old Grandpa Glenford, it wasn't. Great-grandpa, that would be. He was filthy rich.
Was he the one who built this house?
No, I don't know that he built it. He was the first Glenford to own it.
Whatever happened to all that money?
Gave it away.
Gave it away?
That's what my father told me. Maybe it was just a figure of speech.
You know what we ought to have? We ought to have a bottle of champagne to break over the bow of the house, or the stern, or whatever they break it, if houses had them.
Well, now, if you look in the refrigerator, just to the right of the meat drawer, you'll find a quart of excellent domestic champagne cooling. To be taken internally, though, not broken over anything.
Oh, what a doll you are. Shall we have it now?
Well, I thought after dinner, but if you'd rather...
What was that?
Well, it sounded like somebody at the door.
Well, what's the matter with the doorbell?
Honey, I don't know. Maybe it's broken. Maybe somebody likes the knocker better. I'll see who it is. Yes? What can I do for you?
Your hansom cab, sir? For Delmonico's, I believe?
It was a joke of some kind, Norma.
Who played it if it was a joke? I mean, who knew you made that nutty pretend phone call upstairs? I don't see how it could be a joke.
Well, then, a coincidence. There are hansom cabs still operating over at Central Park.
Oh, sure. And one of them just happened to drive all the way across town. And as long as it was in the neighborhood, the driver just thought he'd knock at our door and tell us our cab was here to take us to Delmonico's. Oh, come on, Hal.
Well, okay. You explain it.
I can't. That's what's bothering me.
Well, you don't think... No, you surely don't think...
No. No, of course I don't. What did the driver say when you sent him away?
Well, something about it was a funny mistake for the office to make if I didn't order a hansom. He was grumpy about losing a fare.
Did he look like a real hansom cab driver? I mean, did he look like somebody you've seen driving a hansom around the park today, or was he, well, you know, dressed like the real old-timey ones?
I didn't really notice. Look, now, why don't we just forget him? Why don't we just have dinner and see what's on TV and drink our champagne and go to bed? I've got to go to work in the morning, even if I do live in a mansion. Especially since I do.
Here's to great-grandfather Glenford.
Look, take it easy with that stuff, will you? The bottle's half gone already. You're a novice at this, remember?
And here's to hansom cab drivers everywhere. Hey, you know what we ought to do?
There isn't any more champagne, if that's what you mean. I only bought one bottle.
No. What we ought to do is something about that phone upstairs.
Yeah, like have it taken out.
No, I want to order something. A new dress. Something like that. I mean, if they send over cabs when you order them, why not?
You'd better let me finish this bottle.
Bring it upstairs. Come on.
4 years it's taken me to find out I married a lush.
There it is. Our fairy godmother compliments of the telephone company. You want to go first?
No, you go ahead. I'm just along for the ride.
What shall I ask for?
Well, look, don't fool around with one dress. Ask for a whole new wardrobe. As long as you're going to be a kook, you might as well be kooky in the grand manner.
You're a genius. Hello? I want a whole new wardrobe. Oh, no, 2 wardrobes. One for myself and one for my husband. Everything in the latest style, and everything must fit perfectly. Oh, and have everything finished and delivered by the time I get home from work tomorrow afternoon. That's, I guess, it for now. You want to order something, Hal?
Well, sure. Why not? Here, give me that. Hello. I want the house completely redecorated. Completely. Restored, I should say, exactly as it was when the place was new. And I don't mean just when you get around to it. I want that finished by tomorrow afternoon also. By the end of the working day. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Let's finish this bubble water and get to bed. Hey, what do you bet you have a headache in the morning?
you'd have lost that bet. No headache. All I want is a cup of coffee, though.
Me too. That's all we have time for anyway.
Well, pick me up after work this afternoon.
Sure. I may be a little late, though.
That's okay. A secretary's work is never done.
So, after I spend the better part of 3 weeks working on this brief, and it's brilliant if I do say so myself, who do you think is going to take it into court?
Mr. Fuller?
Old J.C. himself. Who else? How was your day?
Oh, you know. Once you've typed one letter, you've typed them all. You know something? We ought to walk home from my office every evening.
Hold my briefcase while I unlock the door, will you?
I wonder if they finished.
Who finished what?
The decorators, you know. You told them it had to be finished by the end of the working day. How?
Now, this is too much. I mean, what kind of a joke?
It is, Hal. It's all been redecorated, restored. Just like you ordered. Oh, Hal.
Hey, where's our new television set? Now, that is going too far. That set cost color TV. That was a 21-inch screen.
But how did they do it? Who did it? I mean, I can't figure. Hal.
What?
The refrigerator's gone. Look at this thing. What is it?
It's an old ice box. It's full of ice. I don't think you can get ice like this anymore. There's something. This is all wrong, Norma.
It's not a joke, is it, Hal? Nobody makes this kind of a joke.
A coal range. An old coal range. My grandmother Scott had one of those out in her summer kitchen. Nobody used the things even then.
The toaster, the blender, everything, Hal, it's all gone.
That telephone. That damn telephone.
It's real, isn't it? It really is real. You tell the telephone you want something and you get it. It's like a genie in a bottle. You just order it and I think I'm scared.
All right. If it'll work one way, it ought to work the other too. In reverse.
What are you going to do, Hal?
Come on. I'm going up there and I'm going to tell that lousy telephone to put our own stuff back in this house and then leave us alone. That's what I'm going to do. Now listen, you, whoever you are, I want you to stop.
Please. Number, please.
Oh, my God.
Hal?
Norma, let's get out of this place.
A telephone? Redecorate and completely restore a 19th century house? And all in the course of an 8-hour day? It seems impossible, doesn't it? And yet there it is. And somebody did it. Or something. We'll look into it further when I return shortly with Act 2. Time. One of the many things we still don't understand about our universe. Now here, in an old house on New York's East Side, Hal and Norma Glenford have found an antiquated telephone that seems to constitute some kind of flaw in what we consider the natural passage of time. At least in the incredibly short objective space of 8 hours, the house has somehow become its original 19th century self. The past, if Hal and Norma can believe what they see and hear, has been trapped within its walls. The eeriness of it has sent the two of them frightened out onto 58th Street.
It's so quiet out here. And so dark. I don't remember it being this dark before.
Well, we haven't been around this neighborhood much at night. I guess east of First Avenue, the city just doesn't waste money on bright lights.
Let's walk up that way, Hal. Right now, I don't want to go back into the house.
Okay. Up toward 3rd Avenue or Lex? You know, I don't think I ever heard New York this quiet before. East side, west side, day or night. It's like a tomb.
hear it?
I don't hear anything, just...
Now do you hear it?
Well, yeah, I hear something like a... It's like a...
It sounds to me like an L train. A few blocks away, like the 3rd Avenue L.
Which was torn down. When? 15 years ago.
Well, listen to it.
Hey, this I've got to see.
But Hal, if it's the old 3rd Avenue L, then that means that everything...
No,
everywhere...
listen, we don't know what it means. Some nostalgia freak with a recording, probably. Something like that. Come on, let's go see.
Now, if that isn't an L stopping, I've never heard an L stopping.
Well, you haven't in a long time.
But I've heard plenty of them when I was a kid.
Wait a minute, Norma. What do you hear now?
A horse. Don't tell me that's not a horse.
That sure sounds like one. Mounted cop, most likely, or maybe that same nostalgia buff.
If that's a recording, then it's some recording. I've never heard a record.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. That horse is no recording. It's either a mounted policeman or...
There's your nostalgia buff. All 4 hoofs.
Well, some companies must still use horses. You know, late at night. And...
It's not that late. Anyway, look what's in the wagon.
I see them. Those big milk cans. They used to... Well, look, I don't know. Maybe they still use them.
I'm scared.
Well, it's spooky, I admit that. So still and no traffic except that horse and wagon? Well, look, Norma, there's got to be a logical explanation. I mean, if there's not, what's happened? Have we lost our minds?
Oh, no.
Well, no, Norma, don't get upset.
No, Hal, that's not what I mean. Look up there.
Up where?
At the light. The street light on the corner.
It looks like a...
It's a gas light, that's what it is.
I think maybe we ought to get back to the house and see if we can't get organized.
It's back there, too, Hal.
Okay, but if everything's gone back to the 19th century or something, let's at least go back and face it in our own home.
If we still have a home.
The key seems to turn easier.
What if there's somebody in there? I mean, we didn't live here, and... Oh, what year do you think it is, Hal?
It's... Oh, Lord, I'm so mixed up. How can it be anything but 1974? That's what it is.
Or was, or will be.
Now, we've got to stop this foolishness. The first thing we need is some dinner. Maybe with some good solid food inside us, we can take a more reasonable view of this mess.
I don't know how to cook on a coal range. I don't even know how to make it burn, do you? Well, we were lucky there was some stuff in the icebox already cooked. I wonder who cooked it.
Maybe my grandmother.
What do you suppose happened to them? Your great-grandmother and grandfather. Are they supposed to be living here? Are they going to come walking in and...
Listen, what's that?
It's that phone upstairs, Hal.
You mean the one that... Oh, Lord.
Let it ring, Hal. Just let it ring.
I can't. If it's somebody from whatever year this is, I've got to talk to him, Norma. I've got to.
All right, but I'm going with you. They put carpet on the stairway, or had it on the stairway, whichever.
Hurry up, will you? I don't want whoever it is to hang up before we get there.
It's actually a new house now, isn't it? You don't see the signs of age anymore. It doesn't look like 1,000 coats of paint on everything.
Hello?
This is Bill, Harold. Where have you been all day?
Well...
I practically camped outside your office all afternoon, and you never did show up.
Who did you say this is?
Are you all right, Harold? It's Bill Voigt, your partner.
Oh, yes, of course. I was wool gathering.
I guess you were. Listen, I've got to talk to you bright and early tomorrow morning. You're in a jam, Harold.
A jam? Well, can't you tell me about it now?
You'd better get in here tomorrow for your own good. It's nothing to do with me, but for your own good.
Oh, well, if it's that important...
It is. It's to you, Harold, not to me. To you.
All right. Thanks for calling, Bill.
What was that about a jam?
He didn't say. But you want to know something weird? He thought he was talking to my great-grandfather. That man called me Harold, and that was his name. I can't remember anybody ever calling me Harold my whole life. He thought he was talking to my great-grandfather. I can't see. How did they read by these silly gas lights anyway?
There's an oil lamp right there on the desk. I think they used oil lamps to read by at night. The gas fixtures are all up on the wall.
Well, do you know how to light one of these things? The lamps?
Well, just take the chimney off, the glass thing. Then you hold a match to the wick like a candle.
Because if this is my great-grandfather's desk, I mean, the way he left it only yesterday, I want to know what's in it. Is this what you mean by the wick?
Yes. Do you think we'll ever get back, Hal? I don't know if I could stand it stuck here forever.
There's no way of knowing, Norma. Everything's written in longhand. This looks like a deed of some kind. Most likely for the house. No. My gosh.
What?
This is a deed to an office building on Fifth Avenue. Way downtown, but that's where the action was in those days. These days.
Your great-grandfather owned an office building?
I told you, he was loaded. There goes that lousy telephone again.
Don't answer it, Hal.
Look, you can come with me. It's no good just letting it ring. It's got to be somebody important. There weren't many phones in those days. These days, damn it, only rich people could afford telephones.
It'll just mix things up all the more, though, answering it.
Look, it's our only contact the way things are.
I wish. Oh, it's no good wishing.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Glenford?
Yes?
This is Maud Spencer, Mr. Glenford. Is Norma in?
Just a minute, I'll see. Norma, do you know a Maud Spencer?
I don't know anybody here.
She asked for Norma. Norma. Now, maybe it's a link of some kind. You'd better talk to her.
Oh, Hal, I don't want to talk on that thing.
Look, this could be the breakthrough. Here, talk to her.
Hello?
Norma, my dear. We were all expecting you at Sarah Aldrich's tea this afternoon. I do hope you're not sick.
Sarah who?
Aldrich. Sarah Aldrich. Well, you were invited, weren't you? Sarah said you were.
Oh, well, yes, I guess I was. I mean, yes, of course I was. I've been having these spells, you know, headaches and that kind of thing.
Oh, dear. No trouble about your delicate condition, I hope.
Well, it's related, I guess. Nothing to be concerned about. I'm just supposed to get a lot of rest, you know, stay at home and take it easy.
Oh, dear. Is there anything I can do? I'll come and see you tomorrow afternoon.
No, don't do that.
What?
I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. All I meant was I'm perfectly all right. I really don't need a fuss made over me or anything like that. It just isn't necessary. That's all I meant.
Well, I'm sure I have no wish to intrude where I'm not necessary.
I wish you wouldn't. Hello? Hello? She hung up.
It wasn't anyone you know?
No, I was supposed to have gone to Sarah somebody's tea this afternoon and didn't show up.
Well, it could have been the breakthrough.
One thing. Whoever was supposed to have answered this phone is called Norma, and she's pregnant.
I'll tell you this. My great-grandfather was not a very popular man.
How do you mean?
Well, if he had any friends, they sure didn't write to him. These letters are all from people who hated his guts. Claim he stole them blind.
Stole? Do you think it's true?
I'm beginning to believe that old Harold Glenford Esquire was mixed up in some pretty shady enterprises.
What kind of shady?
Kickbacks, near extortion, character assassination, embezzlement, or something very like it. If a third of these letters are right, you name it, and old great-granddaddy Glenford was into it.
Oh, that's shocking.
Listen, you want to hear one?
I'm not sure I do.
Glenford. This guy signs himself James Blakely. Glenford, you are unfit to breathe God's pure air. The ways of God are beyond understanding, but justice is inevitable either in this world, which you befoul, or in the next, where, never fear, the punishment you deserve has been prepared for you. To hasten you into that world would be an act of the highest nobility. If I do not do the deed myself, rest assured that another will in good time.
Wow.
A sample. Only a sample.
How?
Well, what is it?
Look at this.
It's a... This is a picture of you and me. That sure is what it looks like. But in those clothes? Where did you get this?
In this desk drawer. Look on the back.
Mr. and Mrs. Harold W. Glenford on the occasion of their wedding, June 1894.
And look at those signatures. Except for a couple of curlicues, they're yours and mine. I can't help it, Hal. I'm scared.
I don't see how it's possible, but it must be. I have somehow become my own great-grandfather. Not only that, but you're my great-grandmother, and that child you're carrying, due to be born next April, is my grandfather.
Paradoxical? Well, yes, of course. You presuppose paradox the moment you start moving about in time. How do you know you aren't your own great-grandfather or grandmother? If tomorrow you found an old telephone in your attic, well, how do you know? I'll return shortly with Act 3. If I had my life to live over, that's not an uncommon expression. We've all heard it. But have you ever heard anyone say, if I had my great-grandfather's life to live over? That's exactly what has happened to Hal Glenford, if his conclusions are correct. He has not only gone back in time to his great-grandfather's day, but he has also taken on his great-grandfather's identity, and the wife he loves is now, as he must believe, his own great-grandmother. A situation of many complexities. Hal has broken open the strongbox he found in old Harold Glenford's desk and has gone quickly through its contents.
Well, there's one comfort. If we actually are my great-grandfather and grandmother, we're very rich people.
What difference does that make?
A lot. If we're stuck in this time.
I want out, rich or not.
Well, honey, so do I, of course. But there are securities and deeds in this strongbox representing well over $1 million in assets. And $1 million was really worth something in 1897.
Is that when it is now?
Mid-November of 1897, according to the dates on those letters I read.
How can't you do something about it?
What? Invent a time machine? Look, I don't know. Maybe it'll just happen. Like the other time, only in reverse. Norma, I'm sorry. That's the best I have to offer. Meantime, I think we ought to get some sleep.
Sleep? In the middle of a thing like this, sleep?
Try to, anyway. I wish we had that bottle of champagne we drank last night. Oh, Lord. It wasn't last night. The grapes that went into that champagne haven't even been planted yet.
Hello there.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had someone in your office with you.
Never mind. I was just leaving.
Sit down, Harold. You were wise to shave off your beard.
Oh, yes. Well, my wife never really liked it, and I thought...
Well, it served you well. Blakely didn't recognize you.
Was that James Blakely?
What are you talking about? You know perfectly well it was James Blakely.
No, I mean, I had a letter from him yesterday. I could have... do you know I could have him in court for some of the things he said?
Yeah, that's rather funny, you know. You having James Blakely in court instead of the other way around? That's really very funny.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, that's neither here nor there. I want to dissolve our partnership, Harold, as of this moment.
Oh? Do you mind telling me why?
Do you really think that's necessary?
I wish you'd tell me...
All right. I've had my fill of being a thief's associate.
Now, wait.
I know. I took my share in the beginning. You're not the only fool in the room, but I'm through with it now. And thank God I had no part in the Blakely thing.
All right. I was checking things over last night. Thinking things over. Some of my business tactics have been, all right, shameful. I admit that. But I decided last night to change things. I mean, no shady dealings of any kind from now on.
I see. Change things. And make restitution?
Well, where it's reasonable, where it's possible.
Without costing you money, you mean? I don't believe you, Harold. Not for a minute I don't. How are you going to make restitution to Jim Blakely?
I don't... Would you mind refreshing my memory on the Blakely thing?
Oh, now, really,
No,
Harold?
I've been Lately, I've been reassessing. I've been reevaluating, and there are just so many details. I'd just like to hear the Blakely affair clearly stated. Objectively, you know.
Oh, nonsense. Well, all right, if you want to hear it all over again. If you really want to wallow in that miserable can of worms a second time.
Please. Bill, it would help me.
Well, Blakely came to you in the first place, looking for a handout. On the tape, granted. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that.
No.
You were still under 30 at the time, but you were already under my guidance, damn it. That's what I hate. You were already a power in the construction industry. Blakely was sure you gave kickbacks, and he wanted one.
Then he was as much to blame as I if he came to me.
At the time, you managed it so that you had his signature on a dozen damaging documents. And you never signed so much as a letter to him. You remember that? Well, you've always worked that way, and you gave him a low bid on that job, and good value, too. The State Parks Commission building, wasn't it?
I don't remember.
And Blakely got a promotion because of it, and another, until he was made State Highways and Buildings Commissioner. It wasn't until then that you started blackmailing him. Blackmail?
Well, it's not an uncommon practice to...
and you bled him white. No more kickbacks, but every contract out of Blakely's office has gone to you for... What's it been, 2 years now?
Well, if I put him where he is in the first place...
They've caught him, Harold. He's going before a grand jury next week, and they'll indict. He's finished. There isn't a shred of evidence against you except his word, which, of course, isn't worth a tinker's damn now. You never signed a thing, did you?
A man who signs damning documents is nothing more than
a fool, like Blakely. Well, does that refresh your memory?
It puts things in perspective.
Well, as I've told you, I'm very happy that I had anything to do with the Blakely business. Right now, he's thinking about killing you. No, seriously. That was just what he was telling me.
Oh, God.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just remembered something. I'll have to leave now. There's something I must do.
But before you go, about dissolving the partnership. I don't know how you feel about it, but
Anything you say. It doesn't matter. We'll do it any way you like. It isn't important now.
Hal? Oh, Hal, I'm so glad you're home.
Yes, listen, we have to get out of here.
It's so awful, Hal, being in a place you're so terrified of and being even more terrified of leaving it. I've never in my life...
Norma, we have got to get out of here.
Out of here? Where to?
I mean, altogether out of this time. We've got to get back to the 20th century.
Hal, something's happened, hasn't it?
No. Yes. Norma, there's no time now. Let's try the telephone again.
I want to know. Tell me, Hal. Tell me.
Number, please.
Listen, I want you to get off the line. Do you understand? I want you to just unplug yourself or whatever it is you do and just get off the line. Just for a minute or two. Will you do that, please?
Number, please.
Oh, for God's sake, shut up. If you can't get off the line altogether, at least shut up. Don't talk. All right. Listen, you, whoever you are, we have had enough of this nonsense. We want to go back to the 20th century, and we want to go back now. You're the one who got us into this mess. Now get us out of it. Do you hear me?
Number, please?
Damn!
Hal, what are you doing?
Pulling the wires out of the wall, can't you see? I'm trying to get this lousy telephone back the way it was when we first moved in here. All right. Can you hear me? You in there and your damn stupid telephone? I want you to put us back. Do you hear me? We didn't ask to be brought here. We're not responsible for anything that happened before we got here. We want to go back. You can't punish me for something my great-grandfather did. Do you hear me? All right, don't answer. You don't have to answer. Just do it. I don't know what else I can do.
Hal, the phone isn't hooked up. You pulled the wires out of the wall.
It wasn't hooked up before when all this started. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll get us out of here before...
Before what, Hal?
Okay. Come on downstairs. I guess you'll have to know. And he's threatening to kill me. Blakely is. That's what my great-grandfather's esteemed partner told me this morning.
Well, then what are we sitting here for? We have to get out of this house.
It won't do any good, Norma.
It will. There must be 1,000 places to hide. You're just a sitting duck here.
No, there's no hiding place but the 20th century. Back where we're really Hal and Norma Glenford. There's no hiding place at all in this century.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
The thing is, I remember now. I remembered while I was sitting there in Boyd's office.
Remember what?
I remembered hearing my grandfather... Was he my grandfather or my son? I remember when I was just a little boy hearing my grandfather telling my father about it.
About what, Hal?
My great-grandfather was shot to death by a business associate. By a man he'd cheated, ruined. That's what my grandfather told my father.
All right. That was your great-grandfather.
But it's already happened. To whichever one of us was here, it's already happened. It can't be changed.
I don't believe any of that. I don't. I want you to do something.
I've done all I can do. It's up to that telephone upstairs.
Maybe if we just sit here and think 20th century, it'll work. Close our eyes and just know we're in the 20th century. Listen for auto horns. Think about the Pan Am building. Try to decide what we'll watch on TV later. Breathe the polluted air. Mightn't it work, Hal?
It couldn't hurt.
Close your eyes.
That'll be Blakely.
Don't answer it.
You think I'm crazy? Now listen to me. If he's got a gun, he can get at us through the front window. I want you to head for the coat closet as fast as you can and get in there and stay in there until I tell you to come out. Have you got that?
Yes.
Norma, get in the closet.
No. Not as long as you...
Get down, Norma. Get down on the...
How?
Don't move, Norma. He may still be out there.
How? You're bleeding.
I am. I don't feel anything, but I can't seem to...
All over your shirt. I'm going to call an ambulance. Now, don't move. I'll be right back. Don't move.
Can't call an ambulance. I pulled the wires out. Remember?
I'll go out, Hal. There must be a cop or something.
Don't go, Norma. Please. It wouldn't do any good. It's already happened.
But I can't just...
I might not be here when you get back.
Oh, Hal.
I want to tell you something important.
All right.
The kid. Next April.
I'll name him Harold and I'll call him Hal.
No. Anything but that. Anyway, his name was Edward. My grandfather.
Hal, don't you think I ought to...
No, tell Edward. Tell him when he's old enough. Understand? Tell him, get rid of the money. All of it. Dirty, filthy, dirty money.
Justice must be served. That goes without saying. But how many times? It's unlikely, of course, that anyone listening to me at this moment will ever find himself unexpectedly living in the 19th century, but just in case, how much do you really know about your great-grandfather? I'll be with you again in a few minutes. Young Edward Glenford, Norma's baby, was born in April 1898 and lived a long and, in some respects, fruitful life. He never made much money, but he gave away several millions of dollars, according to the instructions left by his father. But was it his father or his grandson who gave him those instructions? I leave you to puzzle it out for yourself. Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Nick Pryor, Robert Maxwell, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. True horror, more often than not, grows out of workday circumstances. Grows slowly, and at the start, almost imperceptibly. Without the commonplace quality of the soil in which its seeds are planted, the horror itself might be less shocking. This is a tale of two people who live rather pleasant, if ordinary lives, in the comfortable expectation of continuing indefinitely in this manner. As we shall learn, their expectations are not to be realized.
Was it a tough day, Frank?
Not too.
It didn't bother you too much about your stepmother?
No, not really. Except that people kept talking about it. I guess they all thought I should have gone to the funeral.
Don't let them upset you.
Oh, I didn't, Laura. It would have been sheer hypocrisy to have gone to her funeral feeling the way I always have about her. I guess nobody but Bill Riley can understand that. He stopped into the office, thought I might be feeling some strain.
He's a good friend, isn't he?
Oh, Bill, you know it. He said a funny thing. Said I'd be lucky if she didn't come back to haunt me.
Oh, that Bill.
Oh, I don't know. It sort of gave me the creeps.
Our mystery drama, The Intermediary, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Francis Sternhagen. The soil in which the seed of horror is being planted at this moment is a comfortable apartment in New York's East Side, occupied by Frank and Laura Ellingwood. The seed itself is the death of Frank's stepmother, from whom he has been estranged for many years. Grief is not what Frank feels, and he is not so hypocritical as to pretend he does.
Oh, that'll be old Jonas Clark.
Who's Jonas Clark?
Well, my stepmother's lawyer. He called me at the office this afternoon and asked if he could stop around this evening to talk about the will.
You think she's left you something?
Not likely.
Shall I let him in?
I'll do it. Hello, Mr. Clark. Come on in.
Thank you.
This is my wife, Laura.
Great pleasure, Mrs. Ellingwood.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Yeah, I must admit, Mr. Ellingwood, I was somewhat surprised not to see you at your mother's funeral this afternoon.
My stepmother. I considered it more proper to stay away than to attend.
I find that very odd. I wanted to talk to you about your stepmother's will.
And I find that very odd. She surely didn't leave me anything.
On the contrary, you are Mrs. Ellingwood's sole heir. You inherit everything.
I inherit everything? Well, with what strings attached, Mr. Clark? You're not going to tell me there are no strings.
Now, maybe not, Frank. Shouldn't you wait until you hear at least?
Mr. Ellingwood, your relationship with your late stepmother is none of my affair. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then let me explain it to you.
It isn't necessary. I'm not here to judge.
Listen anyway. I'm sure your fee covers it. My real mother died when I was only 4 or 5 years old. I could just barely remember her.
Well, I sympathize with you, of course, but I don't see how this bears upon...
My father remarried less than a year later. Primarily, I think, to give me a mother. Yes, he gave me one, all right.
Frank, I don't think you ought to go all through that again. You'll only upset yourself.
And after a couple of years, my father was killed in an auto accident. She was driving.
Mr. Ellingwood, if you're trying to blame your late stepmother for your father's demise...
I wonder what made you think of that.
Frank, please.
So, she raised me. You know all about that, Mr. Clark. You were her lawyer after my father's death.
She looked after you very well, as I remember. She was devoted to you.
She owned me. Do you have any idea what it's like to be owned, Mr. Clark?
Frank, let's just let Mr. Clark tell us about the will.
It's a terrible thing, being owned. I was one of the possessions that she had inherited from my father.
Mr. Ellingwood, even if what you say is true, I can't...
it's true.
Well, even so, your stepmother has passed on now, and you've inherited her entire fortune.
Which she inherited from my father. Okay, I want to hear about the strings she's attached.
It's straightforward enough. Your stepmother's holdings have been placed in trust for you.
In trust?
You will not have access to the principal, only to the income which accrues from it.
And what kind of strings are attached to the income?
Well, there are certain conditions, yes. You must live in and maintain in good condition the house and grounds situated on Woodbury Road in Glennington, Long Island.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, well, now that's not so bad, is it, Frank? I mean, I've only seen it just driving past, of course, but it's a beautiful old place.
I hate that house. I'd rather go to prison. I'd be happier. Bill Riley was right. One way or another, she'll never give up.
The condition doesn't seem burdensome to me.
You don't have to live there.
Is there anything else?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, the other condition is that Mr. Ellingwood's present marriage continue unbroken.
What?
There is to be no interruption of your present marital status.
Now, that's a little peculiar. I never met Frank's stepmother. She never even saw me, not to my knowledge.
Well, she must have known something about you. I assure you, she never would have made such a condition frivolously.
I've got it, Margie. Ellingwood.
Hi, Frank. Bill Riley here. I understand you're a multi-millionaire all of a sudden.
Divide at least by multi. You heard about the will.
Yes. Do we need to talk?
I was going to call you. Can you make lunch? I've got a meeting a little later on, but I can manage an early lunch.
How about, say, half an hour?
Good. Colucci's?
Fine with me. See you there.
Bill what I can't accept is the condition that I must live in that miserable old house out in Glennington. I mean, she had no right.
No, actually, she had. I don't say it's fair. I'm only saying that she had the legal right.
Well, then the devil with it. I'm all right without her lousy money, and I won't live in a creepy old house.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to throw away.
Yes, I know.
How does Laura feel about it?
Well, she didn't grow up in that terrible place. She wanted me to take the day off and go out there with her today. She thinks I'm overreacting.
I expect she's right. Did what I said yesterday have anything to do with your attitude?
About my stepmother coming back to haunt me? No. I'm just thinking about living in that house again. I don't think I can do it.
I remember when you lived there with your stepmother. I know what you're talking about.
Well, you're the only one that does. Listen, you're my lawyer. Can we break that will? I mean, can we knock off those conditions? The money was my father's, and, well, to me, it doesn't seem right.
Right and wrong don't always turn out to be the deciding factors, unfortunately. I'd have to see a copy of the will before I could say anything definite.
All right, I'll get one for you.
Maybe you should go out and have a look at the place, Frank. It might not look so bad with her gone.
To tell you the truth, she doesn't seem all that gone to me. Maybe there was something in what you said, Bill. Maybe one way or another, she has come back to haunt me.
Frank, is that you?
Yes.
I'm out in the kitchen.
Okay. I tried to call you a couple of times this afternoon, Laura, but you didn't answer.
Oh, it was such a beautiful day. I just couldn't bear to spend it shut up in a stuffy little apartment. Hello. You look tired.
A little depressed, I guess.
The martinis are all mixed. In the refrigerator. You want to get them while I put the steak on?
Martinis and steak? What's the occasion?
Oh, I just feel like it, that's all. I had a good day, and I feel like celebrating. Okay?
Fine. What made your day so good? What'd you do?
I went out to the house, Frank.
Out to Glennington?
It's so beautiful, Frank. I had to see it. Oh, Frank, it's like a dream come true. Just take the silver. Did you know there's a fortune in silver alone out there? Full service for at least 50? I didn't count. All sterling, too.
Why did you go out there, Laura?
Well, I asked you to take me, and you wouldn't. I just felt... Well, I know it sounds crazy. I felt drawn or something. I have such a feeling about that house, Frank.
So do I.
You know, there's a nursery at the back of the hall on the second floor. Did you know? Oh, yes, of course you know about the nursery.
Yes, I used to be sent up there without my supper. I was 10 years old before she'd let me move out of there into a real bedroom.
We'll need a nursery someday, Frank. I mean, sooner or later we're going to...
When we need a nursery, we'll get one. I wouldn't make a dog sleep in that room, never mind a child of my own.
Now, that's silly. How can you be so unreasonable? There's a perfectly lovely old house just sitting out there, and you... Well, I'm not even going to talk about the money we'll be losing if you refuse to live there. Just the house. The house alone. I mean, really, Frank, it's sick to turn it down. Just plain sick.
Well, then I'm sick. And it's an incurable sickness, Laura. You might as well face it. I cannot live in that awful house. Call it sick, call it unreasonable, call it anything you like, but recognize it as a fact. I cannot live in that house.
Will you check the steak, Frank?
I've lost my appetite.
Oh, nonsense. There are 5 acres, 5 whole acres for kids to play in, trees to climb, and we could get a dog, and do you know there's even a kind of toy barn out there where we could keep a pony?
And you'd better forget it, Laura.
What am I supposed to tell the children when we have them? We're poor people because Daddy was afraid to live in the nice house his stepmother wanted to give him. We can't afford this and we can't afford that because your daddy...
We're not poor people. I'm a good engineer and I've got a good job. We're not going to be poor people.
That's true. We're never going to be poor because we're going to move into that lovely house in Glennington, and we're going to have so much money from that trust fund that it won't matter whether you're an engineer or what you are.
I'll be damned.
Why will you be damned?
You want to know something really weird? You sound exactly like my stepmother.
Houses have long had the reputation of retaining the hard core of past tenants' personalities. Some essence that soaks into the walls, lingers in dark corners, hides in little-used cupboards, seeks out secret places where it can hide in wait for the thing that will one day come along and give it being again. Perhaps we'll learn whether or not the house in Glennington is such a place when I return shortly with Act Two. A man doesn't lightly say no to a large inheritance. And yet, that is precisely what Frank Ellingwood is prepared to do if inheriting means living in the house in which he grew up unhappily with his stepmother. Laura, his wife, has gone out to have a look at the house and has apparently fallen in love with it. As a matter of fact, unless Frank is imagining it, she has come back talking more than a little like his stepmother.
You're being childish and unreasonable, Frank. It's a whim you're not wanting to live in that house. And I have no intention of letting you give up so much just because of a childish whim.
No intention of letting me?
I'm moving out there, Frank. Next week. I hope you'll come with me, but I'm moving in any case. I'd like to speak to Mr. Clark, please. This is Laura Ellingwood calling. Yes, I'll wait, thank you. Mr. Clark? Fine, thank you. I just wanted to let you know that we finally reached a decision. Yes, that's right. We'll be moving into the Glennington house next Wednesday. Oh, no, Frank isn't really too happy about it, but I'm sure once we... Yes, that's the way I feel about it, too. Yes, please, go ahead with whatever arrangements are necessary. Thank you. Goodbye.
He hopes we'll be very happy in our new home.
That's what he said, yes.
Some hope. Huh. You know, the place actually smells of my stepmother. Sort of a sickish sweet, like spoiled cloves, if there is such a thing.
I can't smell a thing.
Oh, it's a scent she used to wear.
You've done nothing but complain. For the whole 24 hours since we moved in here.
Well, I believe I mentioned even before we moved in that I wasn't exactly fond of this house.
But everything in it? Oh, that lovely little settee, empire, or whatever it is. What can you have against a beautiful little thing like that?
That's where I used to sit when she had company. My feet dangled. Sit up straight. Keep your hands folded in your lap. Speak when spoken to. I wasn't allowed in the parlor at all, except when she had company.
Well, you are now, so stop pouting.
That's weird. That was a favorite expression of hers. Stop pouting.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Frank. Oh, Frank, look what you've done. You've got ashes all over this beautiful carpet.
It's only ashes. They won't burn.
Leave them alone. I'll take care of them. Move into a perfectly neat, clean house, a beautiful house, and all you do is complain and spill things around. Honestly, I just can't understand you, Frank. You don't seem to have any respect for things.
I wouldn't have believed it.
There. That'll have to do for now, but it's left a mark. Frank, if you absolutely have to smoke that nasty old pipe, can't you at least step outside or into the back hall or somewhere like that when you empty it?
Yes, Moti. She always liked me to call her that. Moti. All right, Clark, I know I didn't have any appointment, and I'm sorry to come barging in if you want an apology, but I want to talk to you.
Well, it's not very orderly. I like to keep to my schedule. However, as long as you're here, why...
I'm going to get rid of the furniture in that miserable house, every stick of it.
Well...
I'm going to redecorate. I'm going to change the color.
You can't do that, Mr.
Who says I can't?
The will is quite specific. There's to be no change. The late Mrs. Ellingwood was very firm about that.
Why did you want me to come into the city for lunch, Frank? Is anything wrong?
Yes. Well, to tell you the truth, I wanted to get you out of that house. I don't like what it's doing to you. I wanted to get you out of it so we could talk.
We could have talked at home.
You don't see it, do you? Actually, I'm surprised that you showed up even after you'd promised.
Well, I almost didn't. It's strange. It was such a wrench. Just closing the front door and walking away.
Laura, don't go back.
What do you mean?
Just don't go back. Stay in the city and go shopping or something this afternoon. I'll call Bill Riley and maybe he and Carol will be free this evening for some bridge or something like that. We could spend the night with them maybe and then tomorrow...
Frank.
I'll take tomorrow off and we'll go apartment hunting. Maybe our old apartment hasn't been rented yet.
Frank, stop it. I wouldn't have come all the way into the city if I'd known you were just going to start this again.
Oh, can't you feel the difference being out of that place? You said yourself it made a nice change. Can't you feel the difference in yourself?
If there's a difference in me... I'm sorry, Frank, but you've put it there. You can't know what it's like, hating everything the way you do.
I know exactly what it's like. Believe me, I know.
Well, then...
You want some more coffee?
No, nothing more. Thanks. I guess I'll be getting back.
Laura, won't you try it my way? Won't you just give it a chance, at least for tonight?
We can't, Frank.
The will doesn't say anything about taking a night off, does it?
What good would it do? It won't work, Frank. We're going to live in that house, and you've got to learn to like it.
Well, I've gone over the will with a fine-tooth comb, Frank, and I can't find a hole. I know what it's putting you through, and I sympathize, but as a lawyer, I can't suggest a way out.
It isn't just what I'm going through, Bill. There's Laura, too. What that rotten house is doing to her scares me. No kidding, I'm scared.
I thought she liked the place.
Well, she thinks she likes it. Bill, you remember what you said the day of my stepmother's funeral?
That she might come back to haunt you is a stupid thing to say.
Well, do you think it's possible for a house, the house itself, somehow to soak up the whatever is left of a person after a person dies?
Oh, I don't know, Frank. There are tales, you know. A lot of people will tell you that a lived-in house comes to have a personality of its own.
I don't mean a personality of its own. I mean the personality of the people or person who lived in it.
Well, there are such stories, but I don't know of an authenticated case.
Maybe you ought to come out to Glennington some evening. Laura, I'm home. A long trek, but I made it.
Is it still raining out?
Yes. Where are you?
In the dining room. Did you clean your shoes?
Oh, Lord. You want me to take them off and leave them out here in the hall? That's what she used to make me do.
Oh, of course not. Just make sure you don't track mud all over the house.
Oh, what a train trip that is. What are you doing?
I'm polishing the silver. Can't you see?
Was somebody coming? I mean, we're having a party?
No.
Well, then, why do you have to polish all the silver?
Well, because it's silver, Frank. I shouldn't think that would be too hard to figure out. Silver discolors if you don't keep it polished.
But if you're not going to use it anyway. Okay. What's for dinner?
I haven't had time to give it any thought.
You're kidding.
Oh, no. Taking care of a house this size is not quite the same thing as taking care of a 3-room apartment.
So let's move back into a 3-room apartment.
Oh, don't be silly. If you're so hungry, go fix yourself a hamburger or something.
Well, how long is it going to take you to finish the silver?
I don't know. 10 minutes, 15, how can I tell?
Okay, you finish the silver, and we'll go out to dinner.
No, I don't want to go out, Frank. Oh, good heavens, go pour yourself a drink or something. I'll fix dinner as soon as I've finished here. You were never one of those dinner the minute you hit the front door men before?
Well, not when we live 10 minutes from my office, no. You realize how much time I spend every day on that train?
I'm sorry if you don't enjoy commuting, but thousands of men do it every day and have for years, and I'm sure they don't make it all this kind of fuss when they get home, or the divorce rate would be 10 times what it is.
Well, that's a new word. I don't remember that word cropping up in any of our conversations before.
What word?
Divorce.
Oh, Frank, try not to be stupid. And anyway, it's against the terms of the will.
Well, I have to admit, it was a good dinner when we finally got round to it.
Frank, wouldn't it be just as easy to hold the pipe over the end table or the coffee table while you smoke it? I'm afraid you'll burn the couch.
Would you like me to go outside to smoke it? I'm sure that's what my stepmother would have wanted.
Now, that's not necessary. Just be careful, that's all I mean.
Thank you very much.
You don't have to be sarcastic.
Laura, would you put that knitting or whatever it is, would you put it down for a minute? I want to talk to you.
I can crochet and talk at the same time.
Crochet? That wouldn't be an antimacassar you're working on, would it?
As a matter of fact, yes, it is.
She was forever making antimacassars.
Well, they protect the chairs and the couches.
Put it down.
I told
you. Will you put the damn thing down?
All right. There's no reason to shout.
I'm sorry, Laura. Laura, let's get out of this place.
Now, Frank, if you just want to start that again...
No. I just mean go out for a while. Take a drive or a walk. Go somewhere to dance if you want to. Just get out, get some fresh air.
It amounts to the same thing. You've got an obsession about this house.
I'm doing the best I can. I just want to get away from that clove smell or whatever it is. I can't breathe in here. I want to get out for a little while.
You want. Lately, it's whatever you want. You never think about me. You never think about our children.
Laura, we don't have any children.
The children we will have. You don't think about them or me or the future or anything but yourself lately. You think if you keep nagging at me long enough, I'll give in.
Nag? I nag at you?
If you're trying to say that I'm the one...
Now, come on, Laura. We're going out.
You may, if you choose. I'm staying right here.
Oh, no, you're not.
What do you propose to do? Drag me out of the house by force?
I will if I have to, Laura. This place, it's unhealthy.
Frank, have you lost your mind?
You must be blind if you can't see it. You're a different person. I don't know you. I will not spend the evening or allow you to spend it sitting in this living room soaking up the evil it's filled with.
I'm not budging.
Will you get out of that chair and do as I say?
Frank, take your hands off me.
I'll take my hands off you as soon as I get you outside where you can come to your senses.
Frank,
now come on.
You're hurting my arm.
Will you come with me?
Stop it! You're hurting me.
You're getting out of here.
I will not.
You will. All right. I'm sorry, Laura. I can't tell you. I had to do it. Oh, darling, I'm so sorry.
Just let me...
Let's get into the car and drive, Laura. Just drive. And open all the windows. Let the air blow away whatever it is this house is drowning us in. You feeling better, Laura?
Yes, I'm better now.
You don't know how sorry I am.
Yes, I know.
I'm not just imagining it. I swear I'm not. That house is doing something frightful to us. To us. To you even more than to me. Well, I know you don't believe me, but it's true.
I believe you.
You what?
I believe you. It was different somehow after I came back from lunch in the city with you. It was angry.
You mean mean the house was angry?
No, I don't know exactly what I mean by it. Something, as if something were part of me and yet not me at all. It was very angry when I got back this afternoon.
Oh, my God.
I kept getting smaller and smaller, the me part of me. I could feel myself losing me while it grew and grew. I could feel the anger even while a little pocket of me inside me knew I wasn't angry at all, but afraid. Do you think I'm losing my mind, Frank?
Oh, no. Don't ever think like that. I know what it is.
Then I wish you'd tell me. Just so I won't keep thinking maybe I'm going mad.
It's my stepmother.
Your stepmother?
It isn't the house. I was wrong about that. She uses the house, that's all.
I don't understand.
She's in there, Laura, in her house. Her house. They left a lot of my stepmother unburied. You're it. The thing that wants you as its living agent is what they left behind, unburied.
Oh, Frank.
When you're in that house, Laura, whenever you're in that house, you are my stepmother.
Possession. The possession of a living being's essence by an entity which is inhuman or perhaps no longer human. Such possession is a thing people either believe in or not. But fact is not created by belief. Belief is much more likely to grow out of fact, so that belief is to fact much as smoke is to fire. Where there is the one, do not be surprised to find the other. I shall return shortly with Act 3. In an old house out on Long Island, a strange thing is happening. Frank Ellingwood's stepmother is dead. She was properly buried some time ago. But, as Frank himself has put it, something of her appears to have been left unburied, and that something has chosen to make its presence felt in an extremely unpleasant way. It has entered the mind of Laura Ellingwood and taken charge.
Where are we going, Frank?
Into the city.
Why?
Where else is there to go? You said they don't want to go back to Glennington, spend another night in that nightmarish house?
No, I suppose not. But I don't think she could do it to me again.
What?
Your stepmother. If that's what's really happening to me, I don't think she could get control of me again.
Forget it, Laura.
If she tried it again, I could keep her out. I'm sure I could.
I don't ever again want to see you looking the way you looked tonight before I got you out of there. I don't ever want to hear you talk like that again. You don't know what she did to your voice. I won't ever let you go back to that place. I'll do whatever I have to stop you.
All right.
I will take a room in, I don't know, whatever hotel has a room available. We'll get a good night's sleep. We have one coming. And tomorrow, we'll find a place to live. It's settled. That's what we'll do.
All right, Frank.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Ellingwood. It's 8 o'clock.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Would you like me to connect you with room service?
No, I'll call later if we want anything.
I couldn't figure out where I was.
You're in a perfectly safe hotel room where nothing can get at you.
What time is it?
8 o'clock.
What are you going to do?
Well, first I'm going to get dressed, and so are you. Then we're going out and have an enormous breakfast somewhere. And after that, we're going over and find out if our old apartment's been rented. If it has, we're going to start looking for another one.
Okay. Oh, Why don't you go and have a talk with Jonas Clark? Maybe if you told him what happened.
Tell Jonas Clark the terms of the will are invalid because the house is haunted? You gotta be joking.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to talk to him.
It wouldn't help. I'm going to see Bill Riley. What's happened won't make any difference in the legal sense, of course, but Bill would at least listen to me without laughing in my face. I think the money's gone. I think we can just forget that, but I do want to talk to Bill about it.
Frank?
Yeah.
You know something? Oh, I'm still sleepy. Why don't you go on over and talk to Bill first and then come back and get me and we'll do all that stuff you said.
Did you sleep last night?
Oh, I slept fine, but it's the first time in quite a while. I'd really like another hour or so.
Well, okay. If I get over there early, maybe I can catch Bill before he gets too busy to see me. I'll stop by my office, too, and tell them I won't be in today. That's a good idea, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, that's a good idea. This is Mrs. Ellingwood in 1208. I wonder if you'd take a message for my husband. I don't know exactly how long he'll be out, but when he comes back or if he calls in, I'd like you to tell him that I've gone back to the island. Tell him I'll see him at home later in the day, whenever he can make it. Please see that he gets the message. It's important. Oh, and tell him I'm taking the car. He can come out by train.
Hi, Bill. Your secretary wasn't out there, so I came on in.
Secretaries work an 8-hour day. Lawyers never sleep. What's with you? You got problems?
Oh, have I? It's up your alley, too.
Legal alley or spook alley?
Spooky. Man, you wouldn't believe how spooky.
Try me.
Well, it's been building ever since we moved into that damn place. But yesterday, Laura came into the city to have lunch with me. When I got home last night...
Laura's obviously being used as an intermediary to get at you. Your stepmother has no interest in Laura. How could she? She's using Laura to get at you, and I'd assume to maintain her hold on the house. My guess is that she needs that house. She can't function without it.
You believe it, don't you?
Frank, can I go out there tonight?
I'm not going back to that place, and neither is Laura.
No. I mean just me as a kind of investigator. I'd like to see if I can stir up some sort of manifestation. Would you let me have your key?
Oh, sure. Oh, only I think I left it over at the hotel. Look, I have to stop by my office, and then I'm going back to pick up Laura. Let me phone you, I'll get the key to you sometime today.
Good. I'm beginning to think we're on to something authentic. I don't know what good it will do you, of course.
All I want, really, is to keep Laura out of that awful house.
Mrs. Ellingwood? Can you hear me? I've come back. I'm back here this time on my terms, not yours. I know what I have to contend with now, and I mean to contend with it. Can you hear me, Mrs. Ellingwood? I dare you. If you think you're stronger than I am, go ahead and try to take control of me again. Go ahead. I dare you. You little fool. You silly, stupid little idiot. You try something like that again and you'll be good and sorry, I promise you. Sorrier than you've ever been in all your life.
Answer, will you? Oh, will you answer the phone?
Yes? Who is it?
Laura?
Where are you?
At the hotel. The clerk said you...
Never mind what the clerk said. I want you out here. Now. Do you understand?
Laura, why did you...
Now! Do you hear me? Now!
this is Frank. Something's happened. Are you free right now?
Well,
Laura went back to the house. She left the hotel while I was with you, I guess, and she's back out there now. I talked to her on the phone, and... Oh, God, Bill. It was that awful voice.
Okay. I'll leave right away. Now, where shall I meet you?
Penn Station, I guess. Laura took the car.
We'll use my car. Are you at the hotel?
Yes, I'm at the hotel.
Well, wait out front. I'll pick you up there.
Laura?
What are you going to tell her about me?
Laura? Tell her what? Laura knows you.
If it's Laura, I don't know how much access your stepmother will have to Laura's memory.
About time, too. Who's that? Oh, Bill Riley.
Laura, why didn't you stay at the hotel as we agreed? I wouldn't have left you there if I...
Oh, don't be a fool. Come on in. You too, Bill. Clean your shoes before you come in.
Laura, you've got to get out of here.
Oh, stop pretending, for heaven's sake. We all know I'm not Laura.
What can we do, Bill?
It's the house. She can't do it, I'm sure, unless Laura's here in the house. We'll have to get her out.
Try it. Go ahead, try it.
I got you out of this place last night, Laura. I'll do it again the same way if I have to.
Not today, you won't. That was Laura last night. Today, it's... You couldn't stand against me as a child, and you can't stand against me now.
Laura, we're getting out of here.
You're just as stupid as you always were, aren't you? You won't understand a thing that's told you until you get hurt. You lay a finger on me, and I'll claw your eyes out.
She probably will, Frank. It's not Laura you're dealing with now.
Well, I have to try. Now, Bill, help me, will you?
It's no good, Frank. She's too strong.
Oh,
you
Laura.
silly little boys. Both of you.
Come on.
Silly little boys. You may go now, Bill Riley. You serve no purpose
No,
here.
stay, Bill. It's my house, not hers.
Your house. Your house, indeed. It's not only my house, it's me. At that funeral, they buried a body. A body, nothing to do with me. This house is my body now, and it will stand for 100 years, hundreds of years, with you in it, and then your children, and then their children, all doing my bidding. Do you hear? You'll do exactly as I say. All of you, generations of you.
Can she, Bill? Can she do a thing like that?
I don't know. It's... I'm out of my depth.
You'll fill this house with children. I tell you to fill it with children, and you'll do it. And I shall rule. And I'll use this body of your precious Laura's until it grows old and useless. And then I'll take another from among your children. I'll live forever, and I'll rule.
Bill, what are you doing?
The only thing left to do. I'm setting fire to the curtains. I'm burning this monster right down to the ground.
Bill, for God's...
You want to save Laura? You heard what your stepmother said? The house is her body.
Both of you! Are you blind? The house is on fire.
Laura, we've got to get you out of
Help
here.
me! Why do you just stand there with... I see. All right, we'll all burn. The house, which is me, your precious Laura, you and your friend Bill, who was too stupid to get out when he had the chance. We'll all burn.
Get out, Bill. I'm not leaving without Laura.
We'll all go. We'll take Laura with us.
You stupid children. You never learn, do you? You tried to take me out of here only a minute ago. You saw what
Hit
happened.
her, Frank. Hit, gouge, claw, whatever. We've got to knock her out.
Laura, if there's any of you in there that can hear me, I'm sorry.
You'll be sorry for that, all right.
Laura. Oh, Lord, what have I done to her?
You saved her life, that's what you've done. Now let's get her out of this place.
I'm sorry, Laura. I had to do it. You don't know what it was like. What you were like. Only it wasn't you.
Oh, that beautiful house. That beautiful old house. They'll never be able to save it, will they?
No, thank God it's gone.
You know, I'm an arsonist. Are you going to turn me in?
Oh, don't be silly, Bill. You saved Laura's life. More than a life.
I know. It was an evil house.
There was nothing fake about it.
I thought I could fight her, but I couldn't. She was awful. And now the house is gone. Everything's gone.
That old house never looked better than it does on fire.
Ellingwood's stepmother, the unburied aspect of her, was either unspeakably evil or intolerably tortured. And who are we to say it was the one rather than the other? I'll be back shortly. The litigation involving the Ellingwood estate is still going on, and may go on forever. Frank and Laura live now in a slightly larger apartment in their old building. They needed an extra room because of Frank Jr., and they appreciate their happiness as people rarely do who have never come so close to losing it. Our cast included Francis Sternhagen, Ralph Bell, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I invite you now to join your imagination with that of Edgar Allan Poe, so that together you can create a tale of intense horror, to say nothing of mystery. You could have no better companion for such a joint venture, surely, because in all the world there's never been a more accomplished master of the macabre, the terrifying, the grisly. Master, did I say? Correction. Genius. In proof of which, listen. Our mystery drama, The Oblong Box, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Richard Mulligan. I've brought you in the course of our association many a strange and terror-ridden tale, but believe me, none that can surpass that which you're about to hear. It begins aboard the sailing ship Independence in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina in June of 1897. William Hopkins, an attorney of some importance, and his wife, Elvira, are standing by the ship's rail near the gangplank, watching the arrival of passengers with more than ordinary interest.
Well, it's close on departure time. Are you sure Cornelius Wyatt and his bride will be aboard?
Oh, it says so in the Charleston Herald yesterday, and I checked the passenger list, which plainly states Mr. and Mrs. Cornelius Wyatt, cabins C and D.
The cabin's directly across from ours. But why two?
One for Cornelius and his wife, and the other for, well, very likely they'll have a servant with them. Oh, Cornelius has gone far since our college days together 20 years ago. He's a world-famous artist now.
Do you think he'll remember you?
Oh, my dear Elvira, we were the closest of friends. I must admit, of course, that we didn't keep the friendship up through the years, but... Oh, yes, he'll remember me and well. And there, by heaven, there he comes.
Where? Where?
The carriage that just came onto the dock. The man in it is Wyatt, and the woman at his side must be his lovely new bride, Rachel.
But what in the world is in that wagon behind him? Will, it's the coffin. happened?
No, Elvira, no. That oblong box doesn't contain a corpse. It contains a priceless painting, a copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, done by his student Rubini. It's priceless.
How do you know all this?
The newspapers. There were several stories about Wyatt buying the painting and having a carefully boxed for the voyage to New York.
Well, it certainly looks for all the world like a coffin to me.
You must remember, dearest, the painting is 6 feet long and 2 feet wide and requires a box of that size. Wyatt and his bride are coming up the gangplank. I can't wait to see his face when he discovers his old friend Will Hopkins.
All right, mind handle that box with care, will you? You hear me, with care?
Oh, I'm anxious to see the face of his bride. That's a pretty heavy veil she's wearing.
She's beautiful, absolutely ravishing.
Why, Will, you've met her. You know her.
No, but I know Cornelius Wyatt. He could never stand an ugly woman, not even a plain one. Oh, no, nothing but the most beautiful of the female sex for good old Wyatt.
You fools, careful, I said. Incompetent idiots. I'll speak to Captain Hardy about this. And you, sir, where can I find Captain Hardy?
I'm afraid I don't know, Cornelius.
Cornelius? You address me with a familiarity, sir, that I don't... Well, hold a moment. You're...
Will Hopkins. Your old college friend, Will Hopkins.
Oh, yes, so you are.
Well, you certainly don't seem very happy to see me again after all these years.
No, most happy. Great pleasure, but I'm a bit upset at the moment. Good Lord, sir, what are you brainless sailors doing with that box? Damn it! I said keep it on an even keel and right side up.
Oh, come now, Wyatt. There's no damage done, and certainly a few bumps won't harm the painting if you pack it securely, that is.
The painting?
The copy of Da Vinci's Last Supper. You bought your bride as a wedding gift. It is what's in the box, isn't it? It's certainly not a corpse, Wyatt.
No, of course not.
And speaking of your bride, aren't you going to introduce me? Oh, good heavens, I forgot my manners. My wife, Elvira. Dear, this is my old friend, Cornelius Wyatt.
How do you do?
How do you do? My wife, Rachel.
How do you do?
Now, you'll excuse us, I'm sure. We've got to go at once to our cabin.
You mean your cabins, don't you, Mr. Wyatt? You have engaged two. We'd expected you to have a servant, Lord.
No servants. Luggage. Our luggage will go into the second cabin.
But you don't have enough luggage for... Oh, the oblong box, of course. You'll need the extra cabin for that.
Come along, Rachel.
No, but wait now, wait a moment. Surely we're going to have the pleasure of seeing your bride. I mean, won't she raise her veil so we can look at this beauty you've married?
Why, yes, I dare say. Rachel, my dear, will your veil... Not the beauty you expected, Hopkins?
Well, no, that is, yes, most attractive. You are indeed most attractive, Mrs. Wyatt, or Rachel, if I may.
Oh, of course you may.
And now you must excuse us. You men with the box, follow me, will you? And please be careful. Take care of it, will you? Take care! Take care of that.
Well, it's right. She's ugly.
Certainly not beautiful. Will?
Yes?
Don't you sense something peculiar about all this? Will?
Something wrong, Elvira?
The oblong box, it's in their cabin.
In the same cabin the Wyatts occupy?
Yes.
How do you know? Seems to me Wyatt's gone out of his way to keep their door closed at all times.
Well, just as I was coming down from my stroll on deck, their door opened and I saw Rachel go into the other cabin to get something from their luggage, I suppose. And before Mr. Wyatt could close the door, I saw it. The box.
But that makes no sense. These cabins are anything but spacious. In fact, they're downright tiny. That box must occupy practically the entire cabin.
Well, it does. That's why it took Mr. Wyatt some moments to close the door. He nearly fell over the box.
Well, this is the damnedest thing I've ever heard. They engage two cabins and use the extra one for only a couple of pieces of luggage and keep the box in their cabin. Well, it's idiocy, unless...
Yes?
That must be it. The painting is so valuable. In fact, Elvira, it's beyond price. Wyatt wouldn't even run the risk of letting it out of his sight, which reminds me... What do you say we have a look at it?
You mean ask to see it?
Of course. I'm not much on art masterpieces, but Well, a copy of The Last Supper done by one of Da Vinci's own pupils. Something to see, Elvira. Come along.
Well, Will, are you sure? I mean, yes, I'd adore seeing it, but... Well, your friend, Mr. Wyatt, wasn't exactly friendly, you know.
Oh, nonsense. Come along. Old Wyatt was in a bit of a stew, that's all.
What is it?
Your old friend, Will Hopkins, Wyatt.
What do you want?
Well, nothing, Wyatt. Nothing at all, if you're going to continue to be so standoffish.
No, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Hopkins. Really, I am. It's just that... Well, I've had a good many problems these past few weeks, and my nerves are a bit raw, I'm afraid. I'm truly sorry.
No, I am. I'm sorry I said what I did. After all, I ought to know you better.
I would ask you and your wife in, but as you can see, there's scarcely room to move about because of the box.
Oh, that's what we came about, Mr. Wyatt.
Meaning what, Mrs. Hopkins?
Why, Will thought you wouldn't mind if we had a look at the painting.
Oh, I see.
And... can we?
No, I'm sorry. It's out of the question. You see, I had to adopt extreme precautions in creating it, especially to guard against the dampness of a 6-day voyage to New York. The box is sealed. If I remove the lid, the seal will be broken.
Sealed? You don't say.
With melted wax. Believe me, I'd be more than glad to show you the painting, old friend, but it simply can't be done.
Oh, I understand.
I'm sorry, it must be that way, Hopkins, but that's the size of it. Would you excuse me now? I have matters to attend to.
Certainly, Mr. Wyatt.
Of course. I'm sorry, Elvira, that we couldn't, What's wrong?
Strange. Very strange.
Oh, now, will you stop? There's nothing strange about not wanting to open a box he's going to infinite pains to seal with melted wax.
But it isn't sealed with melted wax or anything else.
What do you mean?
You didn't smell it?
Well, now you mention it, there was an odor of some sort.
Yes, an odor of some sort. Bed, Will. It's 11 o'clock.
No, Elvira. I thought I might take a stroll on deck before turning in.
Oh, no. Do you think that's wise? There's a gale blowing.
Elvira, when it comes to exaggeration, no one can match you. I'd hardly call that a gale out there. A stiff wind, perhaps, but not a gale.
When it comes to splitting hairs, what's the difference between a gale and a stiff wind? I wouldn't know. Did you hear anything more about that leak in the hold?
Oh, yes. I talked to Captain Hardy. No problem. They caulked it without much trouble.
Strange, though, that... All right, I'm sorry. But it is strange that this ship was in dry dock for 3 weeks being recaulked before we sailed.
Oh, that's the kind of world we live in, Elvira. Nobody cares about doing a good workmanlike job anymore. I'm going on deck for around 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, do be careful, Will. Don't get blown overboard by that stiff wind.
Oh, don't worry. What?
Will? But what is it?
Well, this is the damnedest thing. The damnedest thing.
What?
Wait a minute, wait. Well, I'll be...
Will Hopkins, if you don't tell me what you...
Rachel Wyatt. She just came out of their cabin, looked up and down the passage to be sure she wasn't seen, and then, Elvira, she went into the cabin where they keep the luggage.
Well, maybe she needs something out of it.
Then why did she lock the door?
Locked it?
Locked it. And why did she look up and down the passage as if she were doing something secretive?
Well, since I'm no longer permitted to say I think something is strange.
Shh, listen.
What is that?
It's coming from the Wyatt cabin, and it sounds to me as if Wyatt's prying off the lid of that oblong box.
You're right. That's exactly what it sounds like. Exactly what it was.
Then it couldn't have been sealed.
I told you that.
But why would he lie? Especially to an old friend.
Well, Will, I may be given to exaggeration, but you are naive. Cornelius Wyatt no longer considers you an old friend or even a friend. He doesn't want anything to do with you. As for why he lied because he doesn't want you or me or anyone else to know what's in that box. What's really in that box.
Shh, listen.
No.
What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying as if his heart would break. This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony, Elvira.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box. Elvira, it can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you, I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose corpse?
Do you wonder if Elvira is right? Surely it would seem so. For how else explain the... Hopkins will forgive my use of the word, I trust. Strange goings-on in the Wyatt cabin. As it happens, I know the answer, since I've read the Edgar Allan Poe story. If you haven't, you must wait till I return shortly with Act 2. Well, now, where were we? Oh, yes. The Hopkins, Elvira and Will are totally baffled and just a bit uneasy about the curious actions of Cornelius Wyatt and his bride Rachel. As the sailing ship Independence makes its way from Charleston, South Carolina to New York, Will and Elvira burn with curiosity to know the contents of the coffin-like oblong box Wyatt brought aboard.
Rachel has spent the entire night in the other cabin. Now, what kind of way is that for a newly married couple to act? Her in one cabin, him in another, sobbing and crying his heart out all night long.
Maybe they had an argument, a lover's quarrel.
Oh, Will, you don't believe that, and neither do I. She didn't act as if they'd quarreled when she came out of the cabin, did she?
No, acted secretive, as if she didn't want anyone to see her going from one cabin to the other.
And then we heard him prying the lid off the box. The box he claimed was sealed. And we've heard him sobbing all through the night. I've said it before, Will, and I say it again. He's not carrying any valuable painting in that box. He's carrying a corpse.
But that's impossible. The captain would never allow it. A corpse on board a ship is thought to be a jinx. If the crew even suspected there was a corpse in that box.
But they don't. Wyatt has cleverly hoodwinked them and everyone else with the story that the box contains that painting, that copy of Da Vinci's Last Supper. No, Will, I tell you...
Shh, listen.
Oh, he's nailing the lid back on. What time is it?
6 a.m.
Then for 7 straight hours since 11 last night, he's been crying over whatever's in that box.
Shh, wait. I think I heard...
What? Heard what?
Let me just open our door a crack. There, Elvira. Just as I thought, Rachel has just come out of the adjoining cabin. Yes, looking up and down the passage to make sure she isn't discovered. And there she goes, back into Wyatt's cabin. Well, I'll be damned.
I'm frightened. Right down to my toes. Frightened to death. Will, how can you eat and so ravenously?
Because I'm hungry. What did we come up to the dining saloon for if not to have a good breakfast?
Well, I can't touch a thing. After the goings-on last night, and now hearing that foremast split and we're, what do they call it, hove to?
Only for a few hours, probably. Shouldn't take longer than that to repair it. Say, these eggs are tasty. You ought to try them.
I don't know how you can eat.
Because I'm not letting this oblong box business get me down the way you are.
Oh, aren't you?
You can see I'm not. And you know why? Because I've decided to take the bull by the horns and find out what is in that box before this day is out. That's why.
And how exactly do you propose to do that?
Don't know yet. Got to figure it out. In fact, I think I just have.
What do you mean?
Wyatt and his bride have just come into the saloon, see?
Yes, and they've seen us. changed direction and headed for that table way over in the corner instead.
Listen, I'm going down to their cabin while they're having breakfast, and I'm going to find out what's in the box.
Oh, no, you can't do that, Will. What if they discover you?
That's where you come in. You're going to see to it that they stay right here in the dining saloon till I get back.
Well, how can I possibly
Just go over to their table and start a conversation and keep it going till I return.
Will, I can't.
You can. They're just ordering breakfast, all right?
All right.
All right, back in 20 minutes or so.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Hopkins. Do you mind if I join you?
Why,
Well, Will's going for a walk on deck, and I couldn't possibly face that gale out there. I suppose you heard about the foremast splitting during the night. Oh, did it? Well, no, we hadn't heard. Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Will says they'll have it repaired in a matter of hours. Mr. Wyatt, you're not leaving.
Yes, excuse me.
But you haven't even started your breakfast.
I'm not hungry. Anything but hungry.
But, Mr. Wyatt... Oh, dear.
What in the... Hopkins, what the devil are you doing in my cabin?
Wyatt,
What are you doing with that knife in your hand?
Well, you see...
You were going to pry the lid off this box, weren't you? Off my box, my personal property. Ever since you set eyes on this box when I brought it aboard yesterday, you've been ravening to find out what's in it.
Nonsense. That's nonsense. I know what's in it. You yourself told me. A priceless copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper.
But you don't believe it.
No, of course I do. Why shouldn't I?
I don't know why you shouldn't. I only know you don't. Why else would you sneak into my cabin and try to pry open the box in my absence?
I didn't try to... Oh, all right, White, I did.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It was the wrong thing to do, but, well, damn it, man, I would like to have a look at that painting.
Get out of my cabin. Get out this instant. And while you're about it, get out of my life.
Why, you don't mean that. Surely you wouldn't dissolve a friendship such as ours because of...
What friendship? I haven't seen you in 20 years.
But we were such good friends in college.
Whatever we may have been, we no longer are. Now get out, Hopkins. Get out!
Mrs. Wyatt, how nice to find you here in the lounge.
Oh, Mrs. Hopkins.
Reading Godet's ladies' book, I see.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but I don't in the least care for the latest styles. Do you?
Oh, well, they're all right, I guess.
Oh, my dear, with all your money, I should think you'd be intensely interested in fashion. Though I did notice, you'll forgive my mentioning this, won't you, an older woman giving advice to a younger sister, I did notice that lovely, expensive dress of yours could fit a little better. Proper fitting is so important, don't you think?
Oh, yes. Yes, I just didn't have time to get it fit properly before we left Charleston.
Oh, you don't mind my mentioning it, do you? A little sound advice from an old married woman.
Oh, you're not old, Mom.
Mrs. Howe, I mean old married. Married many more years than you and Mr. Wyatt. In fact, you're not married even a week, are you?
Oh, few days is all.
Happy days, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
And nice? Mr. Wyatt.
Mrs. Hopkins?
Your dear wife and I were just discussing...
I would prefer, Mrs. Hopkins, that my wife and you discuss nothing, either now or at any other time.
Why, Mr. Wyatt...
I have already made plain to your husband, as I'm sure he will inform you, that I no longer consider him my friend and wish to have nothing whatever to do with him. And that, madam, applies to you as well. Come, Rachel.
Yes, sir. I mean, Cornelius.
Not his wife? You're telling me that the woman in that cabin across the passage, the woman Wyatt introduced as his wife, is not?
I don't think so, Will. In fact, I'm sure she's not.
Whatever in the world put such a thought in your head?
The little chat I had with her before Mr. Wyatt so rudely terminated it. A little chat I deliberately had with her because, quite frankly, Will, my suspicions had been aroused.
Aroused by what? And while you're telling me, I want to keep an eye out to see if Mrs. Wyatt, who is not Mrs. Wyatt, changes cabins again tonight.
For one thing, Will, you said Mr. Wyatt was interested only in the most beautiful of women. And Rachel Wyatt is altogether plain.
She's downright ugly, but that's no reason to suspect.
Also, when I was talking to her, she slipped and called me Mum.
Mum? Only a servant uses that word.
Exactly. Also, she slipped again and called Mr. Wyatt Sir. But over and beyond that, Will, what originally aroused my suspicion was her hands. I noticed those when Mr. Wyatt introduced us. They're not the hands of a lady, Will, but the hands of a servant. Hands decidedly work-worn.
But there's no sense to what you're saying, Elvira. You're saying that Cornelius Wyatt, a world-famous painter, a man of taste, discrimination, wealth, is married to a servant girl?
She's no gentlewoman, I can tell you that.
But good Lord, Elvira, if what you say is true, it makes this mystery all the more... Wait.
Is she... Again, is she?
Yes, leaving the Wyatt cabin. And yes, looking up and down the passage before slipping into the adjoining cabin. And now he's at it again, taking the lid off that oblong box. If what you say is true, Elvira, what does all this mean? I mean, what can it mean?
It can mean only one thing, that there is a corpse in that box. Oh, box my foot, it's a coffin. And the corpse is that of the real Mrs. Cornelius Wyatt. We'll come to bed. It's no affair of ours.
Maybe not of yours, but it is of mine. If Wyatt's in some sort of trouble, if he needs help and for one reason or another is shy of asking for it, it devolves upon me as his friend to assist him in any way I can.
After what he said to you and me...
Oh, one must make allowances if the trouble he's in is so serious, so unbearable, so... Elvira, I'm going over there.
To his cabin? Oh, Will, surely not.
Yes.
Well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I don't care what time it is. It's the least I can do, the very least.
Will, listen.
I'm going over there, I tell you.
All right. I know you better than to try and stop you. Just let me get my robe.
You stay here.
Oh, no. I'm not letting you go over there at 3 in the morning alone. You ask me, that man is dangerous.
Dangerous? Wyatt, don't be silly.
Don't you? There. I've got my robe on. If you still mean to go, then let's go.
All right. Come along. I'll knock. Wyatt, it's me, Will Hopkins. Open up. Wyatt, do you hear me?
It's very quiet in there, not like last night when he spent the whole night crying and sobbing and carrying on like I don't know what.
Wyatt? Let's go in, Elvira.
The cabin's empty.
And so is the box.
What?
Look, the box is open and there's nothing in it. Neither a painting nor a corpse.
Well, now then, where does that put us? Nothing in the oblong box. Neither the priceless copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, nor, as Elvira Hopkins seemed to suggest, the corpse of the real Mrs. Cornelius Wyatt. Baffling? Mystifying? I should say. And I'll have more to say when I return shortly with Act 3. Surprise. No, shock is the word to describe the feelings of Elvira and Will Hopkins when they discover that the coffin-like oblong box contains neither that priceless painting nor a corpse. My bump of curiosity is as fully developed as anyone's, I'd say, and frankly, at that point, I'd have dropped the whole business. But not Elvira and Will Hopkins. Not only had their curiosity been sharpened to a keen edge, but, as Will said...
Wyatt's in trouble, Elvira. Serious trouble.
But there's nothing in the box, so why do you think he's in trouble?
Because there was something in it, and whatever it was, he acted, well, damn strange. He said it contained a valuable copy of Da Vinci's Last Supper, and he couldn't open it because it had been sealed against the sea air with melted wax.
But he's opened it each night since we left Charleston.
And has sobbed his heart out all night long. Whatever he was sobbing over was in this oblong box, and it isn't here now. Where is it? And where's Wyatt at this hour of the morning? 3 a.m.? I tell you, he's in trouble. I feel it in my bones.
Will, someone's coming.
Rachel. Mrs. Wyatt from the other cabin.
If she is Mrs. Wyatt, which I doubt.
What are you doing here, Mr. Wyatt? My husband's cabin. The box. The box.
What about the box, Mrs. Wyatt?
Empty. Oh, God, I knew it. I knew it.
You what?
He's gone red. I knew he would. In my soul, I knew it. Now he has. God, he has.
Why do you think that?
The box. The empty box.
What about the empty box?
I can't bear it anymore. I can't.
Here. Now, Mrs. Wyatt, try to control yourself.
He's mad. Gone mad. He's gone mad.
I'm sorry, but you must pull yourself together if you want us to help you.
Help me. You can't help me. You can't help him. It's too late. It's too late. His mind is broken.
But why? Because of what?
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Will, I think we'd better find Captain Hardy.
I think we better find Wyatt. I'm going up on deck to see if I can locate him.
I'm coming with you.
Cold and windy up on deck. Maybe you better stay here.
Right now, Will, I'm not staying alone anywhere. It's colder and windier than I thought it would be.
Here, put my jacket around.
No, Will, I'll be all right.
Do as I tell you for once.
Oh, yes, Will, yes. Oh, thank you, dear. That is better.
Now, come on, let's see if we can find him.
Will, there he is, standing at the rail, gazing off across the water.
There's someone with him, a woman, standing beside him.
One of the passengers.
Maybe, only... If it is, I've never seen her before.
Well, I didn't get a good look.
Well, you will as soon as that light from the portside lamp falls across her face again. There.
Yes. Oh, I see her clearly now. Will, I have never seen anyone so beautiful. She's ravishing.
She's that, all right. Absolutely lovely face. That long blonde hair blowing in the breeze. No wonder he was holding her close to him. Oh, hey, look. Kissing her now.
Well, that's one for the books. If the woman he came aboard with, the woman he claims is his wife, if she is his wife, then what is he doing up here on deck with her?
You got me.
And she isn't one of the passengers, or if she is, this is the first time I've seen her.
Then who the devil can she be?
Oh, good Lord.
Elvira?
I think I'm going to faint. Take me below to our cabin.
Yes, but what is it?
A terrible thought, a horrible thought, horrible.
What horrible thought?
The thought that whoever she is, or whatever she is, Will, she must have been in that box.
Madness. Absolute madness, Elvira, to even think such a thing. Wait, you sound as insane as Rachel Wyatt says he is.
The woman in that cabin is not Rachel Wyatt.
Oh, come now, Elvira.
The truth, the plain, simple truth, staring us in the face is that the woman on the deck with him is the real Mrs. Wyatt. Or what?
Oh, don't tell me again. Just please don't tell me again what you think. Elvira, it's too horrible. Someone at the door, 3:30 in the morning. Thank you.
What is it?
One of the crew handed me this. It's a note from Captain Hardy. He wants to see me in his cabin at once. Urgent, he says.
Well, at this hour of the morning it must be. What in the world would he want to see you about?
Only one way to find out.
Sit down, Mr. Hopkins, sit down.
Thank you, Captain.
Mr. Hopkins, as you know, we've had nothing but bad weather and bad luck since leaving Charleston Harbor 3 days ago.
I guess all your passengers are aware of that, Captain.
Yes. We sprung a seam, the foremast developed a bad crack, And there have been other problems which, frankly, I've concealed from the passengers so as not to alarm them.
It's understandable, but...
I will tell you in all confidence, Mr. Hopkins, in confidence, man, that we couldn't manage to caulk that seam properly in these heavy seas. It's getting worse. Even worse, the repair to the foremast isn't holding. And if the foremast goes, we'll be in serious trouble. There's a force 6 gale out there right now, Mr. Hopkins, and it's whipping up.
But, Captain, why are you telling me all this? What can I do?
Well, you can tell me something that I need to know, that the crew needs to know. It's got them worried.
I still don't...
Mr. Hopkins, I'm given to understand that you are a very close friend of Mr. Cornelius Wyatt's. Mr. Hopkins, what is Mr. Wyatt carrying in that oblong box?
Why, a copy, a priceless copy of The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci.
Have you seen it?
No.
Well, the crew are beginning to think that it contains a body, a corpse. And that because of it, this ship is jinxed.
Yes, I'm aware of the superstition.
I find myself in a position where I must assure the crew that their suspicions are unfounded. Accordingly, I ask you to go to your friend at once now and get from him the truth of what is in that oblong box. If it's the painting, well and good.
And if it's a corpse?
Well, then I shall be well within my rights as captain of this vessel to take proper action.
And that would be?
To consign the body to the sea.
For God's sakes, Elvira, what sense is there in asking Wyatt to show me what's in the box when he's damn well going to refuse? And when we've got a pretty good idea of what is in the box?
Then you agree with me, finally. You think it's a corpse.
I don't. I think it's the woman we saw on deck with Wyatt.
And you know the thought that crossed my mind about that.
A thought too horrible, just too revolting, gruesome even to contemplate. Who would take a corpse on deck? Who would make love to a corpse?
A madman would. A man who'd gone out of his mind. Will, what was that?
If you ask me, Captain Hardy's worst fears have been realized. The foremast is broken.
Will, that bell. Will, isn't that the signal for the boat station?
God help us, it is.
Oh, Will, what's going to happen to us? What are we going to do?
Head for our boat station, that's what. Come on, come on.
Oh, wait, with my jewelry.
The hell with the jewelry, woman. Come on. Now, who can that be?
Oh, Mr. Hopkins, help me. Help me.
Mrs. Wyatt.
I'm not Mrs. Wyatt. I'm not his wife. I'm only a servant. A married servant. Oh, help me. He's gone mad. Not his wife, his servant. Hers. Rachel Carruthers. Her servant until she died within 2 days of her marriage.
Died within 2 days?
He went out of his mind with grief. He didn't know what he was saying or doing. All he knew, all he could think of was they'd planned this voyage for their honeymoon, and there was no stopping him. He would take her on the honeymoon he promised. Take her dead or alive. Take her dead. God in heaven, how right I was. How horribly right.
Never mind that now. We're wasting precious time. Come on. We must get to the lifeboat.
But what about him?
Him? Wyatt?
Yes, he's in there now, sitting beside her coffin. I tried to tell him we were in danger, but he wouldn't listen.
All right. I'll see what I can do. Elvira, you and Rachel, Mary, whatever, get to the boat.
Oh, but you...
I'll join you.
Will!
I promise I'll join you, but I must try to save Wyatt if I can. Go now, the two of you. Go!
No, not without you. Remember, I'll not go without you, Will.
Wyatt.
Yes?
Wyatt, the ship's in danger. It may be foundering. That bell you hear, it's a call to all boat stations.
Oh.
Wyatt, stop sitting there staring at a corpse.
Corpse?
The corpse, the body of your wife, your dead wife.
She's not dead, Hopkins. That's what they said, the doctors, but they were wrong. Only sleeping, she's only sleeping, Hopkins. And soon she'll wake up very soon now.
Wyatt.
Isn't she beautiful? Isn't she the loveliest creature you ever seen on this earth, Hopkins?
Will you listen to me? The ship is foundering. If we don't get to the boats, we'll drown. Wyatt will drown.
Drown? Did you say drown?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Drown.
No,
Hopkins, she'll not drown. Not my Rachel. Rachel, dear. Can you hear me?
Quiet, what are you doing?
Come, darling. Time to wake up. Sweetheart.
In heaven's name, man, she's dead.
Rachel.
Dead, do you hear me?
I can't wake her. Deep asleep, in a deep sleep, Hopkins. And help me.
How?
Lend a hand. I've got to get her on deck into a lifeboat. Can't let her drown. Give me a hand here.
You're not going to try to get...
What else can I do? She's sound asleep.
She's dead. Dead.
There. She's sitting up.
Oh, good Lord.
Now we'll just... Hopkins, if you'll only just please help me to get her out of this box.
Quiet. Come to your senses.
There. She's on her feet.
Oh, my Lord.
In a deep sleep. But that's all right. I'll walk her. We'll walk her up to the boat. Get your arm around her, Hopkins, on the other side.
No.
Hopkins, I can do this alone, but it would help if you...
No.
Damn it, Hopkins! Will you please?
No! There. That better, Elvira? More comfortable.
I'll be all right, Will. A lifeboat isn't expected to be the most comfortable place in the world.
Mary.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm all right.
She's going down, I think. The ship getting lower in the water. Captain, is she?
Yes. Foundering.
Look! Oh, look! What is it, Mary? It's him! Mr. Wyatt, there on deck! You see? Oh, no. Oh, he brought a corpse on deck. Look, he's propping it against the rail, his arm around it. Oh, he's kissing it. Will, how gruesome.
Beautiful, though, in a way. Somehow, beautiful.
Beautiful? How can you say that?
Because to him, she's still alive. And if there is a life after death, she must know that few men have ever loved a woman as he loves her.
She's going now. My ship going.
And they with her. Please, God, be with them. Please.
I hope you enjoyed the Oblong Box. And if you did, we'll think for a moment on the memory of Edgar Allan Poe, to whom we owe the macabre pleasure of the last hour. Like Oscar Wilde's, his was a life of torment that came to a tragic end. Yet, out of the crucible of his torment and tragedy came infinite pleasure for others. Something to ponder on, I think. Don't you? I'll be back shortly. I heard recently that a little cottage on the Grand Concourse in the borough of the Bronx, New York City, is to be torn down. Why? Because it is constantly vandalized, and the city can no longer afford to keep it up. When I was very young, I went to visit it more than once, and stood in the tiny room where a beloved young wife died, and a grief-ridden husband drowned his grief in alcohol, but where he also wrote the story you heard tonight. I say no more. What more is there to say? Our cast included Richard Mulligan, Grace Matthews, Bryna Rayburn, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Marshall. Welcome to the world of... No, not your imagination this time, but that of a man, a writer, who had more than enough for both of us. This time, then, I bid you relax, let your imagination take a holiday, as I bring you not only a story of horror, but of wit and brilliance. Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray. Our mystery drama, The Picture of Dorian Gray, was especially adapted from the Oscar Wilde classic for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Nick Pryor. Nothing is new under the sun. Women's lib is as old as the Greeks, and the vaunted liberality of our times, do your own thing. Live today, pay tomorrow. Whatever is pleasurable is right, was more than anticipated by a certain Victorian named Oscar Wilde, who in 1891 wrote The Picture of Dorian Gray. Come with me now to the London studio of the celebrated portrait painter Basil Hallward. A handsome young man, Dorian Gray, is having his portrait painted as he chats with Lord Henry Wotton, a rather dissolute, depraved man about town.
Please don't move about so much, Dorian. And don't pay any attention to what Lord Henry says. He has a very bad influence on people.
Have you, Lord Henry? A bad influence on people?
There is no such thing as a good influence, Mr. Gray. All influence is immoral.
Oh, why?
Because to influence a person is to give him one's own soul. He does not think his own thoughts or burn with his natural passions.
And so when one person influences another, if you were to influence me, for example,
your individuality would be to that degree destroyed.
Just turn your head a little more to the right, Dorian.
Well, I doubt if you could influence me very much, Sir Henry. I'm told you're a very wicked man.
Wicked? I only believe in living my life fully, completely, and giving expression to every thought, reality, to every dream. Most men believe in virtue. I believe in sin.
In sin?
Dorian, don't move, please.
But of course, the only way to get rid of a temptation is to yield to it.
A provocative thought, Lord Henry.
The truth, nothing more. You, Mr. Gray, you yourself, a fresh youth of 20 summers, you have already had passions that made you afraid, thoughts that filled you with terror, daydreams and sleeping dreams whose mere memory might bring a flush of shame to your cheeks.
Perhaps.
Take my advice. Live while you're young. Youth is the one thing worth having.
Oh, I don't feel that way, Lord Henry.
Because you are young. Have your youth. But someday when you're old and wrinkled and ugly, when thought has seared your forehead with its lines, and passion branded your lips with its hideous fires, then you will feel it. You will feel it terribly.
You talk too much, Harry, and frankly, I don't much care for these thoughts you're putting into Dorian's head. Well, you'll not talk any longer. The portrait is finished. Come and look at it. Oh. Well, Dorian, what is it? Why did you draw back from your portrait? Don't you like it?
I like it too much. Too much.
Well, what do you mean?
You have painted me as I am, but as Lord Henry just said, someday I shall be old, wrinkled, ugly.
Oh, come, Mr. Gray, don't take me too seriously. Many, many years will pass before you are old.
But why should it be that way? Why should this portrait keep what I must lose? If it were only the other way. If the picture could change, and I could always be what I am now. I'd sell my soul to the devil if that could be true. The portrait's falling to the floor. God in heaven, Hallward, Lord Henry, You don't think the devil hurt me, do you?
Nothing as supernatural as all that, Dorian. I've been meaning to fix a cracked leg in that easel for weeks, and it finally broke, that's all.
Is the portrait damaged?
No, not in the least.
Are you, Mr. Gray?
I? Damaged?
Did you mean what you said about selling your soul to the devil?
I'm not sure. But you never know. If the portrait could grow old instead of me, I think I might. I really think I might.
Beg pardon, Mr. Gray.
Yes, Parker, what is it?
Miss Vane calling, sir.
At this hour of the morning, it's not yet 10 o'clock. Well, show her in, Parker.
Thank you, Parker, but I'm already in.
Yes.
Sybil, my darling, this is indeed a surprise.
An unpleasant one, Dorian.
Oh, my dear, we're engaged to be married. How could seeing you be unpleasant?
Well, since you haven't seen me in over a week and have broken 2 engagements with me, I thought it might be.
Oh, no, not at all. It's just that I've been terribly busy. Come now. Don't frown at me like that. Give me a kiss to show you forgive me.
Oh, Dorian, you smell of brandy.
I had a drink, yes.
So early in the day?
Well, I wasn't feeling well. I thought it might make me feel better.
Dorian, what's happened?
Happened?
You've changed. You're not the same man I fell in love with, consented to marry. You haven't been the same since that portrait of you over the fireplace came into this house.
Oh, that's a silly thing to say. You're certainly not blaming my portrait for what I do.
No, I simply date the change in you from the day it was finished.
But there is no change in me. You only imagine...
Did I imagine you're not calling on me in a week? Did I imagine you're ignoring my messages? And the stories that I'm hearing about you? Do I imagine them?
What stories?
Stories concerning you and Lord Henry Wotton. Stories so coarse, so wild that I dare not repeat them.
He is anything but wicked, Sybil. He lives differently from most others, that's all. He believes in doing what you want to do, in living freely, without constraint.
Do you believe in that, too?
I don't quite know.
Dorian, darling, it's one thing to be free, another to be depraved.
You think me depraved?
I think that you're easily led, and that Lord Henry is leading you into a life you'll have reason to regret. Oh, Dorian, don't look at me as if you hated me. I'm only saying these things to you because I love you. I love you deeply, devotedly, passionately. You're so precious to me. So precious, I think I'd die if anything happened to you.
Oh, forgive me, Sybil. You are just as precious to me, as precious as life itself.
Oh, Dorian, my dear.
Oh, sweetheart. Are you free this evening? Can you dine with me?
Of course.
Then I'll call for you at 8 sharp.
Oh, wonderful. I'll spend the entire day looking forward... What? That's odd.
What?
Your portrait.
Odd? What's odd about it?
Well, this is only the second time I've seen it, but it seemed to me that the first time I saw it, it seemed that it was a superb likeness of you.
Oh, it is. Basil Hallward is one of the most brilliant portrait painters in all of Europe.
Yes, there's no doubt of that, but there's something a little wrong with the mouth.
Darling, there's always something a little wrong with the mouth.
No, be serious. Your mouth is gentle and sensitive, almost tender. And the mouth of the portrait, don't you see it? It has almost a cruel look about it.
Nonsense. It must be the light.
No, I think it's more than that.
No, you imagine things. Tonight at 8.
Dorian? Oh, Dorian. I knew that was you turning into Bond Street.
Oh, hello, Basil.
How are you? Let me look at you. Oh, by by heaven, you're the handsomest young hellion in all of London.
Hellion?
There's a good deal of talk going on round about your escapades, Dorian. Yours and Lord Henry.
I think it's called sowing one's wild oats, Basil, nothing more.
I'm not sure. You certainly don't look as if you've been leading a dissipated life. Clear eyes, healthy skin. Ah, you delight my painter's eye, Dorian. But of course, that's why I wanted to do your portrait in the first place. And why I want your permission to exhibit it.
Exhibit it?
Yes.
I'm afraid I can't.
What? You can't?
Let's say I prefer not to.
Oh. I see. Well, it's yours, of course, and you've every right to do with it as you wish.
And I don't wish it to be exhibited. No hard feelings, I hope.
Why, no, of course not. Dorian, will you be home later in the day?
Yes, why?
Well, it needs to be varnished, the portrait. It's more than a month now since I finished it. Time to give it a protective coating. Shall we say 4 o'clock? Well, shall we?
I'm afraid you've forced me to tell you something I'd rather not reveal to you, Basil.
Oh?
There isn't any portrait. I destroyed it.
What? Oh, you don't mean that.
I do indeed.
You destroyed one of my finest... Why, in heaven's name, man, why?
I simply didn't care for it, that's all.
Well, you liked it well enough the first time you saw it.
Very true, but the more I looked at it, the more I felt it wasn't me.
I see that the stories about you are true. I was afraid they might be once I heard you'd become close friends with Harry Wotton.
Your friend, too, Basil.
Yes, but I'm older than you by 20 years, Dorian, and not easily led. Or rather misled.
I am not being misled. I'm being taught. Instructed, if you will, in what real pleasures life can hold if one will only let himself go.
Remove it, sir?
You heard me, Parker. I want the portrait taken down from over the fireplace and carted off to the attic.
Whatever you say, sir, of course. But might I venture to suggest that if you had it placed in a different light...
What has a different light to do about it?
The light changes a good deal during the day, and the portrait seems to change with it.
You've noticed the change, then?
Oh, yes, sir. The changes that take place in the differing light altogether are fascinating, sir.
Much as I shall be sorry to deprive you of your entertainment, Parker, have it taken to the attic.
I'll do it first thing in the morning, sir.
No, damn it! You'll do it now!
It would seem that Dorian Gray's wish is coming true. That the portrait is beginning to show the ravages of his dissipations, not he. But if that is so, and certainly it seems to be, what price will he be forced to pay before the end is reached? Who sells his soul to the devil deals with a harsh bargainer. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Fearing the loss of youth, even though only 20 years old, young Dorian Gray states that he would be willing to sell his soul to the devil if he could remain young always, while Basil Hallward's portrait of him grows old. Seemingly the devil has taken him at his word, for as Dorian Gray becomes more depraved and dissolute, the portrait shows the increasing ravages of the life he leads, while he remains the same handsome youth who sat for the picture some months ago. But his fiancée, Sybil Vane, is not fooled.
I beg you, as you love me, Dorian, give up this sordid life, this life of gutter pleasures.
How do you know what kind of life I lead, Sybil? You don't live it with me.
Reports of your disgusting escapades, yours and Lord Henry's, are known in every drawing room in London. If you love me, you'll give them up.
Ah, but you see, that's the point. I don't love you.
Don't say that, Dorian. Even if you mean it only to wound me, to strike back, don't say it.
It's of no consequence to me whether I wound you or not.
You're not yourself.
Not myself. My dear, I am more myself than I have ever been in all my life before. In any case, I am sufficiently myself to tell you now what, for so-called reasons of decency, I have not told you before. I no longer love you. In fact, Sybil, I'm through with you.
Dorian, you loved me.
No longer.
You gave me your heart, your very soul.
My heart, I take back. As for my soul, it belongs to another, I'm afraid.
I can't believe this. You look unchanged. You look as you've always looked. Gentle, tender, compassionate, and kind. But you are not. You're cruel and vicious and ruthlessly selfish. You've become an animal.
Be grateful, then, that I'm releasing you from any obligation we may have had. And please, don't be tiresome. Just go now, won't you?
I love you.
Whom did you say, Parker?
Mr. Basil Hallward, sir.
That's who I thought you said. Well, I'm already late for the opera. Tell him I'm not at home.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Hallward, but Mr. Gray is not... Mr. Hallward, please, you can't go in there.
Hallward, how dare you?
I must see you.
I thought you wished never to see me again.
I am not here from choice, Dorian. What did you do to Sybil Vane?
I? Nothing. Whatever has been done to Sybil Vane, she did to herself.
What do you mean by that nonsense?
Simply that I told her I no longer love her and want none of her.
Sybil is dead, Dorian. By her own hand.
Pity. And now, if you'll excuse me...
You aren't going to the opera.
Why, yes.
You have just heard of the death of the woman you loved. The woman who took her own life for love of you. And you can go to the opera.
Death, my dear Hallward, is a most unpleasant subject. And I live only for pleasure. Good night.
Coming. Why, Mr. Dorian, sir, did you forget your key?
Damn it, man. Would I be standing out here in the cold, banging away at the door if I hadn't? Come in, Harry.
Sir Henry, let me take your hat and cloak, sir.
You may go to bed, Parker.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Well, and where shall we go after a brandy or two, Harry?
I shall go home, I think.
But the evening's young.
I am not.
A brandy or two will revive you, and then we'll be off to where? I'm in the mood for a pipe, so...
No opium for me tonight, Dorian.
Oh, come along now. We'll go to that little dive down in Wapping by the dock.
No, not tonight.
But you can't ask me to go alone.
I'm not asking you to go at all.
Harry, what's come over you?
Age, my dear fellow. I get tired these days. I am growing old, Dorian. A life of pleasure does exact payment. Though I must say, you look as if you keep up with your payments easily.
I have no complaint.
How do you do it? In the last 6 months, since we first met in Hallward's studio, we have indulged ourselves in every form of vice, every variety of sin, giving full vent to our passions, and yet, well, look at me. I have aged 20 years in these 6 months keeping up with you. But you are as fresh and healthy and young as ever you were. How do you do it?
Shall I show you my secret?
Show me.
I keep a diary. A rather remarkable diary, Harry. In it is recorded every single action of mine since that fatal day.
Fatal day?
The day we met.
I thought you were grateful for our meeting. Why do you say fatal day?
Come and read my diary, and you'll see. Bring your brandy.
All these stairs, Dorian. Where are you taking me?
The attic.
Keep your diary in the attic?
You'll see. Here we are. Wait a moment while I light a candle. All right, Harry. There. In that corner.
I can't see a thing. Too dark. Too many shadows.
It's a dark diary, Harry. And it has many shadows. Here. Take this candle. Now, go forward.
Good Lord.
I thought you'd be shocked, Harry.
Shocked? I'm shattered. Where did you get this hideous painting?
Basil Hallward.
Impossible. Basil never painted anything as unholy, ungodly as this.
Well, really, he didn't. I did.
You?
And you.
Dorian, I'm tiring quickly of your veiled answers. What is this thing?
It is a portrait done by Basil Hallward. It is the portrait of Dorian Gray.
Of you? This is the portrait he finished that day?
It was. It no longer is.
But I don't understand that. What has happened here?
What indeed?
Dorian, tell me, what?
I made a wish. In Hallward's studio, you remember?
No.
I said I would willingly sell my soul to the devil if I could remain forever youthful, no matter what excesses of physical pleasure I indulged in, and only this portrait aged.
Yes, now I remember, yes.
The devil heard and remembered, even though you did not.
But it's incredible.
So had been the vile delights you revealed to me, Harry. The gutter pleasures, as Sybil termed them.
Sybil Vane, your fiancée?
Yes. She's dead, Harry.
Oh, no.
Ah, yes. And by her own hands.
Suicide? Why?
Why?
She was such a lovely thing, fresh as a rose, innocent as a new fallen snowflake. You break my heart to tell me this. Why would she have done such a thing?
Well, she didn't. I did.
You?
And again, you.
Damn, enough of this, I say. What in hell's name are you getting at?
I think the truth.
What truth?
That you were wrong. Tragically wrong. You said that day in Basil's studio, the body sins once and has done with its sin, for action is a mode of purification. Oh, Harry, how wrong you were.
Not wrong. Beaten, whipped, vanquished, conquered by my own vices.
And you led me into a life of sin?
Led? Who led? You wanted it. I tell you truly that I have never been so appalled by such viciousness as I found in you.
You said... That day you said, the only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it.
But I might have added that the only way to overcome temptation is to fight it. What are you holding there in your hand? I can't see in the candlelight. What?
A knife.
What are you going to do with it?
Kill you.
Why?
You deserve to die. Or put another way, you don't deserve to live.
You will never learn, will you? Life isn't something you deserve. It's a burden you must carry.
And be grateful to me, Harry. I am about to relieve you of yours. No! A good deed. Well done. Do you not agree, portrait? Speak to me, my likeness. My soul, have I not done well to rid the world of this creature? Speak! I tell you, speak! Oh, Lord! What's this? The hands of the portrait, bloodied. One with the blood of Harry, but the other... Ah, yes, Sybil. Poor, dear, innocent Sybil. Oh, Lord! I fall on my knees and beg you. Forgive me. Forgive me. I knew not what I did. You knew. Die! And you will pay. Pay. How much more? How much
much more?
How much more, indeed? Why is it that the pleasure of minutes must be paid for in hours? As you sow, so shall you reap? Is that it? Appears that way. Well, Dorian Gray sowed much seed, and his reaping of the harvest was not yet over, as we'll hear when I return shortly with Act 3. The mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceeding fine, as they did and were yet to do for Dorian Gray. See him as he sits now, near 3 in the morning, in the library of his London house, a youth uncommonly handsome, not a line in his attractive face, the personification of young innocence. Yet in the attic above stands the portrait of not him, but his soul, a soul made hideous by unmentionable sins.
Oh, Basil, I'm grateful to you for coming. I cannot tell you how grateful.
You should be. Candidly, I don't know why I came, but the message you sent with Parker, well, I'd be inhuman not to answer such a plea, even from the likes of you.
Sit down. Let me give you a brandy.
No. Now tell me what you want of me and be quick about it.
Oh, I need your help. I am desperate.
So I gathered from your message.
Will you help me?
I should not be here at 3 in the morning otherwise. Yes, I'll help you if I can, though you don't deserve it. I'll do it for the friendship we once had.
Well, I went to the opera tonight with Sir Henry.
You forget I brought you the news of Sybil Vane's death.
Oh, yes, and you were scandalized, justifiably so, that I should still attend the opera. On our return here, Harry and I quarreled. And Basil, I killed him.
Dorian.
I stabbed him to death. At this moment, his body lies upstairs in the attic.
The attic?
It was there I killed him, in a sudden fit of rage.
What in the world were you doing in the attic?
I had taken him there to show him my portrait.
What portrait?
The one you did of me.
The one I... What, Dorian, you told me you destroyed it.
I lied. I didn't want you to exhibit it. You couldn't have in any case, but I didn't even want you to see it.
Why in heaven's name not?
You will see when we go up.
You want me to go up there?
Basil, you must get rid of the body for me.
What? Are you mad? It would involve me in a murder.
A murder for which you bear as much responsibility as I.
Responsibility? I bear as much as...
You painted the portrait. You introduced me to Sir Henry. Had it not been for either, I should not be in this frightful situation.
Nonsense. You can't blame me for what you
yourself... Help me. I beg you.
I tell you no. Get someone else. Anyone. Or do it yourself.
I can't. I dare not touch the body. I dare not even go near it. It revolts me.
If I were to consent to this, how am I to get rid of the body?
You came in your carriage, did you not?
Yes.
All right. You have only to carry the body down from the attic, put it in your carriage, drive to the river, and dump it in.
What if I am seen?
Well, you must take care not to be. Basil, please, for the friendship you once bore me, for the responsibility you do bear in all this, whether you agree or not, please.
Well, I can at least go up with you and see what may be done.
Thank you, Basil, thank you. I'll take the candelabra. Follow me. Take care, Basil. Don't stumble. There.
Whatever Harry may have been, he was my friend. But I cannot help but say, the world is well rid of him.
As it will be of me.
I'll not deny it. No. Where is the portrait?
Oh, you don't want to see that.
Dorian, If you wish me to help you get rid of Harry's body, then you'll have to let me see the portrait. It's that or nothing.
Very well. It's there, in the corner. Here, take the candelabra.
Oh, thank you. You see? Oh, but this is horrible. It's hideous. I never painted this.
No, I did.
No, it can't be. The room is damp. Mildew has got into the canvas. That would account for the green splotches on the cheeks. The paints I used had some mineral poison in them. Hence the cancerous growths on the nose, the forehead. Oh, heaven help me. This is the face of a monster.
Yes, Basil. The face of a monster. The face of my soul.
If this is what you are, truly are.
It is. I am.
Then I'll have nothing to do with you. Oh, you're not human. You're a devil. A fiend. Oh, let me out of here.
Wait. You said you'd help.
I must get out of here. I must leave this hellhole you call a home.
Basil. No, come back. Help me, Basil. You must help me. Help me. Someone help me. Oh, help me. Yes, come. What now, Parker?
You have visitors, sir.
Who?
Miss Catherine Wilson from British Charities.
Oh, yes. Yes, show her in. Parker?
Sir?
You conveyed my order to the other servants?
About the attic, oh, yes. No one will enter the attic, sir, without your permission.
Not even you?
Not even I, sir.
Show Miss Wilson in.
You come this way, Miss Wilson. Miss Catherine Wilson.
Good of you to come, Miss Wilson. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Mr. Gray. May I say it's good of you to wish to contribute so handsome a sum to our charity.
Yes, tell me about your charity. How will the money I give you be spent?
Oh, in many ways. To help poor children, orphans, widows in need of assistance, young people...
Young people?
Well, yes. Young men, young women, many of whom need help in all sorts of ways. Why do you look at me like that?
What did you say your name is?
Catherine Wilson. Why do you ask?
You look very much like a young woman I was engaged to marry once. It's strange. You didn't look like her when you came in, but now you seem to be changing before my very eyes.
No, Mr. Gray. I am me.
No, you're not. You're Sybil Vane.
Mr. Gray.
You're Sybil. Only you can't be because you're dead.
Dead.
You are dead, aren't you?
Please, Mr. Gray, take your hands off me. What's come over you, sir?
You're not dead. You are here. It is you. Oh, Sybil. Sybil, my darling.
Mr. Gray.
No, don't pull away. Let me hold you, embrace you, love you as I once. Oh, good Lord. Oh, what am I doing? You're not Sybil Vane.
Mr. Gray, I'm afraid you're ill, not yourself. I shall come back some other day.
No.
Good day, Mr. Gray.
Oh, what happened to me? What is happening to me?
Sir, are you all right? The young lady said she thought you were ill.
I confess, I don't feel altogether well.
Some brandy, sir?
Yes. Please, Harry.
Beg pardon, sir.
What?
I think you called me Harry.
Oh, how could I possibly have called you Harry? Harry's dead.
Sir Henry dead, sir?
What? What?
Sir, you are ill. No, don't try to get up, sir. Right there. I'll fetch the brandy.
Yes, do that.
You'll forgive my saying so, sir, but to judge from Sir Henry's high spirits when you returned from the opera last night, he has many years yet to live.
In hell?
Sir, you were saying the strangest things. Here, drink this.
Oh, thank you, Harry.
Sir, it's Parker, your manservant.
The best servant a man ever had. A devoted man, more friend than servant. Better friend than any of them. Better friend than you are, Harry.
You swine, sir.
Get out, Harry. Damn you. Get out!
Mr. Dorian, sir.
What, Parker?
Sir, I'm going to fetch the doctor.
Doctor?
The doctor can help me, Parker. Oh, Mr. Differ, sir. I shall fetch him at once.
Who's there?
Only Parker, sir. It's 11 o'clock. I thought I'd just look in on you before retiring. How do you feel, sir?
Not well. I can't sleep.
The powders the doctor prescribed, they don't help?
They've made me worse, if anything. Filled my head with all sorts of fearful thoughts, Parker. Nightmarish thoughts of death, decay. What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
Now, Mr. Dorian, don't take on so. Why, for a man like you to have thoughts of death, that's ridiculous, sir. Look at you, so young, so handsome, so full of spirit.
I am old and ugly and decayed.
Sir, if you could see yourself in the glass, but never mind now. Here, let me pull the quilt up around your shoulders, and then you'll sleep.
One thing more. Who was that at the front door earlier tonight?
Oh, nothing important, sir. It was a message from Mr. Hallward's housekeeper, sir.
Basil's housekeeper? Why would she send a message?
Well, she thought you'd want to know, since you were one of his closest friends.
Were?
Well, I'm sorry to tell you he's dead, sir.
How?
He took his own life, sir.
Oh,
sir. Sir, I shouldn't have told you. I'll fetch the doctor.
No.
You need help.
Yes. And you can help me, Parker.
Anything, sir, anything.
Help me to the attic.
The attic?
I feel too weak to go alone. Nor do I dare go alone. And there is something I must do. Help me, good friend. Please help me.
Careful. Let me get an arm around you.
The candle. Can you manage?
Easily.
Let us go then.
Here we are, sir. What is it you wish to do?
I shall need a knife.
I'll go down and fetch it.
No need. Shine that candle over there.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dorian, that looks like a body, a dead body.
It is Sir Henry's body.
Sir Henry?
I murdered him last night with a knife. It is in his back. Take it out and bring it to me.
Oh, sir.
You said you would help me.
Yes, and I shall. The knife, sir.
And now, the portrait.
Mr. Hallward's painting of you. The one we brought up here months ago.
It is still there, in the corner, amidst the shadows. I must destroy it
Oh, no, sir. Bring the candle. Sir, I don't know what this is all about, Sir Henry. Murder, destroying your portrait, one of the most beautiful paintings that ever... Oh, no. Yes. Now you see why it must be destroyed. And will be destroyed by me. Now! There! Into hell with you! And there! Burn in the nethermost fires of the pit. Suffer every torture and torment the devil can heap upon you for the purification of your soul. Mr. Dorian! Mr. Dorian! The portrait! Look at the portrait! Changing. Heaven protect us, it's changing before my very eyes. That hideous monster is becoming young and handsome and the beautiful. It's you, sir. You, as Mr. Hallward painted you. Here, let me hold you up so you can look for... Oh, you are becoming... Yes, withered, scabrous, loathsome. I have become what I really am. The true picture of Dorian Gray.
And so died Dorian Gray, turning physically into the hideous and loathsome thing which was his soul, as the portrait became once again the handsome youth he once had been. As I read the picture of Dorian Gray, I couldn't help but wonder if our modern penchant for doing your own thing might not be leading some of us, at least, to the same end as poor Dorian. I don't know. What do you think? I'll be back shortly. Oscar Wilde poured into the picture of Dorian Gray all his brilliant wit and all his wisdom, too. The wisdom of experience. For Wilde lived life to the hilt and paid for it, as must we all. Our cast included Nick Pryor, Norman Rose, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. It has now been confirmed that presidential speechwriters are preparing a statement of resignation. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, reporting on the CBS radio network. Preparation of the resignation address was first reported by United Press International correspondent Helen Thomas. CBS News correspondent Dan Rather, using separate sources, confirms the report. United Press International says the White House source who disclosed preparation of the resignation statement said the task was framed in the terms of the statements actually being used, not as a contingency, while options are weighed. Dan Rather reports that it emphasized by all concerned that preparations of such a presidential address does not in itself necessarily mean the president has decided to use it. Two White House sources told CBS News that the question now is basically when and how resignation will be handled.
both indicated they expected Mr. Nixon to have an announcement of his intentions by tomorrow, or at least by the end of the week. One presidential aide cautioned that while he believes resignation is near, Mr. Nixon could, of course, change his mind. The resignation statement, according to UPI, was incomplete at mid-evening because of the difficulty of the task, but the speechwriters were told to keep working on it until it was finished. UPI also reports that during the day, Mr. Nixon's two sons-in-law, David Eisenhower and Edward Cox, were seen making the rounds of White House offices, saying goodbye. More after this.
Time Magazine. What's in it for you this week? Cover story. A portrait of Jack Nicholson, the movie star with a killer smile. Past master of the Hollywood sight. The actor who scratched and clawed his way to the top. Time tells you the Nicholson story. From $30 a week mail clerk to the man Mike Nichols says will become one of the great film stars of all time. The Nation. How the odds on President Nixon's survival in office are shortening. Visits with voters in the home districts of the 6 Republicans and the Alabama Democrat who voted for impeachment. A study of the loneliness of Richard Nixon in a world that has shrunk almost to himself. The World. The end of the last empire as Portugal prepares to leave Africa. These are just some of the major stories in Time. Reports that help you view the whole world's week. Where Time takes you to Ankara, Athens, Nicosia, as the tragedy in Cyprus continues. To the American Midwest, where the worst drought since 1934 is raising the specter of economic disaster. To European playgrounds where, with tourism way off, the cry now is, Yankee, come back. It's all in Time this week. Pick up a copy today. Where Time makes everything more interesting, including you.
There are more indications that President Nixon is nearing some decision on impeachment or resignation. A series of meetings today and into the evening. First, a session between Vice President Ford and Chief of Staff Alexander Haig. CBS News has learned that Haig told Ford to get ready for a transition of power. Late Wednesday afternoon, Republican leaders Senator Barry Goldwater, Senator Hugh Scott, and House GOP leader John Rhodes arrived at the White House. They told the president the outlook on Capitol Hill was gloomy. Senator Goldwater said later in an interview that Mr. Nixon could count only about 15 votes in the Senate. He needs 34 to stay in office. Later Wednesday evening, Secretary Kissinger arrived at the White House. A spokesman said the topic was foreign affairs. Later, Kissinger returned to the White House, a second visit. The Associated Press reports that Kissinger was still there just before midnight. Aides refused to confirm whether Kissinger is with the president. All that is required for Mr. Nixon to resign would be for him to transmit a letter of resignation to the Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. Senate Democratic leader Mike Mansfield says the Senate should conduct an impeachment trial even if the president resigns. Mansfield says the matter must be carried to its ultimate conclusion. House Speaker Carl Albert says he would not rule that out, but would meet with the Judiciary Committee before making a final decision. The dry farmlands of Kansas and Missouri got more rain Wednesday, but other parts of the Midwest remained in the grip of a drought that has cut the nation's corn crop. The Agriculture Department says the drought means higher food prices in coming months. The biggest problem is in Iowa, the nation's leading producer of corn used to feed dairy cows, chickens, and beef cattle. Some farmers say they will be lucky if they manage to harvest 30% of what they produced last year. Bargain-hungry investors by the thousands, including many elderly citizens clutching hard-earned savings, besieged banks and brokers for the second day Wednesday with orders for a government note bearing a 9% record interest rate for the century. In Boston, saving banks report droves of customers withdrew money, then raced to the Federal Reserve Bank where the waiting in line was a block long when the doors opened. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, CBS News.
News. President Nixon's speechwriters are preparing a resignation address. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Helen Thomas of UPI first reported about 3 hours ago that the president's speechwriters were working on a resignation speech. Later, using separate sources, CBS News confirmed the report. All concerned emphasized, however, that preparation of such a speech does not necessarily mean the president has definitely decided to use the speech. Two White House sources indicated to CBS News late Wednesday night that they expect Mr. Nixon to announce his intentions by Thursday or at the latest by the end of the week. Despite the reports, Deputy Press Secretary Gerald Warren told reporters that he had heard nothing about preparations for a resignation speech.
Late last night, Secretary of State Kissinger went to the White House. This raised more speculation about resignation because, by law, the Secretary of State would officially receive a president's resignation letter. Kissinger met with the president early in the evening, then reportedly returned to the White House after dark. Rumor of the president's resignation was rampant all day and picked up late in the afternoon after Mr. Nixon met with three leading Republicans in Congress, Senator Barry Goldwater, Senate GOP leader Hugh Scott, and House GOP leader John Rhodes. Goldwater later gave a conference call interview to newsmen in Arizona and said both impeachment and conviction of the president appear likely.
The House is a foregone conclusion to almost unanimously vote impeachment. And in the Senate, after Monday night's disclosure, it's felt by those of us in that body that he might be able to collect 15 votes against impeachment.
Goldwater said he was surprised and upset when the president earlier this week disclosed he withheld information relating to the Watergate investigation. The White House said it received a flood of calls from early morning until late in the evening, with callers, some of them in tears, urging the president not to resign. For the most part, the president stayed out of sight on Wednesday. He was seen by photographers walking while on his way to a meeting with senior congressional Republicans. And later in the afternoon, the president was walking in the White House Rose Garden with his daughter Tricia Cox. The question has been raised, if President Nixon does resign, could he be prosecuted for any criminal activity in connection with the Watergate scandal? Fred Graham has a report.
President Nixon could be granted immunity in any of four ways. First, Congress could pass a law granting him immunity, but events seem to be moving too fast, and many congressmen believe the law would be an unconstitutional intrusion by Congress into the authority of the judiciary. Second, Special Prosecutor Leon Jaworski could ask a court to grant immunity in exchange for Mr. Nixon's promise to testify. There have been no reports that this has been considered. Third, President Nixon could pardon himself. This has never been done, and nobody has said Mr. Nixon is considering doing it, but an 1866 Supreme Court decision said the president's power to pardon is unlimited except from impeachments. And fourth, and apparently most likely, Gerald Ford could become president and grant Richard Nixon a blanket pardon in advance against any Watergate prosecution. But Ford would probably not act without the approval of congressional leaders because he's expressed disapproval of such deals. But even if Mr. Nixon were to get immunity in any of these ways, several legal problems would remain. He could be subpoenaed to testify in all Watergate-related cases. He could still be indicted by state or local prosecutors for any Watergate crimes committed in their jurisdictions, although this would probably not happen. He could be sued in civil cases by victims of wiretapping and other illegal governmental acts, and he could be disbarred from the practice of law. Fred Graham, CBS News, Washington.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every age must have its heroes. You may well ask, what is a hero? Obviously, a hero must be one who performs heroic deeds. In the past, we had great patriots, great soldiers, great statesmen, and great scientists. Active men and women who changed the face of our nation and the course of our history. Is it a commentary on our times that today's heroes are only images on a screen? Our mystery drama, The Shadow of a Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. The nondescript-looking sedan comes to a stop before a seedy, sagging tenement building in a desolate section of a dreary slum. Three men get out. One is tall and rugged, with what might be described as craggy features. Quietly, they enter the dismal hallway. Each has a revolver in his hand. They stop before a door. The tall, rugged one raises his foot. With one crashing blow, he kicks the door open.
Police! Freeze!
Hey, what's the idea?
Against the wall! Eddie, Jerry, frisk these animals. Well, hey, look at here. On the table, all these bills. They wouldn't be from the bank job where you killed the guard and 2 customers, would they?
I don't know how that dough got there.
You don't know how that dough got there, do you?
Look, we'll make a deal. All this dough, you keep it.
It's not enough.
It's $250 grand.
There's not enough money in the whole world.
Cut! And print it. That was perfect, Mace. It's a take. Okay, Maxie, you can get up off the floor.
Perry, look! Maxie! His mouth's bleeding.
Hey, what is this? He's hurt. Mace, what'd you do to him?
I don't know.
You must have really hit him. I thought it looked too lifelike.
Hey, Max, I'm sorry.
Somebody go get some water.
Yeah.
Get a doctor. Say, Max, listen, I'm sorry.
What got into you? We're only making a movie.
Max. What? Oh, good, he's coming around.
Oh, what happened?
You're gonna be all right, Max. You're gonna be all right.
Hi, Mace.
Listen, Perry, maybe you better not call me Mace anymore. This never happened to me before. I never lost control in the scene. How's Max?
He's okay. It'll be in the papers.
Why?
There was a reporter on the set from the Trib, a dame. You should have seen her eyes light up. I can see tomorrow's headlines. The violence is not phony in the TV series Captain Mace Hacker Homicide.
Boy, that's all I need.
That's worth $1 million in publicity.
You know what I'd like to do? Walk away from the show.
What, now? You're the hottest series in Hollywood.
Perry, I'm scared.
Of what?
That's just it. I don't know.
Maybe you ought to see a shrink.
Perry, what do you think of me?
Well, I always thought you were a good actor, but now I believe you're great. You get better every week.
Yeah, but maybe. But I want the truth.
When they first called me in to direct the series, it was just another cop story. No better, no worse. But may the good Lord forgive me, we have now become a work of art.
Look, Perry, tonight I'm in no mood for soft soap.
You've developed something with the show, Mace. You've brought it to a new height of realism.
I'll tell you what, I'd like to go back to Broadway and do a play.
In the first place, they'd never let you out of your contract. Second, you're doing some absolutely first-rate acting right now.
That's the problem, Perry. I'm no longer sure it is acting.
What does that mean?
I wish I knew what it meant.
It's got to mean something.
Yeah. Perry, I've been trained as an actor. And I know that what we create is an illusion.
Well, sure.
But what if what we create is real?
Real? How? In what way?
Don't try to nail me down. It's just the character. I don't know. When I walk off the set, sometimes I get the feeling that I'm not walking away from it.
You're too intense.
That's no help.
Perry, you're a stage actor, a fine one. You've played the classics, Shakespeare, Ibsen, Chekhov. You come out here to do a TV series. You're accused of selling out, of frittering away your talents. So you say to yourself, I'll show these jokers what acting really is. I'll prove that performing as Mace Hacker can be as great as performing Hamlet.
That's what you think, huh?
And you've proved your point. Now you can relax.
Hey, who are you? And, how did you get in here?
My name is Irene Fluid. I was on one of the studio tours. We watched you filming your show, and the guide pointed this out as your dressing room. So I sneaked away from the rest of them and came back here. The door was open.
Yeah, and so here you are.
Oh, please don't have me thrown out.
I never have anybody thrown out. I'll say to you, what I say to the rest of them. If you want a picture with my autograph, I'm glad to oblige. And now, let me open the door for you.
Oh, but please...
Look, let me explain something. We have a fantastic security system here. Special cops who know exactly how to handle this type of situation. So, if you think you might be able to work this into a big deal, you'll never get it off the ground.
I don't want your money. I don't want your autograph. And I don't want you to make love to me.
So what's left?
I want you to listen.
Look, I really don't have any time.
I want you to find my husband.
Find your husband?
He's disappeared.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
You're the police.
What?
You're Captain Mace Hacker.
No. I'm Alvin J. Miller.
Please, Captain Hacker.
Look, Mace Hacker is a character dreamed up by a writer. And I'm just an actor who plays the part.
Don't say that.
Mace Hacker is a fictional character.
No, he is not a fictional character. Mace Hacker is the best detective in the world.
There is no Mace Hacker.
I see him every week. I believe in him. And now finally I'm talking to him.
How would it be if I got you a taxi?
No, please. Please don't dismiss me as if I were a nut. I know I sound like one, but I have seen you on television, and I feel your absolute dedication to law and order and justice.
Oh, those words. Listen, the writers put those words in my mouth.
But neither they nor anyone else can put that conviction in your voice. You are Mace Hacker, and you know it. You're the world's best cop, because you've had more experience, more training than any police officer in the world.
What are you talking about?
What cop has worked on as many crimes as you have? And you've solved them, because you used correct techniques.
Look, I really don't have any more time.
Oh, please. Please find my husband.
Look, Mrs.
Please.
Fluid, you have to understand
No.
that
No, don't turn me down. I have nowhere else to go. Please. Maybe they murdered him.
Maybe who murdered him?
I don't know. But he knew too much.
About what?
I don't know. But they had to get him out of the way.
Who had to get him out of the way?
They did.
Who are they?
My husband drives a truck. Last Wednesday night, he was very nervous. He couldn't eat his dinner. What's the matter? I asked him.
Please, Mrs. Fluid.
No, I won't leave here until you listen to me.
Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. Mrs. Fluid, let me drive you to your home, and you can tell me about it on the way.
This isn't a trick now. You're going to listen to me? You've got to promise.
I promise.
Turn right here, for Encero Beach. As I was telling you, he was very nervous. I guess you could say scared. I asked him what was the matter. At first he wouldn't say anything. And finally he said, Irene, I'm in a jam. What does that mean? I asked. I better not tell you, he said. But I'm your wife, I said. And he said, I gotta keep you out of this. And then...
Yes?
Well, then he just got up from the table and he went out.
Where?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since. He didn't come home that night. So next morning, I went to the police station.
What did they do?
Oh, they listened. They wrote everything down. I gave them his picture, and that's it. Nothing's happening.
How do you know? They're probably doing the very best they can.
Well, I don't say they aren't. But their best isn't good enough. Look, all I know is my husband is gone.
Look, Mrs. Fluid, he's your husband. You may feel a special way about him, but the fact is, he was in wrong somewhere. Somehow. He said so himself. He told you he was in a jam.
But he wouldn't do anything wrong. I know. Oh, this is the house right here.
Hey, this is the house. Quite a place.
Well, ever since we were married, that's all both of us ever wanted. A nice place to live in. Oh, please, won't you come in?
I'd like to, but I'm due back for a story conference in about 40 minutes.
Please,
so
find my husband.
What makes you think I can?
Because you're Captain Mace Hacker.
Oh, please, let's not start that all over again.
But you are. Whether you like it or not.
Mrs. Fluid, I'm sorry. I have to go.
You're afraid.
Of what?
Afraid you'll be unable to live up to your responsibility.
What responsibility?
Your responsibility to me.
What responsibility do I have to you?
To me and to the millions who watch you and who believe in you.
I never asked anyone to believe in me.
Oh, but you do. You speak to all of us and you say, I'm here to protect you. You can count on me. Now, you know you say that.
But those are just words. The writer's words.
But we believe you. I believe you.
There are pretenses which after a while become real. If not to the pretender, then to his audience. And why not? So many of us play a role in this life, and there are those of us who are actually paid fabulous sums to do it. They say sometimes you can't tell the real people from the pretenders without a scorecard. Maybe we'll have to issue some in Act 2, which comes shortly. You would like people to think you are. This is a piece of advice that comes to us from no less a philosopher than Pythagoras himself. And so there must be something to it. But like all these previous nuggets fashioned by the great sages, there's always considerable difficulty, not to mention distance, between the desire and the deed.
But I believe you. You are Captain Mace Hacker. I believe you.
I said I was sorry.
I'll never believe anybody again as long as I live.
Mrs. Fluid. Mrs. Fluid? Mrs. Fluid? Mrs. Fluid?
Yes.
You must let me apologize.
For what?
That's it. I don't even know for what. But I have this feeling I've done something wrong. May I come in? Say, this is a beautiful home you have here.
We're very proud of it. Look, you don't really have to apologize to me. I realize what I did was quite silly. It's just that I'm desperate. I don't know where to turn. Oh, I would offer you a drink, except I know you never take one.
That's right. I'll tell you what you could offer me, though. Whatever it is I'm smelling. It must be delicious.
Oh, that's dinner. I just left it to simmer on the stove.
What is it?
Beef stew.
You see, ever since I became Mace Hacker, whenever I go out to eat, wherever I go, I'm recognized. I can never enjoy a meal.
Well, would you care for some?
Well, thank you. And, why don't you tell me more about your husband?
All right. I want to do the scene between Hacker and Inspector Kelly again. We have practically the same dialogue in every show. You should be able to do it in your sleep. So let's do it in one take. Roll 'em.
Mace Hacker, script 28, scene 27, take 2.
Action.
First, Mrs. Fluitt, you tell me your husband drives a truck. Then I find out you live in this fantastic house in very exclusive Encero Beach.
Cut! Hey, where do those lines come from, Mace?
What?
Mace, what script are we doing?
I don't...
Who is Mrs. Fluitt?
Mrs. Fluitt?
Yeah, whose husband drives a truck. Mace, none of this is in the script.
Yeah, I realize that.
You okay?
Yeah, sure. I just must have been thinking about something.
You want to take a break?
No. It's okay. I'll be all right. Let's take it again. Hello, Mrs. Fluitt?
Oh, good evening.
You mind if I come in?
No, not at all.
Mrs. Fluitt, I want you to tell me the truth.
About what?
About your husband.
I told you everything.
You told me he drives a truck.
Yes, that's right.
Well, what other source of income does he have?
None that I know of.
I checked the records at City Hall. You bought this house for $170,000.
Yes, we did.
On a truck driver's salary?
Well, he makes very good money.
Not that good.
He told me he came into some inheritance. An aunt of his died.
Who was she?
I don't know. I never met her. Well, he never did either. She lived in England.
Who does your husband work for?
Kazmaier. W.J. Kazmaier.
What kind of outfit is it?
Oh, they import novelties. You know, all sorts of little souvenir type items from the Far East.
It's a warehouse, huh?
Yes, I think so.
I see. And he drives his stuff from there to various stores and so forth?
Well, I would imagine so.
It seems to me you don't know very much about it.
Well, he never talked much about his job.
And you never wondered about where all the money was coming from?
I was brought up in a family where a woman never asked her husband such questions.
Who have you been talking to downtown at police headquarters?
A certain Inspector Rockfield.
Rockfield, huh?
Do you know him?
Inspector Rockfield. Who? Oh, yeah, anytime. Send him right in here. Mace Hacker, come right on in and sit yourself down.
Thanks, Inspector.
Hey, before I forget, September 23rd's the date for the annual PBA affair. I know the men will want you for guest of honor as usual.
Sure.
Mace, isn't it remarkable how I instinctively call you Mace? It's just because you happen to be so real to all of us in the department.
Inspector.
Hey, I guess you want my comments on the next script. Usually Perry calls me up about that. As usual, I've got nothing to say. Oh, a couple of little nitpicky things, but I don't even know if it pays to bring them up.
Inspector, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, shoot.
What's being done on the George Fluitt case?
The what?
The George Fluitt disappearance.
George Fluitt. That name doesn't ring a bell. Is it, something recent?
It's very recent, Inspector.
George Fluitt. Doesn't mean a thing.
Well, I've been talking to his wife. She says she's been in here to see you.
Well, we get hundreds of these things, and I see Fluitt. Let me think, Oh, yeah.
He did disappear then?
So she claims.
She said he was nervous, scared, in a jam of some sort.
Yeah, I remember. That's what she said to me.
Well?
Hey, we get 20, 30 disappearances a month like that. You know why?
No.
Your average guy who disappears fades out for two reasons. They both begin with a D. Dames or debts. So his wife, his mother, his sister, his girlfriend, whoever's left holding the bag, she comes in here and try to sweeten the pot. They figure if they can throw a little mystery into it, a little hint of homicide, maybe we'll try harder.
So what you're saying is you don't believe her?
What I'm saying is, don't worry about it, Mace.
So what's so funny?
That's exactly like the line in your show. When your boss, Inspector Kelly, tries to touch you off a case, don't worry about it, Mace.
Yeah, and I always answer, okay, but do you mind if I scout around a little bit? Well?
What, Mace?
Do you? Do you mind if I scout around a little bit?
Yeah? Who? Oh, what are you talking about? I can't believe it. It must be a joke. Yeah, all right, send him in. Mace Hacker?
Mr. Kazmaier.
Why, it is. It is Mace Hacker.
Do you mind if I come in?
Sure. Come on in.
Thank you.
Sit down. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to you about George Fluid.
George Fluid?
I understand he drove a truck for you.
Oh, yeah, he did.
What do you know about him?
All I know is he hasn't been into work for over a week now.
Do you have any idea why?
No.
Was he in any kind of trouble that you know of?
Trouble? No, not at all.
Are you in any sort of trouble, Mr. Kazmaier?
Me? In trouble? What kind of a question is that?
A very simple question.
Now, wait a minute. Are you actually working with the police?
You didn't answer the question.
No. I'm not in any trouble.
I may be back. Thank you, Mr. Kazmaier. You've been a lot of help.
You, resting?
Oh, no. Just going over my lines. Come on in, Perry. When am I doing the set?
You've got about an hour. Listen, I got a phone call from that cop. You know, the technical advisor for the series, Roxfield.
Yeah?
Yeah. Kind of weird thing. He said you'd been in to see him.
That's right.
About a real case. And he had this crazy notion that you were actually talking to him like a cop who wanted to work on it.
Well, they're not doing anything on it. If you ask me, this guy's been murdered.
How do you know the guy's been murdered?
Call it one of my famous hacker hunches.
Now, wait a minute. You can't go around on the assumption you're a real cop. And she's not even a good-looking dame.
Who isn't?
I'm putting a couple of things together. First, you throw some lines into a script about a dame named Mrs. Fluid. All this out of left field. Then later, the inspector calls me and tells me you're trying to involve yourself in the disappearance of a guy named George Fluid. So I drove out to look. Who is this Mrs. Fluid to you?
She asked me to find him.
Why you?
Because to her, I'm a cop named Mace Hacker.
Yeah. I can understand that. To her, you're Mace Hacker. But who are you to you?
Who am I?
Yeah. Who are you?
Well, who is he? All during our story so far, we've had little bits and pieces of suggestion, innuendo, even a certain amount of hard evidence. But the central question remains, as it must, until, of course, we solve it one way or another in Act 3 shortly.
Most of us are fated to live out our fantasies in private. However, here we have an actor named Alvin J. Miller who plays the role of a television cop named Mace Hacker so convincingly that quite a few people have come to think of him as Mace Hacker. Indeed, their number has become so large that he's beginning to believe it himself.
What are you trying to do, Mace?
I'm gonna find the killer of George Fluid.
But you're not...
I'm not what?
You're not a real cop.
I'm Mace Hacker.
Now, listen. It happens. It happens to all of them sometimes, especially to actors who play doctors and detectives. You get so involved in it, after a while it seems to be real.
It is real.
No, it is not. It's just a story that comes up on a screen for an hour, and it's gone. You turn off the picture, and it's all gone.
But I'm still here. Mace Hacker is still here.
Well, a lot of this is my fault. I've been working it too hard. Listen, maybe you'd better...
I know what you're going to say. Maybe I should see a doctor.
Why not? Why should you be the only big star that's never been to a shrink?
Mace Hacker has to help this woman.
Why?
Because she's getting the runaround from everybody else. Tell me, Mrs. Fluid, have the police been out here to see you?
No.
Do they know where you live?
Yes, they must. They took down my address.
They know where your husband works?
Yes, it's all in the form I filled out.
How did your husband get along with his employer, Mr. Kazmaier?
All right, I suppose.
You suppose?
Well, I told you he would never talk about business. I would assume if they didn't get along, Mr. Kazmaier would have fired him. It's that simple, isn't it?
You live in a simple world, Mrs. Fluid.
I'm sorry.
And you still insist you have no idea why your husband should have been nervous or frightened that night?
No, sir.
Just exactly how much did your husband make a week?
I told you he never discussed business with me.
What did you do for money?
He gave me some to run the household.
How much?
As much as I needed.
How much did it come to?
About $200 a week.
And he paid all the bills?
Yes, I suppose so.
Did he keep any papers around the house?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I keep telling you I don't know anything about business.
But you know about this. It's a light switch, see? It turns on the electricity. You have to pay the utility company money for it, right? And this, see? It's a telephone. And it happens to be in working order. And every month the company sends you a bill.
Well, yes, but...
There's a mortgage on this house, and every month the bank has to be paid. So where are all these bills kept? Where's your husband's checkbook? Where does he keep his records?
I told you, I don't know.
You're lying.
You have no right to talk to me like that.
How much does your husband take home a week? Not enough to give you $200 for your pocketbook. Not enough to maintain a place like this. So where does the money come from?
I don't know.
You never asked yourself, how does a truck driver pay for this kind of a setup?
I told you there was a legacy.
What legacy? Where's the letter from the lawyer?
I never asked him.
You never asked him anything. Because you didn't want to know. But you knew there had to be something dishonest going on.
No,
You're living in this house 3 years now, Mrs. Fluid. Where did you live before? And please don't tell me you don't remember.
I didn't say that.
You had a 2-room flat over on Vanderlee. Not such a hot neighborhood. Your husband worked for a big national outfit, Universal Transport. But everything changed the day he took the job with Kazmaier. Didn't it? Didn't it?
Yes.
Why?
What do you want me to tell you?
The truth.
The truth. Well, I taught at Downstate. I was one of those plain-looking girls who did well at school, but not so good at other things. Like dates. It's an old story.
They're the best kind.
All my friends said it couldn't work. He and I, we were from two different worlds. He'd never even finished high school, but he was a man. And he was handsome. And I guess he was in awe of me. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
He just couldn't believe his good luck. That someone like me could be attracted to someone like him. At first, I couldn't believe it myself. I come from a very poor background. I worked hard to put myself through school. I always yearned for nice things.
And so you started to demand them.
It's funny how it worked. I never said one word.
That can be the loudest demand of all.
That's right. The money started to roll in. It's the only way I can describe it.
And you never asked him a single question.
I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I had to justify it to myself. And so I created a kind of make-believe world where everything was all right. And then when he disappeared, I couldn't accept it. So I also had to go to a make-believe detective. What else can I tell you?
I guess you told me everything. Inspector Rockfield, how are you doing on the fluid case?
Look, Mace.
No. You look. She walks in here. She says, my husband disappeared. She shows you his picture, a real handsome guy. You look at her, a very plain Jane. So you say to yourself, simple. He walked out on her. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Now, wait a minute.
That's how you wrote it off.
Who says we
You
wrote...
take down all the information as a matter of form. George Fluid, truck driver, 37 Primrose Way in Cerro Beach, age 36. Employer, Kazmaier, Inc.
You wouldn't happen to go for this dame, would you?
And then you took the sheet of paper and dropped it into the files. There's a terrific story on that sheet of paper. But nobody around here bothered to read it.
What story?
How does a truck driver make enough money to live in a house on Encero Beach? What kind of salary does he get at Kazmaier? Is he moonlighting? If so, at what? If not, why is he worth so much to Kazmaier? Kazmaier imports novelties from the Far East. So, what else could they be importing? 100 questions. But how many did you ever ask yourselves? None.
Now look, this investigation is proceeding along in an orderly manner.
Hey, you wouldn't kid an old buddy, would you? I'm telling you, the secret lies at Kazmaier.
What are you doing here?
Good evening, Mr. Kazmaier. What are you doing here?
You again, the one who plays a detective.
You haven't answered my question. What are you doing here?
Oh, I got every right to be here. This happens to be my warehouse.
Uh-huh. You keep very late hours.
That's how to get ahead in this world. How'd you get in?
I jimmied open a window in the back.
Well, the burglar alarm must be out of order.
No, it's fine. I happen to know what to do about burglar alarms.
Oh. Is there any reason why I shouldn't call the police?
Absolutely. Because I'd tell them what I was looking for.
Oh, yeah? What are you looking for?
Look, Kazmaier, you and I could save a lot of time if you told me. Drugs? Diamonds, is it? Or counterfeit?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, you caught me robbing your warehouse, so call the cops.
Nah.
No? Why not? If you're on the level.
Oh, you're a famous television detective. What are you looking for, publicity? Why should I give it to you?
Why? Because this is a perfect setup for something crooked. You're a reputable businessman. Nobody bothers you. Maybe your truck driver figures it out. Maybe it was his idea. Anyhow, he is in on it. He started making a lot of money. Now, you tell me the rest. Was he becoming too greedy? Too dangerous? Or maybe the other thing. Maybe his conscience started to bother him. Maybe he wanted to get out. No, Kazmaier, don't try to open that desk drawer. And just keep your hands exactly where I can see them.
That gun of yours, is that the one you use in the show? Is it loaded with real bullets or blanks? Mine has live ammunition. I'm betting yours doesn't. Should we find out?
It doesn't matter. They're wise to you.
Nobody's wise to me except maybe you. In a little while, you're not going to make too much difference.
You killed him, didn't you?
Yeah, he's beginning to ask for too much money. He married a lady with very expensive tastes.
Where'd you hide his body?
Same place I'm going to hide yours. Come on, let's go.
What makes you think I'm going quietly?
I'd hate to have to drag your body out to my car.
So why should I make it easy for you?
Okay, have it your way.
Don't shoot, Inspector. We can take him alive.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Kazmaier. You fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Listen, look, we could make a deal.
What kind of deal?
In a warehouse. I got a shipment of drugs. You were right. $500,000 just for you.
It's not enough.
All right, name your price.
There isn't enough money in the whole world, Kazmaier. And just don't you make a move. Yeah? Give me Inspector Rockfield.
Mace, it's absolutely fantastic. You actually found the killer of this fellow Fluid. You solved the case.
Yeah.
Well, how'd you do it?
Oh, how do I always do it? Just routine police work.
The media's eating it up. The whole country's talking about it.
It was a good show.
What was a good show?
Listen, Perry, for a while back there, the scripts were all beginning to sound the same. But this time, the writers really wrote a great one. About Irene Fluid and her husband.
Mace, that wasn't a show.
You never even meet the guy. But, you can picture the whole relationship he has with his wife. The writers could only come up with something like that every week.
We're ready on the set, Perry.
Yeah, okay. You ready, Mace?
You know me, Perry. I'm always ready.
All right, everybody. Places. Roll 'em.
Mace Hacker, script number 52, scene 1, take 1.
The problem. Does any of us really know who we are and where we are? It's all rather complex, It would be relatively simple if we knew the difference between reality and illusion. At one time, the separation was quite obvious. Now, it may not even exist. But I do, and I shall return shortly. At one time, our heroes were drawn from real life. They were real people who did real things. Buffalo Bill actually rode a horse in the wild, untamed West and shot buffalo. Today, our Western heroes are movie stars. Our great soldiers are movie stars. Our great doctors and detectives and lawyers are movie stars. And we invest these shadows on the screen with reality. And it isn't necessarily their fault if we take their make-believe seriously. And if
After a while, they do too. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Joyce Gordon, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of unbridled imagination. You know, man is a curious creature. Most of us settle for routine and habit. 8 hours on the job, another 7 or 8 in bed, and the other 8 on some hobby that is neither too physically demanding nor asks for too many mental gymnastics. Few of us stretch ourselves beyond a reasonable limit. We coast through life. Our mettle never really tried. But some of us, through harrowing experience, are stretched to the full capacity of our beings. It's then we find out what fiber we are made of. Our mystery drama, The Thing in the Cave, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane and Marion Seldes. I don't suppose many of us ever plan to grow up to be speleologists, since most of us are subject to claustrophobia to at least some degree. For the very few of you who don't recognize the Latin terms, let me add that a speleologist, of course, is someone who studies and explores caves. And claustrophobia is that suffocating, pervasive dread of being shut in. This tale concerns itself with 4 young spelunkers. Those are cave explorers who do it only for fun, and their gruesome experience of being cave-bound, literally buried alive.
It's just around the next bend in the trailhead.
It's funny being born and bred in these mountains, and yet I've never been inside Choctaw Cave.
Well, I'm not sure I want to myself.
You get claustrophobia too, Barbara.
David, I never even dare close the door in a phone booth. Darling.
Yes, Eve?
We can forget all this, you know. I don't have to have my childhood revisited.
No, thanks. Right on. If I refused you this little memory trip, I'd hear about it for the rest of our marriage. If you ever decide to go through with the wedding.
Oh, just you try to leave me at the altar, David Towers. Well, here we are.
Are we here?
Yes, sir, General Custer. Cavalry dismount.
Oh, I don't see any cave.
It's right behind that scrub oak there. Listen, what do we do about the horses?
Oh, here. I'll hitch us all to the aspen here. My old Baldy, all I gotta do is let the reins trail. He won't budge more than 20 feet till I get back. Hey, you know, it's kind of clouding up over in the northwest. Maybe we ought to be getting back down the mountain.
Ah, come on, give Eve her kicks.
What's this? Oh, just my old faithful knapsack with some of the remains of lunch and a flashlight. Meet an old Boy Scout. Be prepared. I brought a water bottle, too.
Hey, come to think of it, if Eve wants to get up to the ledge, which she says goes to the back cavern, we ought to bring along a rope.
Fetch my lariat, too, while you're at it. Will do.
Where are you fellows? Come on. Bobby and I have found the entrance to the cave.
It all seemed a lot bigger when I was a kid.
Barbara and I can make it all right. Rolling, but Hank comes in the giant size.
Hank, can you make it?
It's just about as tight as a cork in a bottle. If I get stuck, you can be sorry if this is the only way in and out.
With just a moment, we can all stand up. You'll see.
Maybe we should all forget it.
You scared?
No, but I'm not exactly happy either. I don't know if Hank can...
We're here. In the cave. I can stand up. Oh, come on, everyone. It's just beautiful. It's just as I remembered it.
You're right, Eve. It's breathtaking. Like a cathedral buried at the bottom of the sea.
Oh, hey. It's all green like Saint-Chapelle in Paris.
Saint-How in Paris?
Oh, it's a marvelous chapel near Notre Dame with all stained glass windows that make you feel as if you're scuba diving and looking at it through water.
Hey, I could hear water, too. Somewhere.
Come on. I'll show you where. Listen, look out for the, what do you call them?
Stalactites, if they hang from the roof.
And the ones from the floor are stalagmites, right?
What makes them, Professor?
My degree's in English, Hank. Water dripping, calcium in the rock, something like that. They build up or down, drop by drop over the centuries.
Here it is. Here's the waterfall.
How about that?
Oh, that's beautiful.
But where does the pool drain?
Well, nobody knows. But some say it's bottomless and it goes right through the earth. Well, where does the river that makes the waterfall come from? Up there? Well, the kids I used to know climbed up to the ledge there and then went in through the cleft. They say it comes from another chamber behind this. Where it comes from before that, I guess nobody knows.
What's that?
Maybe it's him.
Him?
Or it.
What are you talking about?
I know, I'm crazy. Oh, but it's such fun to remember how we kids used to come here together and talk about the thing.
The thing? What was the thing?
It was just something we made up, some country legend someone had heard about this creature, this monster that lived in this underground river, whatever it is.
What kind of monster?
Well, you know, slimy and slippery and all the blob, with one great red-rimmed eye and long, snaky tentacles that crept and crawled along the rocks until suddenly they pounced. What was that?
Sounded like thunder. I bet that storm broke outside. Come on. We better get going.
Oh, just wanted to get into the cave behind us, where we are. Just once again. Oh, no, count me out. This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
I'm getting a little tight in the throat myself. Come on, darling.
You're right, David. I must have been a little crazy. I don't know what it was, but something seemed to draw me here. Almost as if it was something calling.
Come on, Eve. Run!
Yes!
Eve, come on! It sounds like the whole mountain's caving in.
No, go back! Go back!
Come on! All of you! Under the ledge! Hey, Louie! Hey! Run!
Barbara, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hang in there, Eve. Now, we mustn't lose our heads. So dark. So pitch dark. What happened to Hank and David? They've gone to see about clearing the entrance. If we only had some light. The boys had the only flashlight. Wait a minute. What is it? Is it the... No, cool it, Eve. Just Hank and Dave coming back with the light. Oh, any luck?
You both all right?
We'll make it.
How's Eve?
Oh, I'm okay, David. Can we go now?
Well, it isn't going to be that easy.
Well, can't we help to clear?
Eve, Barbara, I don't know. The landslide we heard, it may have covered over the cave entrance outside.
You mean that even if people came looking for us, they might not be able to find the entrance to the cave? But that's why we have to start clearing out from inside here.
Eve.
Well, what is it? I mean, at least we know where the way out is. We can crawl back through the tunnel,
Eve,
and then
we don't know where the way out is anymore.
What do you mean?
The whole area where we passed along the stalactites and the stalagmites has collapsed. Even if we could guess where the tunnel going out began, the rocks blocking it are so large, it would take a bulldozer to move them.
Oh, good Lord. Then we're trapped. We're sealed in like a tomb. And it's all my fault. Oh, darling. It's all
Eve, don't. Come on, darling, baby.
David, let me handle her. Eve, stop it. Stop it.
Take it easy, Barbara.
Now, Eve, come on. You've got to get a hold of yourself. Oh, I'll be all right. Sure you will. Hank, have you any ideas what we can do?
Well, I guess the first thing to do is not to panic. Now, we've got water. I've got some chocolate bars and a couple of sandwiches left over from lunch in my saddlebag. We've got light, as long as the batteries last. Which reminds me.
Do we have to be in the dark?
There's no sense in using up the batteries when we don't need it.
David.
Right here, Eve.
Hank, what are our chances of being found?
Oh, it's hard to answer, Barbara. Of course, they'll miss us back at the ranch by tonight.
Oh, we didn't say where we were going.
But when they find the horses hitched right outside...
That's always supposing they weren't buried in the landslide. Is there any other way out of the cave you know of, Eve?
No, not really. Like I told you, some kids got up on the ledge at the top of the waterfall, and they went into some kind of a chamber behind there. But they claimed that...
That what?
Eve, please, we've all got to keep our heads. Well, it's just that the thing came rising out of the water, hissing and snarling, so they just took up and ran.
Well, I don't guess four of us grown-ups, as long as we stick together, are going to dream up any boogeyman out of the shadows. I've got to turn the light on for a minute. 20 after 4.
They won't miss us till dinner time. By the time they started any kind of search, it'll be dark.
Yeah, and with the thunderstorm and the Pacoda River running high as it does at the ford, they may figure we hold up at Halfway House.
That's this side of the river?
Yes, and there's no phone, right, Hank?
That's right. Look, it's only about 20 feet up to that ledge.
It'd be easy to climb.
Dave and me could go in through that cleft and have a look around. Maybe there's a way out that way. You girls wait here.
Oh, no way. I'm not sitting around in the dark. We'll all go, Hank.
Well, okay. You climb first then. David, right behind you. Then Barb, and I'll come up last. Let's go. Bingo. We're in the second cavern.
How big is it?
This must be where the waterfall comes from.
Is there any way out?
Hold it, everyone. Hold it. Let's see. Let's start to the left here.
The walls are so smooth, like they've been polished.
Once upon a time, I guess the whole floor was underwater. Shine the light higher, Hank, so we can...
Let's see. There were any clefts or passageways at ground level first.
But it's so small. You're over halfway around and nothing.
Maybe where the water comes in?
We'll be there in a minute. Nope.
Try along the right-hand wall.
The water runs along against it.
And back through a hole in the floor, down to where we came from.
Shine the light back again where the water comes in.
Why? The batteries are getting dim.
Thought I saw something.
Wait a minute. You may be right. The water doesn't come quite to the top of the archway.
It isn't that. It's something else. It's calling me. The thing.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, Hank, are you all right?
Damn, I turned my ankle. Dave, with the flashlight.
I know. I'm looking for it.
David! David, help me!
What is it? Where are you?
Help me, quick! Got me!
Where's the damn light? I have it, but
pulling me under. What is it? What is it? Thing!
Turn on the
geyser under the arch there.
Oh, God, no. I can't swim.
I can't. Look out. Hold the light steady. Toward the arch. I'm going after her. Can you see anything?
No. The water's only a couple of inches under the roof. Hank's gone.
The thing. It's the thing again. And he's coming back for all of us.
From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. The quote is from an old friend, Anon, or to give him his full name, Anonymous. But will he deliver our 4 young spelunkers, or any of them, from this thing that haunts the cave? I'll return in a moment with Act 2. There's a creepy, crawly feeling about the very thought of being shut in anywhere, without doors or windows. Confinement of any kind is as foreign to the human animal as it is to his fellow beasts. And as for caves, I know I wouldn't be found dead in one. Though I hope that figure of speech isn't a prophetic one for one of our 4 young friends who are cave-bound.
What was that?
Column of water. I don't know.
But didn't you see something inside it with great arms reaching out like a tree?
It was just a geyser, a water spout, some freak of nature.
Eve said there was a thing.
Oh, what does it matter? Eve's gone. She's dead, drowned. And it's my fault. And Hank hasn't come back either.
David, you can't help it if you can't swim.
Hasn't helped Hank that he could. He's disappeared. She was my girl. If anyone had to die with her, it should have been me.
Maybe they've gotten to another cave. If they hadn't, their bodies would have come up to the surface.
Look at that vortex there, Barbara. Where the spout or whatever it is came from. Just before the archway.
Spins like a whirlpool. It could have sucked them both down to the bowels of the earth. Oh, David, what are we going to do?
I don't care anymore.
Well, I do. Give me that flashlight. It's getting dimmer. Maybe there's a hole or passage higher up that might... What's that?
That. The light's still on. Put it out.
No, I can't. I don't want to be in the dark with them.
We'll have them all over us.
One brushed against me. Please, please, help me. Please. Please, help me. Help me.
Take it easy. You're all right. You'll be all right.
The thing pulled me under the water.
You're out of the water now.
Where?
I don't know. Dry land, anyway.
Hang ears. How did you get here?
I went into the water.
Try to save me?
Oh, it's an Eagle Scout. You know, trustworthy, loyal, helpful.
What about David?
He can't swim.
Oh, but what did you... How did you...
I don't think I could explain.
What do you mean?
It just doesn't make sense. The stream was flowing out of the arch. So I was swimming against it, but suddenly something just pulled me along against the current. What about you?
Oh, don't you see? It was him. The thing.
Oh, if it was, why did he save you and me? You thought it wanted to drown you.
Yes, I did at first, but then it seemed so kind, as if it wanted to help. But Barbara and David, we've got to get back.
Take it easy. Too tired.
Oh, yes. Some light so we can...
Nothing but matches. Soaking wet.
maybe dry out. Can't even see the time.
David?
Yes, Barbara?
Would the light disturb the bats again? They make my flesh crawl, but anything's better than the dark.
Well, it must be night outside by now. I have a hunch they've taken off to the outside cavern.
Well, are they in for a surprise when they find there's no exit anymore?
Maybe they know of one out of here. Let's try. So far, so good.
It's getting so dim.
It isn't all that high. Let's see.
Well?
Can you see anything?
No. It's like the inside of an egg. Oh, David, what are we going to do?
Get back. Get back near the arch. The rock's flat. Maybe if the water goes down or something, we can figure a way... Battery's gone.
Oh, no. No, there's got to be light. David, I can't take it.
Barbara.
I'm joking.
Barbara.
I'm joking.
Hold it, Bishop. Wait a minute.
Oh, thank God. Some light.
It's only a lighter. It won't last long. Now we've got to save it. Sit down.
Just don't turn it off.
I have to. Just keep thinking it's there if it's needed.
It's there if it's needed. Oh, David, hold me. Please.
Okay.
Oh, Hank, I got you, all of you, into this.
But Eve, that won't help. What we need to do is move around and try to get warm. At least we're dry. Try those matches again. Oh, no good. If only we could see to...
What is it?
Look up, Eve. Way up there. What do you see?
It's a shaft of light.
Sunlight that's coming from outside. It means there's a way out.
But it's so high up. It's so little.
With any luck, as the sun rises, it'll give us more light. Then we can explore.
How far up to where that light's coming in?
Oh, must be a good 60 feet. Hard to tell in this light.
Could we climb up there?
Oh, Lord, no.
We've got to think about Barb and David first, anyway.
Oh, I've been thinking about that. Trouble is, I was groggy when I fetched ashore here. I've no idea how long the underwater swim is.
But with the current going with you...
Well, there's a good chance I could make it through, but making it back's another problem. Especially since David doesn't swim. We can't count on Mr. Thing to be around to help us out again.
But here, we have a chance, and there, they don't. There's got to be some way.
I've got a notion. Eve, you got anything to write with?
No, haven't got a pocketbook, any kind of pen. Wait a minute. Pocket of my jeans. Lipstick, any good?
Famous! Now look, I'm gonna take my canteen and empty it. Now, the one sure thing we have is plenty of water. You think we could write a message with lipstick on that?
No, not so good on that canvas cover. But if we just strip it, we could write on the metal.
You don't think water would wash it off?
I don't suppose you've done much dishwashing.
Well, even a bachelor does his share.
Well, then you know how tough it is to get lipstick off a glass.
I sure do.
But how do we get this message?
Look, with the stopper in this canteen, it won't sink. Now, I'm going to tie it to the end of the rope and let it float on down far as I can.
Supposing the rope isn't long enough.
Oh, there's 30 to 35 feet of rope here. It better be long enough. Now, let's put our heads together and figure how much of a message we can get on this canteen.
David?
Yes, Barb?
Is it me? Or is it getting hard to breathe in here?
It's all in the mind.
You know, it's funny.
What?
I used to be kind of jealous of all the big brains. Me, I was just, fun and games and the action girl. No ties, strictly let it all hang out loose. I wish I'd the chance to find just one fella. Oh, David.
What, Barbie?
You're not kidding me. The air's getting heavier and heavier. Please, can't we have a little light?
There's not much light if you...
What is it?
There's something floating in the stream. Here, hold this up for me.
Can you reach it?
Yeah, I have it.
What is it?
It's a canteen. It's tied to a rope. Looks like Hank's canteen. The water bottle he brought in without the cover.
Hold it closer. Oh, look. There's writing on it. Oh, God, I'm blind without my glasses. It's in lipstick. That means Eve. Here, can you read it?
Hold the flame steady.
Okay.
Eve, Hank, safe, hug, rope 3 times if found. Way out. If writing materials reply, send all in flask.
How much do you measure?
About 20 feet.
And how far can you...
Wait. 1, 2, 3. They've got it. Now all we have to do is wait for one tug, and we can bring back the message.
There's so much more we should have told them.
Not the time. The lighter's almost out of fluid. Thank God my watch has an illuminated dial. If we miss their return instructions, well, we can't, that's all. Hold the lighter. I've got to be sure this bottle's tight to capped. Okay. Here goes. One tug and Geronimo, give the light.
Or if I ever get out of here, I'll write for special dispensation during the energy crisis. I never want to spend another moment in the dark again. What does it say?
We could use a better reading light.
What's it written on?
Pencil on a handkerchief. Dearest Eve, Hank, light only for one more message from you. Air supply failing. Trapped here. Give instructions. Expect answer 5 minutes. Pencil enclosed. Can you imagine? The 20th century, a little less than 20 feet away, and we communicate like the Stone Age.
Never mind. At least we communicate. Let's just get them here so we can communicate face to face. It's silly, Dave. You know you can't swim. If anything goes wrong and you panic, I'll at least be here.
And if I leave you here in the dark, alone? Now, look, let me slip the rope around your shoulders like Hank instructed.
I know how to handle a sling like this. Will you remember?
Yes. Now, go on. Get in and tug. Let's get out of here before my lighter gives out.
It's nothing. I could have swum it alone. I didn't hold my breath more than half a minute. Oh, Bobby, it's so good to see you again.
Let's get that sling off and float it back on the bottom to David.
Yes, hurry. You think you'll be able to manage? Oh, sure, a cinch. Oh, here you are, Hank.
Oh, I just hope your boyfriend isn't jealous.
You mean the thing?
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It should be right on the mark now.
What's the matter? Hasn't he tugged yet?
Give him a chance.
I hope the lighter hasn't run out of fuel. But if he can't see, then how can he get...
Watch it. There's the tug. Come on. Let's all pull fast.
Should it come as easy as that?
Something's wrong. He's lost the rope.
Oh.
He's lost the rope, all right. But it's something worse than that. Get back, everybody! Get back!
Once again, some malign influence interferes in the tantalizing possibility of escape for the 4 young people whose mettle has already been tested unbearably. And for the lovers, the tables are bitterly turned. It seems that it is Eve's turn to mourn David. We'll return shortly with Act 3. Instead of David appearing from the tunnel, secure on the rope, there is an empty sling
tied to the canteen for a float. And behind it, a boiling spout of frothing water spewing from the narrow opening of the channel like a huge fire hose, reversing the normal current till the opposing forces drive a seething lake over the floor of the cavern.
Hank, what happened?
I don't know.
It's that thing David and I thought after you went in to save Eve. David said it was some sort of a water spout, a geyser, or... Look!
What?
Floating in. It's David. Help me.
Right with you. Easy. Eve, let me get him.
Don't let him go.
It's all right. The water's washing him ashore.
Is he...
He swallowed a lot of water.
Let an RN and an old lifeguard handle this one. Get him on his back, Hank.
Yeah.
That's right. Now, help me pull his jaw forward. What's that for? Free his tongue so he doesn't strangle. Okay, now let's get the water out of his stomach. And then we'll start mouth to mouth.
But what happened, David?
Lighter gave out, so I had to lie there in the dark, feeling with my hands for the bottle to come through. Suddenly, I felt it, but it slipped out of my hands, and I fell in the water, grabbing at the rope.
That must have been the tug I felt.
I don't know. I lost the rope, and I was floundering when suddenly the water began to literally boil all around me.
The water spout?
Yeah. It lifted me half out of the water and flung me against the arch. I guess it knocked me out.
You've got quite a bruise on your forehead.
It's what happened to us, Eve.
What do you mean?
There's some fault right below there. And every often, enough cold water hits the molten lava way down, and... Well, you're the professor, Dave. What happens?
I don't know. I suppose it forms a steam explosion that blows a whole column of water back up into the small cavern in part of the tunnel. It creates, sort of a whirlpool that's momentarily strong enough to hit the normal current like a riptide and drive it back. Best I can do.
I can do better than that. It's the thing that wants to help us. It's saved 3 of our lives already.
I owe at least part of my thanks to Barbara.
And me to Hank.
And if it hadn't been for David, I'd have ended up a raving maniac in the dark.
I guess we all have turned up a little short, one way or another. Except Hank.
I'll say one thing. There's only one best man in the group.
Only at your wedding, mister. Because, Hank is about to exhibit his private white feather.
What do you mean, Hank?
Well, if we're going forward, there are only 2 ways to go. Eve and I have looked at the other end of the river here where it comes in, and there's no way out there.
How about the cleft up there where the light comes from?
Well, looks to be the best bet, only... Davy, old man, that's 60 or 70 feet up there. And I want to tell you, heights turn my belly to water. Even that first 20-foot climb we made, I'd like to die. I didn't dare look down after we got there, so what do we do now?
We climb. Just let me look it over. No, shouldn't be too tough.
Are you sure you're up to this, darling?
Eva, I may be an egghead, no muscle boy, and I can't swim. But one thing I do know how to do is climb mountains. This one's my baby. Now, just let me go over a few points once again. I lead, Eve follows, Barb, and then Hank.
What if I fall?
You're on a sling. The rest of us can hold you, and if you don't lose your head, try to relax. And as you swing back to the wall, grab hold again. But you're not going to fall.
Yeah, but...
Okay, it isn't a tough climb. The main thing is, don't look down.
All right.
Just keep your eyes up. And each one follow whatever toe holds or hand holds the one before is used. I'll test each one of them first. Most of a climb, we can follow ledges. If they feel narrow, face the wall and move sideways. Don't look down. And no hurry. Don't anyone try to play hero. If you're tired, let me know, and we'll rest, okay?
I'm not worried, darling. I trust you, Dave.
Well, if we don't get started, I may never move.
Here we go. Well, we're halfway up now. Anyone Want to take a rest?
No, I'm all right. Let's just keep going.
I'm afraid to stop. Next part's going to be a little tougher. Hang in and keep your eyes up. Dave! Hold on, anyone. What is it, Hank?
Dave, I can't! I can't! My knees... It's so far down!
Hank, damn it! Look up here at me! Now that's better. Now you listen. We only have about 15 more feet to go. There's a nice wide ledge we can settle on while I explore the cleft we're heading for. You lose your head, you can take all of us with you.
Just cut me loose and let me...
Don't be a fool, Hank! We're a few feet from getting back in the world. Come on, don't let us all down.
All right, I'll try!
Easy does it, Hank. Just hook your weight forward over the ledge.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Now, when I pull, get your knee up. There. All right. Now, slide yourself back against the rock. Yeah, that's it.
I ever get out of this, I'm moving to Kansas, where it's as flat as a pancake. What are you doing?
I'm tying the rope. I need it.
It was all for nothing, wasn't it, darling?
What do you mean?
That place where the light's coming from is behind that big rock in the ceiling. We can't climb up there. It would take a fly.
I can get there, darling.
How?
I just need some knots in this one lariat. Then you see that spur that sticks out? I toss the noose of the lariat over that, and then I can shinny up the rope and over on top of the rock.
But you'd swing like a pendulum.
If I took off from here without any break. But I'll tie the other rope to this one for a trip line. And the rest of you can let me swing over slowly and steady me as I climb.
But how do we get across there to join you?
See that other spur higher up between us and the rock I'm going for?
Yes.
After I get across, I'll sling a line over that and secure at my end. You can all swing across.
Oh.
Like we used to do when we were kids and played Tarzan. It's only about 10 feet.
I don't think I could do it.
You've got to, darling. It's the only chance we have left.
Oh, thank heaven. I never thought he'd make it. Did you find the rift?
Yes.
Does it lead outside?
Eventually. It's a sort of long chimney.
Could we climb it?
Yes, if we were gremlins. It's wide enough all right one way, but the other, it's not over 6 or 7 inches. None of us could get through.
Oh, no.
Oh, that blows it.
But what can we do, David?
There's nothing to do except climb down again.
Not me! I haven't the guts!
I don't think I have the strength. You have a mutiny on your hands, Captain. I couldn't make that climb down again either.
Okay. We'll do what I told you before. Swing all of you over here. There's plenty of room for all of us.
I got you, Eve. Back on good old terra firma.
Just like riding down an elevator. Oh, thanks, Hank.
So we all got down easy. How does David?
He's got away. He sort of takes a hitch around himself and he lowers himself down.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, man, that's some kind of guy you're marrying.
Everybody all right?
We are.
A few rope burns, that's all. Sorry I put you through all that for nothing.
I wasn't much help, but it was worth a last chance.
You have to harp on it.
I'm not giving up yet.
What else is there to try, darling?
Faith. Trust in God. I don't think he'd have put us through all this much and not planned to save us.
He certainly tried to see what we were made of.
Yes, and look at us. We all came through, and none of us is whimpering anymore, thinking of himself. I still think there's something there. Oh, maybe not a childhood picture of a thing.
Oh, good Lord.
What did... Coming out of that other tunnel. It's hard to see in this murky light.
But it's the thing. I knew all along he didn't mean us harm. It's the thing.
The reckon I must have thrown quite a scare into you folks. Jim Trimble here, Deep Sea Diving and Ocean Bed Recovery Incorporated, ex-frogman in the Navy. You got a mess of folks mighty worried about you on the outside. They're going to be some relief once my boys bring in scuba tanks and gear to get you to the outside there. Just, let me give them the go-ahead. Hello, Praise 2, this is Jim. All 4 missing persons alive and well. Proceed with plan as outlined.
But how did you find us?
Well, sir, my daddy was quite a diver in his day. Free diving, that was. Not with gear like today. And he always had a notion there was a back way into Choctaw Cave through the underground river. And he found it one day off Chippewa Lake here, and I was about 16, and well, he went down and he never came back.
I wonder if he ever made it to the caves.
Oh, no doubt about that, ma'am. After I got out of the Navy, I went down myself with scuba gear and a motor outfit just like now. And I found my daddy, or his skeleton. I figure he got down just holding his breath, but trying to make it up again at that angle, the current was just too strong. And after it got him, it brought him back to rest here, you know. I brung him out and buried him proper.
I'm sorry, Jim.
No need. He died doing what he wanted to do.
But how did you find us?
Well, Hank's old horse, Baldy, was smart enough to outstep that landslide, and when he turned up downhill, folks got alerted, but there wasn't a hope of digging you out, and they sent for me, and I got flown in from San Diego, and that's how I come to scare you into thinking I was that old legend I guess my father started. But the thing...
It isn't a legend, Jim. Your father never really died. He was the one that saved us.
Deep in the Choctaw Caves, the fountains of hot water still spout. The vortexes swirl. The long double lariat still hangs swinging from that high spur. But no living creature will ever enter them again. For even the bats are gone, smothered in the first 2 caverns where air forever was shut off. Perhaps all that is left is one thing, with a small t now, for it has become the pleasant ghost of a simple, kindly man. I'll be back shortly. So, for this time, a happy ending. And let's write the epitaph to this tale of suspense in Milton's words. Hence, loathed melancholy, of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn. For myself, I equate cave with the Latin word spelled the same way, C-A-V-E, but pronounced cave. It means beware. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Terry Keane, Michael Wager, Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. And perhaps you've come to look upon me as the master of the macabre, your escort into the eerie. And in all honesty, I can say that I am happy you have this opinion of me. I'll admit to an affinity for tales of the supernatural, and even a sneaking fondness for ghosts. Some ghosts, that is. I cannot say that I have liked every ghost I have met, because in my experience, there can be some very unpleasant ghosts, like this one. Our mystery drama, Voices of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mandel Kramer and Ralph Bell. There are many stories about faceless voices that speak to lonely people. Voices that come from nowhere, that threaten, cajole, terrify, or madden the mortals who hear them. Our story is about such a voice, but it is a voice that has a face, the face of a dead man. Most of us know what to expect when we turn on a television set, but the last thing Jason Phillips expected was to have the face of a dead man appear on his television tube.
How did the face of Peter Truro get on my TV screen? Peter, I'm sure if you were alive, you'd understand why yours is the last face I'd want to look at. So forgive me for switching stations. What is this, Peter again? I'll try another channel. On every channel? Peter Truro? That's ridiculous. And no sound. What's wrong with the sound?
Nothing, Jason.
What?
This isn't the normal way to return.
Well, I'm seeing things. And hearing them. Peter Truro is dead and buried. He couldn't be talking to me from my TV screen. Everything happened so suddenly with Peter and Claire and that lousy Linville. Put the TV back on.
Relax, Jason. I'm not a delusion. I realize that my talking to you this way must be quite a shock, but you're really seeing and talking with Peter Truro.
Oh, sure. Peter Truro, who's been dead and cremated for 10 days.
The body, yes, Jason, but nothing else. Now, just as soon as we complete our business, you'll be rid of me, and you'll be happy.
You keep talking about business. What kind of business can we have?
You're going to do a little job for me, Jason. You're going to kill my wife. There's absolutely no point in your turning off the television, Jason.
You're a fraud, Peter. I don't know how you got into my set, but you're a fraud.
Come on now. You're not going to claim that you're still upset because, after all, I am a ghost?
Well, of course. It's a perfectly natural occurrence, isn't it? Everyone who watches television sooner or later finds himself face to face and talking with a ghost every time he turns on his set.
Well, what you're really telling me is that you're afraid I'm not a ghost at all, but a figment of your imagination.
And you find that strange. You don't think that that's enough to upset me?
Of course it is, Jason. Like Hamlet, you're wondering about your brain.
Yes, I am.
Well, I can take that worry off your shoulders.
How?
Suppose Claire comes to see you.
Claire? What would she want?
An attack of conscience. Guilt. Whatever you may want to call it. But, Jason, I will make Claire visit you. And then we will talk again.
What in the world am I doing here anyway? Can you tell me, Jason?
Putting on a marvelous act as usual, Claire.
Why do I feel cold? Why do I have this feeling that Peter's watching?
Which question would you like me to answer?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Of course not.
Well, you sound so sure. So very.
And you're not. I remember how you used to make fun of the whole spiritual scene.
I said it was impossible.
Claire, why this discussion? What made you phone me and come here to talk about...
I've been having dreams.
Dreams? Well, I'm no psychiatrist.
Yes, dreams about Peter. He keeps telling me to come to you and explain about, well, you know, how you lost the part in the play, and I'm not making very much sense, am I?
No, you're not. I don't know why you came here, but I know damn well you'd better leave.
Are you convinced, Jason? Do you believe now that I'm a ghost? Well, you heard Claire. You know I sent her to you.
So she says.
I don't know whether it was smart to throw her out so abruptly. She may become suspicious.
About what?
About your wanting to kill her.
You're out of your mind. You're crazy.
Remember how you felt when Claire told you that she was replacing you in the part that I had picked for you in Cries of Dissent? Remember how you raged because you knew that Claire was throwing you out, not because of your lack of ability, but because she wanted the part for her lover, Edward Linville. You even threatened to kill her.
I don't have to listen to any more of this. Right now, I could cheerfully have murdered you if you'd been alive. Hello.
Jason, this is Claire. Darling, I do think you owe me some sort of explanation for almost throwing me out of your place a while ago.
Claire, my love, the only thing I owe you is a punch in the mouth, and if you were a man, I'd be happy to give it to you.
Are you going to be with us long, Mr. Phillips?
Well, that depends.
You'll find all sports and great weather at the Clarkstown Inn. You will be in 4:45. If there's anything you want, don't hesitate to ask.
Now, before I call Alida, I think I'd better see if Peter is still with me.
Here I am, Jason. You didn't think you could run away from me, did you?
I wasn't sure, but I was hoping.
I'm curious about one thing. Why did you pick this God-forsaken little town as a place of refuge?
Because I happen to have been born right here in Clarkstown.
Ah. Then this is an attempt to recapture the safety of your childhood. That's very touching, Jason.
I've had enough of you tonight, Peter. Time for me to do what I came here for in the first place. Talk to an old friend.
Hello?
Alida, what a delight to hear your voice after all these years.
And it is a pleasure to hear yours, Jason.
Oh, Alida, you're too much. After all these years, you hear me say your name and immediately you know my voice.
It is a distinctive voice, Jason. Are you calling from New York?
No, I'm at the inn right here in Clarkstown. Matter of fact, I came here just to see you.
How nice. But, Jason, there's been a lot of years since we last spoke. And right now it's almost past my bedtime. How about breakfast with me tomorrow? More coffee, Jason?
No, thanks, Alida. Alida, I'm being haunted. I think I'm going crazy. I don't know where to turn or what to do. That's why I came to see you. Do you think you can help me?
If you'll calm down, maybe.
Well, you just don't know what it's like.
And I can't find out unless you tell me. Do you know this ghost?
Of course. It's the famous Broadway producer, Peter Truro.
I read about his death. It was only a short time ago.
That's right. And he's been after me for the past 2 weeks.
How does this haunting manifest itself?
Through television. Every time I turn on a TV set, it's Peter's face that appears. I can't get any other programs, just Peter Truro.
What does he say to you?
Well, that's what's got me scared. He's asking me to kill his wife. It frightened you, Alida. Why?
Well, Jason, as I remember you, when you were a boy, you were not particularly psychic or even sympathetic to psychic phenomena.
That's right.
In order to help you, I must find out why the ghost of Peter Truro chose you as his instrument in the first place.
Can you?
I can try. But not this morning. Can you come back tonight for another seance? Like the one you remembered as a boy?
That's why I came. I'll be here, Alida.
I can't promise anything will come out of this. I can't even promise to make contact. But if I do, you will have to keep absolutely quiet. Understand?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, hold my hands. Tighter. Yes, that's it. The light. The light is too bright. It hurts my eyes. That's better. Now, I see you quite clearly.
Jason, why did you do this? Just when we two were getting along so well, you went and brought this stranger in.
Well, Peter,
Jason, you must keep quiet. You promised.
Let him talk for himself. We have some wonderful chats when we're alone.
Jason is a friend of mine. He has asked my help. Why did you choose him to torment?
It is I who am in torment. You must know that. It is I who cannot rest until a vow has been kept.
What vow?
The marriage vow.
Has it not been kept? Did you not plight love till death do us part?
No. Our vow was to remain faithful and loving forever. We changed the marriage ceremony, and the vow has not been kept. And I seek revenge. I will have revenge. I will.
Alida, are you all right?
Yes. Yes. I will be fine. Just give me a moment.
You sure you're going to be all right?
Yes, I am sure about me. But I am worried about you, Jason. I am not sure about you.
Ghosts are very much like UFOs. People say they don't exist. But somehow the idea of ghosts and UFOs just won't go away. The question of whether ghosts can have anything to do with dreams is one that has occupied the thoughts of psychics since people first began to talk about ghosts. Jason Phillips was haunted by a ghost, not in his dreams, but one who took over his TV set. Jason is seeking help, not from an analyst, but from an old and respected medium whom he had known since childhood.
All right, Alida. I don't mean to start a discussion. All I want to know is, how do I get rid of the ghost of Peter Truro?
I wish I could tell you.
You mean I can't get any help? I'll have to spend the rest of my life listening to Peter insisting that I kill Claire for him?
You can turn off your television, can't you?
Oh, great. I'll never look at a TV set again. Is that your solution?
How deeply was Peter devoted to his wife?
What kind of question is that?
A very important question.
Well, there was a jealousy act that Peter was putting on.
What made you think it was, as you put it, an act?
Because nobody could have been that jealous.
What about the relationship? Was it a good one?
I don't know. I never stopped to think about it. There was the difference in age. I mean, Peter was some 18 years older than Claire, and he was Broadway's outstanding producer, and she was an actress.
Are you trying to say that Claire married Truro to advance her career? That she didn't love him?
Well, there was no question that Truro worshipped Claire, that he'd do anything for her. She liked Peter, but, well, I think the feeling was deeper on his side than hers.
And how did you feel about Claire?
Alida, I don't see the point of all this.
Ghosts do not choose people to haunt unless by design. In order even to begin to help you, we must try to find out why Peter Truro chose you as an instrument for his vengeance. How do you feel about Claire?
Well, I'm certainly not fond of her. After all, she was responsible for my losing the part in Cries of Dissent.
You wanted to kill her.
Don't be ridiculous. You sound just like Peter.
You won't admit it to yourself. But you're secretly delighted with the idea of punishing Claire Truro. And there is no way you can get rid of Peter Truro until you do.
Welcome home, Jason. So nice to be back with you.
Cut it, Peter.
I liked your friend Alida.
Oh, I'm glad.
Well, now that your investigation has proved that I'm really a ghost and not something your imagination cooked up, we can get down to specifics about killing Claire.
Now, let's get this straight. I evidently can't stop you from appearing on my TV screen. But I am not going to kill anyone. Not even Claire.
I'll show you how you can get away with it.
I'm not interested.
What can you lose by sitting down and picking up a piece of paper and a pen?
I don't know.
Admit you're curious.
All right, I'm curious.
Oh, come on, Jason. You know we both burn for revenge. You because Claire fired you from Cries of Dissent to replace you with her lover, Edward Linville.
Who is awful. Have you seen him?
Oh, I don't have to. I know he's terrible. But he's playing the part. And he's sleeping with my wife, so, get the paper and pen, eh?
All right.
Now write the following. My darling, this should not come as a surprise, since we talked about your unfaithfulness.
Now, wait a minute, Peter.
There's not much more. Unfaithfulness many times. And you know that I said I would kill you. My dearest, prepare to die. And sign it, Peter. What do you think she'll say when she finds that in her desk drawer?
Well, I think she'll laugh because she'll know it's an obvious forgery.
Well, take another look, Jason. And then tell me if you recognize the writing.
What? How did you do it? This is your handwriting.
Please, Edward, don't make me look again.
Darling, you must. This thing has gone too far for you to give in to it now. Now, please open the drawer.
What if I find another of those horrible notes?
You won't find any more. I've had the only key to the drawer in my pocket for the past 2 days.
Oh, can't we just let it go for now?
Open the drawer. Now, here's the key, darling. What was it?
Another note. Another one.
Well, that's impossible. Let me see.
No, don't. It's impossible, you said. Impossible. All right, Edward, read what it says. Read it. And tell me it's impossible. I think we should go to the police.
And tell them what? That you're getting notes from a dead man?
Well, haven't you been telling me all along that that was impossible?
Of course I have.
Then we can go to the police and tell him that some vicious practical joker is blackmailing me.
He hasn't asked for anything.
Oh, he's building up to it. I know he's building up to it.
Who is he? That's the big question. Who is doing this and how?
I'll swear that the notes are in Peter's handwriting, and any handwriting expert will swear to the same thing.
Then maybe we should ask the police to begin looking for a master forger?
I thought you said we shouldn't go to the police.
Well, I have an idea. Now, it may be crazy, and well, I don't know whether or not it'll help, but it's an idea.
I'll do anything to stop this nonsense.
Well, maybe we should find a spiritualist and have a consultation. Who is it? Ed Linville.
Well, if I say I'm surprised, I'm sure you'll understand.
Completely. And I'm sure that you'll understand that I wouldn't be here in your apartment unless I thought it was very important.
Granted.
I'm here because I can't help feeling there's some connection between you and some crazy notes Claire's been getting.
Notes? I don't think I understand.
Somebody has started a systematic campaign of persecution against Claire.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
Because I'm afraid of the publicity. Claire will look silly because the persecution is seemingly directed by Peter Truro.
Well, she can't be serious. How could Peter
That's what everyone's reaction is, because I can't explain the notes.
That's the second time you've mentioned notes.
They're vicious, handwritten little jottings, all reminding her of some silly vows that she had made with Truro before they were married. They threaten her life. They're all signed by Peter Truro.
Well, it's impossible.
That's what I said. Claire insists that the handwriting is Peter's. It's been checked by 3 handwriting experts. All 3 say Claire's right. The handwriting is Peter's.
Well, that still doesn't explain what brings you here to see me.
I told you, Claire's sensed there's a connection. She told me she came to see you
Yes, she did.
And she told me you behaved rather strangely.
Look, I know you're worried about Claire, so I'm giving you a lot of latitude, but you're really beginning to annoy me, Linville.
I'm just trying to find out why you got so angry with her when she was only talking about her dreams.
She came here, I thought, to ask my forgiveness for the raw deal she gave me in Cries of Dissent. A deal which you were part of. Now, why should I sympathize with Claire and her problems? We were never that close before Peter died. And as far as you're concerned...
Can you forget that I replaced you?
You don't have a right to ask me to forget.
Oh, yes, I have. And I'm going to get some answers, or the cops are going to get some information. Even if it means bad publicity.
The cops?
Claire and I went to a medium. We showed her the notes. We told her all we knew. She held a seance, and she came up with your name.
That's what you're going to tell the cops?
That and the fact that you're mad because I replaced you in Cries of Dissent.
You've had this coming, and now you're going to get... I'll kill you. So help me, I'll kill you.
So, Jason, we made quite a spectacle of ourselves with Edward Linville, didn't we?
How did that medium get my name?
She must have been extraordinarily perceptive.
You know that it was a she. You're in on this.
Oh, really, Jason? You're becoming paranoid. Since I'm obviously depending on you to kill Claire for me, it would be extraordinarily stupid for me to have you suspected even before the crime.
Nobody is going to be suspected because there isn't going to be any crime.
Oh, your adrenaline's still working overtime because of that scrap with Linville. When you calm down, you'll realize what a fool you're making of yourself.
No need to remind me. I realized that the minute Linville said he'd been given my name.
What story can Linville take to the police?
He can accuse me of writing poison pen letters to Claire.
He can? On what evidence? The word of a medium? According to Linville himself, Claire had the notes checked with a handwriting expert who swore that the handwriting was mine. Now, how does that point to you?
Why can't you leave me alone?
Oh, come, Jason. You were having a ball with the notes and watching the effect they had on Claire?
All right, I'll admit that, but writing nasty little notes is a lot different than killing.
Well, of course it is. And you want me to guarantee that no one will ever connect you with the killing. That's what you really want, isn't it, Jason?
Look, you're too smug for me to argue with. There's no point in any further discussion, so...
Now, hold on a minute, Jason, hold on. I want to tell you how I can guarantee you're being in the clear.
Like promising me you won't give the police my name.
I offer you complete safety.
How?
The suicide note.
Suicide?
Exactly. Claire will commit suicide. Take an overdose of sleeping pills and leave a completely authentic suicide note to prove it.
You mean you're really going to drive Claire to suicide?
Don't you think Claire is the suicidal type?
No.
I agree. That's why we must have the note. You want to write it now?
Are you out of your mind?
Just write what I dictate.
No way.
We are going to say that she just couldn't stand the idea of betraying me and breaking her solemn marriage vow.
Now, you're not going to mention me, are you?
No, of course not.
Somebody will remember that the earlier notes dealt with me and Linville.
That's why we'll just stick with her guilt about betraying me. You see how careful I'm being about involving you?
Yes, but you want me to write the note.
You must. I guarantee the handwriting experts will all swear the handwriting is genuine. In addition, it will be on her special stationery, of course.
And how are you going to arrange that?
You are. You are going to be invited to a party. A bash that Claire will be giving next week. And while you're there, I'll arrange to show you the room where Claire keeps her stationery and the desk.
Oh, forget it. Haven't you ever heard of fingerprints? Mine will be all over the place.
Pick it up, Jason. That's Claire calling with your invitation. Congratulations, Jason. You accepted Claire's invitation with just the right amount of reluctance.
How did you know that Claire would call?
Oh, you must grant me certain ghostly secrets of the trade. It should reassure you about our chances of pulling off a successful murder.
I thought you said suicide.
Yes, I did, but to be quite accurate, I should have said apparent suicide. We both agreed that Claire wasn't the suicidal type.
Then what was all that talk about sleeping pills and a suicide note? Just talk?
By no means.
Well, she's not going to take an overdose of her own free will.
That is where you come in, Jason. You'll have to see to it that she takes them. We'll work that out somehow.
The devil we will. This is where I get off, Peter. I'm finishing with you once and for all, even if I have to smash the set.
We're past that, Jason, old boy.
What? Wait a minute. The set's off. I hear you. Why can't I see you?
Of course the set is off, Jason. But now we have such a close relationship that I don't have to depend on a mechanical device to communicate with you. From now on, Jason, I'm your friend and faithful companion.
Who was it who first said, with a friend like that, who needs enemies? Oh, well, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that a ghostly voice has taken control of Jason Phillips. All of us are driven sometimes by forces we don't clearly see or understand. But how many of you have ever obeyed the commands of a ghost? And what happened when you did? Don't answer that. People who hear voices either tell no one or lay themselves open to all sorts of risks, not the least of which is ending up on a couch. Actor Jason Phillips has been hearing the same voice for weeks. A voice of a Broadway producer who keeps urging Jason to kill the producer's actress wife. Jason is now disturbed enough to seek help from a distinguished and brilliant psychiatrist.
The whole purpose of our talks, Jason, depends on your deciding what is important. Now, obviously, your losing the part in Cries of Dissent was a real shock to you.
Well, it would be to anybody.
Of course, but what about Claire Trureau? What was your relationship with her before that?
It was friendly, casual. I mean, after all, she was Peter's wife, and he made no bones about how he felt about her.
Were you attracted to her?
She's a very good-looking woman.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I guess maybe, but nothing earth-shaking.
And how did she feel about you?
I don't know.
I think it might be wise if you could recreate the day she told you she was replacing you in Cries of Dissent.
Well, I don't know if I can remember all of it. I came to the theater that day about the same time as usual. Rehearsal was scheduled for 11. I got there about 10:50. I was sitting in my dressing room when I heard a knock on the door. Come in.
I'm glad you're early, Jason. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Fine. Well, I need the script.
No. Jason, darling, this isn't going to be very pleasant.
Well, the last few weeks haven't been very pleasant.
This is something I know is going to hurt you, and I wish... How I wish...
You're not making sense.
I've never done this before. I've never fired an actor before.
Fired an actor? You mean I'm out of the play?
I'm afraid so.
But why? Why? You know I'm good in the part. You know what the part means to me. Why would...
I think you're beginning to understand. Believe me, Jason,
Does Linville mean that much to you?
Well, you knew
I knew you were seeing a lot of him, but I didn't think that... Well, isn't this very sudden? Peter's only been dead a few days.
Edward Linville and I... Well, we go back a long way.
Claire, I don't want to hear any stories of old love affairs. It's not going to make me feel any differently about the kind of deal you're giving me.
I don't suppose I could expect you to feel any other way.
Come off it, Claire. You cut my heart out and you want to be forgiven?
You'll get your full salary for the run of the
I don't need it. I'll take my 2 weeks' notice.
I'll be in touch with your agent. Goodbye, Jason.
And that's about the way it was, Doctor.
Oh, a traumatic experience. It has left a deep scar.
Well, I knew that before I came to you. Now, help me.
Well, the help must come from within you.
You don't believe in this ghost of mine?
Do you?
We keep going around in circles, Doctor.
Not quite. The first day you came to me, you wanted to know whether or not you could actually hear a voice and be perfectly sane. You remember I gave you an answer.
Yes, you said it was possible.
And then?
Then I told you the voice I heard belonged to a dead man and asked if you believed in ghosts.
And do you remember my answer?
Yes, you said, for some people, ghosts are a way of life.
That's right. Doesn't that apply to you?
No, and I don't know anyone it does apply to. Doctor, if you're trying to confuse me, you're doing a great job.
I'm trying to lead you to a conclusion. You'd only kill someone who did you harm.
Does that seem so strange?
Someone like Claire Trureau?
There you go again, Doctor, trying to prove something.
Prove what?
That I'd really like to kill Claire.
Wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I would. I'd like to get my hands around her throat. Yes, I want to kill her.
What in the world have you done, Jason?
Made a purchase, Peter. A mannequin. Don't you recognize her?
Should I?
Well, she's a lady very close to your heart.
To me, she just looks like any other window dummy they use in dress shops.
Ah, but this one is different, Peter. Don't you recognize your beloved wife, Claire?
What kind of foolishness is this?
Expensive, made-to-order therapy for a man who talks to ghosts. A ghost who wants him to kill his wife. Now, I propped Claire up here in the corner of this couch, and I hit her. And I hit her again, and again, and again.
You feel better?
Much better, Peter. You see, I'm willing to admit to you now that I am aggressive towards Claire, and I would like to see her dead.
That is progress.
That's what my doctor says. Now that I've admitted the terrible thought and acknowledged it, I can get rid of my aggression.
By hitting that department store dummy on the head?
You go ahead and laugh. But it's going to work.
Jason, over here.
Oh, great party, Claire.
Thank you, Jason. I want you and Edward to shake hands right here now.
Of course.
Go on, Edward. Go on, shake hands.
Well, I think I made a fool of myself, Jason.
Well, you don't have a monopoly on foolishness. I kind of lost my head, too.
Well, it's all over now. And even though Edward said I shouldn't, I have to ask a favor, Jason.
Go right ahead.
Well, you know that little church around the corner from your apartment?
You mean St. Anthony's?
That's it. They have a theatrical about this time every year, and I've known Father Kinsolving for years and years, and, well, I always donate some costumes. I was wondering if you'd be kind enough to drop them off for me.
No trouble at all. I'd be happy to.
You see, Edward, what you called my silly brainstorm turned out to be not such a bad idea at all.
Welcome home, Jason. Did you enjoy the party?
Matter of fact, I had a ball.
I see you have the clothes with which you can dress that ridiculous dummy, so it looks even more like Claire.
These are costumes that I have to give to St. Anthony's.
Well, try one of them on the dummy. You'll find it will make your therapy more effective. Go on. I like that blue dress.
Wait a minute. Did you have anything to do with this?
Of course, I put the idea into Claire's head of asking you to deliver the costumes. I think it's going to please me to see a more lifelike Claire in your living room and give you a good deal more of satisfaction.
All right, Doctor, I'll admit I do feel better. But all that pummeling and smashing at the model of Claire hasn't stopped me from hearing Peter's voice.
Do you also see him?
Only when I turn on the TV. I don't bother with that anymore. But I am still confused. You and I have these long conversations and...
You were about to say?
Well, I don't know. There are too many things that can't be explained away because of my aggressiveness. Those notes and the fact that they were judged to be in Peter's handwriting.
Which you've often seen enough on checks and letters.
I'm not that good a forger.
All right, Jason. What is the alternative?
I don't understand.
We've come a long way since you first came here. Let's assume that you didn't forge the notes. You know who wrote them, but someone else dictated them. And the same person guided your hand. Now, who could that person possibly be?
I've been telling you, the ghost of Peter Trureau.
And this same ghost influenced his wife to give you costumes to deliver to a church for a theatrical.
He says he did.
This, then, is the alternative you must face. That there is a ghost. That he is the ghost of Peter Truro, and that he is haunting you.
And that I believe in that ghost?
Don't you?
I'm afraid I don't have any choice. Who is it?
Alida.
Oh, come in. Thank you for coming so soon after I called.
I'd never forgive myself if I hadn't. Who's that?
It's just a dummy dressed in Claire's clothes.
You must get rid of it.
Well, I will, but I asked you to visit with me.
Get rid of it now.
What do you want me to do, throw it out the window?
It doesn't matter. Don't you realize how dangerous it is for you to have her here?
Oh, come on, Alida. It was my doctor's idea. He said I could use the dummy to take out my aggression.
Indeed. And where did you get the clothes?
Claire gave them to me.
Does she know how you're using them?
She gave me a lot of stuff to give to a church theatrical. I kept this one dress out.
Are you so friendly that she would ask you to do her a favor like that?
Look, I'm afraid I've gone as far as I can with the doctor. He feels that it's all my subconscious. My urge to kill Claire that accounts for everything.
Your wish to kill Claire does not mean there are no ghosts. There's evil all around you. Either you or Claire must leave New York.
I don't see how running away will get rid of Peter.
I'm not so much concerned now with your getting rid of Peter as I am with saving your life.
You really mean that, don't you? You're really frightened.
There was only one other time in my life when I've been this frightened.
When was that?
No. Now, Jason, please come away with me. Come back with me to Clarkstown until... Until the restless thirst for revenge has left the ghost of Peter Truro.
You were sensational tonight, Claire, my love.
Thank you, Edward.
Shall we eat something before we go home?
No, I'll meet you at the house. I have to go someplace first.
Oh, very mysterious.
Well, it's important.
You care to tell me?
I'm afraid you disapprove.
Well, if it's what I think it is, I certainly will do more than disapprove.
Oh, be a darling and don't ask any questions. I'll tell you all about it when I get home.
Now, Claire,
I have to get this makeup off, and
You're not going.
Look, don't be silly, Edward. You don't even know where I'm going.
Stop treating me like a child, Claire. It's obvious that you're taking that last note seriously.
I want these notes to end. I want this whole situation to end. Can you promise me that you can stop it, Edward?
No, but...
This last note says I'll have all the answers if I go alone to Jason's apartment.
And you believe that?
It also says I'll find the door open. I'm going there. And if the door's open, I'll go in.
But Claire...
You know where I'll be. And if I'm not home in an hour, you can come after me. Call the police or do anything you want.
Oh, darn, I just remembered something, Alida.
What?
I left something important in the apartment.
Oh, but Jason, our bus leaves in half an hour. You promised to go home with me.
There's plenty of time. My apartment's only a short distance. I'll grab a cab, be back in plenty of time. Meet you at gate number 5.
You're doing the right thing, Jason. I promise a stunning surprise awaits you in your apartment. And after tonight, it will be all over.
Cab!
You'll like what I've done with the mannequin, Jason. That's a promise.
The door is open. That part of the note is right. Jason? Jason, are you home? Oh, darn. Oh, where are the lights? Oh, what's this? Jason, you're not playing some silly game, are you? Oh, a dummy. Some kind of store figure. Jason, whatever you're up to, get this thing away from me. It's just where a dummy belongs, on the floor. Jason, I'm too old to be afraid of the dark. I'll just sit and wait for you. And if you don't come soon, Edward will be here. I'm warning you. I thought mentioning Edward would do it. Switch on the light, Jason.
Oh, Peter, this is what your surprise is. You've made the mannequin talk.
Marvelous, Peter.
Who are you talking to, Jason? Please turn on the light.
Thank you, Peter. This is really wonderful.
Jason! Are you mad?
The throat feels like real flesh. My hands are closing around real flesh. I don't know how you did it, Peter.
Jason, you're killing me. Jason, stop.
That finishes you once and for all. Now, a little light. Clear. Clear. It's really clear.
Of course, Jason. I've kept my promise and you've done the job. Now you're rid of me forever. Goodbye, Jason.
Claire. Claire, I've really killed you. No. No. Oh, no!
Well, that's one way to rid yourself of a ghost. Jason Phillips was no longer haunted. However, I certainly don't recommend it as a general rule. I do recommend, however, a more generous suspension of disbelief when someone tells you he's seen a ghost or is hearing voices he can't explain. Voices. Voices we hear only inside our own heads. Sometimes we identify them as voices of conscience, and everyone accepts the fact that we hear those. But ghostly voices, the voices of the dead, how real are they? Just as real as our imagination allows them to be. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. 3 Arab guerrillas are holding as many as 100 Israeli children hostage at this hour in the Israeli town of Mahalot, a few miles from the Lebanese border. I'm Ann Crosman reporting on the CBS radio network. Bruno Wasserteil has more on the story in Israel.
Israeli soldiers have surrounded the school building in which 3 Arab guerrillas are keeping close to 100 Israeli school children hostage. The guerrillas are demanding the release of 20 Arab Fedayeen now serving time in Israeli jails. They set a deadline for their demand, which expires at noon New York time. The boys and girls, aged 15 to 17, all of them Orthodox Jewish school children, were on an excursion and staying overnight in the schoolhouse of a town 6 miles from the Lebanese border when the guerrillas struck. A few of the children, one of their teachers, and a bus driver accompanying them managed to escape by leaping out of 2nd and 3rd story windows. Several hours earlier, Arab guerrillas ambushed a pickup truck on a road a few miles away, killing 1 woman and wounding 7 others. The group keeping the school children captive are said to belong to the same Arab commando organization that carried out last month's Kiryat Shmona massacre. Bruno Wasserteil for CBS News in Jerusalem.
Secretary of State Kissinger is in Jerusalem now, and he plans to leave for Damascus Wednesday. Kissinger will be carrying an Israeli reply to Syria's latest offer for a troop pullback on the Syrian front. On Tuesday, Kissinger spent 6.5 hours working with Syrian officials. He did not get approval of a line separating Syrian and Israeli soldiers on the front, something he wanted. According to one American official traveling with Kissinger, negotiations are now in a holding pattern. President Nixon invited a bipartisan group of congressmen for dinner Tuesday night on board the presidential yacht Sequoia, and Hal Walker reports.
It was described by the White House as just a short supper cruise for some of the president's friends from Capitol Hill, 5 Republicans and 4 Democrats. The Democrats among the most influential in Congress. Armed Services Chairman Hebert of Louisiana, Internal Security Chairman Richard Eichord of Missouri, Olin Teague of Texas, Chairman of Science and Astronautics, and Joe Wagner of Louisiana on Ways and Means. It was Michigan Republican Alfred Cederberg who talked with us after the short cruise.
The discussion went along on the importance of the presidency, the preservation of the presidency more than the preservation of Richard Nixon. That I think was his, and he said in no uncertain terms that he wasn't guilty of anything and he wasn't about to be take any position that would in any way demean the presidency, and that, well, he just isn't going to resign, period. That's it.
Cederberg said the president was in good spirits despite the weight of Watergate. Hal Walker, CBS News, Washington.
Patrick Buchanan, one of Mr. Nixon's aides, held a news conference on Tuesday on the White House lawn, and he said the president does not intend to resign. Buchanan adding that resignation would poison the well of American politics for years to come. Members of the International Association of Machinists have approved a contract offer from United Airlines, and so there will be no strike as threatened against United coming this Wednesday morning. Newark Mayor Kenneth Gibson has been re-elected for another 4 years. Gibson, who was Newark's first black mayor, beat his nearest opponent, State Senator Anthony Imperiale, who was white, by about 10,000 votes. Imperiale conceded defeat and offered his support to Gibson. I'm Ann Crosman, CBS News.